10 years ago, the awakening of spiritual energy completely changed the global order of survival, turning this energy into the lifeblood of humanity. Under the baptism of heaven and earth's energy, all living things began to branch their lifelines into two distinct paths. The first branch awakened ancient ancestral bloodlines, granting mortal bodies the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. The second path was a spiritual metamorphosis, manipulating elemental powers to unleash earth-shattering, apocalyptic strikes. Humanity also rode this new wave to birth countless bizarre professions, such as mutant creature appraisers or master extractors of supernatural materials. Unfortunately, to the young man Lin Yuan, those dazzling privileges were nothing more than fleeting clouds passing over his head. At this very moment, that young man was lounging on his bed, casually swinging his legs while surfing the internet. Curled up in the corner of the mattress was a pitch-black furball in the shape of a cat, 100 questions beast named Taming. Lin Yuan, this cat is about to be roasted alive. It whined incessantly, its body as worn out as a dried-up mop. Just as it finished complaining, that lump of black coal leaped straight onto the top of its seated master's head, boldly declaring that the book said the air is cooler higher up. The young man was left speechless by this grand logic. Riding on top of his head, would the distance to the stratosphere really change by a few centimeters? Thank heavens, a gentle breeze blew through the open window, allowing that chatty little cat to stop acting like it was dying. Seeing its master getting out of bed to run errands, the black cat kept its snout up to enjoy the fresh air, but its sharp mouth didn't forget to call out, "Remember to take your medicine on time, you sickly servant." I know, sir." The young man waved his hand helplessly and turned to walk outside. His daily routine started again with cleaning up the rundown shop. At only 18 springs of age, he had already taken the title of boss at a struggling pet business. People rumored about arts that used the essence of heaven and earth to fatten up pets, but with his battered body, that prospect was as blurry as an Arabian Nights tale. The root cause lay in his frail body, which had severed its connection with natural energy since he was 8. Without a source of spiritual power to nourish him, his body couldn't break through, and naturally, binding his soul to high-tier species was an even more ridiculous pipe dream. The scorching, burning sunlight made the young boss's eyes fill with pity as he looked at the poor usnea lily sprouts. In this blistering heat without any shade, those young plants were about to turn into dry, high-on-drugs hay. Bearing the name of a healing grass, but sitting at the bottom of the food chain, this plant's life was so fragile that its market value was even more pitiful than the clear-sound grass people threw to the pigs. The rules of the new era were extremely cruel, where creatures were priced by class badges. Anything that hadn't climbed to the elite bronze realm was classified as trash, and no rich person had the free time to throw money out the window to adopt them. Investing in species with premium genes clearly yielded much faster returns. Reflecting on the cold reality of life, the young man's eyes swept over the black cat with overwhelming pity. A century had passed, and history had never recorded a single individual of its lineage ever rising to become a dragon. "Lin Yuan, your bitter water is here," a clear voice cut through his thoughts, accompanied by the somewhat exhausted flapping of wings. The culprit was none other than Yin Yin, a small bird of the sound-type family, which naturally shared the same trash tier as the cat. Possessing a body that could be blown away by the wind, just the mere act of connecting his soul with this bird and cat. 2 lives at the absolute bottom of the rankings were enough to keep him bedridden for half a month straight. What right did he have to dream of drawing the essence of the sun and moon to fatten them up? Time sluggishly passed for an entire hour. 1 human and 1 cat sat dazed, counting every fly that buzzed past the doorway. "Are you 2-legged creatures really this lazy? The sun is high in the sky, and there's not a single soul out in the alley. What's going on?" the black cat complained, its tail flicking in dissatisfaction at the shop's tragic lack of business. "What nonsense are you barking?" The little boss glared at it irritably, then immediately forced a corporate smile, shouting himself hoarse to invite the few stray customers passing by. "Ladies and gentlemen, come take a look. Today's clear sound grass is juicy and crispy. 1 bite and you'll forget all your sorrows." The ringing pitch caught the ear of a little girl carrying a noble heterochromic calico cat named Coco, and she quickly tugged at her mother's hem. "Mother, look, that pitch-black creature looks exactly like our little Coco." Catching the scent of attention, the poor black cat eagerly played along with its master, twisting and posing charmingly to bait the customer. The response to that enthusiasm was a sharp, fiercely disdainful glare from the calico cat. "Damn it! Just looking at that ragged, shedding fur like a worn-out broom tells me you're river trash. How could you ever stand shoulder to shoulder with this lady?" Coco's snobby attitude sent the lump of black coal's boiling blood straight to its brain, its whole body puffing up like a spiky rambutan. "That's way too much. We were born from the same mold and you dare mock me, you obnoxious jerk." The young man frantically stroked the little cat's trembling back to calm its anger, biting his lip and deciding to lock the door and take it for a stroll to relieve stress. Anyway, not a single ghost would bother visiting this ragged shop today. Pulling down the shutters for a bit might even save on the electricity bill for the fan. The moment the latch was secured, the unlucky little guy started rolling around, stubbornly demanding protein. It argued stubbornly that just taking a few bites of coconut-braised pork would significantly increase the wrinkles on its brain. Striding down the street, the little bird Yin Yin kept pecking at its friend's ears with chirps that dealt extremely high psychological damage. "Stop crying, little black lump. Even though you're dumber than your kind out there, at least your price is dirt cheap, right?" After hearing that destructively encouraging remark, the cat's tears flowed like a waterfall from sheer frustration. The pathetic sight of his pets felt like a knife slicing through their owner's heart. He told himself that if only he wasn't such a cripple, blind to the Earth's energy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Before his tragic thoughts could fully ferment, the massive back of an armored pig abruptly appeared, blocking the sidewalk. The young man frowned in confusion at the out-of-context appearance of this creature in a recreational park. Did the suburban slaughterhouse just have a jailbreak? However, the food-obsessed little guy's logic was incredibly simple. In its eyes, that giant mass of meat was sparkling with the words, 50 kilos of walking braised pork. Ignoring all lethal risks, the black lump of coal sprinted like the wind toward its prey. Thank goodness Lin Yuan's reflexes hadn't rusted. He grabbed the little guy by the scruff of its neck and hoisted it up. "If you still want to breathe, drop that foodie mindset right now, you idiot. Do you think you have the jaw strength to pierce its skin that you just charge in?" At that very moment, the walking mass of meat suddenly roared with frantic sounds, making the young man shudder and wonder at this unprovoked fury. Logically, this breed of armored pig was as docile as a puppy. Those few petty cat scratches from earlier shouldn't have been enough to awaken its killer instincts. The true bad omen arrived when the roar completely died down and that brand-fueled tank roared and charged straight at the duo. He hurriedly hugged the pitch-black furball tightly, running for his life. The tragedy was that his battered body started panting like a bellows before he could get far. It seemed his vitality today was even more pathetically drained than usual. "Lin Yuan, are we going to drop dead right now?" The moment the black coal's jinxing mouth closed, the young man's heels faltered. His entire body face-planted and scraped against the road, the omen of death crystal clear. Without a moment of hesitation, both the chirping bird and the cowardly cat fluffed up, spreading their scrawny wings and claws to shield their master, even though they knew full well that their combined strength wouldn't even be enough to scratch the pig's itch. His vision had already started to darken, but with his last shred of fragile willpower, the youth still hoarsely shooed the two little ones away to find a way to survive. Just as the scythe of death drew near, the surrounding scenery suddenly blurred like a water-stained painting. In the blink of an eye, the flower garden landscape vanished, taking both his little friends and that meat tank into the void. While his brain was still struggling to orient itself in space, an unfamiliar tone echoed, calling him by name. Turning around to look, what hit his corneas was a giant metallic structure carrying a gloomy bronze hue. Vague memories from childhood resurfaced. This familiar shape, wasn't this the antique jewelry he had lost exactly 10 years ago? More accurately, it evaporated right after it accidentally got stained with his blood when he was 8. As if recognizing an old friend, the metal block began to vibrate violently. Thousands of golden rays exploded like a blazing sun, piercing straight into the youth's flesh. At this exact moment, a primal sensation rushed back, filling his lungs. The spiritual energy that had rejected him for a decade now opened its arms to embrace him once again. When the light died down, the young man's consciousness awakened on the familiar stone tiles of the flower park. Catching its master's gaze, the black lump of coal, which was running for its life from the crazy pig's claws, suddenly let out a joyful screech. From above, the little bird swooped back and forth, chirping shrilly to force its young master to quickly come up with a brilliant escape plan. Witnessing the chaotic scene before his eyes, If he just stood there with his arms crossed, his little friends would definitely be turned into a doormat. Ironically, the newly unblocked source of power was too pathetic. Squeezing it dry wouldn't even provide a toothpick for the enemy. In his moment of ultimate despair, the antique sitting on his wrist suddenly flashed with a brilliant aura. Instantly, an interface scanning all the flaws of that meat tank popped open in midair. Skimming through a series of stats, the youth's face grew even darker. Although this species belonged to the common tier, its level had hit the 3rd mark. Looking back at his 2 deadweights who couldn't even crawl past the starting line, he could only scream in despair. To the right, you idiot, dodge immediately. Thanks to its conditioned reflex upon hearing the command, the cat flinched and rolled to the side, saving its little life. Even after bypassing the Grim Reaper once, the scale of life and death still leaned entirely toward the opponent. With a strength gap like an ant facing an elephant, Lin Yuan understood he needed a real trump card. His eyes bored deep into the blinding light from his wrist, uttering a plea from the bottom of his heart. "Grandpa, if you really are my guardian deity, please show your spirit." "You greasy thing, let go of my friend." Yin Yin's throat-tearing screech dragged the youth back to reality. Looking up at the sky, he was stunned to realize that the little bird's sparse feathers were radiating a blinding golden halo, exactly like the aura from the antique he was wearing. A crazy theory flashed through the wrinkles of the young man's brain. Looking down, even the black lump of coal rolling on the ground was emitting an extremely bizarre energy field. Could this mysterious power be acting as a catalyst, forcing his 2 pets to break out of their cocoons and evolve? Before he could verify it, the armored tank crushed the road, charging straight ahead like a hurricane. The opponent's deafening sound waves made the little cat stagger. Its fragile eardrums felt like they were about to shatter, and the cat hurriedly screamed at the sky. "Big bro Yin Yin, how come your singing is so bad, but your volume still loses to this pig's roar?" Looking at his pet's struggles, the little boss's guts burned like fire. The reality of the situation was still a dead end, because even if they luckily got force-ripened, the gap between the inferior boundary and the 3rd level was still a bottomless abyss. To turn the tables, he absolutely had to hit its fatal weak point. But where the hell would the critical weakness of a pile of pork be? Squeezing his brain cells in a flash, a bold counterattack scenario gradually formed in his mind. "Little bird, open your live show right now, roar whatever song you want, as long as it crushes its cries." The youth shouted out the order. Receiving the imperial decree, the winged creature got into position. It channeled all its inner energy, wringing its lungs dry to squeeze out the most horrifying melodies. Admittedly, that disastrous sound had an incredibly terrifying destructive power on one's hearing. Thank God the little boss's eardrums had been forged to be callous. Having been tortured hundreds of times by this hellish noise, his hearing remained standing. Conversely, the armored tank took heavy mental damage. The initial rage directed at the black coal had now shifted to the target emitting that annoying noise in the sky. Locking onto its new target, the chubby mass of meat tore through the earth, chasing after the tiny shadow. Seeing disaster looming over its head, the little bird frantically flapped its wings, running for its life. But at that exact moment, the commander's sharp, cold voice rang out. "Turn around, fly straight into its bulging eyes, pierce the windows to its soul, and it's done for." Borrowing courage from its master, the little bird's guts swelled exponentially. It made a sharp turn in midair, ready for the finishing blow, but tragically, the magic engine inside its body suddenly jammed. Looking down, it discovered the young man had collapsed like a wilted banana leaf. That torn basket of a body had acted up and powered down, draining every last drop of strength right at the critical hair's breadth moment. "I'm begging you, just hold on for a few more seconds." The youth screamed in his heart, forcing his flesh while pleading with the artifact on his hand. As if a miracle had descended, fresh energy suddenly surged violently through the bird's tattered wings. Not missing the golden opportunity, it concentrated its power and fired arrows right from its feather coat. The rain of metal tore through the wind and plunged into the monster's eyes, causing the enemy's vision to go completely dark in agony. Seizing the moment the enemy was flailing, the captain continued screaming, urging the black coal to strike. In the moment of life and death, the intelligence of the 100 questions beast species suddenly shone brightly, exactly true to its name. Without waiting for its master to hold its hand or overcomplicate things, its sharp claws shredded the giant snout of that tank into a web of bloody streaks. Because it got too greedy with its attacks, the pitch-black furball took a thunderous headbutt from the enemy. The horrifying collision sent it flying into the air, gifting it a giant bump right on the top of its head. "Lin Yuan, did I win a prize?" The cat staggered and groaned. "We won. You guys were awesome. It really ran away." The young man whispered back, every muscle fiber in his body twitching repeatedly. The moment the last word slipped through his teeth, his consciousness sank into darkness, leaving the two little lives panicking and wailing in despair. Returning to the meaty bulldozer, obviously those petty scratching tricks couldn't take its life, but the stinging pain from the facial wounds had worn down its will to fight, forcing it to hold its head and run away. The aftermath of the chase dragged on until the defeated creature crashed into the line of sight of a noble lady and a middle-aged man whose life was bound to a wheelchair. "No wonder I smelled trouble earlier. Why did such a ridiculous species suddenly pop out of this corner?" The man frowned and spoke up. Following her companion's gaze, the lady also scanned the greasy mass of meat, and astutely noticed a streak of light bearing the silhouette of a small bird's feather still clinging to its flesh. Her face turned pale as she recognized the familiar mark of the neighbor boy's pet. "Mr. Lee, clean up this trash for me. I have to track down little Yuan." Dropping a hurried instruction, her silhouette vanished as fast as the wind. The old place now only left a crippled man facing off against a vicious beast going crazy from bleeding. However, the disabled uncle's demeanor didn't reveal a single drop of fear. "Time to work. I'll leave it to you, little guy." His rough hand stroked the little furball resting obediently in his lap. Who would have thought that a rabbit the size of a candy could hide such earth-shattering, destructive power? On the other side of the battlefield, the battered youth suddenly regained consciousness after a deep sleep. Ironically, his eyes opened to a distant, dreamlike realm. This familiar landscape, dating back to the uncultivated era of his subconscious, even he couldn't remember how many thousands of autumns had passed. Sitting right in the middle of the void was still the giant, rusty metal block. Convinced that this antique was exactly what pumped blood into him at death's door, the young man sincerely spoke up. "Even if my lip service is a bit late, a million thanks to you for sharing some oxygen with me when I was down on my luck." As soon as the words of gratitude fell, the brass structure flashed its aura like a satisfied nod. Sweeping his eyes around to measure, he calculated this sealed box was about the size of a mini apartment. A question bloomed. Could this be the parallel dimension hidden inside a supernatural entity that people often praised? And all these miracles originated from that old piece of jewelry. "Is this your handiwork, Mr. Mobius?" the youth curiously probed. Without a millimeter of error, the entity anchored to his hand bore the arrogant name Mobius. It was intrinsically an incredibly mysterious space-manipulating creation, even if it currently wore the cloak of a lowly commoner. At its starting threshold of power, its first trick was reality scan, a skill that peeled back the complex genetic codes that mortals covered up. The naked numbers would expose the true nature of all things. It was thanks to this treasure that he had just seen through the background of that meat tank earlier. Furthermore, it also had an anonymous move called Mind Like a Rock pinned to it. This passive power would temper the possessor's willpower according to their growth level, creating a steel shield that deflected soul-corroding toxins. Stringing the events together, the youth vaguely understood that this shield had been honed precisely through the days of enduring the little bird's golden voice. But the overwhelming dominance of the antique went beyond common sense when it came packed with an exclusive gene sequence. According to the laws of nature, beasts had to crawl to the bronze realm before daring to dream of this privilege. Yet the ragged creation on his hand was born with a silver spoon in its mouth. It was truly illogical. This cracked logic forced him into a delusion. Was he really holding onto a dropped item of the gods? Dissecting deeper into that exclusive gene sequence, there was a golden quartet of rules. Top of the list was the ability to take living creatures into its magical virtual space. The second rule forced the deposited lifeform to have a lower status than the host's power. The third barrier was dependency. This antique absolutely could not upgrade itself. Only when the sheltered living creature evolved would it catch a free ride and conveniently snatch the hostage's beginner skill. In exchange, it was forever rendered incapable of unlocking new moves on its evolutionary journey. The bottom line was that every time a cocoon was successfully broken, the boarding house's area would expand by one room, and this damn loop never had any exceptions. Put it bluntly, with his current status, he only had the qualifications to bring home the absolute trashiest seedling, and then work his ass off fertilizing it to grow so that this damn bracelet could leech experience. The youth felt dizzy, secretly understanding that if he wanted another room for a second pet, he had to break his back grinding to turn the first piece of trash into a top-tier superstar to even have a chance, right? This challenge was truly wringing water from a stone for a penniless guy, because just hiding a few useless bodies would already eat up all his capital. This kind of elite training fantasy would probably burn through a national treasury faster than a blink of an eye. Not to mention, his current embodiment was a certified bedbug. Poverty had already choked every angle of his creativity. Even so, the young man still stubbornly comforted his bleeding heart, telling himself that at least his spiritual veins were unblocked, and maybe there would be an extra piece of meat on his future dinner plate. Midst his daydreams, the pained nagging of his neighbor slipped into his eardrums. The doctor said he just lost a little breath and got a bit spooked, so why is the sun going down and the brat is still lying there stiff? Recognizing Auntie Zhang's fuming impatience, he thought to himself it was time to crawl out of this illusory shell. And then his soul returned to his body during the violent torture session of the bird and cat duo. One scratching his face, the other pecking bonk-bonk on his forehead. This savage wake-up style would force even a clinically dead person to spring up. "I'm not dead yet, what are you two babbling and making such a fuss about?" Just as he scrambled up, the little boss hurriedly stroked the two figures trembling with fear. Right on cue, the medic and the neighbor lady pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the brat's eyes wide open, the heavy boulder in their hearts finally lifted a little. Through the neighbor lady's mouth, the youth was shocked to learn that he had been submerged in the realm of death for a solid 10 hours. To extinguish the adult's panic, he had to bite his lip and offer his body up for the old medic to grope and diagnose from scratch. Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li next door had always acted as proxy parents, stepping in for the heavens to take him in. Even though their overflowing affection was no less than blood relatives, the earth-shattering secret about the contract with this bracelet was something he told himself he'd take to the grave for safety. The old medic summoned his partner, a blue-scaled carp belonging to the elite ranks of the water element at the 4th level. The healing light from it seeped in to soothe the cracks in his mind, washing away the negative dregs, making Lin Yuan secretly drool in admiration. "Authentic stuff hits different, this skill set is truly worth its weight in gold," he clicked his tongue. After fondling and measuring for a while, confirming the youth's mortal machinery was running smoothly, the old medic grabbed his medical bag and slipped away quickly. The moment the blouse-wearing figure disappeared, the neighbor uncle's clueless rabbit poked its face in, its mouth gripping a wooden box emitting a mouth-watering fragrance. The lady quickly bragged that this was an ultra-nutritious meal passionately cooked by the man in the wheelchair himself. With such a golden heart, how could a freeloader dare bare his teeth to complain, hurriedly holding out his hands to catch it? As soon as the lid popped open, the glistening light of several pieces of melt-in-the-mouth, braised, fatty pork hit his retinas directly. Making the pitch-black furball gulp loudly, its bloodshot eyes going crazy with jealousy. Glancing over, he suddenly remembered the neighbor uncle was harboring a monster in the shape of a dark rabbit that was incredibly quiet and mysterious. Contrary to the hyperactive nature of its kind, it obediently curled up in the hem of the old lady's shirt, its face looking as satisfied as if it were high on nature's drugs. His curiosity acting up, he decided to borrow the treasure's magnifying glass to pry into the animal's background. Who would have thought the result popping out would be a practical joke? From its origins, genetic code, and power realm to its signature move, everything was completely covered by a dense fog labeled as indeterminate. The only piece of junk info that slipped through the cracks was the fact that this creature hogged a whole 2 exclusive gene sequences, proving that the dark rabbit shell was just a scam to deceive the world. Shaking off the smell of antiseptics, feeling the pain of his frail body, the youth threw himself into the body-tuning routine every dawn. The misery was that this rusty machine, despite being grinded for an hour every day, still sluggishly failed to break its limits. Lacking the pampering of the Earth's energy since childhood, this brutal lesson plan was literally crushing his muscles. Thinking it over and over, the fantasy of dominating the martial world should probably be shoved into the corner of the closet. Obediently pivoting to a desk job suited the times better. The little brat is out catching the morning dew so early today. While he was leaning against the wall exhaling, he bumped into the old makeshift couple returning from the early market. "Yes, I have to tune up this battered body, uncle." The young man flashed a radiant smile, but the corners of his eyes accidentally anchored on the yellow tarp covering the disabled man's crippled legs. Borrowing the artifact's X-ray vision, the veil of lies was instantly torn apart, exposing the nightmare taking root in the old man's flesh. Its identity was a bone-attaching maggot, a rotting parasite at the platinum tier, carrying the seed of a toxin that destroyed internal organs and insanely eroded willpower. The youth shuddered when reviewing the documents. This rotting worm had to dissect the host's flesh and burn their life force just to sprout this malignant pathogen. As brutal as it was, that disabled man still had the sheer badassery to freeze this apocalyptic mass of poison right in his thigh for all these years, implying that the old man's hidden strength had to at least be sitting comfortably on the throne of an emperor. Stringing the logic together, he was certain that the mysterious furball had also taken a near-fatal beating, which was why it borrowed the guise of a wild rabbit to stall for recovery time. His brain jumped numbers constantly, giving him goosebumps as he bowed down to this textbook, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger script of a peerless master in this slum. Fleeting conversation broke off quickly after a few casual words. The neighbor lady pushed the wheelchair and turned on her heel. Before their shadows disappeared behind the door, the man left behind a warning. "If anything happens, kid, you better call my name immediately. If you happen to shoulder any debts, you're forbidden from biting your lip and bearing it alone, you hear me?" "Yes, sir, you two elders can rest easy," the youth replied obediently. Pouring his heart out, his soul was overflowing with gratitude from the patched-up days when the old couple took in the two dirty siblings. This mountain of debt urged him to anxiously look for a chance to pay back his life's debt. The youth pondered and wished that his hands had enough magic to wipe out that malignant pathogen, and firmly swore to flip heaven and earth upside down to hunt for the cure to save his benefactor. The young man strode over and pushed the shop door open. Blocking his view was a pot of devil's ivy belonging to the third level of the common tier, but strangely enough, it was emitting the glow of an exquisite item. It was clear as day that, when he tossed it into the corner the other day, it still bore the trash label, so how the hell did it automatically rank up after one night's sleep? This surreal phenomenon struck a hammer to his head, sparking a conspiracy theory. Could it be that the energy reserve inside his body wasn't rusty at all, but was actually acting as a supply station, force-feeding these ragged plants to evolve? Determined to uncover the truth, he rolled up his sleeves to play an all-in gamble. This time, he'd borrow the lives of those trash lily sprouts as meat shields. With hands wringing every drop of essence from his core, that river trash flower sprouted roots and marched straight into the premium segment. Combined with his existing healing magic, the price tag of this plant had to skyrocket at least tenfold at the very least. Blood boiling from hitting the jackpot, the youth rushed out to the middle of the stairs and screamed, "You two deadweights, wake up and come admire your young master's miracle right now." The sleepy pets dragged their bodies out of their nest with their eyes glued shut, but the cunning little bird had already sniffed out the bizarre transformation in its body. The black coal had suddenly hit the second level, while the chatty bird shot straight to the third-level realm. And most importantly, their trash passports had been torn up. They officially stepped into the ranks of commoners. The little boss was thrilled to the bone, pouncing on the cat and hugging it tight against his chest. The feeling of holding a fate-changing trump card made him soar. The day he stepped into high society to count money until his hands cramped was probably not far away. Spinning his brain to think it over, this benefit was even greater than a pile of mortal money, because the tribulation process for beasts was incredibly costly and arduous. Apart from a minority that got high on nature's drugs, the vast majority of them had to rely on the magical hands of alchemists, cramming tons of luxurious herbs and minerals into their bodies just to squeeze out a ray of hope, paving the path to step up to the peak of power and evolve. Ironically, this poor youth only needed to open his hand and channel his power to complete that entire assembly line. A gift falling from the sky capable of turning the world upside down, but before his budding smile could fade, a chill ran down his spine. Because if this heaven-defying secret art leaked into the light, starving wolves across the globe would sniff him out and tear him into 100 pieces. Just 1 second of carelessness, and he would become a sacrificed lamb. With his current hands that couldn't even tie up a chicken, burying this secret in his grave was his only viable option to survive. Chewing on this mess over and over, the youth concluded a universal truth. If he wanted to swallow this privilege whole, he had to wear the cloak of a master alchemist. Using that halo as a shield was the only way he could luckily survive day by day. If he derailed from this track, a death sentence was inevitable. "This piece of iron is ringing." The bird's shrill voice holding the phone slapped right into his face, snapping Lin Yuan out of his thoughts. Looking at his younger sister's name lighting up the screen, His brain automatically jumped numbers, calculating that the day the little girl stepped onto the pedestal to bind her first lifeform seemed to be drawing near. "Old brother, I haven't checked in for 2 days. Are you still breathing normally at home?" Chu Si's clear voice, soaked in affection, chirped through the speaker. "This brother of yours has a body of copper and iron now, missy. Today I even have spare energy to plan on clearing out the trash heap in the backyard." The little girl on the other end jumped up in distress. Her brother was as weak as a snail, gasping for oxygen after taking half a step, so where would he get the strength to demand to dance with a broom to sweep? Feeling sorry for her brother, the girl kept talking to stop him, telling him to put away that idea and wait for her to come home to serve him. Unfortunately, the innocent child had no idea that the useless young man from the past now held the magic to turn the tides of fate in his hands. "I'll just do a few basic sweeps. Why make a big deal out of it? Don't worry, my life is tough. I can't croak just yet. You just stop being a busybody and keep our sibling pact in mind. Since you're boarding at school, work your ass off studying, and don't throw that genius brain of yours down the drain, you hear me?" The youth warmly smoothed over the little girl's psychology. Thanks to that, the breathing on the other side of the phone finally calmed down a bit. The call ended. Picturing her withered brother risking his life to earn a few meager coins for her education, the flames of ambition blazed fiercely in the young girl's heart, swearing on her life never to fail his immense sacrifices. Exactly as Lin Yuan had calculated, the countdown had reached a mere 48 hours before she and the brats at the academy would perform the soul-binding ritual. This life-and-death ceremony carried earth-shattering weight, which was why the proctoring teacher kept repeating the song of caution until their ears wore out. Although the base stats of the new species dictated the playing field, the limits of the master acted as the reins to curb the beast's fury. Flipping through the textbook, the resonance between human and beast energy was a matter of survival. If one accidentally picked a creature with a clashing temperament, out of sync with the controller's ego, a severed bond halfway through was inevitable. In a mild case, dreams would shatter. In a severe one, nerve cords would explode, turning one into a lunatic. Even the bottom feeders swinging hammers or sweeping streets in society had to bleed and sweat to bond with animals, just to extract their essence. Let alone Chu Ci's assassin training ground, matchmaking human and beast was a life-risking gamble that required meticulous calculation. The ringing of the dismissal bell signaled the end of the class. The homeroom teacher held her favorite student back to interrogate her about her choice for the upcoming ritual. "Chu Ci, are you still stubbornly refusing to switch your path? I know full well about your family's poverty, but your brain is exceptionally brilliant. The Federation's prodigy recruitment tournament is right around the corner. If you bring that trash creature to the competition, how will you fight for favor against the rest of the world?" The teacher's starting point was purely out of compassion, but that pity placed a crushing, 1,000-pound burden on the poor girl's shoulders with no one to confide in. Contrary to the schoolyard storms, her clueless brother didn't catch a single whiff of the sorrow eroding his sister's mind. Because his head was in the clouds after successfully manipulating 3 snow lilies into a premium tier. These dry twigs had now put on a new coat. Even if sold cheap, they would fetch a solid 20,000 in cold hard cash. Holding this capital, he was confident he could buy a heavily armored super beast for the little girl to make a breakthrough. His train of thought was cut short by a piercing phone ring. An unknown number flashed on the screen. The moment his finger swiped to answer, a hail of curses from the other end fired directly into his eardrums, leaving the teenager too dizzy to strike back. "You're Chu Ci's irresponsible older brother, right? Is your brain full of tofu, urging her to bring that ragged beetle home for the ritual? Are you just going to trample a once-in-a-millennium genius and throw her into the gutter?" Shaking off the dizziness, he realized the person on the other end was his sister's fierce homeroom teacher. Taking a basketful of scolding without time to wipe his face, the boy finally understood that the brat at home planned a suicide mission with that low-grade insect. The gray beetle, that flea market trash you could instantly grab for 200 coins. It bit hard, true, but aside from brainless violence, it was utterly useless. No one in the underworld had the free time to pick up this worthless thing to raise, except maybe to chop it to pieces as fodder for other beasts. Teenager heartbreakingly understood that the girl chose that cheap path simply because her heart ached for her penniless brother. The teacher's voice still roared through the wind. "The girl's synchronization rate is a perfect match for any defensive shield. With this monster-like physique, you could squeeze the entire Zai Jing dry and only count them on one hand. Please, do a good deed, empty your life savings, and buy her a top-tier tank to carry her future. The young man broke into a cold sweat, his mouth smoothly uttering endless yeses, guiltily swearing that within 48 hours he would express deliver premium goods straight to the school gates. After hanging up, his brain immediately did the math. Even the cheapest premium barricade monster would tear away 100,000 in cash. Pawning those 3 flower pots was like a drop in the bucket, and the clock of death had already started ticking. The only dead end left was to drain his life force, using his magic to transform all the unsold plants in the shop into high-end goods. He needed to scrape together a massive sum to hunt down a top-notch bodyguard machine for the little girl to break through. So the little boss kept his eyes open all night long, pouring every last drop of his magical essence into the frail green sprouts. As dawn broke, his dried-up corpse could only drag itself across the floor, but luckily, the finished batch had turned out perfectly according to his crazy script. Hauling his ass out of the blankets, the teenager didn't forget to tightly wrap his treasures in a cloth strip. The trading market was a chaotic place mixing dragons and fishes. There were few honest men and many thieves, so hiding his trump card was the best policy. The worst part was that he couldn't travel solo today because that black lump of coal stubbornly clung to its master like a starving leech. Despite wasting his breath to coax it, the stubborn cat insisted on tagging along. It seemed that after taking a bite of the evolutionary energy, this little rascal's ego was inflating day by day, completely out of control. The bus of life and death is arriving. Everyone step back from the yellow forbidden zone. Just as the warning faded, a bizarre passenger carriage pulled by a pack of mutant horses tore through the wind and landed. Witnessing this vehicle for the first time, the cat widened its eyes in disbelief. Its pea-sized brain couldn't process why this iron box didn't look anything like the vehicles on the television screen. The old guzzling car you remember is an antique from the Stone Age, kid. It's been nearly a century since magic took over. The strength of cattle and horses kicked those scrap metals to the curb a long time ago. The teenager patted the animal's butt and dragged it onto the passenger cabin. The moment his butt touched the cushion, the idle coachman had already poked his nosy beak over to make an acquaintance. Kid, got free time to drag your ass to the wholesale market for goods. Hit the jackpot, boy, today is the perfect timing. What do you mean, uncle? Did some slaughterhouse just leak hot goods into the market? He quickly took the bait. Are you blind to the news, brat? The coachman pouted, starting to ramble about the unprovoked spatial rift that had appeared 30 miles outside the city center. The mercenaries of the Zai Jing guards had to stay awake for 2 days and nights, using their flesh and blood to plow through the flea bugs pouring out of that hellish loophole. They had to struggle immensely just to muzzle that damn spatial gate. Rumor had it that 3 elite legions still had to keep their eyes peeled on the outer perimeter to clean up the aftermath. Unfortunately, that spatial mouth ripped open right next to the mutant animal breeding zone. The result was a devastated beast-taming facility, with some dead and others crippled. The frustrated management staff had no choice but to herd the remaining wounded survivors onto tarps by the roadside to salvage some capital. Because of that incident, the driver insisted that he had stepped out on the right foot today, picking up a sweet deal fallen from a disaster. So the armored pig carriage from the other day was a runaway from this incident. The black lump of coal caught the scent of the truth, muttering to itself. Not going to lie, the coachman also scooped up an armored pig at a massive discount yesterday. The whole neighborhood flocked together to tear the carcass apart, butchering the meat into pieces to take home, smoke on the rack, and eat gradually. Listening to the other party's complaints, Lin Yuan secretly thought today was truly his lucky day. Severely injured spiritual creatures like these usually came at incredibly soft prices. With just a burst of good karma, who knows, he might stumble upon some great bargains. So Lin Yuan told the driver to drop him off right at the intersection next to the zone dedicated to disabled spiritual creatures. Amidst the chaotic and bustling atmosphere of the market, he hadn't even walked a few meters before Kong Ming anxiously spoke up. All done, now just leave it to me to show off. Lin Yuan, what kind of spiritual creature are you aiming for, and what is the allowed budget? Lin Yuan looked at it with eyes full of suspicion. Even though rumors praised the Bai Wen beast as a master haggler, Kong Ming's appearance right now didn't look trustworthy in the slightest. Despite that, he honestly shared that his current goal was a defensive-oriented spiritual creature at the elite grade, with a price hovering around 100,000 Federation credits. Kong Ming heard that number and widened its eyes, staring intently. Wait, Didn't our entire family's combined fortune not even cross the 20,000 mark? That's why I have to bring out the Qing Luo and Snow Lilies that just leveled up last night to trade. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, then mentally recalculated the total value of the spiritual creatures he had painstakingly upgraded the day before. As he strolled past a stall, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if the exhibited plants were waving and calling out to him. It seemed Lin Yuan's abilities were progressing at a breakneck pace. Now, he could easily perceive the friendly or resistant attitudes of the surrounding spiritual creatures. The softer the light they emitted, the more they adored him. Notably, from the Qing Tang Carp and Ming Orchid to the Snow Lily and Tianzai Gem, countless plants showed intense goodwill towards him. Lin Yuan was secretly astonished. Could his adaptability be so broad that it embraced both the healing and support systems? Lin Yuan, come here and check this out quickly. Amidst his drifting mind, Kong Ming's squeaky voice pulled him back to reality. When he turned his head to look, hitting his eyes was the image of the little cat wasting so much saliva, haggling back and forth, to seal the deal on a little hard-skinned rabbit. Coincidentally, this was exactly the elite-grade defensive spiritual creature model he was hunting for. This creature's signature skill was called hard skin. It had the ability to create a sturdy protective membrane like scales covering the contractor's skin, thereby significantly neutralizing incoming damage. The seller set the price at 80,000, but Kong Ming calmly slashed it down to exactly 10,000, until the stall owner gritted his teeth and dropped it to 60,000. The sly cat only nudged it up to a maximum of 20,000. Seeing the tension rise, Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed in and scooped the rabbit up, profusely apologizing to the stall owner. Please forgive me, my Bai-Wen beast lacks a bit of manners. Lin Yuan, why did you ruin it? If you let me squeeze a little more, we could have definitely taken it home for 20,000. Kong Ming grumbled angrily. Seeing this, he had to bend down and whisper into its ear. In business, you have to look left and right to compare values. Do you understand this logic? The two of them continued their stroll around the market. The next target that fell into their sights was a bonsai turtle of the tortoise lineage. Unfortunately, its quality only stopped at the normal level. It possessed the giant form skill, allowing its body to swell into a barricade to shield the master standing behind it, blocking dangerous attacks. The catch was that Kong Ming kept complaining about the bonsai turtle moving as sluggishly as a snail. Lin Yuan himself wasn't too keen on it either because its level was too low, and his time was too tight to afford nurturing it to a higher level. Wandering a bit further, the duo encountered a little gloomy pig. This was a creature possessing a solid defensive shell, currently stuck at Elite Grade 1. This creature's ultimate move was roll. In simple terms, it would curl its body tightly into a ball, using physical momentum to tumble around and help the contractor dodge fatal blows. But looking at this gloomy pig's cowardly demeanor, how was it any different from the little hard-skinned rabbit from earlier? So both Lin Yuan and Kong Ming shook their heads in refusal. Hey, how about we pull a U-turn and snatch that hard-skinned rabbit from before? Kong Ming suggested, however. Lin Yuan still wanted to take the effort to do one last lap around the market to get a clear picture before making a final decision. Walking until his legs ached, finally, the only thing that caught his eye was a creature named the coiled horn goat. This was a sheep-type individual of the rock element, its power having reached Elite Grade 7. Its rarity had reached the flawless threshold. This creature held two skills. The first was block, utilizing the massive horns on top of its head to parry incoming attacks. The second skill was horn strike, also using those massive horns, but with the intent of ramming straight into the enemy to deal damage. Immensely satisfied, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to open his mouth to the boss. Uncle, can I get this little coiled horn goat for 100,000? The stall owner slowly opened his lethargic eyes, yawning endlessly, and said he had to ask his wife for permission before making a decision. Taking advantage of the uncle gossiping on the phone with the boss of the house, Kong Ming irritably mumbled in Lin Yuan's ear. Hey, I scoured the internet thoroughly for prices yesterday. A normal coiled horn goat is only around 50,000. No matter how premium it is, 90,000 is the absolute limit. You just opened your mouth and offered a price like a nouveau rich. That is what people call showing goodwill. In the art of negotiation, you're still very green and naive, cat, Lin Yuan unhurriedly retorted. Just then, the boss hung up the phone. However, he threw out a steep price of 120,000 Federation credits, not a penny less. Disappointment was clearly etched on Lin Yuan's face. This number exceeded his budget by a whole 20,000. His hands were tied. Unfortunately, after scouring this entire market, it seemed impossible to scavenge another defensive spiritual creature. Caught in a dilemma, he suddenly heard the echoing shouts of the young man at the adjacent stall. "Thank you folks for your enthusiastic support these past few days. Right now my spiritual beast meat is completely sold out. For those who arrived late and couldn't buy any, I bow my head in apology." Just as the words dropped, the crowd below began whining and complaining. "How is it gone in the blink of an eye, uncle? I still see some half-dead spiritual beasts inside. Why don't you butcher them and sell the rest?" Yeah, who knows when we'll hunt down a bargain like this again." Just catching a few words about heavily injured spiritual beasts. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up like car headlights. The man standing at the stall firmly declared that he would not slaughter those pitiful creatures. Seeing this, the crowd had to bitterly disperse, because if they brought those crippled burdens home, where would they find someone capable of healing them? Seizing the golden opportunity, Lin Yuan agilely slipped through the crowd to the front. "Late kid, the meat is all gone. From now on this stall is done selling spiritual beast meat too." The boss waved his hand and spoke up as soon as he glanced at Lin Yuan. "You misunderstood, brother, I'm not craving meat. I want to take a look at those heavily injured spiritual beasts lying inside." Lin Yuan replied calmly. He astutely noticed that this man's mood was quite unstable. Using haggling tricks at this sensitive moment might just get him kicked out onto the street. However, his prowess had now turned to a new page. Lin Yuan silently activated Mobius's calm mind skill, casting it directly onto the opponent's mind. Instantly, the boss's frowning face visibly softened. He smiled and said, "Little brother, I'm probably not much older than you, just call me Brother Yang to keep it friendly. There are exactly 3 spiritual creatures on their last breath in there, let me lead you in for a look." This man had an unexpectedly rustic personality. In the cage were 2 web-spitting spiders, which looked intact at a glance, but Brother Yang frankly confessed that their bellies were torn wide open. With this tragic condition, they could at best gasp for air for another day or 2. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes to scrutinize them carefully. It turned out both these creatures had touched the elite grade 10 threshold. Their abilities stemmed from a specific set of skills. The first skill allowed them to weave spider webs that were razor-sharp yet thin along their path, extremely difficult to detect. The next skill, named Poison Web, could cast a net woven from highly toxic threads. If they hadn't been struck by the sudden spatial rift disaster, these 2 spiders would have sooner or later risen to the ranks of bronze-grade spiritual creatures. These were top-tier picks. Assuming they were perfectly healthy, tossing one web-spitting spider into the black market would fetch at least 300,000 Federation credits. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Yang? Lin Yuan probed. "You're being modest with that price, kid." A support creature with excellent crowd control and packed with toxins like this, even if you yelled a higher price, people would still rush to buy it. But the tragedy is their crippled state. Lumping this pair together to salvage 15,000 Federation credits would already be the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Lin Yuan made the final call to take the whole bundle. He expressed his intention to Brother Yang to buy both these web-spitting spiders, but the problem was his empty pockets, so he wanted to use homegrown spiritual creatures for a trade. "Little brother, let me speak honestly. After smoothly resolving this batch, I plan to gather my capital to open a brand new spiritual creature breeding farm, tearing it down and rebuilding from zero. So whatever you bring out to trade might not scratch my itch." The other party let out a long sigh. Perhaps because his initial expectations were too high, he couldn't hide his disappointment when he heard Lin Yuan crying poor. "Then what if I bring out an elite-grade Qing Luo to trade? What do you think?" Lin Yuan leisurely tossed out the bait. Hearing this, Brother Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliant light. An elite-standard Qing Luo was inherently rare and hard to find. To bring a pot home, one had to bite their lip and shell out double its actual value. If the words pouring out of Lin Yuan's mouth were the real deal, Brother Yang was bound to make a guaranteed profit on this business transaction. Without hesitation, he brought out the final treasure hidden at the bottom of the chest. This was the creature he had poured his heart and soul into nurturing, a rhino rock bull of the giant horn lineage, carrying the earth element's power and sitting proudly at elite grade 10. Fatal highlight lay in the fact that its potential had reached the epic realm. The rhino rock bull kept 2 vicious moves up its sleeve. First was Rock Horn. Once unleashed, it would go berserk and charge at the target with half-deadly rams, disregarding its own battered body. The second ultimate move was named Sacrifice. True to its name, it acted as a meat shield, directly sharing fatal blows on behalf of the contracted master. "Brother Yang, how much do you plan to let this little rhino rock bull go for?" Lin Yuan's eyes burned like torches at this moment. An epic quality spiritual creature, on the verge of shooting up to bronze grade, and purely a tank type built to take a beating. Taking this home as a gift for little Chu Ci was a match made in heaven. Kid, are you kidding me? Its crippled body is beyond saving now, Brother Yang replied in astonishment. Ignoring the warning, Lin Yuan calmly brushed it off and straightforwardly proposed to finalize the bull at a price of 200,000 Federation credits. The words that came out made the seller's jaw drop even further. Could this young man possess a miraculous healing art to snatch this rhino rock bull's life from the brink? Brother Yang silently calculated. If Lin Yuan had no supreme medical skills and yet dared to embrace all three of these hospital-rejected cases, he was truly an incurable madman. Not to mention, he even boldly brought out elite-grade Qing Luo to bet on this deal. Brother Yang, just put all your trust in me. My batch of Qing Luo will absolutely not make you feel sorry. Lin Yuan thumped his chest and affirmed with a tone that was both resolute and slightly arrogant. Brother Yang let out a long sigh, eventually gritting his teeth and nodding to take a gamble. Since Lin Yuan was sweeping away all three of these sick patients anyway, he could pack up and close shop early for peace of mind. After packing his things, the two immediately set off to witness the boys' elite-grade Qing Luo garden with their own eyes. Brother Yang thoughtfully pulled out his treasure, the spirit-trapping box, conveniently stuffing the massive body of the rhino rock bull and the pair of web-spitting spiders inside for easy transport. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a small, shimmering cubic object from his coat. With just a light toss onto the ground, the object instantly expanded before the wide, admiring eyes of Kong Ming. Lin Yuan, what the heck is this thing? It chirped and asked. It is called the spirit-trapping box, an exclusive tech toy from my Dio Logistics. Its function is to suck spiritual creatures inside, automatically shrinking their size to fit perfectly into the box, while simultaneously draining most of their weight so that carrying them becomes as light as a feather. Kong Ming pouted and questioned, if it's this awesome, why haven't I ever seen you buy one for us? I ask a question that rubs salt in the wound. Back in the day, where did our family scrape up the spare cash to mess around with these luxury goods? The three sickly creatures were sucked flawlessly into Brother Yang's magic box in a flash. Most impressively, even the colossal body of the rhino rock bull was swallowed inside without a hitch. That magical scene made Kong Ming so excited that its tail kept twitching endlessly. In stark contrast to the cat's hyperactive demeanor, Brother Yang's face slumped heavily. This box has reached the bronze grade realm, but that poor rhino rock bull, I fear it will never touch the doors of the bronze grade in this lifetime. Having smoothly resolved the cleanup phase, he waved his hand and summoned his companion, a little streamer fire lizard. This creature wore the sparkling scales of the lizard lineage, its power having touched the bronze grade 7 mark. How is it, kid? The masterpiece shaped by my hands looks quite dashing, right? Brother Yang clearly showed his pride in the little streamer fire lizard, his hand stroking its scales while eagerly asking. The moment the creature revealed itself, Lin Yuan's eyes bulged and his mouth formed an O out of pure shock. This guy's streamer fire lizard kept 3 ultimate skills under its belt, and its poison damage was intensely alarming. He jumped up in joy, running circles around the lizard to scrutinize every single scale, annoying it to the point of wanting to flick its tail and scold him. But what could be done? A once-in-a-lifetime chance to glue his eyes to an authentic bronze-grade creature like this, how could Lin Yuan bear to ignore it? Witnessing the young man reading off every single skill of his pet clearly with just a glance, Brother Yang secretly broke a sweat. This kid is absolutely no joke. His face still has baby fat, but his belly is packed with the profound knowledge of a specialized researcher. He is either a once-in-a-millennium genius, or there is some colossal figure backing him from behind. It looks like my gamble this time has struck a gold vein. His train of thought had just sparked when a crowd suddenly gathered and loudly threw sarcastic remarks. It turned out that Brother Yang abruptly releasing the streamer fire lizard in the middle of the market had scared the wits out of the weak surrounding spiritual creatures to the point of making them skip lunch. Oh, my apologies, folks, I'll pack up and scram right away. Old Yang scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Finishing his words, he hopped onto the broad back of the lizard, and Lin Yuan hastily clung on behind him. Waiting for the passengers to settle down, Old Yang immediately patted its shoulder and urged his mount to speed off. The streamer fire lizard's acceleration left those buses pulled by hooved donkeys from the morning a dozen streets behind. The sudden revving of the engine nearly caused Lin Yuan and little Kong Ming to flip backward belly up. Without much effort, they had landed safely on Lin Yuan's front porch. Young man stepped off the vehicle with his legs twisted, swaying like a drunkard, but still forcing himself to stand straight. Seeing that funny sight, Brother Yang teased, "Your stamina is pretty beefy, kid. People with weak stomachs riding on the streamer fire lizard for the first time usually just want to throw up their green and yellow bile. But then again, the feeling of gliding through the wind and enjoying the view from above is always satisfying, haha." Lin Yuan fumbled to unlock the door while shyly replying, "You're teasing me, Brother Yang. I can't thank you enough. Today is my first time experiencing the thrill of riding a bronze-grade spiritual beast. The house is a bit shabby. Please treat it as your own, Brother Yang." Old Yang narrowed his eyes and scanned around Lin Yuan's nest, and doubt once again surged in his gut. This tiny, terribly battered shop didn't have a shred of the aura of a fairyland retreat for a secluded expert. He told himself, if that kid's batch of Qing Luo turns out to be low-quality fakes, then today I've just wasted my time carrying water in a sieve. Would have thought, just glancing at the lush green pots displayed on the shelves, Old Yang's attitude pulled a 180-degree turn. A creation master. Definitely the masterpiece of a creation master. These elite-grade Qing Luo sprouts have reached such pure succulence. If not molded by the magical hands of a creation master, they wouldn't bloom or bear fruit even if planted until the next life. He screamed internally. Old Yang was as overjoyed as if he had struck gold, eagerly telling Lin Yuan that this batch of goods was a peak masterpiece far beyond his imagination. All of them were outstanding tier, reaching the elite threshold. Even if you hauled bags of money into the black market, you wouldn't necessarily secure such premium Qing Luo roots. Lin Yuan pointed his nose to the sky, proudly thumping his chest and explaining. Before their transformation, these plants were soaked in soil mixed full of mineral stone essence. Thanks to that, their roots sucked up enough nutrients to guarantee a perfectly flawless quality. To be absolutely sure, Old Yang gingerly pinched off a small section of a Qing Luo leaf to test the goods. From the cut seeped a brimming stream of sap, and the sleek leaf didn't reveal a single scratch. All evidence shattered his doubts. This kid wasn't just flapping his lips. These were clearly ultra-premium Qing Luo loved by thousands. Holding this fortune in his hands, Old Yang's days of doom were finally drawing to a close, and the door to a new life was swinging wide open. Bitter memories suddenly rushed back. Brother Yang recalled the days of braving the rain and storms to beg the creation masters, only for those arrogant snobs to lift their chins and look at him with half an eye. Simply because his poor pockets couldn't dig out the exotic flowers and strange herbs they demanded, he ended up getting kicked out onto the streets like a beggar. The unwritten rule in this circle was that if you wanted to invite a creation master out of the mountain, you had to offer up the spiritual materials they thirsted for. The catch was, with Brother Yang's lowly status, finding those treasures was like plucking stars from the sky. However, standing before the row of Qing Luo personally cultivated by Lin Yuan, a fire of hope burned brightly in his chest. The old man secretly thought, as long as he clung to and forged a deep bond with this kid, the dark days ahead would definitely be flooded with glorious light. What do you think, Brother Yang? Is this batch of Qing Luo enough to scratch your itch? Seeing the old guy just standing there in a daze, Lin Yuan had to break the ice. Absolutely amazing, incredibly awesome. Now let's cut to the chase regarding the money. I won't hide anything from you, kid. If this pile of Qing Luo were tossed onto the star web, even if I yelled the price at 30,000 per root, people would snatch them all up in a heartbeat. I'll play it big and finalize the price at 33,000 for each pot. I need to buy a wholesale batch of 100 roots. I wonder if your capability can handle this quantity, little brother. Kong Ming's ears twitched violently as if electrocuted. 33,000 a pot, multiplied by 100. Mother of God, are these two master and disciple going to be crushed to death by money? Ever since the day it was born and started tailing Lin Yuan, never in its wildest dreams had it dared to think of a mountain of gold this huge. In stark contrast to Kong Ming's panic, Lin Yuan nodded instantly. A rare opportunity. He was also thirsting for a massive amount of life force to grind his professional rank. And Qing Luo coincidentally happened to be the highest quality and easiest material to consume right now. Seeing Lin Yuan's decisive, unflinching attitude when faced with a deal reeking of money, Brother Yang became even more convinced that this kid was a big shot, worldly wise, and definitely had a colossal underground faction pulling the strings behind him. This dilapidated rat nest was surely just a theatrical set to blind the world. The old man then probed further. So how many days do you plan to lock the deal to deliver enough goods to me? Lin Yuan racked his brain to calculate, and he timidly finalized a 7-day deadline. Ripening one pot of Qing Luo consumed almost an hour. not to mention needing to set aside about 2 days to heal the pet he prepared to gift little Chu CI bundling in eating, sleeping, and resting. 7 days was already light speed. Yet, deep down, Lin Yuan was still afraid the old man would complain it was too sluggish. Who could have expected Brother Yang to be as thrilled as if he had hit the jackpot? The old man screamed in sheer joy, "The ancestors are carrying my back. This old bone is being blessed by the saints. Taking only 7 short days, this godlike speed means I have truly met an incarnate immortal." Both sides high-fived and beamed with joy, closing the deal in a flash. Old Yang left behind the 3 sickly burdens and carried 30 pots of sleek elite Qing Luo home, his hands full. Lin Yuan flexed so hard that he didn't even bother demanding a single dime of deposit for the 70 unfinished pots. He only reminded the old man to keep an eye on the exact date and time to come pick up the goods and settle the payment all at once. Old Yang's figure faded away with an ecstatic, life-loving demeanor, completely shedding the gloomy, miserable face he wore when they met at the market earlier this morning. Waiting until the guest's shadow was out of sight, Lin Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves and dove into the most mentally exhausting project, restoring the power of the crippled spiritual beasts he just brought home. Staring at the massive fleshy carcass of the rhino rock bull lying flat in the middle of the yard, little Yin Yin timidly hid behind his shirt flap, chirping and asking, "Lin Yuan, is this gigantic lump of meat planning to take root in our house forever? Where's the money to fill its belly? Just salvage its life first, we'll figure out the future later." Lin Yuan didn't dare to neglect a single passing minute. This rhino rock bull's life force was so drained it hit the red alert, and he had to race against the Grim Reaper's scythe. The stream of spiritual energy was unblocked and channeled into its body. The torn chunks of flesh on the rhino rock bull gradually knitted together, slowly sealing the wounds. Seeing this promising signal, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and braced himself, forcing his body to pump spiritual energy at an even more terrifying speed. Who could have expected that at the exact moment he sped up the process? The muscular body of the rhino rock bull suddenly convulsed and writhed violently, followed by heart-wrenching roars of agony. In the blink of an eye, a thin but diamond-hard barrier completely covered its body. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat in sheer panic. What the hell was going on? Don't tell me this is the shackle preventing the rhino horn iron bull from breaking through to the bronze tier. Having mounted the tiger, there was no stepping down. Lin Yuan drained every last drop of his spirit chi, channeling it directly into the rhino horn iron bull to smash that stubborn shell, even knowing it was entirely exhausting his own strength. Heaven rewards the diligent after Lin Yuan's desperate efforts. That barrier finally cracked and shattered into pieces. A true miracle had occurred. Not only did he pull the rhino horn iron bull back from the gates of hell, but he also rolled out the red carpet for it to proudly step into the ranks of bronze-tier spiritual creatures. The leap was a resounding success. Although the rhino horn iron bull's old skill set remained unchanged, it awakened an extremely overpowered hidden talent. Even more astonishing was that Lin Yuan had full authority to choose one of 3 talents. The first option was scale skin, adding a thick layer of steel-like scales over its skin. The second was roll, boosting the rhino horn iron bull's movement speed to a wind-tearing level while conserving stamina. And the ultimate boss was pain absorption, a devilish skill allowing it to absorb a portion of damage and convert it back into health for survival. This effect was unimaginably sweet. Playing a multiple-choice game of 1 out of 3, the first 2 sounded decent enough, which really gave him a headache. Attaching that nimble escape move to a punching bag meant for taking hits was pure garbage, useless beyond words. As for the armor scales, it would probably sprout a sturdy butcher's outfit, buffing its tankiness. While plowing through the enemy formation, the friction from the scales could chip away some health, but overall, it still sounded a bit underwhelming. But locking in pain absorption would turn to a whole new chapter. It could casually tank hits while conveniently stealing damage to self-heal. How was this any different from a trump card born exclusively for violence addicts, where the harder it gets punched, the longer it lives? Done. I choose you, pain absorption. The data panel popped up immediately. Spiritual creature name, rhino horn iron bull. Species, giant horn wild bull genus. Tier, bronze rank 1. Element, metal. Rarity, normal. Skills, rock horn plating a solid layer of metal on its horns to send targets flying. Sacrifice acting as a meat shield to share damage when the master is attacked. Exclusive trait, pain absorption converting pain into vitality. Lin Yuan calculated with certainty. He just needed to perfectly coordinate the rock horn charge and the pain absorption lifesteal to create an immortal combo. At that point, this beast would no longer be a useless meat shield, but a human-crushing machine disguised as a guardian. Tossing this machine to be the first bodyguard for little Chu Ci was an absolute yes, without a second thought. Let's see which death-seeking fool would dare to mess with her again. Kong Ming chimed in mockingly, playing it that big. Chu Ci hanging out with this brutal rhino horn iron bull, isn't that just a real-life remake of Beauty and the Beast? Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What's wrong with a beast? As long as Chu Ci's life is safely protected, I'm happy. Besides, the way you talk makes it sound like you're less than human. Deep down, he felt smug. His prediction was spot on. The evolution of the rhino horn iron bull had also caused his own spirit chi capacity to skyrocket. Higher the spiritual creature's tier, the more abundant the spiritual feedback to the master's body. Good heavens, doesn't he know his limits? Just pushing the rhino horn iron bull to bronze left him completely drained like a torn blanket. Imagine if those super creation masters used priceless exotic flora and fauna to force level-ups. How terrifying would the resulting power be? Kong Ming blinked curiously. So how do you plan to send this dead weight to little Chu Ci? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan calmly pulled out his phone and tapped away, calling Ostrich Logistics of course. Since I have deep pockets today but time is tight, I'll just book an express delivery. They'll be here in a blink to pick it up. The cat's jaw dropped. What? Express delivery? Does that mean I also get to soar in the sky like little Yin Yin? Kong Ming's tone burst with overwhelming joy. Oh my gosh, I'm about to take off. Meanwhile, at the Hui Yue Palace, the tribute list was being reviewed. 3 portions of quick patchouli, a piece of deep-sea ebony, plus 1 drop of platinum beast's essence blood. Si Kong timidly looked up, reporting to City Master Ling Zio this matter. She coldly cut him off, cut the nonsense. All the rare items were dumped together into a vat. From the crystal glass flask, a blinding emerald aura erupted. Its master merely flicked her finger in the air, commanding, rise. A terrifying pressure burst forth, scaring the 2 guards out of their wits. Even during the mixing phase, the shockwave was so immense it shattered their spirit chi shields. Was the power of a Class 5 creation master truly this tyrannical? Yue Hu gently retracted the test tube, which was now dyed deep red. Done. Si Kong, summon the pet you wish to evolve right now. Ling Zio stroked his beard and smiled smugly. See, I told you old man not to worry. Si Kong, trembling, pulled out his pet, thanking Lord Yue Hu for the grace. It is this little treasure. The Black Panther opened its fang-filled mouth and swallowed the flying flask of divine medicine whole. After drinking, its entire body collapsed onto the stone floor, convulsing endlessly, making the old man pale. Lord Yue Hu, my precious. The woman waved her hand calmly. Relax. It's currently breaking the barrier to reach the legend tier. Your job now is to force the will rune you just comprehended into its body, and it will naturally evolve into a phantom purple bug. Those words pulled the old man back from the abyss. 10,000 thanks to Lord Yue Hu. This Si Kong swears to work as a horse and cow for you, even jumping into a boiling cauldron or an inferno. I absolutely won't frown. The Black Panther began to unleash a savage energy. Throwing its head back, it let out a roar that tore through the atmosphere. The deafening noise woke up the sleeping moon rabbit. At that moment, the Black Panther was still lying flat on the ground, whimpering softly with every breath. Yue Hu gently picked up the moon rabbit into her arms, speaking in an icy tone, save the dramatic blazing performance. But let me ask you, that narrow-minded creation master selection exam that pops up once every 3 years, forcing people to crawl up step by step. With that outdated system, where are we supposed to find outstanding talents for this land? Si Kong's eyes lit up. Do you mean that this year's creation master exam will pave the way for grade skipping? Her hands leisurely stroked the moon rabbit's soft fur as she slowly gave the decree. No need to overdo it. Skipping from rank 1 to rank 2 is enough. Spread the word. Anyone who perfectly finishes the primary creation master exam in just 2 hours will be granted an exemption from the 3 minor tests and promoted straight to the rank 2 exam. Announce this to the world immediately. Si Kong carved every word into his heart. Your subordinate obeys. Ling Zio boldly guessed. Could it be that Her Grace noticed the recent batches from the Federation are full of incompetence, struggling to produce even one who can comprehend a will rune, hence why you are determined to tear it down and rebuild? She smirked and brushed it off. Completely wrong, this is purely a personal matter. Sitting at the same table as Class 5 creation masters, both old geezers Yu Jun and Chu Zun have already bagged their own disciples. As Yuehu, how could I easily accept falling behind them? Si Kong's heart jolted. Good heavens, is Lord Yuehu preparing to open the doors to accept a true disciple? Yuehu's tone turned stern. That's not all. A spatial tsunami is about to sweep through, and the Zai Jing territory is a nest crawling with alien insect rifts. Wearing the crown of a city master, you better secure this land and ensure the safety of the citizens. Mobilize personnel to camp at every rift. If even a single scratch occurs, you're dead meat to me. Ling Xiao bowed deeply and swore, "Please rest easy, my lord. As the ruler of this place, Ling Xiao is willing to become an immortal fortress protecting Zai Jing." Back to Lin Yuan's side, the young man was currently clinging to the back of a soaring avian beast. Uncle Tang glanced at the pale boy, who was clutching his mouth ready to puke, and hurriedly comforted him, holding up, "Fine, little bro. Bear with it a bit. Once we pierce the clouds and fly higher, it'll be smooth sailing." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing a tearful smile. "I'm still alive." Uncle Tang clicked his tongue in praise. "Your 100 questions beast is quite cunning. Too bad this flight is at max capacity. Otherwise, I would have squeezed it in to hang on with us." Earlier, Taming had thrashed and screamed, I want to go too. Little Yin Yin gets to spread its wings and fly every day. Now it's Lin Yuan's turn to take off. Why do I have to be the only one hugging Mother Earth? Aren't I the one carrying you to fly right now? Lin Yuan had to coax it sweetly. "Be a good boy, Kong Ming. When I descend, I'll buy you plenty of delicious treats as compensation. Don't be sad, life is long. There will be plenty of chances to fly later." The uncle pumped the brakes to decelerate. "We're at the station. Open your eyes wide and look. Don't you dare get a weak heart from the height. This is the wonderland renowned throughout the Zai Jing region. Your first time here, right? Lucky it's a clear night with a gentle breeze. If it were pitch black, the poetic vibe would be completely gone." Lin Yuan curiously cast his gaze to take in the panoramic view. "I have to admit, even money can't buy this kind of feeling." Suddenly, he vaguely felt a strange energy swirling deep within his mind. This was definitely the legendary Will Rune. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh in confirmation. "Spot on. This is undoubtedly a rune containing the soul of majestic nature. Slapping this onto spiritual pets with matching traits would absolutely dominate everyone." Uncle Tang saw the boy's erratic expressions and worriedly turned his head. "Hey kid, are you sure you're still breathing steadily?" The boy waved his hand and laughed it off. "I'm fit as a fiddle. But we've worn out our pants flying over several mountains. When are we going to drag our bodies to Zai Jing City?" The uncle frowned, estimating at worst, "We'll land by dawn tomorrow." Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed. "Wait, didn't you promise earlier that we'd arrive by dusk?" Uncle Tang pouted, shifting the blame. "Exactly. But because you were so miserably motion-sick the moment you got on, I had to crawl like a turtle." Lin Yuan hurriedly covered his mouth to suppress nausea. "Ignore me, just floor the gas pedal." The uncle laughed heartily. "You asked for it, hold on tight." Early the next morning, at the academy's boarding area. Along the corridors, students were huddling together, chatting animatedly. "Wait, the schedule today was supposed to be the bonding ceremony with our spiritual pets, wasn't it? Why were we suddenly herded to the training ground? Rumor has it the script got changed at the last minute. I heard that once you sign the contract, you get thrown straight into the arena. Why do they have to rush things so aggressively? Someone said the school board is gearing up to pick seeds for that Zai Jing 100 Sons tournament, so the timetable got completely overhauled. It's basically using fire to test gold, filtering out the outstanding seedlings." "Exactly. My friend at the neighboring school just texted me crying about this too." Standing on the podium, the teacher tapped his ruler and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's class is officially transformed into a combat practice session for the 12th grade, which also serves as a light warm-up for the 10th grade rookies. Shortly after the contract procedures are done, you guys will draw lots to step onto the chopping block for some martial arts exchange with your seniors. The core goal is to get you familiar with your partner's skill set. Loosen your muscles, it's just a friendly sparring match, not a knife fight, so don't be scared." Liu Xing sweated bullets, biting his nails and muttering, "This is peak pressure, having to fight the veterans right off the bat. Hey Chu Ci, did you really finalize the life-or-death contract with that dull gray bug?" Chu Ci merely hummed an acknowledgement, her gaze still glued to what she was cradling in her palms. It was the small cocoon protecting that little beetle life. On the sandy arena, a chaotic brawl among pets was erupting fiercely. The teacher raised his megaphone, updating the result of the 8th match. The flying mouse from the 10th grade fled the octagon in terror. Victory obviously goes to the 12th grade. Sulky boos erupted all around. Unfair. We just met our pets and haven't even warmed up our seats before getting dragged out to fight the scar-covered veterans. How are we supposed to fight when the scale is completely tipped? A female friend grabbed her shirt, urging, Chu Ci, get ready for the chopping block. You're our class's trump card, make those veterans taste despair. The teacher's voice echoed, switching channel to the 9th match. Will the 2 contestants please step onto the ring? Is your gear all ready? Feng Lizing strolled out casually, patting his chest, of course. Crowd below started whispering, is that Feng Lizing? Word on the street is his family has deep ties with the top brass of the Creation Master Guild. I think he's eyeing a spot in the Zai Jing 100 Sons too, right? Doing the math, he just needs a few more combat wins to qualify. Oh, but isn't Chu Ci also a monster of this batch? I heard her pet has some sort of technical glitch. The guy smugly thought to himself, just last night the main guild leaked the latest news, and today I've already caught a juicy prey to farm my win rate. Perfect timing, perfect location, perfect harmony. Who knows, after snatching the Zai Jing 100 Sons trophy, I might catch Yue Hu's eye and become her disciple. My luck is about to ascend to the heavens. And I even heard that Junior Chu Ci plans to bring a gray beetle to the arena. Bringing that trash to a fight, what could possibly stop me? If you want to complain, blame your poor family background for wasting a whole sky of talent. Chu Ci clenched her fists to motivate herself. Even if I only have this lowly beetle in my hands, I absolutely refuse to wave the white flag. The girl shouted clearly, I am in position, but suddenly a voice called out from behind Chu Ci. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Oh, teacher. The teacher shoved a golden-spotted puppy into her hands, sighing, this is all my power could manage. At least this golden-spotted dog is bordering on elite tier. Stop digging your own grave and burying your talent with that useless beetle. Just as Chu Ci stammered to refuse, but teacher, a loud shout from the heavens suddenly interrupted, wait. Lin Yuan's figure came crashing down from the sky. Chu Ci was dumbfounded, what on earth is that? He gently landed on the ground, smiling as he politely declined the teacher's goodwill. The pet for Chu Ci has already been prepared by me. Lin Yuan tenderly placed the small box into his sister's hands, letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I made it just in time. Chu Ci, form the contract with the creature inside quickly, just trust your big brother. The female teacher still showed clear skepticism. Is this thing even usable? If you're desperate, just take this golden-spotted dog, even if it is a little stubborn. Right at that moment, Li Xing burst into loud laughter, successfully drawing the eyes of everyone present. He lifted his chin, swaggering arrogantly. Save the trouble of choosing whatever pet you use, the tragic ending will be the same anyway. Whether you bring out the gray beetle, the golden-spotted dog, or any other piece of trash for that matter. You can keep dreaming about defeating the Force King bug, the trump card I've poured my heart and soul into raising since it was a baby. Info panel popped up instantly. Force King bug, scarab family, giant beetle genus. Rank bronze tier 1, bug type with rare quality. Possesses the giant horn charge skill. Focuses all power into the massive horn on its head to execute a reckless stabbing attack, ignoring recoil damage. Additionally, its berserker charge state increases destructive power by 50% when rushing to attack. Exclusive trait, compound bug vision, easily seeing through the camouflage of lower-tier pets. The observing teacher was slightly startled, not expecting that guy to go all in like that. With a Force King bug this massively sized, how could that tiny golden-spotted dog survive a single hit? Standing at the back, Lin Yuan secretly observed, already reached bronze tier, this guy is no joke. Chu Ci furrowed her brows tightly when she saw the creature in front of her. Brother, is this really a bronze-tier rhino horn iron bull? She secretly questioned in her heart. Our family is broke. Could it be my brother gritted his teeth and sold the shop? The young man gently patted his sister's head to reassure her. Chu Ci, stop overthinking. Focus on dealing with this match first. I have total faith in your abilities. Thanks to her brother's warm encouragement, the girl regained her confident demeanor. Yes, leave it to me. Chu Ci's hands decisively pressed the button to open the box. I can handle this. She silently promised herself she absolutely wouldn't let her brother's efforts go down the drain. A halo of emerald green suddenly radiated, enveloping Chu Ci's entire body. A blinding light erupted, marking the moment the contract was officially completed. The instant the colossal dark silhouette appeared behind Chu Ci, the crowd below gasped in shock. What is that monster? I've never seen anything cast in such solid iron in my life. It's like a super giant armored bull. Li Xing maintained his arrogant posture. The entrance was quite flashy, but I bet you don't understand how devastating the gap in combat experience is for a spirit chi professional, do you? Honestly, I feel sorry for that iron bull you siblings struggled so hard to pick out of the trash. The girl commanded her pet with a clear voice. We'll have to fight to see who eats who. Rhino horn iron bull, use rock horn. The beast's eyes flared with bloodthirsty intent, puffing its cheeks as it charged straight at the enemy. Teacher's eyes flashed with extreme shock. This is genuinely a bronze-tier rhino horn iron bull. Its evolutionary physique is absolutely flawless, truly worthy of being top-tier among defensive pets of the same rank. Just counting that horn on its nose alone would easily cost 700,000 Federation dollars. Lin Yuan stood behind, chuckling and gently reminding, "Teacher, please don't use money to measure a pet like that." The teacher shrugged defensively. "Oh well, it's a professional habit of spiritual material analysts. How can I fix it?" With a loud crash, the horns of both sides fiercely slammed into each other. Li Xing pouted mockingly. "What a noob, your armored bull is a meat shield class. Why on earth would it foolishly charge up for a preemptive strike like that?" He patted his chest smugly. "Open your eyes wide and watch me demonstrate the true terrifying power of a power assault type pet." The Force King bug immediately gathered its strength, executing its Tyrant Giant Horn Charge ultimate move. Chu Ci didn't panic at all, reacting extremely fast by ordering the Rhino Horn Iron Bull to plant its feet for a rock-solid defense. Li Xing gritted his teeth inwardly. Damn it, just a little bit more. This brat Chu Ci just signed the contract and is already proficient in channeling spirit chi to buff her pet. She's truly a natural talent. The teacher on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't knocked off the arena. This kid Chu Ci is too battle-hungry, charging in after just one taunt. Her experience is too green. However, only Lin Yuan smiled because he knew everyone had guessed completely wrong. If Chu Ci had truly mastered the Rhino Horn Iron Bull's skill, set from the moment the contract was formed, then that proactive attack was entirely bait to measure the enemy's strength. Seeing the giant bug running in circles around the Rhino Horn Iron Bull, the crowd started buzzing again. What trick is it pulling? How is that clunky bull supposed to catch up? But what's the point of running around like a spinning lantern? Li Xing inwardly cursed the audience. What a bunch of frogs in a well. What other purpose does an assault-type pet have for moving? Obviously, it's to find the most fatal blind spot to deliver a one-hit knockout. The Force King bug locked onto its target, ready to unleash a lightning strike on the Rhino Horn Iron Bull. The enemy's voice was full of glee. "Little miss, close your eyes and pray. Do you know what kind of terror is about to fall on your head?" Right at that moment, the massive silhouette of the scarab shot forward, tearing through the wind as it closed in on the Rhino Horn Iron Bull. An ear-splitting explosion rang out, bringing a blinding dust storm, making it impossible for Chu Ci to see whether her pet was dead or alive. The stands below erupted like a broken beehive again. With such a brutal crash, is that armored bull smashed to bits. The other side is famous throughout the school for being an assault-type pet with a one-hit-to-hell signature move. The teacher let out a long, heavy sigh. Even though the Rhino Horn Iron Bull has skin of copper and bones of iron, Chu Ci herself exhausted her spirit chi to reinforce its defense. But even if it survives the first strike, it'll be beaten down to its last breath. Dragging a junior to be tortured by a senior is truly a biased joke. Is the school board completely blind? Lin Yuan still maintained his nonchalant, harmless expression. Just a piece of cake. After all, the skill I carefully selected was born exactly to resolve heart-stopping moments like this. Chu Ci's eyes flashed with brilliance as she caught the perfect rhythm, shouting loudly, "Now is the time." The system prompt immediately announced, "Exclusive trait pain absorption has been activated." Everyone was dumbfounded as they felt the bizarre aura. What the hell is going on? The spirit chi field around the Rhino Horn Iron Bull is mutating bizarrely. Its torn patches of skin are healing at the speed of light. Is that its special skill? The teacher covered her mouth in shock. It's the pain absorption move, swallowing a portion of the enemy's damage and turning it into life recovery energy. This is truly an extremely rare ultimate skill. Lin Yuan proudly looked at his sister. That's my clever Chu Ci. Even though it's her first life-or-death battle and she's just getting familiar with the Rhino Horn Iron Bull, she still knows how to steer the momentum and cast skills with pinpoint accuracy. Li Xing was still stubbornly oblivious to death calling his name. Wearing armor just makes it a denser punching bag for me to practice on. Force King Bug, crush it for me. The scarab crazily hammered a fatal blow into the rhino's head. The audience's jaws dropped again. This is insane, raining down a barrage of hits like that, and the damage isn't dropping one bit. But something is off. Why is Chu Ci's Rhino Horn Iron Bull just standing there like a statue taking hits as a punching bag? Teacher anxiously turned around to scold. The pet you went out of your way to pick can't even throw a single counterattack. Why did you let Chu Ci take a beating all this time? Are you even her real brother? The boy chuckled to soothe her. Just sit tight and enjoy the good show, teacher. Didn't you just say her pet belongs to the loving defense type? Chu Ci has already set up the winning move. Li Xing screamed orders at his pet. Force King Bug, send it to the grave. Use all your vitality to unleash the giant horn charge. The scarab monster instantly spun in midair, transforming into a death drill plunging toward the ground. Chu Ci swung her arm and shouted, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Rhino Horn Iron Bull, stand firm and welcome it with rock horn. Someone in the crowd yelled in shock. Are you kidding me? Using the arena floor itself as a weapon? Won't fighting like this get her a penalty? Lin Yuan nodded in secret praise. Quick thinking there, little sister, using force to counter force, excellent. Li Xing was still fiercely determined to crush his opponent. Just some cheap little tricks, grind the obstacle to dust for me, Force King Bug. The heavy mass of the scarab crashed straight into the floor, triggering a blast of shrapnel and sending rocks flying everywhere. Chu Ci didn't hesitate to order another strike. Rhino Horn Iron Bull, keep pushing the rock horn. The exact moment the Force King Bug's drill clashed, the Rhino Horn Iron Bull used its entire massive body to block it. The terrifying scene almost made people drop their jaws. Holy crap, that Iron Bull actually blocked a one-hit kill move. Witnessing the unyielding tug-of-war of power, the entire school gasped. Wait, hello, the script is weird. How did it turn into an evenly matched standoff? Just a second ago, the scarab was clearly controlling the pace. The teacher began to analyze thoroughly. Look closely, students. The Force King Bug's giant horn charge is fundamentally a suicidal attack style, risking its life in exchange for damage. Therefore, when it constantly rams into the iron wall of the Rhino Horn Iron Bull, every stab is silently wearing down its own life force. Furthermore, this scarab seems to have been trained by student Li Xing in a very unbalanced way, pouring all its stats into peak destructive power and target locking. The result is that he got too cocky, ignoring the fact that his fatal blow could be neutralized by a pet of the same tier. The students finally nodded, enlightened. Oh, so there was such a deep trap. Lin Yuan had already seen through this fatal flaw. Raising a glass cannon pet with high damage is born to bully the weak and secure fast wins, but if it hits a fortress wall that won't collapse instantly, it's done for. Noticing the scarab was showing signs of exhaustion, a cheering voice rang out. Oh my god, look, the Force King Bug is losing momentum and slipping. Lady Luck is fully backing Chu Ci now. Teacher shook her head to correct them. There is no luck here at all. They are both pets, but in terms of long-term endurance, how could a fragile insect species possibly match the superior physical structure of a rhino? More importantly, the steadfast mentality of the contractor is directly transferring power to the pet. All this stuff is printed right in the textbooks, you lazy bums. Li Xing's face turned ashen with rage. Damn it, she's just a first-year brat still in her eggshell. She just picked up a bronze tier monster, and now she brings out a turtle shell to block my ultimate finisher. Is God playing a joke on me? If you push me too far, don't blame me for being cruel. If someone accidentally dies in the arena, it's just an occupational hazard. The Force King Bug instantly pulled back to gather momentum, then steered straight toward the spot where the girl was standing. The Rhino Horn Iron Bull went completely savage, delivering a critical ram that sent the scarab flying backward. Its massive body drew a parabola in the air before crashing miserably onto the ground with a loud thud. However, the scarab flipped the script, redirecting its drill straight at Chu Ci. The teacher roared in fury, fighting like that is a rule violation. Lin Yuan shouted in panic, trouble, dodge quickly, Chu Ci. The girl didn't panic in the slightest, signaling the Rhino Horn Iron Bull to block like a giant shield. At exactly this moment, blast the rock horn into the ground. Sharp stone pillars erupted from underground, launching the Force King Bug far, far away into the distance. The death knell rang. The Force King Bug has been knocked out of the ring. The match ends with a completely one-sided result. The brutal truth slapped Li Xing right in the face, turning him to stone. Are you kidding me? The referee threw his hand toward the girl, announcing loudly, first-year rookie Chu Ci is the winner. Cheers erupted all over the stands. Chu Ci is so badass. Oh my god, we finally broke the curse. The excited female teacher slapped Lin Yuan's shoulder heartily, laughing out loud. Wow, so she intentionally spammed rock horn to tear up the arena floor, building momentum for the final rock horn to launch that bug away. As expected of my favorite student, peak tactical thinking. Chu Ci's big brother is amazing too. Where did you find such a top-tier pet? Lin Yuan grimaced, enduring the hammer-like slaps. Our teacher, hit the brakes please, you're going to break my bones. Chu Ci rushed over, burying her face into her brother's arms. Brother, Lin Yuan smiled gently, comforting her. I saw it all, my little kiddo. Congratulations on your first victory. The girl looked up at him, her cheeks puffing with a mix of pouting and anxiety. Where did you dig up that mountain of money? You mortgaged our shop, didn't you? If we run out of money, how will we pay for your medical bills? You don't take care of yourself at all. Lin Yuan stroked his sister's messy hair and laughed, replying, You're just making things up. My illness is already gone, and our shop's business has been soaring like a kite in the wind lately. Chu Ci's eyes widened in amazement. Huh, is this fairy tale real, brother? Teacher tactfully interrupted the conversation. I really don't want to cut your sibling bonding short, but please allow me to share some information. Given Chu Ci's outstanding aptitude, the school board has decided to directly recommend her for the preliminary round of the Zai Jing 100 tournament. Lin Yuan blinked in confusion. Wait, haven't you mentioned this major event to me before? She continued to explain. The Zai Jing 100 tournament is merely a regional stepping stone. The ultimate goal is to catch the eye of the Hu Yao 100 Sequence Council, which is the true federation-wide battlefield. Even though Chu Ci is still just a first-year student, her combat comprehension is more than enough to dominate the Zai Jing preliminaries. The academy promises to pour in all resources to nurture her, and I firmly believe she will soon transform into a dragon. Lin Yuan bowed his head in sincere gratitude. Thank you 1,000 times for always guiding Chu Ci. Please rest assured, as for her phase and cultivation resources, I will take care of everything from A to Z. The teacher smiled with satisfaction. Nurturing young talents is the inherent duty of a teacher, after all. Chu Ci, if you have no classes this afternoon, you can show your brother around the academy to relax. He looked at the creature nearby and scratched his head, asking, Ma'am, what about the fate of this yellow-spotted dog? She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just take it home as a house pet for fun. As night fell while they were strolling, Lin Yuan teased again. I swear I can absorb spiritual energy normally now. What kind of acrobatics do you want me to perform to prove it? Don't you believe your own big brother? Chu Ci still shook her head vigorously. I need to see it with my own eyes to set my mind at ease. Besides, how much of our family's money did that iron rhinoceros burn through? Had no choice but to pull out his phone and show his account balance. Here, count the zeros yourself, little sister. Chu Ci's eyes widened in sheer shock. Did you rob a bank? Where did you get all this money? Lin Yuan leisurely explained. Since my spiritual energy channels were unblocked, I suddenly realized I have a knack for being a creation master, so I took on a few side gigs to fatten up the wallet. Therefore, from now on, you just need to focus on honing your skills in class and fighting your hardest in the selection rounds to bring back glory. There's no need to struggle with part-time jobs for money anymore. I'm also hitting the books hard to get an official creation master certificate. The young girl jumped for joy. Are you serious? That is absolutely fantastic. Lin Yuan pulled his sister's hand. We siblings need to have a proper feast to celebrate. What do you want to stuff in your stomach? Chu Ci blinked and replied instantly. I'm craving hot pot. Her brother nodded without hesitation, approved, whatever delicacies you want tonight, it's all on me. Late at night, Lin Yuan hopped onto the back of a winged beast horse and soared into the night sky. He let his mind wander to thoughts of the future. Chu Ci's educational path is now smooth sailing, so it's time for me to go all out. After all, snagging a creation master certificate is no walk in the park. Next up is to buy the entire introductory curriculum for both Fey researchers and spiritual material analysts. Stacking all those manuals would probably be enough to build a tower. Luckily, I have Kong Ming, making it shoulder the burden of memorization should work out perfectly. Reflecting on the daytime match, even though Chu Ci smartly utilized the damage-sharing ability to turn the tables, it was her enduring supply of spiritual energy that was the crucial key to victory. Looking back at myself, how can this meager amount of spiritual energy be enough to proudly call myself a prestigious spirit chi professional? And then there's that bizarre leveling rule to unlock the exclusive traits for Mobius. Just hearing the process is enough to make one sweat bullets. Who in the world has to grind from absolute zero, exactly normal grade level 1, of all things? The beast horse suddenly slammed on the brakes, giving Lin Yuan a jolt. Why is it speeding so unusually fast today? Uncle Tang scratched his head and explained. It's tough, young man. I was already past the deadline during transport. If I didn't let you experience the breakneck speed of the Black Medicine Wind Falcon, you might just slap me with a 1-star review. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Hold on, but I was planning to wander around to stock up on goods. The old man laughed heartily. Why go through the trouble? Just browse the star web and place your orders. We'll bring our ostriches and deliver it express in a heartbeat. Glancing at the bird lying flat on the ground with its wings spread, snoring away, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Your passenger-carrying bird isn't having a stroke, is it? Uncle Tang patted his chest with a bright smile. Don't worry, it's as strong as an ox. So this ride has landed safely, and the goods you requested are fully accounted for. Please give our company a 5-star rating. Lin Yuan nodded in confirmation. Of course, you've worked hard today, uncle. Looking at the pile of goods stacked before him, he silently marveled. Truly wind-tearing speed, living in this era, online shopping is simply the peak. This time, I must design a personal online shop to save myself the trouble of hustling at the Fey market. It's convenient and ensures my identity stays hidden. Lin Yuan pushed the door open, calling out, Kong Ming, Yin Yin, the master of the house has arrived. The two furballs hurriedly rushed to the door to greet him, complaining, Why are you only showing your face now? The two of us were going crazy missing you. While happily prancing around, Kong Ming suddenly hit the brakes as if seeing a ghost. Wait a minute. Witnessing Lin Yuan affectionately petting Yin Yin in his arms, the jealousy in its blood immediately boiled over. I don't care about you anymore, I'm sulking now. Yin Yin blinked innocently. Kong Ming, don't throw a tantrum, didn't I carry you flying around the sky all day? Lin Yuan reached out, intending to rub its head to coax it. Hush now, sweetie, I promise to take you along next time. However, Kong Ming decisively swatted his hand away. I declare that I will ignore you for 2 whole days. Even if you bring out a whole pot of braised pork to tempt me, it's useless. That food-scented threat made Lin Yuan chuckle. He dug something out from his coat. Exactly the temper of a child, thank goodness I stocked up at home beforehand. As soon as the bait box was popped open, a rich aroma instantly erupted. Kong Ming, take a sniff. This is an apology gift I specially ordered just for you. The cat suddenly stiffened all over, exactly as if struck by a paralyzing spell. The tantalizing scent from the meat box spread intoxicatingly, successfully torturing Kong Ming's sense of smell, making it drool profusely as it unconsciously let out a meow. With something smelling this delicious, who on earth could resist? But let me clarify, it's not that I've gone soft and forgiven you. I merely decided to shorten the duration of my sulking a tiny bit. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to expose its sassy mouth. Yeah, you're the best. As long as you love it, I'll pay the toll to buy it for you every day. Yin Yin, standing nearby, also hopped around eagerly demanding a gift. Then where's my share? Where's my share? He smiled and pulled out another treasure. Here, an elite-grade Qing Luo dedicated just to our Yin Yin. Starting today, this potted plant is your VIP meal ticket. Yin Yin almost burst into tears of emotion. Oh my, just last evening you banned me from even taking a taste. Despite being busy devouring its food, Kong Ming didn't forget to peek at its owner. Hey Lin Yuan, aren't you going to fill your stomach? He clumsily carried the cargo box into the corner. You two go ahead and feast. I need to sort through this batch of loot first. When he unpacked the pile of potted plants that crammed the corner of the house, Kong Ming chewed and marveled. Why did you buy so much that we're drowning in it? Even Lin Yuan himself had to sweat. I didn't expect them to gather such a massive quantity. Yin Yin's sharp eyes spotted something suspicious. Lin Yuan, it looks like a mutated plant is sticking out in that corner. The young man curiously stepped closer to inspect. Which corner? Pointed out for me. Hidden at the bottom of the pot was a small slip of paper with the words, as a token of gratitude for the customer purchasing 100 pots of Qing Luo, a lily of the same tier is included as a gift. Doing business nowadays even involves playing such massive clearance sale tricks. Lin Yuan froze for a few beats as he pieced the facts together. Wait a minute, the lily combined with Mobius's spirit-locking trait. Rule 1, raising phase inside the Mobius space is strictly forbidden. Rule 2, the starting grade of the host-bound entity is not allowed to exceed Mobius. Rule 3, Mobius is paralyzed in its ability to self-upgrade. It only piggybacks on levels and steals the base skills when the bound entity ranks up, but absolutely does not unlock new skills after each level up. Rule 4, every time Mobius goes up a tier, the number of... Lin Yuan smacked his hands together, everything becoming clear. Oh my god, how could I have a goldfish brain? The true love of my life is exactly the support, recovery, and plant-type lines. He joyfully hugged the flower pot and stroked it. Here you are, a plant-type sprite geared towards healing, merely at the normal grade, and it has already unlocked a healing ability. Lin Yuan began assigning tasks. Kong Ming, you and Yin Yin stay down here for a moment. Keep an eye on those pots of Qing Luo for me. Kong Ming nodded, acting like it understood perfectly. Orders received, boss. He cracked his knuckles, doing a few stretches to prepare to go all out. Time to get down to business. Let's see how effective this is. As soon as Lin Yuan's hands pressed against the rim of the pot, a gentle surge of energy erupted. The system immediately chimed. The exclusive spirit-locking trait is officially activated. He frowned slightly at his physical condition. After days of exhausting grinding, my spiritual power is hitting the red bottom. Whatever, since I'm already riding the tiger, I might as well go all the way. Once the notification screen finished loading, a brilliant metallic bracelet materialized around Lin Yuan's wrist. Contract connection successful, spirit-locking process complete. He fondled the bracelet on his hand, the corners of his lips curling up, smooth as silk, totally different from the old days. Not a single drop of spiritual power was drained. At this rate, just steadily pumping in spiritual energy will ensure a continuous chain of level-ups in the future. Exactly 1 hour passed, and the data panel jumped again. The normal grade spirit-locked Lily has now evolved to elite grade 1, entering the ranks of rare qualities. Accompanying it is a therapeutic ultimate skill, mending all external physical injuries. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, shedding his burden. Finally, a successful tribulation transcendence. His gut was burning with anticipation for the next metamorphosis. In that case, Mobius must surely have. Info panel poured out a series of data. Mobius. Species, currently undetermined. Rank, elite grade 1. Affinity, space combined with divine type. Quality, rare. Skill set, I have true data. The ability to dissect and digitize all chaotic information flows that obscure normal vision, thereby exposing the hidden truth beneath any camouflage. Passive skill, calm heart, clear mind. The mind-soothing effect will scale proportionally with the phase level, maintaining maximum mental clarity. Possesses a chance-based immunity to negative crowd control effects. Exclusive trait, Mobius's spirit-locking space, allows the containment of phase. Note, the starting level of the bound entity must absolutely not exceed Mobius's power threshold. Mobius's main body is restricted from self-breakthroughs. Whenever a Fae inside ranks up, Mobius will leech the level and copy-paste the base skill set of that entity. However, Mobius is locked out of learning new skills after each level up. Every time Mobius successfully breaks through to a new tier, the space will provide an additional Fae slot. The leveling mechanism remains unchanged. His eyes widened in surprise as a dazzling golden light rose brilliantly. There's no mistaking it, the level has truly been pushed up. Striding into a vastly expanded spatial dimension, Lin Yuan muttered, "This is truly Mobius's spirit-locking space. By the looks of it, the area has doubled since last time." Suddenly a voice echoed from behind him. "Lin Yuan, can you read me loud and clear?" He smiled and replied, "Crystal clear, full HD audio. I kept you waiting anxiously, Mobius." He suddenly noticed the anomaly. "Wait, so you know how to open your mouth and communicate now?" The voice unhurriedly replied, "Now that I've dragged myself up to the elite grade, I naturally cleared my throat and gained a voice." Lin Yuan cast an investigative gaze around. "So is this spatial dimension your hidden ultimate trick?" Mobius bluntly confirmed, "Absolutely correct. This is the spirit-locking empire under my ownership. Since you are the master holding the contract, you have the full authority to tear it down, rebuild it, or lock more Faes in here as you please." He curiously pointed at the shallow pool, containing water as golden as bronze right in front of him. "So is this puddle just for decoration? I've searched until my eyes ache and can't sniff out even a shred of spiritual energy." Mobius calmly replied, "It contains 0.0% spiritual energy. It's purely just plain water." Lin Yuan grimaced that such a lame thing existed in such a miraculous spatial dimension. Then what was it created for? The system leisurely dropped a remark. "For Feng Shui to attract wealth and fortune, obviously." The young man blurted out a loud laugh. Well, you've got a personality that knows how to joke." Lin Yuan casually tossed an item down to the bottom of the pool to test it. As soon as the foreign object hit the water, it immediately bubbled up, bursting with a roaring rush of spiritual energy. Just as expected, even some scrap stones used to line plant pots were more than enough to convert spiritual energy with extreme efficiency. Mobius began its presentation explaining the operational mechanism. If thrown in the real world, the evaporation of spiritual energy is a common everyday occurrence, and the exploitation efficiency can never be squeezed to the absolute max. But when placed inside this spirit-locking greenhouse, not a single drop of spiritual energy can escape. If you toss in energy stones with exotic attributes and soak them here for long enough, the spiritual energy concentration will be compressed into an ultra-dense state. Lin Yuan's brain did some rapid math. You mean if I use this place as an alchemy furnace to enhance phase in the future, the leveling speed will rip through the wind dozens of times faster than out there, right? Mobius agreed. Spot on, and after every time I rank up, the time you're allowed to linger in this space will also stack up. Although he had grasped the secret to success, the core issue remained the need for a mountain of Federation dollars to fuel it. Honestly speaking, even a handful of trash stones aren't dirt cheap, let alone touching VIP energy stones. The economic puzzle right now was truly burning down the house. Witnessing Mobius's silhouette fading away like smoke, Lin Yuan was startled. "Zio Wu, are you having a connection error?" A faint voice echoed to explain. "It's nothing serious, my daily limit only allows me to open my mouth and speak coherently for exactly 30 minutes, and now I'm out of battery." Lin Yuan, in truth, I am the very first Fae to be entangled in a contract with you. Regarding the fact that you were crippled of your ability to sense spiritual energy for the past whole decade, I owe you a sincere apology. He burst out into a refreshing laugh, waving off the guilt. Why waste energy caring about that? It's just a mosquito bite. That decade of tasting bitterness was enough to sharpen me and make me realize countless truths in life. Besides, the door of hope has brightly swung open once again, and the racetrack to the pinnacle is still wide open ahead. The survival game has only just officially marked its starting line. But putting those dreamy philosophies aside, right now the incoming wave of yawns is the truly terrifying, irresistible monster for Lin Yuan. After taking a deep, restorative sleep, the young man rolled up his sleeves and returned to his familiar grinding cycle. Meanwhile, Kong Ming had its face glued to the computer screen, while Yin Yin sang melodiously to kill time. The days of completely closing off to the world flew by without a hint of fatigue. It wasn't until his stretching made his muscles ache that Lin Yuan startlingly checked the clock. Oh my God, is it already this late at night? Looking to the side, his two pets had curled up and been drooling in their sleep on the mattress since God knows when. Kong Ming was in a deep sleep, but its mouth was still sleep-talking nonsense, farming spiritual materials, picking up spiritual materials. Lin Yuan tiptoed quietly outside, carefully reaching out to flick off the light switch. He gently scooped out two small spiders, joy welling up in his heart, truly top tier. The blood, sweat, and tears poured into tempering them over these past days are totally worth the money. The lives of these two silk-spinning spiders have finally been salvaged. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. In another area, Yang Mingkai had just hurriedly jumped out of his vehicle. He stood in a daze in front of the porch, pressing his hands together and muttering prayers. "O holy heavens above, I am Yang Mingkai, offering up 3 generations of blessings, praying that this life-and-death gamble hits the jackpot so I can finally rise up." Yang Mingkai was a bundle of nerves, silently reassuring himself. "Racking my brain, forcing the delivery of a full 100 pots of Qing Luo in such a flash is practically an impossible riddle. How on earth could there be such a thing as me stumbling upon a secret cheat code, bumping into a Fae shop backed by a tycoon creation master?" Just as he was still on pins and needles worrying, what if? The main door suddenly let out a clack and swung open from the inside. Lin Yuan poked his face out and greeted, "Hello, Brother Yang, I divined that you'd be showing your face today." Yang Mingkai scratched his head, laughing sheepishly to defend himself. "Well, you locked in such a sick deal, and my side is burning through the schedule." Lin Yuan leaned sideways, gesturing to invite the guest inside. I understand, feel free to look around." Yang Mingkai silently gritted his teeth and clasped his hands in prayer. "Buddhas of the 10 directions bless me, just managing to scrape together around 30 pots would be something to be endlessly thankful for. Only then can my newly opened Fae breeding farm squeeze through the narrow crack to survive." Striking his eyes was a forest of Qing Luo, lushly green and overflowing with vitality. Lin Yuan had blanketed the space with a pile of potted plants, from the top of the cabinets to perching on the tables, all the way down to filling the floor. Every single shoot reached up healthily, with perfect uniformity as if cast from the same mold. Lin Yuan pointed to introduce his handiwork. "Brother Yang, all the goods are sitting right here. Last time you locked in an order for an additional 76 pots, so now you can just close your eyes and grab any 76 at random from these 100 pots, and we're done. Yang Mingkai almost dropped his jaw, stammering, "Are you kidding me? Is this fiction actually real?" Tears welled up in his eyes. He pounced on Lin Yuan's hands, shaking them vigorously. "Oh, my dearest little brother, you just pulled me back from the gates of hell." The overly dramatic pounce gave Lin Yuan goosebumps. He hurriedly deflected tactfully. Whoa, brother Yang, you're flattering me way too much. There's no way it's that terrifyingly dramatic." Yang Mingkai displayed a generous attitude to throw money. "Whatever price you want to slash, just shout it out. I absolutely won't shave off a single cent." Lin Yuan, inherently good-natured and not fond of price gouging, replied, "No need, just stick to the old listed price and settle the payment, and we're good." Dirt cheap price made Yang Mingkai want to shed tears even more. My ancestors must have broken their backs carrying me for me to stumble upon the true love of my life right here. If he merely nodded, I swear I would prepare offerings to the heavens and earth to swear a life-and-death blood brotherhood. But wait, how could someone under the wing of a creation master lord ever bother to glance at a small fry like me? It truly is a toad lusting after swan meat, sheer delusion. Seeing Yang Mingkai turning his back to him and muttering, Lin Yuan frowned and patted his shoulder. "Brother Yang, are you possessed?" He jolted, hastily locking in the deal so the other party couldn't change his mind. "Approved, at the original price, I'll clear out the entire stock." Lin Yuan dumbly replied, yes, sir," secretly thinking, "Did this guy drink rat poison by mistake today? Why is he acting like a roly-poly toy having a seizure?" After packing up the loot, Yang Mingkai cheerfully waved goodbye. "Take care, little brother, I have to drag these goods back to resurrect my breeding workshop. When it reopens, you absolutely have to come cut the ribbon. Any good connections I get, you'll have the first share." Lin Yuan smiled brightly, waving to see the guest off. "You have my word, have a safe trip, brother Yang." Lin Yuan clutched his stomach, laughing inwardly. Does this Mr. Yang really need to be as ecstatic as if he struck gold? Thinking about it, the label of a creation master truly is a lucrative money-making fishing rod. Having cleared out the pile of pots, looking at the empty, drafty house, he suddenly felt a chill. "Oh wow, it's been a long time since my nest looked this destitute. It's time to pour in more capital to restock." "Hey Kong Ming, I assigned you the project of figuring out how to create a star web account the other day. Have you cultivated any results yet?" Suddenly Kong Ming's panicked roar echoed out. "Lin Yuan, we're doomed." He frantically bolted upstairs. "What's going on that you're screaming bloody murder?" The cat tumbled down the stairs in a panic, its eyes bulging as wide as saucers. The scanner screen displayed a series of stat lines: 100 questions beast, a fey branch belonging to the feline family, an intelligence-mutated cat lineage. Promoted to elite grade level 1, bearing spiritual-type traits, with quality reaching the elite threshold. Skill set: super perfect memory, capable of copying and etching everything perfectly down to the nanometer. Additionally possesses a knowledge analysis brain. Automatically dissects, analyzes, and diversifies the massive volume of knowledge just stored. However, Kong Ming's only concern was its stomach. "Oh my god, I've gained belly fat. From now on, I swear I'll never dare stuff my face with energy biscuits again." The cat tried to comfort itself in despair. "It's probably just my fur fluffing out, not fat, right?" Lin Yuan grabbed the back of its neck and hoisted it up, laughing out loud to announce, "Kong Ming, you've successfully passed your tribulation. You've jumped straight to the elite grade, my child." The cat was dumbstruck, not even bothering to process. "You're pulling my leg, right?" Lin Yuan pinched its ear. "Don't you feel the wrinkles on your brain increasing exponentially on your own?" It twitched its whiskers with full arrogance. "That's obvious, but I just thought it was my innate brilliant aura shining all by itself. Compared to the old days, when my brain could only hold the shape of one energy biscuit, now the capacity has leveled up enough to cram in a complete set of 5 biscuits." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. "Ah, so that's how it is. The true love of your life has been usurped from the fatty pot of braised pork by the energy biscuit." He played along, stroking its tail. "Truly excellent, then in the future, there will be a whole pile of paperwork and files depending on Kong Ming's infinite IQ brain." Kong Ming swelled with pride and patted its chest. "You can just leave it all to me." Lin Yuan suddenly paused and slapped his forehead. "Oh shoot, where did Yin Yin fly off to?" Right at that moment, Yin Yin's shrill singing voice rang out again. "Disaster has struck. Lin Yuan, Kong Ming." Lin Yuan cringed because the script was way too cliché. "Huh, why does that sound so familiar? Is this the same old act again?" Yin Yin cried out in lament. "It seems like my body has shrunk. Could it be that I've been hit with an incurable poison?" Kong Ming put on the facade of someone experienced to comfort its friend. Nonsense, that's just a sign of being spoon-fed exp to level up, right, Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to inspect. Let the director assess the situation. Series of the creature's stats appeared. Sound bird, blue sparrow, branch, kingfisher lineage. Its rank had leaped to elite grade level 2. Dual type attribute, sound type and wind type. Quality reached the elite tier. Ultimate skill set, sound spikes, converging sound waves into razor-sharp blades fired straight at the opponent. Turbulence skill, flapping wings to create a hurricane that spawns countless chaotic wind blades, sweeping continuously with no fixed pattern. Lin Yuan stroked his chin in confusion. Hey Yin Yin, rumor has it that all your skills are violent toys, huh? How come none of them are related to singing for the world to hear? Clearly, your golden voice now sings as well as an A-list singer. How the heck did you branch off into the combat-oriented wind type? Kong Ming suddenly clapped its paws together. Ah, speaking of skills, us two already secretly tested our luck on them. Looking at the wooden plank smashed with 3 gaping holes that Kong Ming painstakingly dragged over, Lin Yuan picked it up to scrutinize. Are these deep craters the masterpiece of the sound spike's move? Yin Yin nodded, pecking. Spot on, while the master was away, we just directed our own little play for entertainment. Kong Ming eagerly goaded. Hey, how about we take it to the yard and test it once more to see if the destructive power has mutated any further? Dragging themselves out to the backyard, Kong Ming gleefully hoisted the wooden board as a target. It's a wrap, Yin Yin's 21st skill testing campaign is about to go live. Lin Yuan screamed in terror. Kong Ming, back up right now. If you stand right against the target like that, a stray bullet will blow your brains out. But the cat blindly trusted its comrade's skill. Worrying for nothing, Yin Yin aims as if it has an aimbot. Fire away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 blasts of sound waves shot straight out, piercing cleanly through the wooden target, making Kong Ming tuck its tail in terror. Mother of God, almost went to meet my ancestors. Lin Yuan stepped over and ruffled its sweaty head. All right, now it's time for the segment to verify the sweeping power of turbulence. Yin Yin immediately flapped its wings, whipping up a storm and blowing out a ferocious whirlwind that tossed away everything in its path. Lin Yuan had to completely change his view of the little bird. This terrifying destructive power easily eclipses when it was stuck at the normal grade. Yin Yin is undeniably born to be a combat-type killing machine. Moment later, a delivery guy poked his head in and shouted, "Boss, come flick your signature to receive the new batch of goods." Lin Yuan waddled over to the door. Okay, wait a sec. Kong Ming tugged at the hem of his shirt, pleading, "Oh Lin Yuan, let's go out and test Yin Yin's skill one more time. I swear that move just now had enough power to punch right through a steel plate." He brushed off the begging. Knock it off, you've already seen it shredded, what more do you want? We have to let Yin Yin recover its health. Using skills drained all its mana. The cat remained as stubborn as a leech. Oh please, but how could anyone else's attacks ever look as flashy and badass as Yin Yin's skills? Glancing at Yin Yin, whose head was drooping as it nodded off, Lin Yuan ruthlessly put his foot down. No arguing, leave Yin Yin alone to take a nap. You yourself are 100 questions beast, operating on the IQ system, not a brute. Not to mention, I'll be tossing you a massive pile of work to show off your skills in a bit. Kong Ming's eyes instantly lit up like headlights. Really? What kind of mission smells this premium? Boss, spill the beans. He lugged the cargo box straight into the room, his mind calculating. However, before getting to work, shouldn't I toss those 2 silk-spinning spiders something to eat? Kong Ming hugged the pot of Qing Luo and tiptoed toward the spiders, trembling as it pleaded, "Don't you dare lunge and bite me." Lin Yuan chuckled upon realizing that the terror of the arachnid family seemed to have been deeply ingrained in the instincts of the vast majority of Fays. Lin Yuan grabbed Kong Ming by the scruff of the neck and instructed, "All right, let me lead the way. Later on, remember to record all the information of the Fays in the shop. I'm leaving all the paperwork and accounting to you in the future." The 2 spiders suddenly emitted brilliant rays of purple and green light. Kong Ming stared in curiosity. Lin Yuan, look, why are their bodies sparkling in green and red like that? He calmly revealed, it's an omen that they're about to evolve. A dense web of silk threads began pouring out, tightly wrapping around the bodies of the 2 spiders. For long, 2 perfectly round cocoons materialized right before their eyes. Kong Ming's eyes widened in amazement. Oh heavens, evolving together at the exact same time. Since when do you do magic tricks? Lin Yuan unhurriedly explained. It's exactly the same as with that iron rhinoceros a while back. These guys were already at the threshold of a breakthrough, but unfortunately they were too severely injured. Now that I've nourished them with plenty of life force, ranking up is just a matter of course. Exactly 2 hours passed, and the cocoon shells began to rustle and stir. The update notification arrived immediately. Evolutionary direction of prehistoric atavism, possessing the exclusive trait that both the entire body and the spider silk are saturated with highly lethal poison. The other evolutionary direction, spiritual mutation, bearing the exclusive trait of ultra-sticky spider silk, massively amplifying its ability to bind targets. Kong Ming gasped in discussion, "Oh my god, the two evolutionary paths are worlds apart." Lin Yuan himself couldn't hide his astonishment. "I'm genuinely surprised too. I have to admit, Brother Yang patched up a flawlessly perfect foundation for them." It immediately offered a plan. "Wow, so should we just sell them off? I've finished registering the storefront on the Star Web, drag yourself upstairs to admire it." Upon hearing this, he asked back, "That awesome? Let me pop in and take a look." Striking Lin Yuan's eyes was the prompt, "Please enter the shop name." He was dumbfounded. "Wait, why is the naming section still completely blank?" Kong Ming smugly bragged, "I intentionally left it for you to fill in. Since you're the boss, you should contribute a little effort, right?" Lin Yuan's fingers swiftly clattered against the keyboard. The screen instantly popped up the words, "Buy without fear of loss, Fei Shop." Seeing the username as Deep Mountain Yang Family, Kong Ming pouted and criticized endlessly. "The shop name you casually typed in sounds ridiculously tacky. I went through hell and high water just to register this space. How could you have the heart?" Lin Yuan jutted his chin confidently. "Everything has a hidden meaning. You won't lose out on buying, you won't be scammed. It's folksy and super catchy. I actually think it's outstandingly brilliant." Kong Ming impatiently called out, "I've been waiting until my neck aches. You've been working your butt off all day. Is the Star Web receiver still not done? We still have to test the card later." Lin Yuan hastily smoothed its fur. "Calm down, it's just about finished." He swiped the card in a sharp line. "There, just take this and do a quick scan and we're done, right?" In a flash, a myriad of crossing light rays radiated around Lin Yuan, looking like a brilliant little umbrella. Kong Ming's jaw dropped as it marveled, "Oh my, this code scanning effect looks mighty imposing." Round the pots of Qing Luo, sparkling rays of light also instantly appeared. He then used the card to gently tap each pot. The two spiders were no less shimmering. Kong Ming curiously asked, "Do we need to scan this pair of silk-spitting spiders as well?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Of course we do. They are the star attractions of the shop, not to mention. But first, I need to deal with you properly, Kong Ming. Take this move, let's see you try to escape." It jumped in fright, hastily using its front paws to cover its head for protection. "Aha, you dare play a sneak attack." Having just stepped foot into another dimensional space, Kong Ming looked around in bewilderment. How strange, what kind of desolate nowhere place are we in right now? Lin Yuan sighed and revealed, "Where else but the store on Star Web did you think going through all that complicated paperwork was just to open a shabby online stall?" Looking around the interior space, it was thrilled. "It's insanely huge, the area must be twice as big as our actual physical store." He shrugged and added, "Exactly, Star Web is essentially a virtual world built with data, but all the stats here are completely real, just simulated visually." Kong Ming scratched its head in confusion. "Wait, then why wasn't the existing furniture from our store brought in here too?" Lin Yuan forced a smile and pressed his hands together. "For a very painful reason, furniture on Star Web has to be bought separately out of our own pockets, buddy." It sighed in disappointment. "That reason reeks of ruthless capitalism." "Oh, are you poking at that card?" Lin Yuan nodded. "What else? RIC, doing this will pull the menu down." Lin Yuan clicked on the teleport function. "How about the two of us warp straight to the public hub of Star Web and take a stroll?" The bustling, vibrant community area immediately appeared clearly before their eyes. He hastily warned, "Hey Kong Ming, don't just run around blindly." Its eyes lit up like headlights. "Oh my god, this place is worth at least 80 meals of braised pork for me, no joke." Lin Yuan reminded it again, "Kong Ming, no running around, you hear me?" The rhino standing right in front was staring at it with a dumbfounded look. Kong Ming looked toward a corner and nudged him. "Lin Yuan, look over there." He narrowed his eyes. "Ah, so it's a furniture and decoration store. Seems interesting. Let's go take a peek and see if we can pick up anything to spruce up the store." A little service robot eagerly slid over, speaking in a monotone voice. "Greetings, dear customer. May I ask if you are looking to purchase any furniture?" Kong Ming jumped up in terror. "Oh my god, that giant hunk of iron actually knows how to talk." He shrugged and replied, "You're overreacting, it's just a smart robot." Lin Yuan got straight to the point. I'm looking for 2 flower pot stands and a checkout counter about 1.5 meters tall. The robot enthusiastically turned around to lead the way. Certainly, please follow me this way, sir. 2 display counters, meeting the exact requirements, quickly appeared in front of them. The moment they glanced at the price tags, both froze like stone. It seemed this whole decoration shopping spree would have to be shelved. Even if they were flush with cash, they wouldn't dare throw it out the window like this. Kong Ming grumbled sulkily. If I just put 120% of my effort into making them myself, these things would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan turned to ask the robot, "Hey, Mr. Robot, do you sell chairs here, the absolute cheapest kind?" It replied mechanically, "Yes, we do, please step over here." He stroked his chin and thought to himself, "At the very least, I have to bite the bullet and bring a few chairs back. In case customers drop by, they'd at least have somewhere to rest their butts." The moment his eyes glued to the price tag of the most dirt-cheap chair, Lin Yuan's face twisted. A whole 15,000. Kong Ming bristled and criticized. 1,000 Federation dollars at most. Take it or leave it. The robot blinked its mechanical eyes and replied soullessly, "Terribly sorry, this bargaining request exceeds the system's processing authority." Kong Ming dejectedly climbed onto his shoulder and groaned. "Geez, did I really waste my breath bargaining for nothing?" Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and comforted it. "Just let it go, it's only a machine, it's not your fault." He quickly pivoted to another store. "Let's bolt, we'll swing by the bookstore for a bit and then pack it up and go home." It tilted its head curiously. "What the heck are we going to a bookstore for?" Lin Yuan knocked its head to remind it. "Forgot I told you I was going to take the exam for the Creation Master license. If I want to take the exam, I have to buy books and cram, obviously." Standing in front of the towering shelves stacked with books, he backed away in dismay. "Oh my, with this overwhelming amount, I'm too lazy to even touch them. I'm leaving this all to you, Kong Ming." Kong Ming eagerly got to work right away. What on earth are spiritual ingredients? Spiritual ingredient analysis techniques, handbook for appraising rare spiritual ingredients, introductory spiritual beast dictionary, intermediate spiritual beast dictionary, spiritual beast observation manual, foundational knowledge guide for apprentice scholars. The robot confirmed the order rapidly. "According to the exact list you requested, there are a total of 327 books, and the system is throwing in a complimentary catalog. Would you like them carefully packaged, sir?" Lin Yuan hurriedly handed over his card. "Please compress all of these into a data chip and send it straight to this address for me." The robot obediently complied. "Understood, sir. Please sign this non-disclosure agreement to confirm you will not leak the purchased books to anyone other than family members. Otherwise, the Creation Master Association will drag you away to prosecute you for leaking intellectual property." He patted Kong Ming and urged, "Business is done, let's get our butts home. Gotta admit these smart robots are really top-notch. Maybe someday I'll have to buy one to display in the store for some extra flair." Suddenly, from ahead, someone aggressively stormed over, letting out an exclamation of utter shock. Xiao Yun stood opposite him, hands on her hips, throwing a fit. "Did you warp straight in here from the portal? So you're the boss of this shabby store, huh? Good lord, your store doesn't even have the ghost of a service robot, leaving me standing here waiting until I practically grew moss. Who knows how long it would have taken for you to finally drag yourself back." He forced a smile and explained, "I sincerely apologize, today is the store's grand opening day, so we haven't had the chance to purchase a smart robot yet." Deep down, he was feeling a bit annoyed. This little brat looks about the same age as that kid in my family, so why does she speak with her nose pointed up to the sky? The little brat glanced up and down at the 2 spiders, tilted her chin up and asked, "So, uncle, what's the price for these 2 spiders?" Lin Yuan flinched and pointed at the tip of his own nose. "Uncle." The little girl insisted on repeating it. "That's right, uncle, hurry up and give me a brief introduction of these 2 spiders, and drop the price quote while you're at it. And no ripping me off, your store clearly has a buy without fear of losing out sign." Xiao Yun's way of calling him uncle had Kong Ming laughing so hard it was rolling on the floor holding its stomach. He had to close his eyes and ignore that title, focusing all his energy on the sales pitch. This long-legged web-spraying spider with its tiny build possesses an exclusive trait which is a super-adhesive spider web. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my god, what the heck? So it doesn't have a single drop of poison." Lin Yuan continued his calm marketing. "My store has other goods too. If you're looking for a poison-spitting type, this bulky green web-spraying spider carries the exclusive trait of lethal poison." Upon hearing this, the little girl's legs went weak. She plopped down onto the floor, tearing up and wailing. "Oh, uncle, why is your store's floor as hard as a rock?" What caught his eye was Xiao Yun's smooth, shiny, bald head. Lin Yuan stared in shock, muttering internally, "What kind of girl doesn't have a single strand of hair, looking exactly like a boiled quail egg like that? No, absolutely cannot mock a customer. I am a legitimate merchant, I must maintain professional ethics. I have to hold it in, I definitely have to hold it in." But his sidekick fighting alongside him, Kong Ming, couldn't care less about holding back, bluntly blurting out two words, "boiled egg." Hearing that nickname, the little girl went crazy out of embarrassment. Her face flushed red as she stammered, "Hey, hey, hey you." Lin Yuan was burning with embarrassment and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Oh my goodness, I sincerely apologize, dear customer, my 100 questions beast slipped its tongue. Be a good boy, quickly apologize to the big sister, Kong Ming." Kong Ming also realized it misspoke and shrank its neck, whispering, "I'm sorry, I was talking nonsense just now without thinking." Xiao Yun cleared her throat, trying to salvage her image. "I must solemnly clarify, this is just a side effect from using the medicine to treat a sting from a phantom thorn-haired spider. In a few months, my hair will be long and flowing again. I am not naturally bald, and most importantly, I am not a boiled egg, got it?" Lin Yuan rummaged through his meager memory. Phantom thorn-haired spider. The name sounds somewhat familiar, but where on earth is it from? I can't figure it out even after racking my brain. Kong Ming still stubbornly mumbled under its breath. "Anyway, I think my association was pretty spot on. It looks exactly like one. I didn't make it up." He suddenly snapped out of it and asked doubtfully, "Don't tell me you are extremely passionate about spider-type spiritual creatures." Seeing the little girl's body suddenly tremble violently, Lin Yuan kept his friendly corporate smile and asked, "What's wrong, dear customer?" Xiao Yun bristled and argued back at the top of her lungs, "Passionate my foot. I extremely, immensely, absolutely despise those spider-type spiritual creatures. You'd have to be crazy to like those hideous, hairy things the size of a bucket." He scratched his head in confusion. "Huh, then why are you so persistently hunting for spider-like spiritual creatures, and even had the guts to get involved with a deadly species like the phantom thorn-haired spider for?" She gloomily poured out the dead-end frustrations of her life. "It really is a case of getting exactly what you hate. The miserable part is that my contract compatibility is completely locked onto the spider type." Lin Yuan clapped his hands loudly, realizing, "Aha, so that's how it is. Gotta admit the world is full of bizarre compatibilities. Someone who hates spiders to the bone can only form contracts with that exact species." But looking at it objectively, spiders are inherently a super diverse branch of spiritual creatures, so this little girl's future development path is incredibly vast. Besides, crossing paths with a phantom thorn-haired spider and still getting treated this smoothly proves that she genuinely possesses the superpower of crushing people with money. Because if it were my worthless life instead, I probably would have advised her to find an empty plot of land with a nice view and dig a hole to bury myself to save all the trouble. Xiao Yun felt discouraged and turned on her heels, planning to bolt. "Whatever, forget it, there's nothing here that I'm looking for." Lin Yuan quickly called after her to hold her back. "Hey, wait a minute, neither of these two spider babies caught your eye. If we're talking about combat, crowd control, or using poison, these two are both top trending choices right now. Not to mention they already carry some sweet exclusive traits." The little girl kept shaking her head, muttering her complaints. "No good, no good. The exclusive attributes of these two web-spraying spiders are too trashy. I only desire to contract with a spider baby that has overpowered control abilities." He was speechless, staring blankly at the two spiders and groaning internally. "You're calling these two powerhouse goods trashy?" Xiao Yun hurriedly clarified, "I didn't mean to look down on their strength. I just want to scour everywhere to find a web-spraying spider that possesses the invisible cobweb trait. Even if I have to throw money around to place a custom order, or gather 3 to 5 epic or elite grade ones, I'll totally accept it." Upon hearing this, he broke into a sweat, thinking to himself that this little brat really was both filthy rich and unbelievably stubborn. Invisible cobwebs were a rare trait, as hard to find as a needle in a haystack. Even with a custom order, if your luck was terrible, you could burn through 10 or 20 of them without necessarily producing one. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly paused. "Hold on, wait a minute, come to think of it, I'm totally more than capable of pulling this off, aren't I?" He cleared his throat and baited her. Actually, I have a connection to custom order epic grade web-spraying spiders. How many do you want to snag?" The little girl gave him a sharp, wary side-eye, assuming this guy was trying to hustle her. "Uncle, do I look like some naive little girl baring her teeth for you to scam? Or are you delusionally thinking that just because you're a tiny bit handsome and dashing, I'd be so mesmerized I'd blindly believe you? Lin Yuan secretly rolled his eyes in his mind. Who has the free time to scam you? This little brat is really funny. Wait a sec, did she just accidentally compliment me on being handsome? It's decided I'm locking in this deal for sure. Absolutely not because this girl is a sweet talker, but because I just can't bear to watch a frail, sick little girl running around everywhere with no results. Oh my kind-hearted nature is truly admirable. He pretended to turn his back to walk away, dropping a vague remark. Well then, take your time hunting. I'm sure if you wear out your heels visiting about 100 more stores, you'll eventually stumble upon a spider to your liking. Kong Ming also chimed in, sticking its tongue out to tease. That's right, beat it and let the air clear up. The little girl hurriedly grabbed tight onto Lin Yuan's shirt hem to pull him back. Hey, hold your horses. He frowned and turned back, pretending to be annoyed. What now? Weren't you just saying you didn't believe me? Xiao Yun narrowed her eyes, clinging to a sliver of hope. You really have a connection? Lin Yuan shrugged, feigning indifference. If you don't believe it, that's your loss. The little girl tugged at his arm and pleaded. Fine then, how about we just add each other as friends on Star Web first? If you manage to dig up a web-spraying spider that meets my requirements, give me a holler so I can come scoop it up. Seeing the VIP customer had taken the bait, he thought smugly to himself. Take a step back and the sky's the limit, handled it smoothly. A few finicky customers like this are too easy for me to read. But on the surface, Lin Yuan maintained his evasive attitude. Let's skip the hassle. Whenever you want to buy it, just drag yourself straight to this store and we're good. Little girl blinked her eyes, unleashing her pouting skills. Come on, don't hold such a grudge, uncle. I was just worried about being scammed because I saw your store was completely empty and undecorated. Let's just add each other first. Cross my heart, if you find the good stuff, I absolutely won't deduct a single penny. He pretended to sigh reluctantly. All right, stop blinking, it's giving me a headache. Let's just add each other. The two identification cards lightly tapped against each other with a ding. Xiao Yun caught sight of his display name and immediately pouted in disdain. Shen Shan Lao Lin. Oh my, you picked such a terribly rustic name, uncle. Lin Yuan wasn't exactly gentle either, roasting her right back. Yunzhang Zai then did you know that the type of fish that specifically lives in Yunzhang Zai is the stupid fish? The little girl immediately bristled like a hedgehog and snapped. What did you say? Are you slyly calling me an idiot? He smoothly denied it through and through. No, I didn't. I was talking about the fish in Yunzhang Zai Xiao Yun stubbornly argued back, cutting iron and chopping nails. Bullshit, my ears heard it clear as day just now. You were mocking me for being stupid. He crossed his arms and threatened. Hey kid, I'm currently holding the powerful title of boss, the person who will find that custom-ordered web-spraying spider for you. The little girl kept her hands on her hips and firmly shot back. Stop being so full of yourself, uncle. I am the VIP customer bringing money to smash into your face here. A ping-ping sound rang from the phone. You have just received 10 radiant coins. Xiao Yun smiled brightly, entrusting her faith. Money exchanged, goods expected. I'll be sitting at home twiddling my thumbs waiting for the good news from you, uncle. He was so dizzy his jaw almost dropped. This little brat was truly born at the finish line, 2 radiant coins for a custom web-spraying spider, yet she dared to chuck it all down, paying up front for all 5 without even batting an eye. Kong Ming, standing nearby, also had drool running down its face. Mommy, that's a pile of money. Oh, from now on our store has escaped dirt poverty, right? Yin Yin has been whining lately demanding we buy a vinyl record player and the latest generation speaker system nonstop. He immediately poured cold water on it. Looks like it's going to be a bit tough, buddy, because this lump of cash is the customer's reservation deposit. Only when we hand over the goods exactly as requested can we withdraw it to use. Before then, this entire sum will be frozen and held by the Star Web system. But luckily, Yang Ji just settled the rest of our commission this morning, so our capital is somewhat abundant. Let me double-check the price of a web-spraying spider. It turns out that to bring home 5 elite-grade web-spraying spiders would already chew up a whole radiant coin. Seeing the balance plummet freely, Kong Ming wailed in agony. Oh dear God, why did the account suddenly evaporate by almost a third? He was just as gloomy and depressed. My God, those 33 radiant coins Yang Ji transferred to us haven't even had time to warm my pocket. If we just blindly follow the conventional nurturing path, who knows how much more money we'd have to burn to purchase spiritual ingredients. No wonder that boiled egg brat dared to casually toss out 10 radiant coins without even blinking. Kong Ming sat miserably huddled in a corner. If we keep spending beyond our means like this, will this tiny virtual stall on Star Web even be able to grind back the capital we invested? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, calculating. Well, we've at least snatched up a smart robot for the store now, which relieves one burden. But we really do have to tighten our belts from now on. If we want to expand this store, we might have to pour mountains of money into it. Scoffed, showing its skepticism. You make it sound so easy. Earlier, before we left, there wasn't a single ghost that bothered to drop by our store. And on top of that, the outdated model robot you hauled back looks completely brain-dead. He quickly braced his spirit, trying to think on the bright side. Stay optimistic. As long as we smoothly handle the order for that boiled egg brat, at the very least we'll strike it rich with a massive chunk of capital for the future. Kongming dejectedly dragged itself up the stairs step by step. Whatever you say, I'm going to find Yin Yin to relieve some stress. He softened his voice to comfort the bristling furball. Just sleep peacefully. I promise I'll grind to make up for that money as fast as possible. Lin Yuan pushed the door and walked inside, making up his mind. All right, it's time to seek some advisory input from Mobius. He spoke up tentatively. Mobius, are you awake? I want to discuss the spirit-locking spiritual creature for our upcoming journey. Mobius immediately spoke up, grumbling. Lin Yuan, spending money like that is a disaster. You need to learn how to spend frugally. Right now our resources are tight. You've got to tighten the budget. He shrugged, obviously agreeing. Of course, I understand that money is our lifeblood, but we have to funnel money into upgrading our strength so we can rake in more cash later, and the speed of gathering funds will be faster too. Mobius steered back to the main topic. As for your spirit-locking spiritual creature for the next phase, I've also been racking my brain thinking about it these past few days, but in the end, it still comes down to what you want to choose. Lin Yuan perked his ears up. Why don't you tell me your thoughts? Lin Yuan surprisingly revealed his choice, spirit-drawing goldfish. Receiving a gentle nod, he thought smugly, didn't expect this little bird to be so easily coaxed. Mobius had previously murmured in agreement, spirit-drawing goldfish, entirely feasible as long as you think it's reasonable, I won't stop you. But you also need to anticipate one thing, the nature of these spirit-drawing goldfish is very energy-consuming. If you want to drag them up in levels, the amount of spiritual energy poured in has to be 10 times that of other spiritual creatures of the same rank. Lin Yuan waved his hand decisively. A piece of cake, no problem at all. He pressed his hand against his chest, his voice dropping sincerely. Although I wouldn't dare thump my chest and guarantee it absolutely, I can feel it very clearly. In those times when my mental strength hit rock bottom, you had to grit your teeth and suppress your own power just to shield me. Therefore, finding every way to help you recover your strength as soon as possible is my duty. Mobius entrusted everything to Lin Yuan, then I'll leave everything up to you. He pulled out the system panel and fiddled around. Let's tinker with Star Web search bar and see if it's as high-tech as rumors say. The moment he entered the keyword, the scenery around him instantly transformed. He marveled, oh wow, this is incredibly surreal. Just a light search and the surrounding shops popped up in droves, looking exactly like a street specializing in the trade of spirit-drawing goldfish. However, glancing through, they were exclusively common, ordinary goods. If only a few elite-grade ones slipped through, that would be fantastic. Lin Yuan aggressively made up his mind. If I'm going to play, I gotta go all out. I'm charging straight into the most luxurious store to see what's hot. As soon as he stepped inside, everything displayed before his eyes left him gaping. Wow, the decor in this store is pretty posh. The area is casually around 800 square meters, no joke. It feels like the store owner intentionally squeezed the aisles smaller to dedicate more space for displaying goods to satisfy the eyes. The items are arranged extremely systematically, with each piece accompanied by an LED board with a detailed introduction. My, this layout style is highly worth bringing back and adapting for my own. From the inside, Jia Xin gracefully stepped out to welcome the customer. Hello there, I don't know what you're hunting for, little brother, just say the word and I'll lead you to check it out. It's just a shame that all the staff requested the day off together today, so if there are any shortcomings in the service, please be lenient. He rejoiced internally. Thank goodness. Thankfully, the store owner is a living, breathing person and not one of those soulless machines. Then he clearly stated his needs. I want to purchase a spirit-drawing goldfish. She nodded and glided away. I understand what you mean. Please follow me this way, little brother. Tiny ones swimming freely in this tank are all common goods. No need to differentiate their species at all. Uniformly priced at 0.5 radiant coins each. As for that giant bright red goldfish over there, that one is an elite grade. The final price is 5 radiant coins. Lin Yuan was secretly astonished. Living up to their reputation, these spirit-drawing goldfish have an incredibly overpowered spiritual energy recovery rate. Just inching a bit closer, and the surrounding air already feels thick with spiritual energy. But it really is getting what you pay for. A bottom-tier spirit-drawing goldfish has a steeper price tag than a whole bunch of elite-grade web-spraying spiders. I had originally planned to just snag an elite one to be flashy, but it seems the financial situation doesn't allow it. Store owner cheerfully continued her consultation. These varieties of spirit-drawing goldfish aren't quite at the level to be classed as high-end goods yet. If you want to hunt for quality seeds, the bare minimum would be over 7 radiant coins. However, if you only buy the common grade, they are all at the same price. The reason is that this species is extremely stubborn and hard to evolve. Not many creation masters are willing to bring trouble upon themselves by accepting evolution orders for them. Lin Yuan politely bowed his head. Yes, thank you, boss, for taking the time to enlighten me. Jia Xin laughed heartily and waved her hand. Oh, please, don't exhaust yourself being so formal. Just calling me Sister Xin is music to my ears. As for deciding which spirit-drawing goldfish to bring home, that will depend entirely on your keen eyes. He leaned close to the edge of the tank, narrowing his eyes to inspect each one carefully. Yes, I've got a grasp of the situation now. He pondered in his mind. If considering long-term nurturing potential, the dragon eye lineage is true love. Once you force an atavism and awaken its dragon bloodline, it truly is a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring up like a kite catching the wind. Will I be able to get lucky this time like with the induced evolution of the ironhide rhino? Whatever, forget it. Either way I have to test and see if the spirit-locking space can buff the leveling speed for this spirit-drawing goldfish first. If it succeeds smoothly, our store will have an exclusive bait to attract customers. He pointed straight at a pitch-black one flicking its tail. It's decided, I'm snagging this little one. Jia Xin hospitably asked further, do you want to pick up anything else, little brother? Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. Ah shoot, I think I still need to measure the spiritual energy absorption limit of the pool inside the spirit-locking space. If so, then. He turned to order more. Please get me some energy ores as well. She quickly asked for the quantity. How many kilograms do you want to grab? If you buy wholesale in bulk, I'll give you a rock-bottom price, leaving it at just 500 Federation dollars per kilogram. Lin Yuan sealed the deal briskly, then opened the tab with 2,000 kilograms for me first. After hearing the number, Jia Xin's soul left her body, standing frozen like a log. Huh, a whole 2,000 kilograms. He nonchalantly held out his card. Can I just swipe the card to pay through StarWeb, beautiful sister? She nodded immediately. Of course you can. In just a bit I'll dispatch the postal service to ship the entire load right to your registered den. In her heart she was secretly thrilled. Hoarding goods in such massive quantities, oh my, I've struck gold with a tycoon. A combo of dragon eye and wholesale energy ores, could it be this kid is? Jia Xin didn't forget to maintain the connection, advising further. Speaking of which, if you're having a headache over food for the spirit-drawing goldfish, I sincerely recommend using butterfly shells. Although the price hurts the wallet a little, its efficiency in power-leveling spiritual creatures is super smooth. He nodded in gratitude. Yes, thank you very much, Sister Xin, your consultation is so thoughtful. System's ruthless voice reported the balance, deducted 0.9 radiant coins. Current balance, 0 radiant coins. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt like salt was rubbed into his guts. The last bit of his meager funds had sprouted wings and flown completely away. This pile of food would probably only be enough to stuff into the spirit-drawing goldfish for 3 to 5 months at most. Jia Xin quickly held out her identification card to tie down this big-spending customer. Add me as a friend on StarWeb, little brother, from now on. If you lack anything, just give me a holler. As long as the silver is settled squarely, whatever goods there are in heaven or under the sea, I can manage to dig them up for you. He pulled out his card and swiped it. Yes, agreed, that'll be very convenient for me. Outwardly he appeared calm, but inside he was celebrating. Absolutely fantastic, these kinds of rare spiritual ingredients are always sold out. Having a familiar contact to pre-order from like this will save me so much hassle. He paved the way in advance. Sister Xin, there's a high chance that in a couple weeks I will want to. Jia Xin, with the fast calculating brain of a veteran merchant, immediately caught on. Are you preparing to scoop up more energy ores, butterfly shells, and a few more spirit-drawing goldfish? Lin Yuan nodded to confirm. Exactly, sister, but for the energy ores specifically, I'll only be scooping up the reject quality ones. She stared in surprise. Only the dirt cheap quality ones. Had already drawn up a meticulous plan in his head. The higher the grade of the energy ore, the purer the spiritual energy it secretes. Those three low-quality trash types are only meant to be stuffed into bottom-tier spiritual creatures of common or elite grade at best. But to consume them to the point of gulping down tons of it like that, just how massive must this boy's spiritual creature breeding facility be? Meanwhile, Jia Xin was racking her brain to find a scheme to tether this VIP customer. The heavens do not disappoint the faithful. If I secure this nugget of gold, I can guarantee a flurry of orders flying in the future. But what special gimmick should my store have to crush the competitors? Ah, that's right, she winked and smiled with hidden meaning. Hey little brother, my store also has an underground service package reserved exclusively for regular customers. I wonder if you'd be interested in giving it a listen? Lin Yuan perked his ears in curiosity. Oh really? Please quickly enlighten me, Sister Xin. She spread her hand out to count off the perks. My store doesn't just contract to buy back an amount of spiritual creatures offloaded by regulars, but we also double as a supply source for heavily injured, dying spiritual creatures. I guarantee you, the goods are always the freshest, most unique spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan widened his eyes in pleasant surprise. For real, sister? Then when will the next batch of goods arrive? Jia Xin raised 3 slender fingers to finalize the schedule, roughly in 3 weeks. If some incident causes a schedule delay, I'll ping you via Starweb. He nodded excitedly internally. 3 weeks. That much time is probably enough for me to squeeze out enough capital to cycle through. This is an incredibly sweet deal. While rejoicing, Lin Yuan suddenly looked around and wondered, wait, Sister Xin, I've been planted here this whole time, but why is the store as deserted as a ghost town? For a store this fancy, customers should rightfully be lining up in droves. Jia Xin looked at him blankly. Huh, did you just fall from the sky, little brother? There's a fierce duel between some big shots from the sequence 100 in the radiant celestial stairway located right at the starry sky tower. Good grief. That's why everyone from the managers and staff to the customers have all packed up and run off to be spectators. Lin Yuan looked dumbfounded. He was truly clueless about this. Sequence members? Could it be the legendary Purple Thorn 100 sequence? She waved her hands flatly. Completely wrong, the scale is much more massive. It's the illustrious Radiant 100 sequence of the entire Radiant Federation, you know. He finally let out an ah in realization. Oh, so it's the Radiant 100 sequence. Understood, understood. Then he hurriedly waved his hand to say goodbye. Oh shoot, then I need to bolt right away, goodbye sister. She waved back. Yeah, take your time walking, I'll have the stuff shipped over later. As he walked, Lin Yuan frantically clawed at his phone screen. Damn it, the match has already kicked off. The VIP seats vanished, and there are only high-stand tickets left to squat on the roof. Do or die, I have to squeeze my way in to watch this. Well, just thinking about the scene of witnessing the strongest monstrous warriors of the Radiant Federation's young generation competing gets my blood boiling fiercely. I wonder how far that kid at home is from this god-tier, demon-weeping level. On the arena's end, the atmosphere was currently thick with frenzy, the deafening screams ringing in the ears. Bai Yimou is ever victorious. Bu Zhaihu is invincible in the world. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was panting heavily, crawling up the stairs step by painful step. He cursed internally. What the hell, this is supposedly the ultra-virtual star web, so why is this area designed with such a torturous flight of stairs? They're already fighting fiercely over there. Thankfully, the high-stand tickets didn't bother capping the number of buyers. Beside his ears, the roaring shouts of the audience still echoed. Bu Zhaihu, Bai Yimou. A crisp voice rang out. Lord Bai Yimou, you can do it. Lord Bu Zhaihu will definitely win. He scratched his head in bewilderment. Wait a minute, why is this person waving flags for both sides? Whose team are they actually rooting for? It turned out that sound was coming from the flesh and blood loudspeaker. Zio Yun, Lord Bai Yimou is invincible. Lord Bu Zhaihu, go for it. Lin Yuan immediately recognized it. Oh my, it turns out to be that Yun Zhang Zai Liu brat. Zio Yun was shouting when she caught that familiar tone, instantly whipping her body around to look. She still had the binoculars pressed against her eyes, panning straight to his face and judging. Your face is gigantic, uncle. He was speechless, reminding her, at least put the binoculars down before you talk. Zio Yun glued her eyes back to the arena, replying nonchalantly, what law forbids me from being a casual fan of both those big sisters at the same time, huh? Whichever one of them takes the cup, I'll jump for joy and celebrate either way, got it, uncle? What about you? Which side are you betting on? Lin Yuan cleared his throat, faking it to cover his embarrassment. Cough, I'm just like you, cheering for both sides. Little girl, finding an ally, immediately grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously. Oh, absolutely fantastic. I didn't expect this Shen Shen Lao Lin guy to have such good taste. But it's only right, those two lords are simply the cream of the crop. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was sweating profusely, mentally slapping himself. Oh my God, could I possibly confess that I'm totally clueless, that since the day I was born to this very moment, I've never even heard of these two names. After shaking enough, Xiao Yun finally realized that her hand-holding, leg-grabbing action felt a bit wrong. The little girl turned beet red, quickly pulling her hand back, conveniently grabbing a towel to rub it and hide her embarrassment. He stood behind, clearing his throat and teasing. Well, it was clearly you who automatically lunged in to hold my hand first, wasn't it? Xiao Yun changed the subject by shoving the spare binoculars straight into Lin Yuan's chest. Hey, take this and watch. Since you claim to be a die-hard fan of both sisters, you're not allowed to miss any of their spectacular moments. A few empty comments won't cut it. He chuckled and took the binoculars. Well, thanks, miss. He thought to himself, this brat might have a prickly and obnoxious mouth, but at the end of the day, her heart is actually pretty good. After adjusting the focus, Lin Yuan scanned the situation down on the arena floor and concluded, looks like these two factions don't belong to the same combat system. He tilted his head to observe more closely. Hey, are those two wriggling plants over their pure healing type phase? Xiao Yun nudged Lin Yuan's ribs with her elbow and lifted her chin. You've got quite a sharp eye, deep woods Lin. Who do you think will be the last one standing? He analyzed in a very textbook manner. According to normal logic, the one with the higher level will have the upper hand, right? Not to mention all the phase down there have already swept through to the gold rank. Right at that moment, below the arena, Anna let out a roar to command, launching a powerful magma spear strike straight ahead. Instantly, a blazing red sea of fire erupted, rising high enough to touch the ceiling. The roaring sea of fire charged forward, forming a deadly encirclement that locked tightly onto the opponent. Daisy didn't even blink, declaring her counterattack loud and clear. Frost Canopy Snow Tree immediately used the momentum of the snow chill to channel power into the Ice Soul Grass. The commentary system loudly announced, the Frost Canopy Snow Tree has successfully extinguished the sea of fire. The speed charge of the lava bear has been almost completely neutralized. Anna laughed heartily and shouted, not bad, using two phase to support each other in a pincer formation, turning yourself into an impregnable fortress. An excellent strategy indeed, but today, I will smash that defensive line to pieces for you to see. Lava bear, use flare charge, quickly block the movement of that Frost Canopy Snow Tree. Anna's war bear roared, unleashing a continuous barrage of flaming punches. A storm of fire and bombs rained down from the sky to the ground like the apocalypse. Lin Yuan kept his eyes glued to the binoculars, marveling. Oh my God, how can anyone block an attack as fierce as a storm like that? Xiao Yun puffed out her chest and bragged proudly. Obviously, Lord Shiranui is a renowned offense-type spirit chi professional. If you put her on the scale against Lord White Demon's healing type, the odds of winning are naturally a bit brighter. But don't you dare underestimate her. If you bring out the overall ranking board to compare, Lord White Demon's seat is way up high. Below the stage, the girl named Daisy, nicknamed White Demon, was sitting comfortably at the 18th rank on the entire server. And indeed, Daisy smoothly healed the Frost Canopy Snow Tree, while simultaneously suppressing the lava bear in reverse. The girl opposite her was Anna, nicknamed Shiranui, lagging behind at rank 40. Anna wiped her sweat and praised, not bad at all, Daisy. I didn't expect you to still have enough gas to heal both of your phase while being suppressed so miserably. But my tricks aren't just limited to this. Being fiercely ganged up on by two lava bears, the Frost Canopy Snow Tree had no choice but to shrink back and grit its teeth to endure the beatings. The balance of power began to show signs of tilting. But would things really be that easy? Anna smirked smugly and taunted loudly. This stalling game has dragged on for half a quarter of an hour. Your spirit chi pool has bottomed out, hasn't it? Lin Yuan stroked his chin and analyzed in his head. No matter how sky-high the ranking is, when a healing type is cornered in the arena by an offense type, getting beaten up is unavoidable, right? Daisy smiled gently and threw back a freezing cold sentence. Anna, the boundary gap between rank 18 and rank 47 isn't something you can imagine with that simple head of yours. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand to unleash the snow chill technique. A freezing stream of air wrapped around razor-sharp snowflakes and spread out in all directions. A massive, thick wall of ice instantly sprouted up, completely blocking the bear's path of advance. Daisy didn't hesitate, following up with a ruthless blow. Ice Soul Grass, use Extreme Cold Seal. In the blink of an eye, the block of ice had spread all the way up to the lava bear's throat, freezing it completely stiff. Anna rolled her eyes back in shock. This is sheer madness. We've been beating each other to a pulp to this extent, yet she still has enough energy to unleash such a terrifying large-scale ultimate. The audience erupted into gasps of admiration. Holy crap, she's too overpowered. The two lava bears have been turned into two ice sculptures, but looking back, the condition of the frost canopy snow tree and the ice soul grass on the other side is just as battered and torn. Zio Yun bit her lip, muttering nervously. Lord White Demon has counterattacked, finally putting a stop to Lord Shiranui's combo of punches. However, that ceiling layer seems fragile and is about to shatter. Just wait for it to crack. Lord Shiranui will turn the tables, you'll see. Lin Yuan shook his head and corrected her. Not necessarily, kid. Things won't go that smoothly. Don't forget that White Demon is a genuine healing master. And just as predicted, Daisy had already prepared her finishing move. Resurrecting Swallowtail Butterfly, deploy Wings of Rebirth. A warm and dazzling stream of healing vitality poured down heavily, enveloping the ice soul grass. The entire stadium was in an uproar of awe. Truly surreal, she just flicked her wrist and the wounds completely closed. Even though it hasn't recovered 100% of its power, that's more than enough gas to rush back into battle. However, Anna still kept a trump card in her mouth. She growled, truly not putting the name Daisy to shame. However, she pointed her finger straight at her opponent's face, declaring loudly, "The throne of victory today will definitely belong to me." From the stands, a panicked scream rang out. "Oh my mother, it's a level suppression technique. That giant flowing flame bear over there has touched the boundary of the platinum rank." Daisy still maintained a maddeningly leisurely attitude. My, Anna, I'm truly surprised by this spectacular transformation of yours." A faint, flickering butterfly shadow appeared, but then, right around where Daisy was standing, thousands, tens of thousands of blood-red butterflies continuously manifested, covering the entire space. Daisy delivered her cold judgment. "No matter what ultimate move you plan to unleash, don't even dream of tearing through this comprehensive offensive and defensive flowing flame critical strike of mine. Let me tell you, I have polished this move day and night just to erase you from the map." She swung her arm forcefully forward, commanding, "Go end this." Tens of thousands of blood-red rays carrying razor-sharp killing intent pierced through the wind, penetrating the flesh and skin of the lava bear. The bear let out a gut-wrenching, tragic howl, coughing up blood and collapsing right on the spot. Anna looked like she had lost her soul, standing frozen while looking at the shattered situation before her. A cold notification voice from the system rang out, ending all hope. The match has been settled. The last one standing is White Demon Daisy. Lord White Demon Daisy has crushed Lord Shiranui Anna, officially collecting another Celestial Stairway Glory Star. Only at this very moment did Anna bitterly accept reality. "I didn't expect your resurrecting swallowtail butterfly, which was only at gold rank, to have broken its cocoon and transformed into a phantom insect. I am thoroughly convinced of my defeat in this match. I have nothing to complain about." Daisy reached out a hand to pull her opponent up, replying gently, "It no longer bears the name Resurrecting Swallowtail Butterfly. From the moment it evolved into a phantom insect, its name was destined to be the Disaster Swallowtail Butterfly. Come on, pull yourself together, girl. Tens of thousands of audience eyes are pointing at the two of us." As Anna borrowed the momentum to stand up straight, the entire stadium seemed to explode with echoing cheers. "White Demon, Shiranui." Zio Yun went crazy with joy, grabbing Lin Yuan's shoulders and shaking them vigorously, screaming, "Oh my god, Lord White Demon is so freaking cool." Although Lord Shiranui tasted defeat, her demeanor is still top tier, truly worthy of the title of the queen who rules over bears. Her aura is just overwhelming. Lin Yuan secretly lamented in his heart, truly an expert. Comparing Chu Ci's school sparrings to this battle is like watching kids play house. Oh Anna, could this be the true tactical level of the younger generation in the Radiance Federation? Right after the match ended, the girl happily waved her hand. "Bye-bye Deep Woods Lin, remember to serve my web-spraying spiders carefully, you better grind hard." Lin Yuan just casually dropped a sentence, "Yes, I know." The lingering impact of the previous battle still left him in shock. Who would have thought the phantom insect was that overpowered? A dignified metal-type healing support Fae, yet it dared to slap down a combat-type Fae that was all the way at the platinum rank, truly a magical tier-skipping feat. This rune is definitely the golden ticket, helping the Fae shed its shell into a phantom insect. Its compatibility with the healing type is absolutely perfect. The only problem is, the misery now is, where on earth am I supposed to dig up a healing Fae other than Baby Lily right now? On the way back, he muttered to himself, "Seems like I'm worrying about nothing." Suddenly a humming sound arose, the distant sky emitted a lonely light, silently protecting the rays of hope. Even if Mobius stumbled on a long journey with no way out, with a bleak future, it would still firmly hold onto the boiling desire at the bottom of its heart. Then poked his head into the room to eavesdrop. "What kind of conspiracy are you two brewing that is so loud I can hear it clearly even from downstairs?" Kong Ming was startled and snapped, "Lin Yuan, how do you walk around without even knocking on the door?" Meanwhile, Yin Yin was still passionately wearing headphones and vibing to the music. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow in a highly suspicious manner. "Ridiculous. I have to go through the procedure of knocking on the door to enter my own room? You two are playing some trick behind my back again, aren't you?" Kong Ming immediately denied it. "So unjust. Yin Yin is just practicing vocalization, and I'm busy finding a beat for her, that's all." He stepped closer and ruffled Kong Ming's small head. "All right then, be a good boy and move aside a bit to make room for me to look up some documents." Yin Yin was still anxious and restless, not knowing if Lin Yuan had accidentally seen anything just now. Kong Ming whispered in her ear to reassure her, "Just sleep with a high pillow. I pulled the plug at the speed of light, not to mention I secretly created that account for you. Even if Lin Yuan grew another pair of eyes, he still wouldn't figure it out." On the other side, he was glued to the computer screen calculating. To push a Fey from bronze rank up to legendary quality, it would cost at least a C-grade spirit chi no matter what. How about bringing a pair of web-spraying spiders online for auction? I bet I can pocket a hefty sum of money. The doorbell suddenly rang. As soon as he peeked out, he bumped right into the postman. "Greetings, sir. I am from Ostrich Logistics, ID number 457. The item you ordered on StarWeb has landed safely. Please sign to receive it." Lin Yuan nodded. "Let me." The delivery guy turned to yell at the new rookie. Neng, what are you still standing there dazed for? Bring the precious items in here quickly." Kong Ming perked up its ears to eavesdrop. What kind of precious items? He just smiled mysteriously and revealed, "Everything is for a future swimming in money for our shop." The girl struggled to carry the massive box over, her mouth blabbering nonstop. Coming, hello boss. My name is Neng. Oh shoot, I forgot. I should be called new employee number 3451 instead." Witnessing a weak-looking girl carrying two massive boxes in one go, Kong Ming couldn't help but panic. "Oh my god, watch out or you'll fall." Lin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and offered, "Here, let me lend you a hand." Crash, the fish tank in the box actually slipped from her hands and shattered on the floor. Kong Ming frantically leaped over. "We're doomed, Professor." It disregarded its image and used its own flat face as a cushion. "Caught you." However, all that was left was a puddle of freezing cold water. It widened its eyes. How bizarre. Where did the fish evaporate to? Right at that moment, Yin Yin skillfully used its claws to snatch the dangling fish, swinging it around. "It's right here with me." Lin Yuan patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Thank goodness nothing happened. The employee turned around and gave the new rookie a scolding. "Are your eyes just for decoration? You almost caused a huge disaster." Neng shrank her neck in apology. "I was too careless. Please forgive me, sir." He waved his hand and smiled it off. "It's nothing. Everyone has their clumsy moments. I'm just glad the fish is safe." Looking at the massive collection neatly packed in the box, Yin Yin couldn't hold back an exclamation of awe. Truly staggering. It's like moving mountains and filling the sea. Kong Ming scratched its head in confusion, dragging a whole mountain of ore back. "Are you planning to open a mining industrial zone?" He calmly explained, "If you want money to spawn money, you have to play big." However, that delivery girl's strength is truly monstrous, carrying a whole ton of energy ore as if she were going to the market to buy vegetables. Even if she had been soaking in spirit chi to temper her body since she was in her mother's womb, this level of brute strength is still way too absurd. "Anyway, you two comrades hold hands and go upstairs to have fun. I have to close the door and go into secluded cultivation." "Oh right, Kong Ming, that pile of documents stuffed in the knowledge chip has been transferred entirely to your StarWeb account. You better study hard." It answered lazily, "I know, you've said it 1,000,000 times. By the way, I'm confiscating this plate of cakes for the public fund." Lin Yuan reached out and gently pressed on the edge of the basin, activating the spirit lock state. "Next step, it's time to force level." An hour passed in the blink of an eye. He smacked his lips looking at the amount of spirit chi consumed. Just dragging it from normal rank to elite grade devoured dozens of times more than the Usnia, while the amount of spirit power compensated back to me was hardly any better. No wonder everyone rumors that raising a spirit-drawing goldfish is worse than raising a pig. However, the headache-inducing problem now is, How do I shove this whole mountain of ore into the spirit-locked spatial zone? 2 days passed in a flash. Mobius glared at the fish swimming freely in the pool. Its voice sour. It's a real eyesore. It monopolized this entire super-massive spirit pool all by itself just to take a bath. Makes me feel sorry for myself. Normally being left all alone is bad enough, and occasionally getting bothered so unreasonably. He rolled up his sleeves, pouring the ore into the spirit spring while gritting his teeth. What are you babbling about? If you're so free and won't help me, then shut your mouth. These past few days, I've been relying on myself to carry over half a ton of mine ore in here. Mobius shrugged its shoulders to justify. Well, who told me I'm still just a floating spirit entity? He rubbed his chin in assessment. Seems like it's reached the ceiling. The concentration of spirit chi here is flooded to the point of saturation. If we want to compress it further, we can only grit our teeth and wait until the next evolution phase. It nodded in agreement. Exactly right. As long as we keep undergoing tribulations and evolving, the concentration limit will surely expand. Currently, it has only been squeezed out to 5 times the level of the outside environment. Looking at the boiling situation below, Lin Yuan didn't bother showing any surprise. As expected, that spirit-drawing goldfish was frantically sucking dry the spirit chi in this spatial dimension. After all, it is the trump card, bearing the heavy responsibility of shouldering our shop's future revenue. But if this fish could activate its dragon species bloodline, that would be sweet. To serve that purpose, I'll even have to keep my eyes peeled to hunt for that exact dragonite breed. Mobius chimed in to pour cold water. You want it to awaken, so you have to pour dragon beast blood into it, right? That item has an outrageous price. Even if you sell your house, you might not have enough to buy it. He grunted while hauling another box of goods in. Yeah, the eternal pain is an empty wallet. Right now, the only option is to risk my life to force level the phase as fast as possible, and then flip them for the price difference. It stared blankly and asked, what kind of nuisance are you dragging in again? Lin Yuan chuckled darkly and revealed, still just those web-spraying spiders, even though I know elite-grade usnias are selling out. But if you want to do big business, you need some exclusive merchandise to intimidate the competitors. Mobius asked in confusion, then why are you dragging them all the way into this place to grind levels? He patiently enlightened it, because the speed of draining spirit chi in here runs on horsepower, 5 times faster than outside, understand. Lin Yuan's hand swung up, locking onto the target, which was the spider. The system bell rang out, announcing a successful force leveling to epic quality. Lin Yuan shouted in delight, easy money. If I just buff it to epic, I can sit back and relax for more than 2 hours. On the other hand, if I took it outside, I'd have to sit there growing roots for at least 10 hours, and it still might not be done. Suddenly, a familiar ding-ding sound came from his pocket. He pulled out his phone and poked at it. I knew it. Taking advantage of the muddy waters, I'll toss these 2 onto the auction floor and finalize the deal while it's hot. Living in this world, you just have to bury your head in making money before you have the right to talk further. Mobius looked at him with a fearful gaze. Hey, don't you go insane and turn into a money-grinding machine, okay? Hitting his eyes was a notification that he had just swallowed a whole gift of 500 Federation credits from the wealthy patron Zun Lin, along with a loving message. Keep up the good form and stream regularly every day. He froze. Wait a minute. Since when does a ragged stall on StarWeb have a hardcore fan donation segment? Lin Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his spine, getting a premonition, don't tell me. He rushed upstairs as fast as his legs could carry him, just in time to catch the full blast of Yin Yin's pouring singing voice. If anyone is still struggling in the dark corners of yesterday, just believe that the pain will eventually turn into a brilliant flower. The gloomier the night, the brighter the stars and moon will shine, pointing the way for those with enough courage to break their cocoons and rise. He kicked the door open, rushed in, and interrogated Kong Ming. Yin Yin, what kind of party are you guys throwing in here? The cat jumped in startle and denied it. We're drowning in an academic sea. Lin Yuan was furious, grabbing both of them by the neck and throwing them to the side. Let's see how I strip off your masks. The troublemaking duo howled miserably. Boss, please spare us. Hid his eyes was a glamorous blue-haired chick vibing on the screen. Below her was a dancing storm of comments. Oh my God, does such a soul-shaking voice still exist in this world? Definitely a holy maiden descending to earth. Wait, streamers are supposed to show off their beauty, right? So captivating, I guarantee this sister is country-toppling gorgeous. With a voice like this that swallows the mic, her looks must definitely be national treasure level. Hearing it makes my tears fall. My dear sister, why are you covering your face? I flipped the entire StarWeb upside down and couldn't find a single song like this. Don't tell me you wrote and performed the song all by yourself. Idol's singing is top tier, I just threw a gift. Answer me, Idol, this is so damn catchy. Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed with his jaw dropped. What is this? The beauty livestream section. Receiving this shock, he was still completely bewildered, Ziyin Luo becoming an internet idol. If it weren't for the system notifying me of the money transfers, I probably wouldn't know you two went behind my back to start a business until my next life, huh? Yin Yin innocently showed off. The stage name sounds quite resounding, doesn't it? Because I'm addicted to chewing on usnea leaves, Kong Ming racked its brain to come up with such a fancy name. Lin Yuan exposed them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and you're still puffing out your chest in pride. Hiding your face but daring to sneak into the beauty section, your thick skin should have a limit. It hurriedly defended itself. I'm innocent. Strategist Kong Ming said doing this would strike at people's curiosity, trampling over all competitors on the same battlefield. He shifted his eyes to the chubby cat shrinking back. Kong Ming, confess right now. It stammered its presentation. Every day I bury my head in books. My brain has to go on strike sometimes, so I just gave up the broadcast to let Yin Yin have a blast. It's both entertaining and brings in some extra cash. And Yuan secretly waited in his mind. This channel just popped up a few days ago. The comments are exploding, but the follower count is pitifully low, countable on one's fingers. Whatever, I'll treat it as a way for them to relieve stress. Just let them let loose. Other people's sound-type bird phase bury their heads in practicing to control sound waves as weapons. Meanwhile, our Yin Yin is just bored and getting into trouble, loving to be a singer since it was naked. He reluctantly nodded his approval. All right, I surrender. You two have talent and ambition. If you want to find a place to use your skills, I won't stop you. It brings in some profit anyway. At this point in time, little did Lin Yuan know that this tacky Ziyin Luo account would later rise up to become a force that would shake the entire star web. The troublemaking duo heard that and jumped up to celebrate. Long live Lin Yuan. Gave a headache-inducing reminder, but listen closely. You are strictly forbidden from begging for money or anything like that. The maximum limit for drawing funds each time can only hover around 500 Federation credits. Understood. Additionally, quickly pack up your gear and switch channels. At least you have to move over to the musical talent section to set up camp. Seeing the two of them howl as if they had struck gold, hitting the high notes and partying right away, guys. He could only shake his head in exasperation. Oh well, these little demons have grown their wings. You say one sentence and they argue back 10. Mobius surfaced and dropped a sarcastic comment. Your two darlings sure know how to act like comedians. He hastily steered the conversation. Let's ignore those two weirdos. I'm losing all my hair trying to find a plan to grind levels for you. Density of the spirit chi in the spatial zone has reached its absolute max, but the intake still isn't enough to make a dent compared to the speed I burn through it when nurturing phase. If I want to fatten you up, the problem is that I have to put the other ones through their tribulations first. Even though I have the ability to borrow power to force the progress, the catch is that my title as a spirit chi professional is too trashy, resulting in the efficiency being like a drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, if I want to speed up the progress, it requires you to level up. In the end, it's just a vicious cycle like a dog chasing its tail. Mobius bristled and retorted, if you find yourself starving and wasting money, then just scrap the idea of demanding high-quality goods, and the matter is settled. That's not acceptable. Any Fae must have its quality maxed out to reveal its full, overpowered potential. I want every single one born from my hands to be able to command an astronomical price on its own. Started counting on his fingers and calculating. For the dragon-eyed spirit-drawing goldfish to undergo its tribulation, it will need to swallow at least 3 drops of dragon beast blood, while the lily needs a portion of resurrection soil to break through to legendary, topped with 2 red wood cores and a liter of spring of life water. Oh well, I'll have to rely on Sister Jiazin for everything. I'll just grab my phone and call for help first. On the other end of the line, Jiazin picked up the phone immediately, catching Lin Yuan's line. Hello, the beauty is listening. She jumped up from her chair in panic. Good heavens, you're aiming for dragon beast blood. That stuff is ridiculously expensive, it's no joke. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. My wealthy patron radar is truly never broken. This kid really is a hidden tycoon. Just taking one spin around the stall, and he already swiped away nearly 5 Radiance credits. She flipped through her ledger to check. Let me check the price for you, honey. Gold-ranked Dragon Beast Blood is listed at 80 Radiance credits per drop, and if you splurge for Platinum-ranked goods, it's a straight 2,000 credits per drop. If you order in bulk, I'm willing to cut my own flesh and give you a bit of a discount. Authentic premium goods, guaranteed to pass testing. If one drop is diluted with water, I'll compensate you tenfold. Hello, are your brainwaves still active? Lin Yuan covered his mouth, trying to hold back a choked sob. I give up. Who could withstand this price? Why is there something in this world that cuts people's throats and guts them like this? He forced a distorted smile and replied, Sis, I was just asking for the price to get some motivation to live. Now I just need to finalize an order of 4,000 caddies of clearance energy ore, along with 3 basic spirit-drawing goldfish. Jia Xin patted her chest firmly. Is that all? Piece of cake. She smugly calculated, with this crazy rate of burning materials, I bet that next time he will definitely have to grit his teeth and take the dragon beast blood home. I need to be smart and hoard the goods in advance. I've struck a gold mine this time. 2 hours passed in a flash. Mobius glared at the spirit spring that had just been filled to the brim. That woman's delivery speed is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the goldfish were still leisurely swimming and diving at the bottom of the tank. Rubbed his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. After grinding endlessly, all 5 web-spraying spiders finally crawled up to the epic threshold. Sadly, the money I painstakingly ground for over the past few days has evaporated cleanly. Now I'm just barely scraping by with exactly 0.4 radiance credits. I'm so desperate. And the spirit chi in the spatial zone has also evaporated by more than half. If only this mortal life could be as relaxed and carefree as these goldfish, it would be so leisurely. Suddenly noticing the spirit-drawing goldfish putting on a strange play, Lin Yuan frowned and muttered, What the heck is going on here? They were born in the same pond. Besides, this spirit-transforming pool is as big as a pavilion. What reason do they have to bite and tear at each other? Mobius dropped a sarcastic remark. It's just because your mindset is too rosy. The rule of survival is right there. Big fish eat little fish. Evolution is the cruelest yet most magnificent elimination equation that nature throws at all species. Ask yourself, which fae would be stupid enough to offer its own bowl of spirit chi to another, even if they are blood siblings? He finalized with a blunt statement. No wonder the tycoons keep getting richer and richer, while the small fry remain at the bottom of society forever. It pretended to clap in praise. Congratulations, your brain has finally enlightened a little bit. Regardless, nature always has a law of compensation. The tougher someone is, the more they must obediently follow the order of symbiosis. Perhaps my calm mind skill is more than enough to slap away this dragon-eyed spirit-drawing goldfish's insanity for a while. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happens, in 5 days those 3 small fries will also be able to crawl up to elite grade. Lin Yuan nodded, approved. Then I'll leave it all to you to shoulder. I'm off to be a coolie and carry more ore in here. Just as he caught sight of the message popping up on the screen, Lin Yuan was stunned. What the hell? The elite grade usnias are completely sold out. Mobius curiously chimed in, didn't you just successfully force level a batch of web-spraying spiders? Just bring them out to fill the gap, and it's a done deal. He slapped his thigh loudly. Makes perfect sense. It's time to roll them out of the factory and throw them to the warehouse. I'm bouncing first. Right at that moment, a sky-shattering tirade of curses echoed from outside the shop's porch. You old geezer, is there a problem with your brain? Lin Yuan scratched his head in utter confusion. There isn't a single hair left in the stall to sell, so why are these people howling so loudly? The bickering duo were throwing rocks and bricks at each other's faces. The sister yelled, Earlier I saw you were bald, so I took pity and let you finalize your order first. Who would have thought you'd be so shameless as to sweep my entire nest? The monk just kept a straight face and chanted, Amitabha, Amitabha. Buddha advises the masses to be less resentful. But when you see a bargain, if you don't scoop it up quickly, Buddha will get angry. Yue Ling rolled up her sleeves, lunged at his neck and gritted her teeth. Buddha teaches my foot. I was kind enough to yield and you dare to play dirty. If you have the guts, let's go out to an empty field and solo. Let's see if I don't peel the skin off your forehead. Lin Yuan rushed out and struck the gong to chase away the customers. Order, my shop is not a fighting arena. If you want to argue, go find another place. Hitting the sister's eyes was a giant spider. Her jaw dropped. It's a web-spraying spider. That Buddhist disciple muttered his chants, O Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Could it be that this masterpiece was molded by the hands of a 2-star creation master? Yue Ling shook her head repeatedly. Stop exaggerating. Don't tell me it has already reached the epic threshold. He immediately poured a bucket of cold water. Stop dreaming. This batch of goods is already reserved. No touching the display items. Absolutely no selling or trading. Both of them yelled in unison. Then how much is the price to finalize an order for a custom-designed fae? Lin Yuan shook his head and flatly refused. I've closed the books for this month. I'm no longer accepting any bets. If you want to wait for goods, try to drag yourselves over next month." The duo still refused to give up. "Then is there any elite-grade usnia left in the stall?" He scratched his chin in embarrassment and extinguished their hopes. "Unluckily for you two, the warehouse has been swept clean. And besides, from now on this corner is also completely cutting ties with elite-grade usnias. But a little spoiler, soon my shop will put bronze rank usnias and premium elite-grade, spirit-drawing goldfish on the shelves. Whoever wants to grab a slot is welcome to drop a deposit." Yue Ling immediately played big and shouted her price. "Then I'm locking in 8 radiance credits to take the spirit-drawing goldfish home. Who dares to steal my goods? I'll throw in 5 radiance credits to scoop up the bronze rank usnia." The monk next to her was still muttering, "Buddha saves those with money and fate." The sister immediately cut in and stole the floor. "Remember to pin the goods for me." He secretly rejoiced, "Sweet, catching these 2 fat chickens saves me the saliva of running around scouting the market." Lin Yuan frowned and threatened, "I'm telling you up front, whoever dares to keep crowing loudly in here will get banned and thrown straight into the shop's blacklist. You'll have to suffer the consequences." He wiped his sweat and exhaled, tired to the point of losing my breath. With this situation, I have to urgently draft a rigid rule board and nail it right at the entrance to open the eyes of the public. The monk put his hands together to bid farewell and then turned on his heel to slip away quietly. "Then this poor monk shall sit in meditation and wait for the day benefactor Lin brings the good news." This poor monk takes his leave. Seeing that Yue Ling was still planting herself there, he asked curiously, "Do you still want to drag this out, sis? I swear, even if you turn the shop upside down, not a single fei will drop out." The sister awkwardly scratched her head. "Oh, I mean, does your place accept repairs and maintenance for damaged feis?" Lin Yuan was slightly startled. "State the condition and let's see." The sister answered briefly, "It's a case of a shattered root source, absolutely tragic." He raised an eyebrow cautiously. "How severely crushed is it? If it's below the silver rank, I might be able to show off a bit to see if it can be salvaged." Yue Ling was thrilled to the core. "Oh really, this is such a blessing. My daughter's baby has finally escaped the death sentence." Lin Yuan was speechless, completely frozen for 5 seconds. "A daughter? She looks about the same age as my little Chu Ci." Yue Ling quickly brought up the system panel for him to see. "Admire it, this is my precious daughter's bronze-grade item. It's just that during a grinding trip near the spatial rift, she unluckily got hit by a garbage demon, and its roots were completely scorched." He panicked. "A garbage demon again, and what's worse is that it used a withering curse flame that drains all vitality. This life-draining effect hitting plant types is truly devastating. No wonder its origin source was crushed to a pulp." She bowed deeply with teary eyes. "I'm truly grateful to you 1,000 times over, but how much will the repair cost? Unfortunately, I don't have cash on hand right now, but I'll definitely borrow enough by next month." He waved his hand to reassure her. "Shoo, what's the rush? Don't worry about nothing. I'm also grinding so hard this month that I can't even lift my head. Just bring that burden straight to me next month. As for the money, I won't charge you money, you just need to dig this item up for me and we'll call it even." Yue Ling clapped her hands. "Oh my, just some recovery soil? Then I've hit the jackpot." She retreated while waving her hand firmly. "Just turn off your brain and rest assured, young man. I swear I'll dig up the whole earth to bring it to you." He widened his eyes. "Oh, is it really that easy?" "Oh wow, then it's a perfect 10, no buts. If you hit a dead end and can't dig it up, it won't be too late to talk about money then." But thinking about it, Lin Yuan felt something was off. It's ridiculous. How could Jia Xin's massive warehouse be completely empty without a single handful of recovery soil? Just how huge of a backing does this parent have? He clicked his tongue and let it go. "Well, consider the recovery soil settled, and as for the herbal spring water, I can just throw money at it, but the most troublesome part is still finding a pair of redwood cores. Don't tell me I have to drag myself to the clearance sale at the rare item pavilion just to salvage a chance of bringing them back. Putting those headache-inducing matters aside first, I should pack up and toss the silk-spitting spiders to little Yunzhang Zai Liu. The order is finalized. Hurry up and get your butt over here to pick up your goods, girl." Zhao Yun was thrilled the moment she popped her head in and saw the darling spiders. "Oh my God, Mr. Booster, are you using hacks? It's only been a few days. Where did you manage to dig up a full set of 5 epic quality ones?" The girl's hurricane-like arrival speed left him dumbfounded. "Huh, did you use a teleportation jutsu or something to be that fast?" The energetic girl ran over to touch the spiders. "Yummy, beyond my imagination. You can sleep soundly, uncle. I have the destiny of an unparalleled chosen one. I'll definitely unbox a super VIP invisible spider web for you to see." Lin Yuan stood behind her with crossed arms, half joking and half serious as he asked, "Hey, did the goods pass your test so I can stamp them for dispatch?" The girl grinned broadly and finalized it. "Hard pass, pack them up quickly, uncle. My heart is beating so fast I can't take it anymore." He kindly threw in a warning. "Hey, one of them has a highly toxic spitting skill in its arsenal. Try to dodge it carefully, or you'll go bald one day, got it?" Xiao Yun flipped her hat to show off a few sparse strands of hair. "Do you think I like offering my head for it to bite? Besides, my stiff hair is about to grow back smoothly." The money notification just chimed, "Bye-bye, uncle." He muttered inwardly, "Did this brat eat gunpowder or something? Why does she bristle up like a hedgehog at the slightest thing? Whatever, the money is in my pocket. This time I have to splurge and expand the workshop scale." Days flew by, and Lin Yuan buried his head in upgrading his base, grinding day and night without fatigue to earn more dough. Meanwhile, Kong Ming was still burying its head, chewing through a pile of academic books. When it was time to lie down on the mattress and rest, he was still calculating in his head. "That butterfly-tailed spirit absorbing goldfish sells like hotcakes. At this rate, I have to grab dozens more batches to make it worth it. The batch of green vines is also running out. I have to scoop up more to fill the warehouse to feel secure." Suddenly, Kong Ming called out, "Lin Yuan." Catching its dull, staring eyes, he panicked. "Kong Ming, are your demon-revealing glasses short-circuiting, or are your eyes blurry from overworking your brain?" It hurriedly waved its paws to argue. "No way, I'm just stuck on these confusing theories. To sum it up, what the heck is this complicated and troublesome trait in a spirit creature's evolution process?" He blinked. "Complicated and troublesome trait. Give me a specific example." It scratched its head and explained. "It's the kind where a spirit creature evolves but doesn't bother focusing on getting bigger muscles or becoming tougher to survive. If they just act all clueless like that, how can they manage to survive this harsh evolutionary cycle?" Lin Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. Admittedly, cramming this abstract academic stuff is worse than smashing your head into tofu. I have to dig up some practical evidence to open its eyes. He then brought up a domestic example to start. "Hey Kong Ming, you're quite familiar with the green vine, right?" It nodded firmly. "Obviously, Yin Yin's beak loudly munches on that stuff every day." Lin Yuan lifted his chin. "So suppose you were it, what evolutionary path would you map out if you wanted to cling to a long life?" Kong Ming put a paw on its forehead to imagine. "If it were me, I wouldn't be stupid enough to grow leaves for them to eat. I'd strip them all off just to be safe. Then, I'd load up a few kilos of deadly poison. Let's see who dares to open their mouth and bite me." He was left speechless picturing that scenario. "So you want to mold a cactus pumped full of venom?" Kong Ming chimed in. "That's not enough. It must also mutate with maxed out endurance, surviving on its own without any water." Lin Yuan tapped its head. "Where did your brain fly off to? That kind of reasoning goes straight into the ground, kid." It widened its eyes in grievance. "How is it wrong? My survival mindset is top tier, so perfect that it's invincible." He immediately grabbed a potted plant and slammed it onto the table. "Admire it, this is its textbook evolutionary form, the bronze-grade green vine." Kong Ming stared at it with its jaw dropped. What kind of breed is this? It completely contradicts the scenario I just painted. Look at this leaf shape, so succulent and tender, and it even gives off a sweet scent. Is it screaming, 'Oh God, please bite me quickly'?" Lin Yuan smiled, his eyes turning into crescent moons. "Congratulations, you hit the nail right on the head. The green vine's evolutionary trick is actually a speech addressed to the whole world saying, 'I am an unlimited food reserve, incredibly chewy and tasty, so you better serve me hand and foot, treating me with the utmost care.' And thanks to that psychological manipulation trick, it rightfully claims a VIP seat in the brutal food chain of spirit creatures." Kong Ming remained conservative with its philosophy. "Knock it off, if it were me, I'd rather turn into a hard-to-chew rock and be spat out." Lin Yuan shook his head and sighed, advising, "Oh Kong Ming, you've read yourself into a stupor. The more you run into a dead end, the more clueless you become. Why not get your butt outside and wander around for some fresh air to clear your mind?" Yin Yin fluttered out clumsily from a corner to throw a tantrum. "Oh, I want to join the fun too." Being taken out on the street, Yin Yin spread its wings and stretched cheerfully. "Wow, it feels like it's been 1,000 years since I breathed the outside air." He laughed to cover up. "Well, we've been cocooned in our deep cave for too long. Lately, we've just left all our needs to online shopping services delivering right to our doorstep." Hitting their eyes was Ling Zio's breaking news bulletin on the screen. The headquarters of the Creation Master Association under the Radiance Federation is preparing to tear down and rebuild the rules for the Creation Master promotion exam. Whoever devours the one-star Creation Master test in a mere 40 minutes will be specially exempted from the preliminary round of 3,000 lifestyle professions, leapfrogging straight into the 2-star Creation Master position. Kong Ming caught on extremely fast. Long story short, he nodded firmly, spot on. I have more than enough power to blast through to 2-star. Even if I die, I have to tightly hug this piece of fat falling from the sky. Yin Yin flapped its wings enthusiastically. I'm willing to be your errand boy, risking my life to support you. Female MC on the broadcast proceeded to drop a second bomb. Following the bulletin is a massive upheaval in the Federation. According to intelligence data, spatial rifts will erupt with energy to maximum thresholds in about 6 months. A massive beast horde pandemic is about to sweep through here. The Radiance Federation has officially activated the Red Alert system, switching to a combat-ready state. All citizens are advised to equip themselves with nerves of steel, and self-induced panic and stampedes are strictly forbidden. Lin Yuan froze upon hearing this. What the heck is this? Ling Zio loudly read the directive. The Federation will pull the entire force of the Zhen Ling Guard to the front line the moment the spatial rifts show signs of bursting, fighting to the death to drown out this beast horde. That name was like a key turning back time, taking him back to that dark day of his childhood, the moment his parents turned their backs to leave the house, and he innocently grabbed their clothes and asked, "Mom and Dad, are you two going far away?" Both of them patted his head and instructed, "Be a good boy, little Yuan. Stay home and be a big brother to look after little Chu Ci for us. Mom and Dad have urgent business and must set off. Just sleep well. Tomorrow morning, when you open your eyes, you'll see Mom and Dad standing right by your bed." The next day, only a blood-soaked and battered figure dragged himself back bringing bad news. "Little Yuan, Uncle owes you an apology. Your parents." Little Chu Ci trotted out half asleep and shook his arm. "Big brother, where did Mom and Dad go?" He choked back his grief and swallowed hard. "Mom and Dad are gone. They will never come back to us again." She burst into tears, throwing herself straight into his arms and sobbing. "Dad, Mom." He braced himself and hugged his precious little sister, comforting her. "Don't be afraid, from now on, Big Brother will carry the whole sky for you." And the only thing left behind, lying coldly in Lin Yuan's palm that day, was a pair of blood-stained badges. Reality roughly pulled him back as Yin Yin and Kong Ming took turns calling out, Hey, Lin Yuan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us." Lin Yuan pulled himself together and wrapped his arms around both of them. "I'm fine, let's go home." The final puzzle piece had clicked into place. It turned out that that blood-stained piece of metal was indeed a Zhen Ling Guard badge. As night fell, Lin Yuan locked the door and hid in his room. He rooted himself in front of the computer screen, his fingers dancing on the keyboard in a continuous clatter. When he managed to dig out the pile of classified documents, Lin Yuan only gave a faint smirk. Just as I guessed, the gaping spatial rift from 10 years ago spawned right on the outskirts of Xia Prefecture, and the tragic mess from that year was single-handedly cleaned up by the frontline forces of the Zhen Ling Guard. He dug up a dozen dusty old online articles, breaking news from the Federation, Red Alert. Right in Xia Prefecture, a dungeon-type spatial rift suddenly opened its jaws, and a horde of monsters is glaring, ready to swallow the peaceful inner city whole. At 3 o'clock this morning, a patch of land in the northern agricultural belt of Xia Prefecture crumbled, vomiting out swarms of grotesque creatures from underground. Quoting a quick report from the Zhen Ling Guard's reconnaissance team, it is officially confirmed that this is an uncontrolled eruption of a dungeon-type spatial rift that had long been dormant underground. Armed forces have set up barbed wire nets to blockade all roads. As this bulletin was being drafted, a massive army of over 100,000 scurrying freaks, including stone rats, metal devourers, and foul rotting centipedes crazily tore at the city's defensive walls. The suicide squad of the Zhen Ling Guard hold heavy weaponry like bug defense beasts and spirit guarding towers, rushing to the front line to unleash fire and halt the enemy's advance. Situation grew increasingly desperate. Tracking radars sniffed out a terrifyingly massive energy source churning at the bottom of the rift. At exactly 7 in the morning, a Tier 4 monster, a swamp dragon eel, tore through the defensive barricade and surfaced. It spat out horribly corrosive acid combined with sonic blasts, wiping out 30 defense soldiers who lay scattered, coughing up blood. The Wind and Thunder squad of the Zhen Ling Guard is aggressively tightening the encirclement to eliminate the target. But the real nightmare began at 3 in the afternoon when the rift violently shuddered again, and the final boss, a Tier 5 alien beast, the bone-rotting silkworm, officially showed its face. This giant bug wore a thick armor of bone, its tail stinger constantly dripping poison, and the most horrifying part was that at its dying breath, it would self-destruct to unleash a bone-clinging curse to corrode its target. This is an excerpt from the medical records of the former commander of the Zhenling Guard. Right now, the entrapment and slaughter campaign is still racing in parallel. Latest news brief, updated at 8 in the evening, states that the bone-rotting silkworm was finally beaten into a crippled state, but the aftermath left the entire battlefield submerged in a sea of acid. The Zhenling Guard issued an official statement. Thank heavens no residents were harmed, but the exchange came at too high a price, with 120 soldiers severely wounded and 53 names completely vanishing from the tracking system. The operation to seal this damned spatial loophole has been activated, with the completion time locked in within the next 72 hours. The news system will continue to pump out more information. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly glued to those words, the bone-rotting silkworm. That damn bone-clinging curse trick is precisely the suicide bomber self-destruct move that the bone-rotting silkworm only uses when backed into a corner, sacrificing its own life to drag the enemy down to the grave with it. Uncle Li, for all these years you bore this pain, and your nephew didn't have the slightest suspicion. It turns out, both of you also wore the uniform of the Zhenling Guard. He stared piercingly at the 2 pieces of metal carefully tucked away in the drawer. That is the truth, isn't it? The map shows it clearly. The south is surrounded by a sea of magma fire, the north is eternally frozen, swiping west is a desolate desert with no human presence, and the east is mudded in a swamp of death. This tiny Radiance Federation is sandwiched between 4 sides of perilous, barren lands. There are tens of millions of spirit creatures prowling around, and the Zhenling Guard was born precisely to be the steel shield fighting to the death to protect the Radiance Federation, receiving orders to wipe out the invasions of those hideous alien beasts. Mom and Dad, so it turns out you two also threw yourselves into this profession that flirts with death. Why did you grit your teeth and hide it, not uttering a single word to me? Fondling the cold badge, Lin Yuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, it seems there's some sort of mark engraved on this. That deadly number 2837 is precisely the identification code of his parents, neatly tucked into the Zhenling Guard's records. He pulled his chair back to the keyboard, racking his brains and grinding away to see if he could dig up any leftover clues. The moment the screen stuttered and threw up a bright red warning line, Lin Yuan dropped his jaw. What in the world is going on here? Did I hit a permission firewall? Trying to find a needle in a haystack on this mortal network really yields nothing. Unfortunately, Auntie Zhang is currently escorting Uncle Li to the hospital to get medicine, so the house is empty right now and no information can be squeezed out. Tossing and turning all night just to rack his brains and string the events together. The 2 of them are childhood friends of his parents. 10 to 1, they must be holding on to some earth-shattering secret. Just looking at the fatal injury on Uncle Li, I swear he personally dove into that messy slop years ago. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that he also wore the Zhenling Guard uniform. In the middle of the dead night, there was suddenly a steady knocking sound on the door. Lin Yuan jolted up like a boiled shrimp. At this hour, even dogs are snoring. Did Auntie Zhang and her husband sneak back? That's a lie. Auntie Zhang's style would never involve knocking so gently and timidly like this. During this period, little Chu Ci is burying her head studying for the 100 Suns tournament, so even if she sprouted wings she wouldn't wander back. And even if she did plan a surprise visit, she would have blown up his phone a billion times beforehand. As for those customers on the Star Web, even if they died they would just text to demand their goods. They wouldn't have the free time to show up right at his den. So what ghost is looming out there at this witching hour? The rhythm of the knocking suddenly changed its tone. Huh, did they swap shifts for someone else to knock? The most catastrophic scenario is that his cheating trick of forced leveling for his spirit creature's evolution leaked out, and the mafia has come right to his bed to carry him away. Yin was also startled and flew out of its nest. Yikes, Lin Yuan, at this ungodly hour, who's knocking on the door to summon souls. Kong Ming rubbed its sleepy eyes and twisted its body. Confess honestly, you went and snatched a gangster's rice bowl so you're being hunted down, right? He knocked its head and scolded. Shut your jinxing mouth. This ragged stall of mine only stocks a few trifling items. What right do I have to kick away someone else's rice bowl? Listen here, Yin. In a bit I'll unlock the door. The moment I step back, No matter what kind of plague pokes its head in, you just slam it right in the face with your turbulence and sonic spike skills. Lin Yuan stealthily cracked the door open a slit, his eyes darting around as he probed. "Excuse me, who are you looking to collect debts from by knocking on doors in the middle of the night?" The bulky man outside spoke up to soothe him. "Uncle's name is Dong Hai, just calm down, young man. Let me ask you one thing, are you really the flesh and blood of Lin Jian and Chu Ran?" He frowned in high alert. "Are you two old friends of my parents?" Su Jin pulled a badge out of her pocket and waved it in front of him. "Just glancing at this tool of the trade, your brain must have clicked by now, right? It feels like just yesterday, yet that little brat has already sprouted into such a big guy." The two of them introduced themselves. "We work under the Zhen Ling Guard. My name is Su Jin, you can just call me Auntie Su, and this imposing uncle is Dong Hai. Did you tinker around and hack into the Zhen Ling Guard's internal archive earlier? Thanks to that trace, we managed to track your location signal all the way here." He nodded as if he understood. "So it turns out I was tracked. Then what about the matter concerning my parents?" Uncle pulled out an item and pressed it into Lin Yuan's hands sorrowfully. "This story is as long as a tragic movie. That messy bloodbath years ago ended in chaos, plus the unwritten rule that brothers in the Zhen Ling Guard must erase all their personal identities when going to war. Because of that, the logistical desk jockeys at headquarters ran into a ton of trouble during the cleanup phase. Truly sorry, kid, we should have found our way to this house much sooner." He tremblingly reached out to take it, carefully peeling back the outer cloth wrap that still bore dried bloodstains. "What is this?" The scribbled handwriting engraved inside hit his eyes directly. "To little Yuan, little Chu Ci, hoping your lives will always be paved with roses, safe and sound." Lin Yuan's eyes stung. Such familiar handwriting, there's no mistaking it, it was written by Mom's own hand. Dong Hai sighed and explained. "Getting involved with the work of the Zhen Ling Guard means your life hangs by a thread. Because of that, your Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li had to grit their teeth and keep their mouths shut, only able to silently stay by your side and take care of meals for you two siblings. Please don't hold a grudge against them." He let out a light, airy smile. "Don't worry, Auntie Su. My brain isn't muddled. What right do I have to resent them? I know full well that thanks to Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li shielding us, we two siblings had a chance to raise our heads and live peacefully until today." The uncle patted Lin Yuan's shoulder forcefully, making a solid promise. "From now on, let Uncle Dong stand up as the umbrella backing you. If you run into any tough situations, just call out my name and it's settled." Dong Hai suddenly startled and slapped his forehead, hurriedly rummaging inside his chest pocket. "I almost completely forgot about this," he muttered. He handed him a small box and said, "This is the fruit exchanged with all of your parents' merits. Old Zhang and everyone else also had to sweat blood and tears, submitting applications over and over again to finally get it." The teenager dazedly accepted it, whispering to ask what on earth this thing was. Su Jin gently pried the box open for Lin Yuan to see clearly inside. "This is a source bug seed," she said. He scratched his head in confusion, asking Auntie Su what a source bug was. She patiently explained that spatial rifts don't just spit out alien beasts, sometimes they also spawn precious treasures. People call those things source-type items. If you want to patch up a rift, the only way is to completely drain the source-type item inside it. And the source bug seed lying neatly in this box carries immense power, enough to stitch up a Tier 2 spatial rift. Dong Hai cleared his throat and chimed in a few words. "This item was born to be reserved for you. Hearing old Li tell it, you got into a bit of an accident when you were young, making your constitution fragile. If you contracted a normal spirit creature, you'd be drained of all your strength, but the source bug is a special case. It only demands to drink fresh blood to grow, completely refraining from siphoning even a single drop of your spiritual power or spiritual energy." Lin Yuan timidly fondled the source bug seed, blinking as he asked again if it only required blood to be raised. Su Jin nodded firmly, confirming that this source bug seed could absolutely hatch into a genuine spirit creature. The great thing is, its abilities and evolutionary path are entirely decided by the one who raises it. She gently advised, "Since your body is already weak, it's best to guide it into a healing-type spirit creature. That way, in the future, you'll have both an assistant and someone to nurse your body, hitting two birds with one stone." Lin Yuan nodded inwardly, thinking to himself that a healing type sounded absolutely perfect for his current physical condition. However, if I only focus on being a healer, where will I get the capability to survive in this era? He told himself that he absolutely must possess sharp combat strength. At the very least, he had to be as strong as that disaster phoenix butterfly to hold his ground. She took out a Central Federation Bank card and shoved it into his hand. Take this too, there's already 100 Radiance coins in here. This is Auntie's personal gift. Consider it a belated compensation for you over these 10 long years. Little Yuan, Auntie also chipped in a part, all right? Raising a source bug and paying for your little sister's schooling is very expensive. Feel free to use it, absolutely don't be stingy. Consider the leftover amount as Auntie paying you back for the past 10 years of interest. The teenager hastily waved his hands wildly. Oh no, Auntie Sue, Uncle Dong, I absolutely wouldn't dare accept such a massive amount of money. Saying that, Lin Yuan pushed the room door open for them to see, smiling as he added. Yin Yin and Kong Ming immediately clung to his body. Lin Yuan said brightly, I'm already healthy now, and I've even welcomed 2 wonderful family members like these into the fold. Dong Hai put on a weathered expression, patting his shoulder to advise. Little Yuan, Uncle Dong has lived 20 years longer than you. Listen to a heartfelt word of advice from your uncle. He stuffed the card straight into his pocket, domineeringly declaring, Uncle doesn't care what you think. Uncle only cares about how Uncle feels. No arguing, listen to Uncle and take it. Standing on the side, Sujin quietly observed and calculated in her head. It seems little Yuan's constitution has only just recovered. That 100 questions beast and soundbird are at most dragging along at the elite grade. His peers of the same age, even the weak ones, have already climbed up to the bronze grade. The boy is clearly thirsting for and lacking far too much actual combat experience. She suddenly had an idea. That's right, little Yuan, are you curious about your parents' former line of work? Hearing this, Dong Hai widened his eyes in horror and asked little Sue what she was planning to do. She replied calmly, right here in Xia Prefecture, there is a Tier 1 spatial rift connecting straight to the bug world. If you're interested, Auntie will take you on an inspection tour to see how the Zhen Ling Guard operates. Of course, even if it's only Tier 1, it absolutely cannot be said that there are 0 risks. If you feel apprehensive then. Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement immediately. I'll go. My past dire straits must be well known to you 2 elders. I have slept for too long and missed out on many things in this world, so now that there's a golden opportunity like this, how could I turn a blind eye? His brain was currently calculating non-stop. Within the next half-year, the spatial rifts will become uncontrollable, and a beast horde is about to descend upon them, so calculating and preparing defenses starting from now is the best policy. She clapped in approval. So ambitious, little Lin, little Chu, your son is truly a top-quality seedling. Dong Hai remained cautious, trying to advise. Little Sue, shouldn't we be a bit more careful about this decision? She immediately brushed it off. Stop your nagging. Later on, you'll be in charge of scooping up alien bug corpses, while I act as the shield protecting little Yuan. Turning to him, she urged, Little Yuan, pack your things quickly, we're setting sail right now. His eyes were immediately sucked tightly towards the giant creature that had just been summoned. Stats panel appeared clearly. The creature was named Cotton Feather's Snow Owl, belonging to the Fierce Feather family Snowy Owl genus. Its current level sat majestically at Platinum 8 out of 10, belonging to the Ice Weather type with flawless quality. Its skill set was incredibly impressive. Feather Strike allows it to flap its wings at high speed and shoot out razor-sharp feathers. Feather Smooth, then, utilizes the dense downy feathers on its body to form an armor layer that blocks all damage. The Snow Feather Scatter attack unleashes a rain of feathers containing piercing cold air, which can condense into ice to sweep across a wide area. Even more terrifying is Ground Snow Avalanche, which blasts a stream of extreme cold air to create a blizzard avalanche on the ground, burying and freezing everything without bothering to distinguish friend from foe. To protect its teammates, it uses Snow's protection to summon the power of ice and snow to completely shield multiple targets, simultaneously increasing their cold resistance. On top of that, its exclusive trait, Extreme Cold, also enhances its compatibility with ice, making all moves of this element come attached with an instant freezing effect. He stood rubbing his chin and marveling inwardly, casually calling one out summoned a platinum grade right away with a full 5 skills. Even if its profile leaned towards defense, it was still overwhelmingly overpowered. Truly, the caliber of someone from the Zhen Ling Guard hits differently. Yin Yin smacked its beak in admiration looking at that creature. Lin Yuan, that big bird is so majestic. Will I be able to reach a peak like that in the future? He smiled encouragingly. Definitely, I will pour all my strength into nurturing you into a superstar like that. Kong Ming also rubbed against him with full craving. Looks amazing, I want to go along too. Seeing that, Lin Yuan turned to ask for permission. "Uncle Dong, can I bring these two little friends along?" The uncle generously waved his hand in acceptance. "Just carry them all along. With Uncle taking charge as a bodyguard, there's nothing to worry about." Getting the chance to hitch a ride, Kong Ming and Yin Yin jumped up in joy. Finally getting to ride on the back of a big bird to fly around, this is so great. The feeling is exactly like riding a dragon swan, the little bird chirped. He raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked, "So have you ever ridden a dragon swan before to know what it feels like?" Yin Yin lifted its head high and replied nonchalantly, "Of course not, but in my rich imagination, a dragon swan must definitely be this wonderful." As the whole group glided to an anomalous zone, Dong Hai pointed ahead and revealed that this was exactly the spatial rift. Immediately, the guards below pointed their weapons up to block the path, shouting loudly to announce that the area ahead was a restricted zone, and anyone without official business was barred from entry. He boldly declared his identity. Dong Hai, affiliated with the Zhenling Guard, requesting permission to enter the restricted zone of the spatial rift to lead a team on a basic cleanup mission. Upon hearing this, the guard cross-checked the information, then solemnly replied, "Identity verification has no errors, wishing Lord Dong a smooth execution of your mission." Sitting on cotton feathers back flying across the boundary, Dong Hai turned around to warn him. "We've slipped into the territory of the spatial rift. Occasionally, a few stray alien bugs will drop down here. That's why the Purple Thorn Guards have to be stationed here in such large numbers. Just watch yourself and be careful." Just as he finished speaking, a series of creaking sounds echoed, making the two little ones cower. Kong Ming trembled, clinging tightly to Lin Yuan, asking what the heck those noises were. He glanced at the grotesque black shadow rushing straight for his back, blurting out that things were looking bad. Quick as lightning, Dong Hai appeared to block the way, launching an attack that sent the monster flying into oblivion. Lin Yuan gasped in astonishment. Just using a bit of physical tempering spiritual energy and smashing an alien bug to a pulp with one punch. So this is the terrifying strength of someone in the Zhenling Guard. Su Jin smiled faintly to reassure him. "Loosen up to ease the tension, little Yuan. You look at the swarm of alien bugs pouring out in droves, but for the most part, they are entirely elite grade, with just a scarce few bronze grade ones mixed in." The teenager cried rivers in his heart, thinking to himself, "With my fragile little life, an elite grade is already the Grim Reaper calling." Dong Hai patted his chest, ready to stand out and protect him. "Spot on, little Yuan. These petty tricks, let Uncle shoulder them alone right off the bat." Instantly, Phantom was summoned, rampaging across the field, appearing with an overwhelming aura. Phantom's razor-sharp claws plunged deep into the silent ground. Looking at the spirit creature standing single-handedly in the midst of the insect encirclement, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Dong, tossing it into the middle of the swarm like that, doesn't it just make the alien bugs more smug?" He laughed heartily to reassure him. "Calm down, young man. If you want to put on a show, you have to wait for a bit of time to prepare the stage." Dong Hai's hand swung forcefully into the air, roaring loudly, "It's hunting time, my wolf pack." Information panel instantly popped up. This creature is a phantom dire wolf, belonging to the dire wolf family Fang genus, dark type, bearing a level of platinum 10 out of 10 with an epic level quality. Its treasury of skills includes Bite and Tear, which uses razor-sharp teeth to crush opponents with piercing damage. Claw Strike swings claws to shred enemy flesh. Terror Roar unleashes a spine-chilling roar that forces the enemy into a panic, sharply reducing their defense. The Gloomy Wave attack spits out a small-scale destructive energy beam. The most special is Myriad Wolves' Shadow Pool, which splits its own energy into a pack of phantom wolves with lower strength than the original, the number depending on the set energy source. Accompanying this is the Energy Absorption trait, allowing it to continuously drain the prey's vitality during the slaughter to recover itself. The phantom direwolf threw its head back and let out a long howl, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept in all directions. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, acknowledging that this phantom direwolf was nurtured exceptionally well. The combination of its skills and exclusive traits made it a tireless fighting machine in drawn-out battles requiring explosive bursts. He thought to himself, just witnessing this performance alone made the trip completely worth it. Amidst the center of the encirclement, its demeanor remained incredibly leisurely and unhurried. Dong Hai turned and winked at him. "See, easy peasy, there's absolutely no danger at all." Suddenly noticing that Yin Yin was fidgeting restlessly, he frowned in surprise and asked, "What's wrong, Yin Yin?" The little bird trembled, glaring into the empty void. "Something is staring right at us from this exact spot." Suddenly, a blood-red eye materialized in midair. It was a bizarre crow, perched precariously atop a dried human skull. Right before this, he was just comforting the little ones. Overall, this trip will be smooth sailing. There's nothing to be afraid of. Kong Ming had just breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing against Lin Yuan's chest and muttering, "That's so great." But at this very moment, Yin Yin suddenly dashed out from his body and shouted, "Lin Yuan, be careful. I have a really bad feeling about this." He panicked, reaching out and calling after it, telling it not to go over there. Whipping his head from side to side and seeing no sign of the two seniors, Lin Yuan was startled. "That's weird. Where did Aunt Sue and Uncle Dong disappear to?" Cold sweat broke out, his intuition blaring a bad premonition. "This is bad, this place is clearly." Instantly, a ghostly crow carrying white bones swooped down, shocking him into exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" In the real world, Dong Hai was still gloating, thinking tonight was indeed the most relaxing stroll ever. Su Jin frowned warily, telling him not to let his guard down. She said, "I just have this feeling that something hideous is still lurking and waiting for us." He looked down at the peaceful situation below and turned to scold little Sue for being a jinx. She immediately got into a prepared stance and declared, "Little Yuan, sit tight, don't worry about these trivial matters, your aunt and uncle are here to protect you." Right after that, countless ice needles from Snow Feather were fired out in a flurry. Dong Hai wiped his sweat and chuckled, "Well, I guess this is the most nerve-wracking moment of the day, huh?" But she suddenly felt something was off and realized something was wrong. "Little Yuan has been dead silent for a while now, hurry up and check on the kid." He immediately reached out to touch and check on him, reassuringly saying, "His complexion and breathing are normal and steady, it's fine. You probably drove so smoothly that little Yuan just dozed off." Meanwhile, back in the dreamscape, the trio of Lin Yuan and his pets were in a freefall. Kong Ming screamed its lungs out, "Lin Yuan is about to hit rock bottom, what kind of sick joke is this?" Yin Yin gritted its teeth, spread its wings and swooped over, shouting for him to grab onto it. He used all his might to cling tightly onto Yin Yin to stop his body from falling any deeper. Kong Ming turned pale, fearfully praying and begging Yin Yin to hold on tight. The little bird confidently reassured them, "Of course I can carry this." However, that effort didn't last long. Its body quickly exhausted itself and couldn't bear the weight, dragging both of them straight down. Hit the ground with a thud, warily scanning his surroundings. The sensation of the impact was truly bizarre. It didn't feel like falling from a great height, but rather like the ground automatically rose up to catch him. Dropping from such a terrifying altitude without a single scratch, could it be that this hidden mastermind didn't want to kill him right away? From the darkness, a gravelly voice hissed, "Good guess, brat. You carefree creatures outside the rift get to hog all the fertile lands. Meanwhile, we have to tear each other apart to the bitter end, letting blood flow like rivers just for a few meager scraps of energy." The voice challenged, "Let's make a bet, let's see if you have the skills to see through me. If I win, your life stays here forever." He stared in astonishment, "You're an alien insect too, and you even know how to use human language." It roared furiously, "Cut the crap. The moment you open your mouths, you call us alien insects. On what grounds do you get to enjoy peace and prosperity out there, huh?" From above, Yin Yin slammed a stream of turbulent flow straight into the ground, standing side by side with Kong Ming and boldly declaring, "Dream on, our side has backup right here." They shouted, "Don't even think about taking a single step to touch Lin Yuan. That's right, not to mention we also have a giant bird and a badass wolf backing us up." The hidden figure sneered mockingly, "Oh, is that so? So are the bird and wolf you're relying on the phase of these two?" They growled, "Now keep your eyes peeled and see who the real alien insect is here." In just a blink of an eye, Yin Yin and Kong Ming were swiftly beaten to a pulp. "I'm out of juice, Lin Yuan, make a run for it," the little bird gasped. He grimaced, raising his hand to give them a light slap to wake the two little ones up and calm their minds. Kong Ming shook its head in bewilderment. What the heck just happened? Why did the monsters vanish without a trace? Lin Yuan analyzed coldly, "Because it's all just an illusion, I'm dead right about this. Aunt Sue and Uncle Dong aren't here, not because you made them vaporize, but because garbage like you isn't skilled enough to drag them into this illusion." Status interface immediately exposed the enemy. The Fey 3-degree Crow Lord, of the Crow lineage Passerine Order, an elite grade spirit type with normal quality. Its signature skill was Illusionary Dream Eye. When locking onto a target, it could drag the victim into a low-dimensional illusion, projecting the most horrifying scenes to wear down their willpower. However, this move could only trick Fays with lower grades than itself. The 3-degree crow lord felt guilty and trembled slightly, shocked, and thinking to itself that this brat seemed to have stripped bare all its tricks. Driven mad by humiliation, they exploded and released their power, screeching shrilly, "Bastard, I didn't expect a human brat to figure out my ability. In that case, prepare to meet the Grim Reaper right here." Ming looked around curiously. "Lin Yuan, is this whole setup an illusion too? Why does it look so vividly real?" He remained highly vigilant and reminded it, in this freaky scenario, taking a hit is 100% real. The 3-degree crow lord bared its fangs and threatened, "This move of mine is the real deal, kiddo." He narrowed his eyes, realizing the surging attack coming at them was almost an exact carbon copy of Uncle Dong's phase skill. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan ordered Yin Yin to fire turbulent flow straight at their heels. As for Ming, it was to wait for an opening and shred the weak point on the enemy's face. He deduced that, after all, this was just an illusionary clone. Its power definitely couldn't outclass the original. Upon hearing the command, it immediately unleashed a storm of turbulent flow sweeping downwards. Ming also lunged forward, landing a critical scratch on the strange beast, roaring, "I won't let this tasty prey slip away." But seeing the enemy remain as solid as a rock without a single scratch, the cat was startled and amazed. "This is insane magic. My paws are tired from hitting, but it looks like they aren't dented at all." Lin Yuan mocked disdainfully, "No matter how smooth your tricks are grade-wise, your alien insect kind stands no chance of winning. Dragging this fight out like this is pointless." The crow frantically denied, "Pointless? You guys are the human and fey faction, and I am an alien insect. Once we dive into a life-and-death battle, why would meaning even matter?" They shrieked, "Don't even think about exploiting loopholes to escape today. From now on, just obediently become my scarecrows and toys for amusement." Suddenly, the status bar leaped to bronze grade. Lin Yuan looked at that information in panic, unable to believe the opponent actually used a dirty buff to optimally evolve right inside the illusion. It fanatically roared, "To survive, one must be sharpened through combat to find satisfaction. Destruction is the boundary of fairness, and only killing resets everything back to a state of balance." It resentfully criticized, "Why do you creatures get to lazily enjoy fresh air and good food, while we have to drown in a sea of blood, slaughtering each other at the bottom of the spatial rift just to gasp for a way to survive?" Mid that tension, a strange beast lunged from the shadows, opening its maw to bite Lin Yuan's neck off. Accidentally, a drop of fresh blood seeped out and fell straight onto the source bead that had been lying dormant this whole time. Yin Yin and Ming were now being suffocated, crying in remorse and gasping, "If only I could be just a bit stronger, you wouldn't have to suffer like this, Lin Yuan." The ferocious beast roared its verdict, "To survive is to taste suffering, only destruction brings eternal dust." Boom, a bizarre surge of power from out of nowhere blasted straight toward them. The 3-degree crow lord stared in shock. How the hell did this happen? Lin Yuan also froze for 5 seconds, muttering to himself, "This is impossible, that's clearly a source insect. Why did it switch sides and stand on the opposite front against us?" Very quickly he connected the dots and spoke up, "Ah, I get it now. Your ability is to overbuff and strengthen phase in the environment, right? Nice one, but sorry, my side can also copy and use this opportunistic trick of yours." He snapped his orders, Ming, Yin Yin, aim precisely for its fatal spot, deliver the finishing blow and end this match. Ming excitedly reported, "I've been aiming at it since earlier, its critical weak point is sitting right at." Before it could even finish its sentence, Yin Yin acted with lightning speed, compressing all the turbulent flow into a sharp, straight line that sliced the opponent's beak clean off. The crow howled in resentment as its body was gradually shattered into pieces. "You dog relying on your master, you still turned the tables and won in the end. I actually thought my rotten fate was about to be changed." Lin Yuan stared blankly at the fading mark, surprised. "Is this the slaughter rune? So the core essence of alien insects is killing. It seems that to survive, we have no choice but to keep sharpening our knives and fighting on, right?" The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Dong Hai trying to shake him awake. "Little Yuan, wake up. We have to pull up the anchor and head back. We flew through some bumpy spots earlier. It didn't scare the wits out of you, did it?" Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes and woke up, vaguely replying, "Yes, it's nothing, Uncle Dong." The uncle immediately turned to complain to his companion, "See, I told you the kid is out of battery and exhausted." Su Jin nodded in agreement, "All right then, let's head home." Before landing, he curiously pressed, "Uncle Dong, if I want to grind and get stronger, where should I go to train?" The uncle answered without hesitation, "Definitely the Star Tower. That is an absolutely perfect crucible for combat experience, kiddo." The silent night fell, while the two little furballs were snoring and sleeping soundly. He gently placed the source insect into a basin filled with ores. Lin Yuan scratched his head, rubbing his chin as he pondered over the daytime action. When trapped in the dreamscape, this baggage of a source insect clearly sucked my blood before it finally burst out and transformed. That badass form back then was definitely its appearance after evolution, right? So the correct method to activate a contract with it is a humane blood donation. Acting on his thoughts, he pulled out his fruit knife, gritted his teeth, and made a clean cut on his arm, letting drops of dark red blood drip into the basin. Whatever, all or nothing, molding out a disciple capable of fighting is worth it. In a flash, a bizarre plant sprout broke out from the ores, startling him. Good heavens, its blood-sucking speed is way too fast. At the same time, countless shrill voices echoed and gave Lin Yuan a headache. Crave more, thirst for more, pump more in, don't you dare stop. He held his head and covered his ears, grimacing. True telepathy indeed, but this brutal craving makes it a bottomless vacuum cleaner. Before long, he started feeling dizzy and lightheaded from being drained dry, muttering that this was bad. Lin Yuan shakily reached out and hurriedly grabbed a nearby potted lily for help. "Lily, I'm entrusting this life to you. Buff my health fast, help me put the brakes on this blood-draining speed for a bit." Admiring the brand new form of the source bead, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done molding it, drawing blood was worse than donating bone marrow. But he still felt a bit bothered. However, if it just takes root and acts purely as a plant, it's too useless. I wish it could mod itself a jagged mouth like those carnivorous plants in the illusion. That would be awesome. Just as he finished his thought, the sprout suddenly twisted and bloomed exactly as he imagined, making his jaw drop in shock. It actually managed to mod that in. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh in praise. "So good, completely my type. From now on, I christen you with the name Hong Xiai." He excitedly shoved a carrot into its mouth and wondered, "What, you don't like eating plain carrots?" Seeing it spit the carrot out, Lin Yuan tossed in an ore piece, then tried chewing on this ice cube-like rock, yet the picky plant still shook its head in disdain. Imagining the scenario of having to cut himself to give it blood transfusions every day, Lin Yuan's face distorted, speechless. "Don't tell me this habit means you're so addicted to blood that you'll force me to donate blood instead of eating regular food. I'll wither and die. I really won't be able to handle it." Ming pushed the door and dragged itself in, its eyes glued shut as if stuck with glue, asking Lin Yuan, "Aren't you going to grind some extra sleep to catch up?" He turned around and smiled apologetically to soothe it. "I still have plenty of energy. Yesterday I forced you guys to take a beating. It was tough on you and Yin Yin." The cat suddenly glued its eyes to the strange creature in the room, asking curiously, "What's this messy tangle? Don't tell me it's that super giant plant from yesterday shrunk down." Lin Yuan proudly introduced it. "Its given name is Hong Xiai. From now on it will be a sworn teammate in our guild." Ming's eyes sparkled with drool. "So in the future, will it be able to wreck things up like it did in the illusion? I'm so jealous. Lin Yuan, when will I get to transcend and become stronger?" He scratched his chin to comfort his pet. "Stay calm, haste makes waste. You guys are stuck at elite grade, just endure it and wait until you break the bottleneck and reach bronze grade, then you'll see a miracle happen. Your combat power will soar endlessly then." Right at this moment, Yin Yin also waddled in to join the gossip. "What's the hot news? Let me reserve a spot to hear the story." Lin Yuan gently laid out the plan and advised, "For now, let's just rest, eat, and sleep to our heart's content. I'll pool all the resources to push you two to break through to bronze grade." And indeed, both little ones had reached their peak, sitting proudly at the 10 out of 10 elite grade mark. A week flew by in a flash. At the training ground, he cleared his throat and announced it was time to hit the chopping block. Yin Yin thumped its chest, guaranteeing, "Leave it to me, my mind is as steady as a rock and I'm ready." Ming sat with its arms crossed and whiskers twitching, urging, "Move it quickly, time is money, dawdling ruins things." Lin Yuan, brimming with confidence, cracked his knuckles. "My body has gotten much better lately. Thanks to passively nurturing the source insect, my spiritual energy volume is now as pure as distilled water. Pulling off this bronze grade promotion is definitely a sure thing with no problems." With a boom, Yin Yin's entire body was immediately sealed within a dazzling blue cocoon of light. Stats panel popped up. The flowing cloud bluebird had officially descended. It belonged to the blue tit family, winged bird genus, successfully shedding its mortal coil to reach bronze grade 1 out of 10. Carrying the dual powers of sound and wind types with normal quality. Its new signature move was named Sound Spike, spitting out 3 sharp spikes made of sound waves that pinned straight onto a designated target. As for the turbulent flow skill, it used its wings to frantically fan the wind, creating a rapid, chaotic vortex area that blended the characteristics of tone and melody. Lin Yuan scratched his head in amazement. According to the textbook script, it should have crawled through the singer bird phase. But when Yin Yin was at elite grade, its frame was still exactly like a chubby sparrow with barely any changes. Don't tell me it actually game-hacked and skipped a phase entirely. Another stats panel immediately popped up presenting the heaven-chosen exclusive trait options. Old feathers, secreting a slippery mucus on its feathers to shrug off damage. Clear sky, a chirp that tore through the clouds to clear the sky, borrowing the wind's momentum to reduce the physical stamina consumed while flying. This even surprised Lin Yuan himself. It actually offered up to 3 traits to draw from. He calculated that if they got hit by a wide area attack like when trapped in the illusion, those trivial damage reduction or mobility buff traits would still result in them getting caught and crowd-controlled anyway. But if they used weather manipulation tricks to weave and dodge exactly like the disaster phoenix butterfly, and even turn the tables to counterattack, it would be much sweeter. Deal, I'll pick clear sky then. Kang Ming gaped in awe and admiration, praising its friend. Yin Yin, you've blossomed beautifully today, completely shedding the shadow of a trashy bird. Yin Yin tilted its beak up and replied smugly, Is that true? This beauty is enough for me to livestream while dancing and singing right. Seeing its partner glow up, Kang Ming bounced up excitedly. My turn quickly, hurry up and help me transcend. He sighed helplessly and patted the cat's back. I know, I've said it 1,000 times, there's no need for you to rush. While channeling spiritual energy, he suddenly saw Kang Ming grimacing in discomfort. Lin Yuan asked curiously, What's wrong, Kang Ming? Are you being overclocked and suffering from spiritual energy shock? Should I stop? But the cat gritted its teeth and resolutely squeezed out every word. No, absolutely do not pull your hand back. He clicked his tongue and decided to rev up the throttle, then I'll push it and get this done as fast as possible. Inside, he still felt a weird nagging sensation. The spiritual energy flowing into it is as smooth as distilled water. There shouldn't be any risks, right? Suddenly, Kang Ming scrunched its face and arched its back like it wanted to sneeze loudly. Wait a minute, Lin Yuan. My nose is suddenly so itchy. An explosive surge of energy knocked him back, startling him. What the hell was that speed? You finished evolving in the blink of an eye. Yin Yin happily dragged a mirror over in front of its golden buddy and teased, Look in the mirror quick, mister. Look at your new interface. Kang Ming clasped its paws behind its back, stroking its imaginary mustache, pretending to be profound. My, this interface looks quite intellectual, just like a knowledgeable scholar. Information immediately jumped out with 3 heaven-chosen exclusive trait options. Dust evasion, creating a biological filter that leaves everything squeaky clean wherever it goes, blocking all dirt and dust particles. Tool transformation, distorting its shape to turn into an item for its master to use. And pain amplification. Once it scratches an opponent, their nerves will automatically multiply the pain manifold based on the judgment of spiritual power. He continued stringing the analysis together. If you go out into the martial world to brawl, dust evasion is more than enough to smash the mouths of Fays using sand-type skills. Pain amplification doubles the damage. But this tool transformation trick sounds too sketchy. It's no different from playing the lottery and gambling. Kang Ming slammed the table and finalized the decision, suggesting he choose tool transformation. Lin Yuan stared in surprise. Are you that reckless? Won't you reconsider? The cat crossed its arms and sighed, explaining, You have to understand, this great feline wasn't born to go out and get its head smashed in brawls. Picking those other 2 skills is just for show. What good are they in actual combat? Lin Yuan choked, speechless, but you didn't have to play this extreme all-in game either. Kang Ming waved its paws, urging intensely, Why the long speech? Lock it in and do it quickly. If I turn into a toilet bowl or a useless brick today, I swear I'll bite my own tail and end my life right here. Yin Yin, standing nearby, also added fuel to the fire and chimed in, High risk, high reward, bro, pedal a bike today and you might upgrade to a car tomorrow. Stats panel updated to the latest status. Heaven questioning beast, of the lynx lineage, wisdom cat genus. Successfully reached bronze grade 1 out of 10. A spirit-type expert with normal quality. Skills include precise memory, scanning and storing every nook and cranny of data, accurately down to the detail like a portable hard drive. Knowledge analysis, breaking down and extracting multidimensional information streams. along with the exclusive trait, tool transformation, distorting its shape to incarnate into specialized equipment for the contracted person to use. Lin Yuan loudly declared, "Tool transformation, lights on, activate." With a boom, the cat vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pair of crappy glasses. Kang Ming cried out in slight disappointment. "How the heck did I turn into a pair of myopia glasses? It's all over, God isn't giving me a way out." He quickly picked them up and calmly consoled, "What are you complaining about? We have to equip it to test its specific functions." Lin Yuan then placed the brand new, just-gifted pair of glasses onto the bridge of his nose. Went cross-eyed in confusion upon seeing a barrage of subtitles dancing wildly. "Good Lord, don't tell me this messy pile of text is just your brain directing and acting out its own nonsensical garbage." On the lens screen was a hot pot of assorted information. Evolving felt so good, the health bar is full, suddenly craving a chestnut pork floss bread from the street over. Introduction to the flowing cloud bluebird. Due to their family's instinct of using wind like a god, they all take root on high mountains. Folks rumor someone once encountered them at the 3,000-meter mark. "Oh, and remember to brush Yin Yin's feathers and wash its hair." He chuckled and muttered, "Amazing, there's even the ancestral genealogy. I gotta admit you've been grinding those books fiercely lately." While scrolling, a strange line of information suddenly caught his eye, capturing Lin Yuan's utmost attention. Scrutinizing the flashing footnote next to the Hong Ci sprout, he strained his eyes to read, "Alien insect. Alien insect. Holy crap, don't tell me the delicacy it's crying and begging to eat is the corpses of those alien insect monsters." Without hesitation, he immediately sent a message for help. Jia Xin on the other end asked in surprise, "You're looking for alien insect corpses, kiddo? My warehouse is full of them. If you want, I can just give you a few corpses for free as a gift, and it wouldn't put a dent in anything." Hearing him finalize the amount at 100, she waved it off, saying it was a small matter. But after hanging up, Jia Xin started crossing her arms and racking her brain in curiosity. This kid has been playing with weird stuff lately. He's not hoarding phase like usual, but going around collecting alien insect garbage for what exactly? Could it be he's planning to open a horror-themed Fae slaughterhouse? Or should I throw out some bait and test his skill level for a bit? At the headquarters, Lin Yuan was busy carrying food for Hong Ci, marveling, "I didn't expect Sister Chu to actually stash such premium goods." Kang Ming, wearing sunglasses, tilted its chin up and bragged confidently, "When this great feline makes a judgment, it's always spot on without needing corrections." Catching the scent of food, Hong Ci opened its jagged-toothed mouth wide, ready to devour the pile of alien insects. In the blink of an eye, it shoved its entire head into the trash bin and chewed ravenously, making him panic and his jaw drop. Good God, it swept everything completely clean. Who can handle a brutal eating habit like this? Suddenly, the plant's entire body twisted, shaking and convulsing repeatedly. He stepped back as a precaution, surprised. "What's wrong? Did you overclock from eating too much and are about to explode into evolution?" Light burst forth as Hong Ci entered its molting and upgrading process. The computer screen popped up a notification. Hong Ci, the freeloader belonging to the carnivorous plant type, vine subfamily, kingflower genus. It has now crawled up to normal grade, source type, and possesses elite quality. Its innate signature move is devouring mouth, a bottomless throat form that spews out highly concentrated digestive acid, melting and squeezing dry all the energy from the jumbled pile of food. Back in reality, Hong Ci had now emptied the entire barrel of alien insects into its throat. Yin Yin, perched on his shoulder, pouted in disgust. "Look at how barbaric and vulgar its eating manners are." Kang Ming also shivered and warned, "Its saliva is all corrosive acid. If it pukes on your hand, you're screwed. It's pretty dangerous." Lin Yuan forced a wry smile, comforting the two. "Calm down, it was probably starved for too long, so it just slurped everything up like that." Lin Yuan pulled out his phone to check, sweating bullets as he calculated. "With this prodigal appetite, the 300 alien insects I hoarded the other day will probably evaporate in 3 days. Not to mention, I still have to offer up expensive dragon beast blood. I don't know if the cash flow of my tiny online shop can carry these money-burning antics." Just as he scrolled to the account section, he got startled and almost dropped his phone upon seeing the number sitting grandly at 398.2 Radiance coins. "Damn it, where did this mountain of money come from?" he exclaimed in shock. Clicking into the transaction history tab, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and nodded. So it turns out the bronze-grade spirit-absorbing goldfish and green vines are cash cows selling like hotcakes. Looks like I'll have to drag my ass to go gather more inventory. He He conveniently swiped over to check his messages, and what caught his eye was a complaining message thrown right in his face from the account Yunzhang Ziliu. "I'm going crazy. What kind of rigged spinning wheel is this that I can't get a single transparent spider web to drop? Express ship 5 more to me, make it quick. I just threw the money transfer out the window," he chuckled and muttered. "This auntie's luck is still as rotten as ever. But come to think of it, how could someone who got slashed by a ghost shadow spiked spider have any good juju to pull lucky draws? At this rate, I might have to grab a whole batch of web-spitting spiders to restock." Hearing the rustling sounds, Yin Yin and Kong Ming eagerly poked their heads out and demanded, "We heard everything with our ears perked up. Let us tag along for a stroll around town." He hurriedly threw on his jacket, raising an eyebrow to ask what these two tails were tagging along for. "I'm going to do heavy lifting and restock, not to a fair." Yin Yin flapped its wings and explained, "Ever since we narrowly escaped death at the spatial rift, our hands and feet have been itching with curiosity to measure exactly which tier our combat power belongs in." Kong Ming stroked its whiskers and chimed in, "Exactly, in case we slip up and run into alien insects again in the future, we swear we won't be passively taking a beating like last time." He smirked and dreamily predicted, "Who knows, what if next time Xia Prefecture encounters an unexpectedly intense crisis, the three of us rush out to save the day and become the heroes of Radiance?" Yin Yin opened its beak wide in surprise. "That's insane. Wouldn't we become absolute one-of-a-kind idols, famous throughout this entire Radiance Federation?" Kong Ming waved its paws, restoring its modest intellectual look, and said, "Stop with the delusions of grandeur, ladies. It doesn't work like that." About 2 years ago, right in Xiang City of the Radiance Federation, a top 39 big shot in the Radiance 100 sequence once fought barehanded, single-handedly blocking the mouth of a Class 3 rift for a full half-hour. He fished the entire Xiang City out of the gates of living hell, the cat recounted fluently. He gave a thumbs up in praise. "This little brat Kong Ming is quite sharply updated on the news lately, even managing to claim the spotlight on this story." The cat put on an air of noble modesty. "Studying was too brain-draining, so I just browsed some old news for entertainment." Yin Yin, extremely eager for gossip, asked curiously, "And then what? What was the outcome for that 100-sequence great hero?" Kong Ming cleared its throat, preparing to spit out the words and continue the story. Legend has it, after that flash of action, right at the headquarters, a female employee was frowning and heavily advising Jia Xin, store manager, "Playing dirty like this will ruin us. Why are you betting all your capital on that newly sprouted tiny shop?" Jia Xin flipped her hair, smirked, and asked back casually, "Why? Do you sweethearts have an issue with the boss lady's business strategy?" Girl snapped back in frustration. "Look at it. First you throw tons of money to hoard dragon beast blood, now you're hoarding a pile of garbage alien insect corpses. And the partner is just some raggedy shop that hasn't been on the star web for long. Even thinking with my knees tells me this is completely absurd. Not to mention the 5 blessings Ranchu deal. What if it bails on us? Are you going to use dirt to pay our salaries next month?" Right at that moment, Lin Yuan pushed the door open and walked in, smiling. "Wow, so lively. Did I interrupt right when everyone was having a verbal war?" Jia Xin immediately flipped like a pancake, smiling as bright as a flower and replying, "Not at all. We're just brainstorming to finalize the plan for next quarter's flagship products. Everyone is just having an enthusiastic and lively debate, that's all." He nodded and swiped his powerful black card straight onto the table. "So that's how it is. Right, Sister Xin, today I'm taking away 3,000 alien insect corpses, plus 10,000 caddies of low-quality scrap ores, half a caddy of butterfly shells, 40 normal-grade spirit-absorbing goldfish, and wrapping up 5 elite-grade, flawless-quality web-spitting spiders. Calculate the bill and ring me up all at once, quickly." 2 talkative female employees froze for 5 seconds, their eyes wide in stunned disbelief at such a massive amount of goods, and paying it off in one go too. Jia Xin glared and subtly reminded them, "Still standing there planted like trees. This is Boss Lin of the new store doing collaborative business with us. Hurry up and bring out the tea and water to entertain our VIP client." The 2 girls flipped their attitudes faster than flipping a pancake, becoming accommodating and welcoming. "Oh my God, VIP customer, please step into the air-conditioned room. Whatever you order, our house can handle it all, guaranteeing our service will make you thrilled to the bone." Lin Yuan shivered and muttered, feeling that they were incredibly pragmatic. Jia Xin glided over smoothly to strike up a conversation and flirt. "I knew perfectly well you'd come back to clear out the herd of normal-grade spirit-absorbing goldfish, cutie. But alas, today my warehouse has a premium item that will definitely make you drool. A batch of elite-grade spirit-absorbing goldfish pregnant with the 5 blessings Ranchu breed." Lin Yuan's eyes widened, stammering in shock. What? Pregnant ones. And it's the super rare 5 Blessings Ranchu breed. Knew full well that this single batch of fish could continuously spawn thousands of fry. Normally, if there was a lack of spiritual energy, the eggs would definitely turn out bad. But if dropped into the spirit transforming pool in his spirit lock spatial zone, it would be as smooth as lubrication. And this 5 Blessings Ranchu breed, once tossed into the market, would be an ultra-hot commodity burning the hands of buyers. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan slammed the table and finalized the order. Wrap them all up for me. And while you're at it, send over the dragon beast blood I ordered earlier as soon as possible. In his mind, he calculated, spot on. The backer behind this shop is definitely a formidable creation master. Anyone who dares to breed the 5 Blessings Longevity Orchid must be at least a Class 2 creation master. The checkout screen immediately flashed red with a notification. Deducting 240 Radiance coins for the Dragon Beast Blood, 80 coins for the 5 Blessings Longevity Orchid, and 60 coins for the batch of energy ores and spiders. Seeing the guest to the door, Jiazin waved her handkerchief flirtatiously. Take care, my dear customer. Whenever you have free time, come by and show our shop some love, and if you're too busy, make sure to text and keep in touch. Lin Yuan broke into a sweat, telling himself that he was still too green and hadn't experienced enough of Sister Jiazin's domineering business tactics. Kong Ming scratched its head and asked curiously, "Where are we heading for our next stop, Boss Lin Yuan?" He smirked and revealed the secret. "Aren't you 2 big shots dying to unleash your skills and test your combat strength? Let's head straight to the Star Tower that Uncle Dong whispered about this morning to give it a try." Very quickly, the group landed in front of the Star Tower. This was considered the most unique hub of the Star Web, integrating everything from simulated training grounds to a fierce climbing leaderboard. This place was also a cauldron that hosted countless tournaments, known in the martial world as a bloody paradise exclusively for combat-type phase. Kong Ming looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "This skyscraper is incredibly tall. The rule is that winning 1 match lets you climb 1 floor, and at the very least, you have to participate in 1 match a month. Rumors say that reaching the 100th floor will trigger a life-and-death promotion match. Surviving that death gate leads straight to the Heavenly Terrace, officially earning the prestigious title of a Hall of Fame competitor." Lin Yuan flicked the cat's forehead and asked, "You're overthinking it, Mr. General. As absolute rookies testing the waters for the first time, are we daydreaming about reaching the 100th floor?" Stepping up to the staff counter, he politely cleared his throat and greeted, "Hello, I am a rookie here to register for the first time." The staff member, with a sulky and arrogant face, slapped a piece of paper on the table and grumbled, "Take this and fill out the registration form yourself. When you're done, type in the data entry code. Unless there's a life-or-death emergency, keep your mouth shut and leave me alone to study. The Creation Master Certification exam is right around the corner." Kong Ming muttered softly, criticizing the person's terrible service attitude. Lin Yuan just smiled faintly and let it slide. After all, the Creation Master exam was approaching, and he didn't have much time to hold grudges over trivial matters. The manager announced that the paperwork was done, instructing him to stand still in one place so the scanner could do its job. Mechanical system clearly read out the results. The 1,000 Questions Beast and the Flowing Cloud Green Bird were both at Bronze Rank I, Normal Quality, while Mobius proudly sat at Elite Rank VII, Epic Quality. The current record was completely blank, with 0 matches fought. The staff member stared wide-eyed at the young man, looking baffled by the 2 unfamiliar creatures. He even wondered why he couldn't recognize a low-level Fae. Kong Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with pride, and it excitedly asked if it was a rare, one-of-a-kind case in all these years. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, thinking it wasn't wrong to see it that way. Deep down, Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful because he originally wanted to send Lily into the arena. But unfortunately, the spatial power from Mobius was lumped into its personal abilities by the system. Yin tilted its head curiously, asking how high they had to climb to be skilled enough to face the people from the Radiance 100 sequence. He tapped it lightly on the head, repeating over and over that they should tone down their delusions of grandeur to make life a bit easier. Yin quickly backpedaled, saying it was just asking casually. The staff member standing behind them kindly chimed in, revealing that they would have to at least drag themselves past the 100th floor. However, he also vaguely mentioned that the tower had seen some strange variables lately, advising the absolute rookies to pray they wouldn't run into those troublesome figures. Lin Yuan turned his head, raising an eyebrow to inquire if it was true they had a chance to spar with experts. Hearing this, Yin jumped for joy, looking so eager it was comical. Entering the preparation area, he frowned and observed the control panel. The fact that players could freely modify the terrain and climate made him nod in admiration at the professionalism of the Star Tower system. Kang Ming was startled when it saw that the opening opponent had a track record of 471 matches. Yin Yin asked blankly if that made them a superstar. Lin Yuan pouted and crushed its hopes, judging that if someone climbed for so long and was still stuck on the third floor, they were definitely the type who specialized in being a punching bag for others. The system began to announce. The battle would take place in the morning on a wild grassland, with clear skies, standard terrain, and no hidden traps. The battle officially commenced. Burning with fighting spirit, he patted Kang Ming on the shoulder, confidently entrusting the opening match to it. Contrary to its master's fiery enthusiasm, the cat glared at him with bored eyes, roasting him by saying he had watched too many cartoons. Standing on the other side of the battlefield was a hunchbacked old man leaning on a cane. The old man smiled warmly because he caught a soft, newly sprouted persimmon, and even boldly declared that he would go rest after winning this round. Seeing that scene, Kang Ming immediately turned to negotiate a substitution with Yin Yin, but Lin Yuan instantly rejected it, saying that since it was already thrown onto the field, it should just try to finish the job, who told it to fight to go first in the beginning. The old man threw out a bug, loudly advising the young man not to hastily despise his old friendship with the bug, then immediately rallied it to charge forward and use its Gnaw ultimate move. Lin Yuan pointed his finger to signal, and Kang Ming gently raised its paw and delivered a slap, turning the bug into a flattened pancake. Seeing this, the old man dropped to his knees, crawled over to hug the bug, and wailed miserably, complaining that the youth nowadays didn't know how to hold back, floatingly lamenting that he had poured his heart into caring for it, only to now face the tragedy of an old person weeping to send off a young one. Kang Ming irritably turned back to blame its master for not letting it switch opponents. Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, trying to explain to the old man that this was just a virtual network, so the Fae was completely unharmed. At the same time, he was secretly amazed that victory came so easily. It was truly far below his initial expectations. The second round kicked off with a setting of nightfall in a ruined city, enveloped in fog. The rules emphasized that the rubble would collapse if subjected to too much force. The battle horn sounded. The opponent loudly directed a yellow-spotted dog to release a scent to track, determined not to let the enemy escape. Simultaneously, he forced a snout-whipping pig to charge straight at the target's vital point. Lin Yuan decisively ordered Yin Yin to release the sound spike skill. With just one deafening strike, the leading target was sent to the respawn screen. In the blink of an eye, the dog running nearby also suffered the same tragic fate. The guy hugged his pets in distress, crying and wondering why a bronze-rank monster would pop out at this low level. Lin Yuan stood there scratching his nose, awkwardly tossing out an apology to smooth things over. After that, his figure slowly faded and completely disappeared from the map. Entering the new stage, Lin Yuan wanted to send Kang Ming to the arena again. However, the cat openly sulked, throwing a tantrum and demanding a strike in the following rounds. It complained that it had gone through over a dozen rounds of pure small fry, and before it could even stretch its muscles, the opponent was already flattened. Lin Yuan had to use sweet words to comfort it, coaxing that the next round would definitely have a fierce beast for it to freely wreak havoc. He looked up at the notification board to check the identity of the next obstacle. Lin Yuan frowned slightly when he saw that this person possessed 3 bronze-rank Fays. The profile clearly stated the name Huang Qinglin, 27 years old, specializing in frontal assault. Looking at the snake trio consisting of the poison fire snake, acid rain snake, and water marsh snake glaringly displayed on the board, he secretly evaluated that this guy was indeed very arrogant for exposing all his cards for the world to see. Hearing this, Kang Ming perked up its whiskers in delight, laughing gleefully because its itch was finally going to be scratched. Yin Yin, flying around, also chirped and nodded in agreement. The extreme excitement of his 2 little ones made Lin Yuan's jaw drop, wondering why they were so bloodthirsty. The spatial door slowly opened, and the group poked their heads in to look at the arena. The moment Huang Qinglin saw his face, he threw out a mocking remark, pretending to be surprised because he thought a wet behind-the-ears rookie like him would be so scared that he'd tuck his tail and run. The guy clicked his tongue and pouted, sneering that when reading the info, he thought it was some divine entity, but who knew he'd bring along a docile cat and a little bird, looking no different from a family picnic. The opponent's ridiculous comparison left both Lin Yuan and the two Feis completely speechless. Huang Qinglin continued to be sarcastic, laughing at the fact that he was a healing specialist, then viciously asked if the bird intended to pluck its own feathers to cook a bowl of bird's nest soup right there to save its master. The young man dropped his smile, his voice cutting evenly through the guy's monologue, implying that he was blabbering a bit too much and urging him to get to work quickly. The man shrugged and smirked, mocking the rookie's haste to die. He declared he wasn't free to play childish games, using just half his power would be more than enough to clean up this battlefield. Lin Yuan calmly adjusted his glasses, silently confirming that his theory was accurate. Like master, like pet. The guy's sloppiness had directly spread, making those snakes lazy and superficial as well. He waved his hand, ordering the little bird to use the sound spike attack aimed straight at the soft underbelly of the reptiles. A black shadow dashed like lightning, tearing through the wind straight toward the target. A barrage of sonic spikes bombarded the vital point, but Lin Yuan was startled when he realized the enemy had cunningly used a toxic mist as a shield to completely neutralize the damage. The opposing guy laughed out loud, loudly mocking that if there were an extra cat, he might be a little wary. Now, suddenly wearing it on his face like glasses, leaving only that little weed of a bird, where would the firepower come from to pierce armor? Lin Yuan immediately changed tactics, warning the opponent not to boast too early. He instructed his little comrade to change targets, directly ramming straight into the snout of the acid rain snake. Huang Qinglin scoffed coldly, smirking at the opponent's stupidity, and shouted loudly for his poison fire snake to spew flames. The monster opened its wide mouth and unleashed a blazing red inferno. The man clicked his tongue, advising the young man opposite him to thank the heavens and Buddhas because this was a virtual world. Otherwise, his pet would have turned into roasted bird ages ago. He maintained an indifferent expression, nonchalantly replying that he should keep his kindness to himself as they could handle their own affairs. Instantly, he activated the confinement barrier from Mobius. A strange layer of aura immediately enveloped the bird, helping it easily slip past the scorching wall of fire. With a smooth gliding motion, a razor-sharp cut slashed across the poison fire snake's body. The battle's shifting momentum left Huang Qinglin dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he blurted out, unable to comprehend what on earth just happened. Lin Yuan's eyes darkened, roaring that he would go all out until the end. He immediately summoned Lily to set up a healing formation for his side. The guy's mocking attitude gradually vanished, replaced by a ruthless coldness. He grunted a threat to the ungrateful fool, declaring he would abandon all mercy. A reptile drenched in bone-chilling cold air slithered forward rapidly to intercept. Seeing the situation turning bad, he hastily shouted, telling his comrades to scatter and dodge the attack. Observing the battle situation being overwhelmed by the three giant snakes, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in anxiety because his little bird was carrying too much pressure on its back. The tide of the battle leaned heavily to one side, and the flower's life-sustaining energy source was likely about to hit rock bottom. Right at that moment, the cat's voice spoke up, announcing that it had completely scanned the venom gland structures of both the acid and fire snakes. Hearing the operational mechanism, Lin Yuan had an epiphany and smirked, signaling to turn the tables. He directed the bird to aim straight for the eyes of the poison fire snake to take down the targets one by one. A black streak tore through the wind, darting straight in front of the giant, burning snout. The man still maintained his disdainful smile, criticizing these as just petty tricks. He quickly controlled the fire snake to pulse its energy, while calling the acid snake to circle around to the back and completely lock down the escape route. A giant fireball was gathering inside the snake's oral cavity. Seizing the golden opening, Lin Yuan shouted loudly, forcing the bird to immediately use the turbulent airflow ultimate skill. Countless wind currents as sharp as razors blasted toward the reptiles. A stray spark of fire grazed the skin of the acid-type snake. The chemical reaction created a deafening explosion, shaking the entire arena. Huang Qinglin glared at his knocked-out pet, gritting his teeth and cursing its uselessness. On the other side, Lin Yuan gave a thumbs-up to praise his comrade's resourcefulness, asserting that fighting required not just strength, but also brains. In the man's head, vicious insults from the past suddenly echoed. Those people had trampled on him, asserting that someone of his caliber shouldn't even dream of being a bodyguard for the Cheng family. His only task was to be a guard dog at the Star Tower to clean up the young master's trash. He bit his lip until it bled, muttering madly that he absolutely could not fall in this place. With bloodshot eyes, he shifted direction, forcing the fire snake to exhale poison gas combined with flames to incinerate that damn bird. Lin Yuan reacted extremely fast, calling for his pet to fly erratically to widen the safe distance. The little bird weaved masterfully, easily dodging the deadly pillars of fire. At this moment, the cat glasses on his face spoke up, confirming that it had accurately pinpointed the Achilles heel of the fire-type monster. The image of the vital point appeared crystal clear. Lin Yuan smirked, secretly praising it with the word perfect. He had seen through the opponent's Achilles heel. This guy was completely clumsy when having to control all three beasts at the same rhythm. Just by exploiting that delay, victory was assured. Just as he was preparing to unleash the next turbulent airflow, the enemy opposite him also screamed, forcing the fire monster to unleash maximum firepower without a moment's rest. He winked to signal the little bird to condense energy for the sound drill. As soon as he saw the fire snake open its jaw to spew flames, Lin Yuan swung his arm and shouted loudly. The golden opportunity had arrived. A lightning bolt made of sound pierced straight into the throat of the monster, with its mouth wide open. He clapped his hands in joy, sparing no words to praise his comrade's phenomenal play. But Huang Qinglin was playing dirty. His mouth loudly provoked and lured the opponent into a fair slugfest, but his hands were secretly setting up a trap. The guy's shamelessness made Lin Yuan furious, outnumbering them 3-1 and still having the gall to demand gentlemanly conduct. Without further delay, he called the little bird to activate the power of the spirit-gathering goldfish. He summoned the goldfish out of the spatial space, ordering it to pump vitality directly into its ally. A jet-black stream of energy surged out and wrapped around the little bird, causing it to chirp refreshingly. Even Lin Yuan was astonished because this supplementary power was overwhelmingly beyond imagination, just like using a cheat code. Suddenly, the strip of earth beneath their feet began to tremble and tear apart. A giant pillar of ice erected itself from right behind the man's back. He cackled with glee because the prey had fallen into the net. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in defiance, shouting for the little bird to retreat. His blood was boiling, bitter that the backup energy source was cut off halfway right when the reserves hadn't fully recovered. The vicious enemy ordered the ice snake to hunt them to the bitter end, and even forced the water marsh snake to surge forward and corner them. Lin Yuan stared in horror at this oppressive fighting style. The man stroked his chin and smiled wickedly, tossing out an idiom advising the opponent that there was no room for naivety on the battlefield. Pushed to a dead end, he had to bite the bullet and go all in. Lin Yuan signaled his comrade to use the Starlight ultimate skill to turn the tables. The little bird fluttered its wings, dropping a barrage of blinding rays of light, turning the cold ice blocks into a rigid mass. Without hesitation, the little bird darted like an arrow toward the ice-type monster. Hit by a critical strike, the snake's massive body lost its balance and crashed heavily onto the ground. The scene before his eyes made Lin Yuan's jaw drop. That light was so domineering that it not only vaporized, but completely eradicated the entity it touched into smoke and clouds. Huang Qinglin held his head in panic, unable to accept this glaring truth. He was supposed to be looking for a rookie to bully. The insults from the Cheng family echoed in his head again, causing him to bitterly blurt out curses filled with resentment. He glared at him, gritting his teeth and admitting that the opponent was tough, but unluckily ran into the hands of a creation expert like him. He raised his chin, beckoning the water marsh snake to use its final trump card. The enemy's confession startled him into high alert. He frowned, wondering what on earth the guy had just ordered that even his own pet hesitated. So this madman was forcing the reptiles to perform a forced molting ritual. The cruel ice monster opened its mouth and chomped down on the corpse of its acid-type kin. Seeing the bloody scene, the fire monster tried to slink away. Unfortunately, before it could slither away, it was tightly constricted by the cold encirclement of the ice snake. It let out a tragic cry and was torn to pieces. The system then updated the new monster data, the three-headed triphase infection monster, its power touching the threshold of bronze rank III. Through devouring its own kind, the ice entity had ascended to a different realm. Witnessing it from beginning to end, he frowned and analyzed. Despite its bizarre shape, the energy was still stuck at bronze rank, and furthermore its manifestation was extremely chaotic, absolutely not a true molting. The man thumped his chest proudly, boasting that this three-headed snake species originally carried ancient bloodlines, but for survival, it had to split into three individual entities. He simply used a little trick to force them to merge back together. As for whether it was stronger or not, just charge in and taste it to find out. Cold sweat ran down his spine when he realized that Yin Yin's turbulent airflow was now completely harmless against the new monster's firepower. The cat hurriedly warned that its comrade was nearing its limit, stubbornly demanding to enter the arena to sub in. But Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop it, pointing his finger at the anomaly in front of them. How ridiculous! The souls of the two dead snakes were coming back to bite and tear at the main body of the ice monster. The master rolled his eyes back, screaming to ask what his monster was acting up for. Seizing the gap created by the internal conflict, he immediately shouted, directing a turbulent airflow aimed straight at the brain, followed up closely by an echoing sound penetration. A razor-sharp sound wave pinned itself into the massive body of the ice snake. The giant creature collapsed, dragging along the complete mental collapse of Huang Qinglin. He knelt prostrate on the ground, muttering in disbelief at his defeat. He smirked, mocking the opponent's self-destruction, guessing for sure that this person had harbored the fusion formula for a long time, but never dared to test it in real life. Having just escaped the arena, Kong Ming asked if he wanted to continue climbing the tower. Seeing the little bird nodding with sleepy eyes, he shook his head and declined. The last round was truly hanging by a thread. It was only thanks to that guy's delusions of grandeur that they got lucky. Besides, his little comrade's stamina was depleted. He quickly pressed the button to cancel matchmaking before the system dragged him into a new round, telling himself that grinding over 20 steps in one session was already a satisfying achievement. At that exact moment, the automatic door slightly opened, revealing a figure standing inside. Chen Hai smiled friendlily, asking if he was interested in returning to the arena again because he had just seen him press the exit button. The young man could only scratch his head and laugh, tactfully declining the invitation. Watching his figure fade away, he muttered and nodded as if he had understood something. Right after that, he used the communication system to report to his master that from the 80th floor downwards, there were absolutely no worthy rivals. The only obstacle hindering the grand endeavor was still hovering around the Radiance 100 sequence. The person on the other end calmly replied that everything was going exactly according to script. As for himself, Lin Yuan strolled with a heart full of concerns. He calculated that he had to grind fiercely to elevate his personal power. The immediate goal was to fatten up Hong Ci and force the spirit-gathering goldfish up to bronze rank so that Mobius could also reap the benefits and rank up. Mobius suddenly spoke up, inquiring if the master had finalized the rank-up plan for the goldfish. He gave a firm nod, confirming he would go big and use the dragon species essence blood to trigger the little fish's molting process. Thanks to the special link, Mobius would also automatically break its shackles to level up. The spatial bracelet was slightly doubtful, wondering if he really intended to drag this fish out to be the shop's wealth-attracting mascot. He gave a bitter smile and shrugged, explaining that this fish species at elite rank was overhunted, not to mention it only grew fast when immersed in a special pool, so he had to wrong Mobius to patiently endure it for a while. He told himself, just loosening the cap of the bottle released an aura of pressure that made one suffocate. Investing with dragon blood this time was truly a make-or-break gamble. Secretly praying for the risk to be at its lowest, he dripped a few drops of essence blood. Instantly, the little fish's body began to undergo an anomaly. Lin Yuan held his breath and observed, earnestly hoping the goldfish would bite the bullet and overcome the bone-deep pain as the ancient dragon blood gradually awakened. To break the cocoon and become a butterfly, flesh-tearing agony was the mandatory tuition fee to pay. Observing the sphere of light around the beast's body gradually turning a brilliant bright red, his heart pounded, wondering if the decisive moment had arrived. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan channeled his power to accelerate the process, loudly cheering on his little comrade. From the calm water surface, a radiant figure tore through the wind and shot up into the sky. His voice trembled, mixed with immense joy, wondering if he had finally tasted the sweet fruit of his labor. The earth-shattering change caused by a few drops of dragon blood left him astounded, even muttering and picturing a future where this fish would sprout majestic horns. Barely taking its first steps at the bronze rank threshold, it had already been stuffed by him to the point of being a dragon hybrid. The screen now flashed data, a new creature named Spirit-Gathering Goldfish, bronze rank I, normal quality. He smiled proudly. This name truly encapsulated its complete essence. The energy radiating out flooded the space. The trio of attached attributes were all perfectly smooth. He pondered and analyzed. The boiling skill was more than enough to turn it into a fountain of power, very suitable for raising a flock. As for the self-absorption skill, it helped it grow incredibly fast. However, the mark engraved on the master was the most brilliant highlight. Combined with Lily, he would transform into an extremely persistent mobile vitality bag. An eccentric playstyle no one had ever used. Why not try it? Who knew it might open up a new horizon? He turned and gently patted the bracelet, checking on the molting situation over there. Mobius's voice carried a hint of surprise. Even it didn't expect itself to break the chains to step into bronze rank so swiftly. The new status board clearly displayed the core information. Name Mobius, hidden species, bronze rank I, belonging to the mysterious spatial type, normal quality. The most formidable was the newly unlocked Pure Land of Bliss skill. This spiritual land had the ability to snatch back the lives of any creatures hovering at death's door. The recovery speed depended entirely on the realm of the bracelet and the victim. Mobius's tone suddenly dropped with exhaustion. It warned that it would have to fall into a long slumber to erase the traumas from when the contract was established. Lin Yuan anxiously asked if it needed to buy herbs or rare treasures for nourishment, but it brushed him off, saying it wasn't necessary, and the time of awakening couldn't be predicted yet, only reminding him to explore the newly emerged wonders on his own. Looking around, he was startled and wide-eyed because the world inside had expanded several times over. The water pool was also doubled in size, leaving plenty of room even if he threw in the 5 blessings longevity orchid to swim around. This vast area could truly rival his virtual shop on the network system. Looking towards the dense fog in the distance, he softly asked if this was the legendary revival land, and Mobius hummed in confirmation. With its current power, even if it was a gold-rank lifeform, as long as it hadn't stopped breathing, throwing it in here would preserve its life, waiting for the day he had enough skill to cure it completely. He secretly calculated in his head. Normally, those gold-rank beasts that were half-dead could only be butchered and sold at the market, and even a 3-star creation master wouldn't dare boastfully accept the job of curing them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan nodded because the atmosphere here was thick with energy. Mobius then proudly boasted that the current density had exceeded the real world by 10 times. Hearing this, his eyes lit up with hope. This top-tier healing buff combo, plus such abundant energy, meant giving first aid to gold-rank monsters would be a piece of cake. This time, his grocery store was about to have rare goods to put on the shelves for sale. Mobius added another shocking piece of news. This ability was perfectly synchronized with his energy capacity. If he had plenty to spare, he could absolutely drag this overpowered sacred land out to use in the outside world. Keenly grasping the issue, Lin Yuan clapped his hands and laughed out loud, meaning that in the future, as long as he turned on the fully charged mark mode, he had more than enough power to lay down a mat and summon this domineering land anytime, anywhere. Mobius chuckled in praise, admitting its master's quick thinking was better than it thought. Every hypothesis he put forward could absolutely be executed. Unexpectedly flattered, he scratched his chin and blushed, pretending to be shy and whining about why it was suddenly buttering him up like that. The bracelet wasn't a pushover either, coldly finalizing that if he didn't like it, praises were banned from now on, making him frantically raise his hands in surrender, pleading to take back what he just said. He cleared his throat and promised, telling it to just rest easy in hibernation. Who knew, when it opened its eyes, it might find itself proudly sitting at the silver rank threshold. Before sinking into silence, Mobius softly dropped a word of encouragement, entrusting its complete faith to its companion. A power summary board appeared clearly. Lily, with the ability to heal gradually through the mark, the owner could freely release the amount of energy accumulated throughout the process. Along with the spirit-gathering goldfish providing limitless backup power through a separate container. He muttered calculations. To push Mobius to silver rank, he would have to drag another beast into the training loop. This way of burning resources like burning paper truly made one's heart ache. Not to mention he was still harboring a bottomless money-shredding machine at home. Throwing tens of bronze coins to buy bugs for it to chew through its stomach was just a drop in the ocean. Left with no other choice, the mission to get rich had to be placed as the top priority. The young man buried himself in the task of gathering finances at all costs. The crowd flocking into the shop was as dense as a festival. to the point that the automated machinery had to smoke from order overload. In the midst of being overwhelmingly busy, he hurriedly texted a notification that the order for the 5 web-weaving spiders was fresh out of the oven. The female customer was just as fast, instantly locking the order and urging for immediate delivery. Hearing the cat's report, Lin Yuan scratched his head and pulled his hair, sighing as he double-checked if the plant at home really demanded to chew on premium monster meat to grow. Ming nodded firmly, pulling out knowledge from the book it just finished reading as proof. Normal meat didn't have enough nutrients to stuff it up to elite rank. Seeing its master looking haggard, it casually asked about his health after several nights of overworking. He splashed cold water straight onto his face to fight off the sleepiness, waving his hand to say he was still fine. For a strapping young man, staying up late and waking up early was a basic exercise. It didn't bother him at all. Besides, the continuous practice over the past few days made his energy manipulation much smoother. His productivity was bound to skyrocket anyway. But going back to the problem of finding high-quality meat, maybe his only option was to be thick-skinned and knock on Sister Jia Xin's door. He immediately drafted a text to tentatively ask if she could sneak out any premium meat. The reply came back at lightning speed. There was plenty of stock, and even though the shop didn't display it, she was ready to toss him the phone number of the main supplier. At first, he was still timid, intending to type a retreat message if things were too difficult. But who would have thought this woman would be so straightforward and enthusiastic that it made him stare wide-eyed and exclaim over his extreme luck. Ming saw that it was barely dawn and its master was already hunched over putting on shoes, so it yawned and asked where he was going so early. He decisively replied short and sweet that he was going to hunt for goods. The nimble cat leaped onto his shoulder and begged to tag along, even pulling out its phone to show off the new fur coat it bought, claiming it was this year's trend. Lin Yuan frowned, cutting it off by asking if it had just dumped the task of watching the breeding room entirely on Yin Yin. The cat patted its chest with a thud, waving its paw to say that bird was very skilled at working now. Its presence there was completely redundant, and it was only because it was too free that it had to hug the device and surf the web. Hearing that, he could only give up and nod in agreement. While leisurely strolling, both of them had to slam on the brakes. Blocking right in the middle of the path was a burly, tattooed thug leading a gang of underlings forward, mockingly asking if the little kid was lost so the big brothers could lead the way. Lin Yuan blinked at these people, secretly cursing in his stomach, wondering if the sister had introduced him to a reputable business district or a gangster's den. The gang aggressively escorted him straight to the desolate port area. Swallowed up in the middle of the thug's encirclement, he shrank his neck, softly confessing his clear purpose of coming to buy premium meat ingredients. The lackeys burst into mocking laughter, tripping over each other to deny it, claiming they ran a legitimate business here and didn't smuggle illegal goods. One thug even insulted the brat for not knowing his place, shouting an astronomical price of tens of thousands of yuan for a pound of meat, challenging the kid to see where he'd get the money to trade. He secretly rolled his eyes at their clumsy script, playing the role of hooligans with such terrible acting skills. Their script was full of plot holes. The guys around were furious and wanted to beat up the one who just slipped and blurted out the price out of sheer stupidity. Now they might as well starve for a month. Another guy spoke up to stop them, tactfully reminding them that this young man might be a spy sent by the spirit guards, so they should just take it easy and wait and see. He then raised his hands in surrender, quickly declaring his guarantor's name to appease the lackeys. On his shoulder, Ming whispered in his ear, expressing bewilderment at the collective brainpower of this entire group. That group of people started rolling up their sleeves and flexing, arrogantly declaring that just dropping an acquaintance's name wouldn't cut it, and if he wanted to trade, he had to prove his capabilities first. Without further ado, they simultaneously unleashed a pack of yellow-spotted hounds, howling and forcing the beasts to tear the intruder apart. Lin Yuan tilted his head and whispered to the cat, asking it to go easy on them because these hounds were too weak and hadn't even crawled past the elite threshold. The cat let out a yawn, absent-mindedly saying it would try to hold back. 3 razor-sharp streaks of light tore through the dark night. With just a flick of its paw, Ming knocked out the entire pack of ferocious dogs. The lackeys were pale as sheets but still tried to act tough, threatening that even if he won, he shouldn't dream of stepping through this door. Even with money, he wouldn't be able to buy a single piece of meat. Annoyed by their constant yapping in his ears, Lin Yuan started to feel irritated. He silently judged this bunch, Their skills were abysmal, yet they were excessively thick-skinned. Right at that moment, Lin Tang stepped out to quell the chaos, scolding his useless underlings, telling them to guard the gate properly instead of putting on a circus act here. Man scratched his head with an awkward smile, explaining that he had been busy on the phone verifying the young man's background with his partner. Although he really wanted to make some extra cash, it was a pity the kid came at the wrong time. Rare goods were only shipped in once a month, and the warehouse had already been swept clean. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. After all, high-end players were always hunting for these things to nourish their battle beasts. Saying that, Lin Tang glared and cursed at the three ruinous disciples. He sent them to collect premium meat, yet they dragged back a whole pile of monster meat from the dimensional rift. The three fools still stubbornly argued back that meat was meat, and since it was going to be thrown to beasts to chew on rather than boiled for humans anyway, they could just take the money and deny everything once it was sold. Hearing this, the leader wanted to kick each of them, cursing that even their yellow-spotted hounds wouldn't touch that pile of garbage. That stuff was steeped in lethal poison. They were afraid it would cause pollution even if thrown in the dump, yet these idiots wanted to use it to scam people. He furiously threatened to force all three of them to stuff that entire pile of rotten meat into their stomachs. Lin Yuan overheard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up, hesitantly asking if it was possible to sell that pile of scrap meat to him. Lin Tang frowned in suspicion, warning that if he took that pile back and anything happened to his pets, he would be exempt from all responsibility in any form, advising the young man to consider carefully before buying. He confidently nodded to seal the deal. Lin Tang also cheerfully waved his hand to clear the stock. Seeing they could salvage some money, the lackeys in the back bowed profusely, competing to drop shady sales pitches like offering freebies for bulk purchases or discounts for future visits. On the way back, Kong Ming asked its master in confusion why he bought such garbage. He laughed it off and explained that he was going to toss it for Hong Ci to consume anyway, and since its origins were also from a dimensional rift, its stomach was probably already familiar with these traits. So he hauled a full 3,000 pounds of meat home. The cat looked at the pile of garbage and broke into a sweat, bluntly asking if he was planning to scam their houseplant. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt but stubbornly argued back, claiming this was a carefully prepared strategy. He gingerly picked up a piece of meat and tossed it to the plant, but his heart was still in his mouth because he feared the toxicity in these corpses would completely erode its digestive system. Contrary to his caution, Hong Ci used its vines to lift the entire basin and shoved it straight into its mouth, chewing voraciously, which startled him into shouting loudly to stop it. This was bad. It turned out its defensive layer couldn't withstand the corrosive toxins from that meat. He regretted this hasty move, anxiously wondering if the healing magic of the lily would work on this mutated species. But the results came much faster than he expected. A mystical blue streak of light began to wrap around the shrub, the ulcers quickly closed up, and it started to swell. His jaw dropped, guessing it must be evolving to resist the toxicity, but what was the intention behind those branches and leaves curling up into a mushroom shape? Kong Ming stroked its whiskers and gave an assessment, saying it was scanning itself to find a direction for a breakthrough. He snapped out of it, immediately intervening with his mind to force it to concentrate all its power on damage and maximizing the number of vines. Right after that, the thorny bush successfully shed its old form. Its bizarre mouth bared its teeth as if smiling in pure bliss. Countless long, spiky whips burst out from its body, making his eyes widen in astonishment. That was exactly its transcendent evolutionary form. But before he could rejoice, it drooped down and lay paralyzed on the ground, making him turn pale with panic. Realizing it was just in a deep slumber, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that forcing the mutation direction according to his instructions had completely drained its meager stamina. He rubbed his chin in thought. If he merely relied on these thorns, piercing through the solid defensive layers of protection-type creatures would be extremely difficult. At this moment, the little bird fluttered over carrying a piece of paper, excitedly showing off its handwriting practice. Lin Yuan looked at the squiggly lines and asked in amusement if this was its exclusive autograph. It tilted its beak up in affirmation, saying it wanted to release them as souvenirs. Kong Ming beside them immediately poured cold water on the idea, pouting and mocking that nobody would ever bother to look at such an ugly thing. The bird still puffed out its chest confidently, boldly claiming that the person sitting at the top spot on the leaderboard would definitely want to own it. Lin Yuan remembered that random guy who kept throwing money and showering gifts constantly, and then suddenly threw a fit demanding to transfer money directly to him for some inexplicable reason. He smacked his lips in admiration, admitting that the guy was a true loyal fan. The broadcast effect of Yin Yin was truly top tier. Yin Yin nodded vigorously, taking the opportunity to remind him to carry these 2 sheets of paper and hand them directly to the kid when going to Zhaijing City, patting its chest and saying that once it gets famous later, these would sell for a good price. He chuckled and immediately nodded in agreement. Kong Ming was dumbfounded seeing its master neatly geared up again, asking in confusion where he was planning to drag himself to now. He slipped his arms into his coat and nonchalantly replied that he was off to take care of the big event, the thing everyone had been preparing for all this time. The cat froze for 5 seconds, stammering to ask what exactly this preparation was that had been kept from it. Lin Yuan gave a subtle hint. Kong Ming glanced at the phone screen and finally understood. The race for the Creation Master title was finally kicking off, meaning the pile of books it had been chewing through all this time was finally going to be put to use. A resounding cheer echoed through the house. The target was the grand exam waiting ahead. The scene shifted to the main headquarters of the Creation Master Association in Zhaijing City. The glowing electronic screens on the facade were scrolling the registration announcement text. The document intake department worked swiftly, their mouths constantly announcing and congratulating the candidates on achieving early glory. The entire grand hall was packed tightly with people. Standing aside and observing, Ning Shuang sighed in boredom. The youngster grumbled internally that at an important moment like this, her grandfather should have personally come out to boost everyone's morale, yet the old man had locked the door and was lazing around in his room, doing who knows what. In the closed room, Ning Lao, the vice president bearing the 4-star badge of Zhaijing City, was sipping a cup of tea, smiling softly as he asked his 2 guests to taste the newly harvested beverage. The other party responded bluntly, cutting straight to the chase without caring for any roundabout pleasantries. The 2 old men opposite him, consisting of Meng Lao, the dean of the Royal Capital's top academy, and Du Lao, the vice president of the Royal Capitals Association, coldly spoke up, wishing to turn down the difficulty of this year's exam in this region. Ning Lao pretended to raise an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he asked for the reason. He grimaced and recounted that the root cause was from Si Kong, who, after studying at Feiyu Mountain, stubbornly demanded to completely overhaul the examination system. Everyone was afraid that being too harsh wouldn't be good, so they plotted to wait until next year to officially implement the changes. Who would have thought that Zhaijing City would eagerly pioneer this, and they were interrogating this old man on why he was playing along. Ning Lao leisurely gave a light reply, stating that, as a 4-star grandmaster, he had the right to make decisions for his own jurisdiction. Not to mention, that was a token of command handed down personally by Lord Yue Hu, whose main purpose was to pave the way for recruiting her disciple. Meng Lao slammed the table and corrected him immediately, pointing out that her decree was to sift for outstanding young seeds and had absolutely nothing to do with taking in an heir. Continued to ramble on, saying that if she truly wanted to find an apprentice, she would naturally extract the absolute best, so why bother restricting it to this exam? Du Lao, sitting next to him, nodded in agreement, using his gaze to force Ning Lao to admit that there was never a shortage of talents from academies or prestigious families. Backed into a corner by the 2 powers, Ning Lao had to swallow his pride and play along, nodding to let the matter pass. But deep down, the old man was cursing the 2 cunning old foxes. This time, he would just have to turn a blind eye and go along with their plan. Being carried on his back, Kong Ming marveled, who would have thought I'd get to fly this early. Yin Yin is still stuck at home doing live broadcasts. Perhaps my flight hours will soon surpass hers. Lin Yuan chuckled and reminded it, that sounds pretty impossible. We're about to land, hold on tight or you'll fall flat on your face. Strolling down the street, Kong Ming squirmed and asked, so are we dropping by Zio Ci's place first? Lin Yuan had already finalized the itinerary and saw right through its intentions, so basically you insisting on tagging along is just because you miss Zio Ci, right? But I've made up my mind, we must secure the Creation Master Certificate first before visiting her. The little guy patted its chest proudly. You can sleep soundly. With me here handling things, passing this exam will be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan laughed and patted the tiny head. Right, our Kong Ming is always the most reliable pillar of support. Looking left and right, it kept praising the wide streets and luxurious buildings, but Lin Yuan found it all perfectly normal. After all, this was the facade of the capital Zhaijing City. How could it be as shabby as the lower districts? Kong Ming's eyes started drifting toward grand feasts, guessing that this place couldn't possibly lack worldly delicacies. Lin Yuan lightly tapped its head. Hey now, we're going to the capital to take the Creation Master exam. Reel your soul back in and focus on your expertise. Kong Ming widened its eyes at the gloomy-faced crowds passing by. Wait, did we walk into the hospital area by mistake? Why does everyone on the street look like they're about to take their last breath? Lin Yuan waved his hand with a wry smile. What hospital? These are all roads leading to the exam venue. Probably due to extreme pressure, their faces are green as leaves. Anyway, the passing rate for the Creation Master profession is so low it could make people weep. One foolish misstep, and they'd be bitterly grounded, waiting agonizingly for a whole year before having the face to retake the exam. Kong Ming eagerly gossiped. Thank goodness there are so few candidates today, but why is everyone dressed up so ridiculously? Lin Yuan quickly nudged it. Shut your mouth. This is the city lord's administrative mansion. No blabbering allowed. The towering directional sign appeared. The exam venue was just 100 meters straight ahead. The moment it saw the sea of people lined up like a winding dragon, it froze. This queue was absurdly long. Lin Yuan took a deep breath to boost his morale. Come what may, gather your energy quickly, wind yourself up and get ready for battle. Kong Ming pouted with worry. What if everyone else also brings their spiritual creatures into the exam room? Lin Yuan clicked his tongue to enlighten it. Carrying a spiritual creature for combat support into an exam is as obvious as eating when you're hungry. That's why I crammed a whole pile of books into your head to gain a competitive edge. He adjusted his glasses and looked around. Just a glance at the grandeur of the building was enough to understand how powerful and prestigious the Creation Master Association was. Ning Shuang loudly coordinated the candidates. Whoever has submitted their papers, please line up this way and leave the exam area peacefully. Looking at the distorted faces of the crowd, the girl muttered internally, is it really that brutal? It seems the vice president is determined to rub salt into the candidates' wounds this year, not holding back in the slightest. Ning Shuang continued in a high-pitched voice. Candidates preparing to take the exam, please have your basic certificates for the 3 lifestyle-type spiritual professions ready to hand over to me. Once the exam is done and you have your scorecards in hand, come back here to redeem your certificates. Understood? Lin Yuan stared blankly. Oh no, where on earth was he supposed to find a basic certificate to submit right now? He scratched his head and stepped forward hesitantly. The thing is, I heard a rumor that the Creation Master Association also covers the direct assessment for the 3 basic lifestyle-type spiritual professions, right? Ning Shuang nodded firmly. True, there is such a rule. But deep inside, she was screaming in shock. Is there someone bold enough to demand a direct knowledge test under the vice president's supervision? She then exposed the catch. The rules do allow it, but the hurdle is that the Creation Master Association only covers the 3 highly academic lifestyle-type professions. They include scholar, spiritual creature observer, and spiritual material analyst. In short, the 3 most brutal subjects. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement after hearing this. Then let's just knock out these 3 subjects. Perfect. Ning Shuang shrugged and compromised. Go all the way then, if you want it. I'll oblige, follow me. The girl was anticipating a good show, smiling cryptically. Let's see how someone who boasts like this actually performs. Having the guts to try all 3 of these deadly subjects, he better be careful not to end up crying without tears later. Turning to the city lord's administrative mansion. Meng Lao strolled leisurely outside, muttering. The news finally leaked out. Lately, Ling Zio's residence has been bustling with people coming and going to pry. All these tricks are ultimately just for show and networking. Otherwise, to avoid the tortuous 3-year wait to crawl from 1 star to 2 stars, someone would have definitely come knocking on our doors by now. Du Lao stroked his beard and chimed in, but being so blunt with old Ning, aren't you afraid of alerting the snake by beating the grass? The old man waved his hand with a sneer. You're worrying over nothing. Old Ning always loved these written tests. In recent years, whenever the promotion exams for the 3 spiritual professions fell into his hands, he would gleefully cross out basketfuls of candidates without mercy. Du Lao still frowned in hesitation. In theory, yes, but just how thorny is the hurdle to climb from 1st class to 2nd class anyway? Meng Lao clicked his tongue. His nature is just that stubborn. Because he's deeply infatuated with the Creation Master profession, he forces everyone else to work their fingers to the bone studying exactly like him. To catch his eye is even harder than plucking stars from the sky. In another development, Ning Shuang guided the way while inquiring, you are Lin Yuan, right? I'll say this up front, the questions from the Creation Master Association are incredibly bitter, tens of thousands of times harder than normal lifestyle associations. I advise you to. Lin Yuan quickly cut in. It's no problem at all. I've already set my sights on this Creation Master Association, so I must ride the tiger to the end. The exam room door creaked open. Entering the judging panel's resting room, Ning Lao's eyes widened as he stared at the two, who dared to chase away my candidate. This old man's exam questions have never crossed the line. The knowledge lies entirely within those 300+ secret manuals. Ning Shuang solemnly bowed to the vice president. The old man glared and corrected her immediately. What vice president? Call me grandpa right now. She awkwardly scratched her head. Grandpa, didn't we agree to strictly separate personal and professional matters at work? Lin Yuan stood nearby, rubbing his chin in doubt. Why do I suddenly have a feeling this old man is shamelessly trying to claim connections? Ning Lao retorted calmly, we share flesh and blood. Who would die if you called me grandpa? What's the point of avoiding rumors if my precious granddaughter doesn't even dare to show care for her grandfather anymore? She hurriedly hugged his arm to soothe him. All right, calm down, grandpa. The candidate is standing right there staring at us. Ning Lao stepped forward to scrutinize Lin Yuan. You seem to have quite the nerve, daring to drag yourself to the Creation Master Association for the basic exam. You must be confident you've studied extremely well, huh? He patted his chest and promised, the vice president can rest easy. I will absolutely unleash all my brain power. Knowledge is boundless, but once it's absorbed into the blood, these trivial questions are just mosquitoes. Ning Lao stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. All right, then let me tease you with a warm-up question. The megalodon and the leviathan whale, these two monsters once ruled the seas in the tertiary period, fighting each other for tens of millions of years without a clear victor. What's your verdict? Was the megalodon tougher, or was the leviathan whale superior? Ning Shuang turned pale and broke into a sweat. Is Grandpa dragging out that messy topic that both the star web and the academic world have been violently arguing about for over a dozen years just to torture him? This question is clearly out of bounds. Maybe I should secretly feed this unlucky candidate a hint. The girl acted spoiled while clinging to his arm again. Grandpa, honestly, you are the boss of researching that megalodon species. If you want people to choose the megalodon, just say it outright. Ning Lao coldly snorted and cut her off. Hold your tongue immediately. Lin Yuan nonchalantly gave his final say. I actually think this matter was concluded ages ago. Ultimately, both of them are just small fry. Ning Lao furrowed his brows tightly. What's the meaning of such an arrogant statement? He calmly explained, simply because both of them were kicked off the chessboard by the laws of evolution. Whether it's the megalodon or the leviathan whale, in this day and age, they have completely evaporated from the earth. Even if today's sharks and whales in the ocean experience a mutation to revert to their roots, they will ultimately never reach the primal essence of the prehistoric megalodon or leviathan whale. Furthermore, if one stubbornly forces a spiritual creature to undergo atavism. Looking at Ning Lao's dumbfounded expression, Ning Shuang secretly thought, this is a rare sight. Grandpa actually swallowed his anger, lying still listening to someone trash his beloved megalodon without bristling like a porcupine. The old man wasn't satisfied yet, waving his hand to urge him, dissect it a little deeper and let me see. The girl next to him could only gulp and pray to Buddha on behalf of Lin Yuan. It's really over now. This tone means he's preparing to nitpick. When his pride regarding the megalodon is touched, Grandpa's ability to hold a grudge is unmatched in this world. Lin Yuan continued to speak fluently. Entering the tertiary ocean, the megalodon and the leviathan whale were notorious apex predators, sitting arrogantly at the top of the ecological chain for too long, which consequently congested the evolutionary process of the entire marine ecosystem. It wasn't until 65 million years ago, when the meteorite hit the Earth and triggered the Great Natural Filter, that the curtain was finally raised for the Quaternary Ocean era. If viewed through the lens of a creation master, measured by the scales of survival and evolution, no matter how majestic the megalodon and leviathan whale once were, they were crossed out because they failed to ride the harsh wave of nature's transformation. Stripping away their magnificent facade, in essence, they were just pathetic losers in the evolutionary race. Ning Lao clapped his hands with a loud smack in praise. Exquisite. After waiting so long, I finally get to hear a perspective with enough depth and flavor. The girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing inwardly, oh my, consider this a narrow escape. He turned to instruct his granddaughter, later I will personally escort this kid to conquer those 3 brutal subjects. Let me open my eyes wide and see what realm today's young sprouts have cultivated themselves to. She also sneakily gave a thumbs up in admiration. Lin Yuan, your smooth talking is top-notch, young man. Witnessing the sight of Ning Lao escorting a kid, the crowd continuously murmured and gossiped. Exactly whose privileged child is this to be personally chaperoned into the exam room by the big boss himself? Could it be a young master from some infamous creation master family, or perhaps a rising golden child being pampered by the association? In 10 long years, no one has seen Ning Lao coddle anyone like this. Ning Lao strolled ahead, not forgetting to teach him, engrave this in your heart, kid. When crunching words, attitude and method are paramount, but the most important thing is to keep a cool head. He suddenly whipped around to scold the crowd. You lazy bums, instead of cramming knowledge you gather around to gossip about what? Keep staring and I'll cross off your names and fail all of you right now. Lin Yuan stared blankly, frozen in place. Why did the old man suddenly change his tune and yell so fiercely? The terrified crowd turned pale, obediently saying yes and retreating. By this time, he was comfortably seated in front of the thick stack of exam papers. Ning Lao loudly declared, "Begin." Lin Yuan swung his pen, his words dancing swiftly across the paper, secretly dropping a compliment. You did great, Kong Ming. This pile of documents is flooding into my brain just like a tsunami. The little girl grumbled back. This exam is seriously tough to chew. There are some nonsense questions where they hid the answers all the way in the foreword of the book. Nearby, Ning Lao was secretly scrutinizing him. His pen speed was like lightning, his aura completely unhurried. This was the foundation of knowledge as solid as a rock. Looks like he'll be able to clear his desk and submit the paper in about 2 hours, truly a good seed worth investing in. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. He put down his pen and let out a breath. Ning Lao, I've completely locked down all my answers. Now can I head over to crush the Creation Master exam round, sir? He smiled smugly, silently calculating that Kong Ming's reservoir of knowledge was enough to sweep through all obstacles, absolutely certain it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Unfortunately, Ning Lao immediately hit the brakes. Stand right there. You're out of turns for today. Lin Yuan stood there dumbfounded, so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. He scratched his head in utter confusion, then stammered, Wait, why is that? Did my cart flip on those 3 lifestyle theory subjects or something? Ning Lao shook his head and waved his hand. That's not it. It's because you took the exam too fiercely. Who asked you to snatch the record for the total score of the 3 lifestyle spiritual subjects? According to the rules, I must present this dazzling scorecard to the Lifestyle Spiritual Profession Association. So the Creation Master exam will have to be delayed and postponed until tomorrow, kid. Only then did Lin Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. So I passed the subject smoothly. The old man continued, but I was planning on pushing myself to sweep the 1-star Creation Master certificate within the next 2 hours. Within 2 hours? Are you trying to cheat and leapfrog straight to 2-star or what? Haste makes waste, hear me? Pack up your books and go home, wait until tomorrow to figure this out. Lin Yuan could only swallow his disappointment. Well, man proposes but heaven disposes. What can you do? Kong Ming quickly nudged his elbow. In that case, let's scrape together some time today and go visit little Zio Ci. He slapped his thigh loudly. Perfect plan, since there's no way to continue the exams today anyway. But right at that moment, Ning Lao invited him. How about it, kid? Got the mood to tag along with this old man to witness some thrilling things. The old man escorted him to a secret room, swiped a card with a beep, and the door finally deigned to open. He hobbled anxiously, sneaking around on an underground tour like this. What if we step on someone's toes? Ning Lao chuckled. You're worrying too much, kid. This old man is the vice president of the Creation Master Association of Zijing City. I am the boss on this turf. Thinking about it is actually a bit humiliating. Just because those 3 5-star Creation Master Boogamen are too lazy to take office, the Creation Master Associations are also too lazy to bother creating a president's seat anymore. The old man dragged Lin Yuan right to the edge of a massive pool. He shivered slightly. This pool only had the sound of babbling water, yet it emitted an oppressive aura so overwhelming it was suffocating. Ning Lao smirked, preparing to unleash his move. Stand firm, kid. Today this old man will wash your eyes and show you what true class is. A wind-tearing burst of spiritual energy exploded, freezing him in fear. This sky-high aura was exactly as the rumors said. The vice president didn't just wear the Creation Master's coat, but was also a genuine king-class powerhouse. Beneath the murky black water, a razor-sharp fin slowly emerged. A colossal sea monster shot up from the surface, turning his face pale. This oppression was just too terrifying. Ning Lao affectionately stroked the monster's head, showing off. This is the spiral-toothed shark that this old man spent so much blood and sweat to mold. Looks majestic, doesn't it, kid? He gulped heavily. Just look at those disgusting jaws. Any creature wandering too close would definitely be crushed into mush. Kang Ming was already curled up into a trembling ball. Lin Yuan, my heart is too weak for this. Let me go home and face the wall with Yin Yin. Through his glasses, he quickly caught a glimpse of a line of data. Lin Yuan gasped with his jaw dropped. Platinum grade 10, and it even possesses legendary quality. The old man started his challenge segment again. You've got sharp eyes, kid, so tell me, why have I pinned it here instead of pushing it to the diamond tier? He regained his poised demeanor, stood up, and eloquently elaborated on the matter. This is a piece of cake. It's because you're plotting right at the threshold of the diamond promotion. You're going to use bait to force it to undergo an off-track mutation towards the megalodon direction, right? Ning Lao nodded in praise. Awesome deduction, kid. Now do me a favor and carry that pile of stuff from the operating table over here. He quickly scrambled over. At your command, sir. Looking closely at the glass vials scattered about, both of them widened their eyes in shock. Are you kidding? This is entirely pure fresh blood from dragon species phase. His hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Not only that, the goods he managed to gather were at most gold grade, while this massive pile was 100% premium platinum grade stuff, and just this one canister easily contained nearly 200 drops of essence blood. Could it be that Ning Lao, out of pity, was going to shove a bottle of dragon species blood at him as a meeting gift? Kang Ming blinked dreamily. This scenario must be a senior bestowing blessings to empower the future sprout. The old man casually swiped several vials of essence blood from the wooden box and tossed them straight into the water, grumbling, "You youngsters are so boring, just carrying a few items and your hands and feet are clumsily trembling, so sluggish it's annoying." He experienced complete psychological trauma. Oh my god, a single casual drop already costs 2,000 Huiao coins. This whole batch must easily wipe out 2 million Huiao coins, yet he threw it as dessert for a shark. Ning Lao let out a long sigh. It aches my heart to use dragon species blood to feed this burden, but I have no other choice. Who told the prehistoric megalodons to specialize in butchering dragon species phase? Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up in awe. Ning Lao, your obsession with the megalodon has probably reached a cosmic level. The old man suddenly shifted to a serious tone. Therefore, Lin Yuan, the title of creation master sounds majestic and awe-inspiring, seemingly able to call the wind and summon the rain, but you must always engrave one thing in your brain. The evolutionary life cycle of all species leaves no room for improvisation. All things are bound by natural laws that must be followed. Buzz off now, and remember to drag yourself to the exam a bit early tomorrow. He obediently bowed. Yes, thank you for your care, Vice President. As soon as he dragged his body out the door, Ning Shuang was already waiting. Oh man, my neck hurts from waiting for you two to show up. So how did this Lin Yuan do in the end? He got failed, didn't he? Ning Lao chuckled. The ranking board will only be up tomorrow. The old man pulled his granddaughter aside and instructed, oh, by the way, later send this secret letter to City Lord Ling Zio for me. But make sure to check if your Grandpa Meng and Grandpa do have weighed anchor and gone home before you send it, all right. The old man calculated secretly in his heart. After all, he was a potential young sprout. It would be a heartbreaking pity to crush him without giving him a chance to show off. Whether he transforms into a dragon and soars into the high clouds tomorrow, we'll just have to rely on his own true abilities. Kang Ming started its annoying whining again. It's the golden hour to go visit Zio OCI now. Lin Yuan flipped his script again. How about we drop by and surf the star web for a bit before we go? Right at that moment, the phone in his pocket buzzed violently. He quickly pressed it to his ear. Hello, is that Zio OCI? What a coincidence. Your brother was just calling your name. The other end of the line immediately dropped a bombshell. Big brother, drag yourself to the school and pick me up right now. I just got battered and bruised in combat practice. He was startled and yelled loudly, what, you're injured? Without hesitating for half a second, Lin Yuan bolted off like a flying arrow. Sit right there. Your brother is coming to pick you up right now. He ran headlong while muttering in frustration. Injured from what? I know the tournament rules by heart. Who's allowed to just charge in and punch a student? Even if some arrogant punk rushed in, they'd have to pierce through the armor of the iron rhinoceros that specializes in defense and counterkills to even touch Zio CI. What on earth is this mess? In a flash, he had dashed to the door of the school's infirmary. Chu CI giggled and waved her hand. Big brother, you're here to visit me. Lin Yuan and Kang Ming frantically inspected the little girl all over. Chu CI, where are the injuries? Confess honestly and let me see. Kong Ming chimed in, exactly, if there are any scrapes or bruises, no hiding allowed, this definitely calls for 10 extra pots of braised meat to recover. The little girl slowly removed the bandage on her wrist. It's right here. Earlier, when I summoned the Iron Rhinoceros to brawl with a senior, I was somehow unlucky enough to get hit by some flying rock fragments. So it turned out that during the clash, Chu Ci was simply unlucky and got scratched by stray debris from the earth and rocks. Lin Yuan and Kong Ming simultaneously dropped their faces in absolute speechlessness. It's just a single scratch and you screamed my name so loudly. If you were an hour late, the wound would have probably closed up and healed itself by now. Suddenly, a young man walked into the room and clicked his tongue, with this little girl's death-defying, counterattack-waiting defensive style, taking such a senseless hit like that can only be concluded as being terribly unlucky. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Who is this distinguished master? The little girl quickly introduced him. He's the bystander who was watching my match earlier. The one who dragged the doctor over to examine me was also him stepping up for justice. Haoji didn't beat around the bush, to be honest. I dragged myself to Zhaijing City originally to hunt down a person, but now I suddenly made a U-turn. I'm currently tracking down the creation master who molded that iron rhino, just to see how badass their skills really are. Lin Yuan suddenly got goosebumps, looking at my skills. Oh crap, could it be that the iron rhino I upgraded for Chu Ci has sold out my identity? The guy kept probing. How long did it take you to nurture that iron rhino? Lin Yuan scratched his head and bluffed, probably around 7 or 8 months. Kong Ming knew damn well, counting from the moment it was brought home to when it was gifted, it took a grand total of 7 hours at best. Hearing that, Hao Ji's face darkened as he complained, that's really depressing, I've completely lost this one. If it fell into my hands, it would probably have to marinate for 2 whole years. The boy looked dumbfounded, muttering to himself, wait, why is the script so off from what I imagined? Shifting the scene to the administrative tower, a subordinate bowed and reported, My Lord City Lord, Ning Lao just sent an express letter to you. Ling Xiao nodded coldly, I know. The guard respectfully added, My Lord, Meng Lao and Du Lao have just set off for their hometown. She raised an eyebrow, didn't I already ask the dean to see them off? Besides, those 2 seniors are traveling incognito, they don't like to make a big fuss anyway. Issue an order immediately, the guard forces at the spatial rifts in all districts must be doubled. All reserve forces must be ready for combat within 2 months at the latest. Subordinate timidly asked for instructions. My lord, the Radiance 100 sequence review is about to begin. Should we prioritize our resources for the internal Zhaijing 100 sequence qualifiers in the academy first? Ling Xiao stared in surprise. Out of the 20 seed spots, only 5 have been finalized, yet there are still 34 stragglers lining up for approval. She unexpectedly skimmed through Chu Ci's file, and what caught her eye was a sacrifice skill that came with a damage absorption feature. Ling Xiao tapped her fingers on the desk and instructed, keep your eyes peeled and observe this freshman girl closely for me. If her core potential is legit enough, just pull her straight into the seed roster, no need to overthink it. The official hesitated to argue, but my lord, this brat is just a fresh first year, shouldn't we let her marinate for another year to test her mettle? She sharply cut him off, the clock is ticking, where do we have the youth to wait? The Radiance Federation spans across 32 capital cities. This Zhaijing land ranks top 5 in treasury wealth, but only a measly 3 people made it onto the Radiance 100 sequence golden board. Over the last 2 years, Zhaijing City's pulse of development has been stuck at a bottleneck, if we keep sinking into this mud. The official could only bow deeply, as you command, your subordinate understands. Inwardly, he thought, the city lord's demeanor is getting more and more decisive and ruthless, it's no wonder she's so anxious. If that unlucky jinx hadn't suddenly withdrawn their name from the 100 sequence 2 years ago, the situation would be much brighter now. Alas, it's the cruel sickle of the present. Back to Haoji, he was shooting the breeze with the boy. To be honest, I crawled to this corner mainly for 2 purposes. The first one is to track someone down. Lin Yuan curiously eavesdropped, looking for someone. Are they a lecturer in this school? The guy clicked his tongue, just an old friend. I'm dead sure he's nesting here to recover from his illness. If he's willing to open his mouth and ask for help, then at least snagging a teaching position at this school would be no big deal. Chu Ci pouted, wait, why does it sound like you're trampling on the dignity of my school's teachers? Lin Yuan quickly comforted her, not at all, you're overthinking it, little sister. He casually continued, the second gig is also a search and rescue mission. The little girl crossed her arms and deduced, another old acquaintance, huh? The guy shook his head in frustration. Dead wrong. It's my dream music idol. A rare, magnificent wild rose rising amidst this chaotic mortal world. The boy looked bewildered and interrupted, an internet singer. Chu Si slapped her forehead as she remembered, speaking of which, my school has plenty of crazy anonymous singing streamers too. What's your idol's name? Maybe I know the ins and outs. He puffed out his chest and proudly announced the name, Kuei Yin Luo. The little girl shook her head vigorously. Then you're way off, at least within this school's perimeter. Nobody goes by that name. It was only then that Lin Yuan started sweating bullets, realizing this was real. Did Yin Yin's goofy broadcast channel actually trap a die-hard simp? Kong Ming stroked its whiskers, pondering. If this old guy ever found out that his idol Yin Yin was actually just a feathered bird, would he pop a blood vessel from high blood pressure? Haoji deflated like a balloon. Looks like it's a wild goose chase again, really not here. Anyway, joking around with you was pretty engaging. Catch you later if fate allows, young man. The boy enthusiastically waved his hand. Meeting a passerby is also fate, bye. The guy pulled out his phone, tapping away while muttering to himself. This kid is interesting, and he's brewing some solid creation master potential too. Especially that mastermind brain of his for molding phase. At this rate, Long Dao's dream of becoming Yue Hu's disciple is going to be a bumpy ride. While waiting for the other end to pick up, Haoji gritted his teeth and decided, this is bad. Tearing Zai Jing City apart still hasn't dug up any trace of Liu Jai. To patch up his emotional wounds, I guess I'll just have to leave it to the flow of time. Turning back to Chu Si, the little girl was grabbing her older brother's shirt, interrogating him. So in what leap year are you finally going to bring a sister-in-law home for me? Lin Yuan scratched his head with an awkward smile. Why dig that up out of nowhere? Oh right, Chu Si, this is a gift Yin Yin stuffed for you. The little girl frowned, scrutinizing it. What kind of burden is this, bro? He casually replied, it's Yin Yin's autograph. That guy boldly bragged that this thing would be worth a lot in the future. He swallowed his bitterness, not daring to pry his mouth open to confess that this was the very Kuei Yin Luo signature treasure that the other guy was hunting for. Chu Si cherished it deeply. That awesome. I swear I'll lock it in a glass cabinet for preservation. But the little girl suddenly remembered, wait, what wind blew you all the way to Zhaijing City? I just reported getting injured and you parachuted right in. Did you come to the capital to restock? Lin Yuan finally scratched his nose and announced, oh, didn't I tell you I registered for the Creation Master exam? Chu Si's jaw dropped. You locked it in for this year. That fast. He jerked his chin towards the distance. Since I've crammed enough, I might as well strike while the iron is hot. There's a street food stall over there. Let's go grind some food and keep chatting. The little girl rubbed her flat stomach. If you hadn't subtly reminded me, I would have forgotten my stomach was protesting for dinner. As soon as they settled at the drinking table, Lin Yuan tuned into work mode. Oh, almost forgot. How's that iron rhino working out for you? Smooth. What route are you planning to take for your next fay? The little girl bristled as she recounted. I rock it smoothly, but whenever it's brought up, the blood rushes to my head. Those little demons in my class dared to publicly label me with the nickname Great Iron Rhino. You be the judge, isn't that purely evil? Lin Yuan slapped the table in bowling agreement. Those bastards. How dare they pin such a trashy nickname on my little sister? Kong Ming also jumped in to add fuel to the fire. Absolutely right. That label is trash compared to the title Iron Cow Princess that I racked my brains to come up with. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan secretly wiped a sweat drop in his heart, crying tears of joy. Luckily, it still sounds decent compared to the Mobile Iron Bucket nickname I previously predicted. After eating their fill, Chu Si happily rubbed her belly. That hit the spot, bro. Back in the starving days, we were lucky if we got to sip some fish head soup on Lunar New Year. He smiled and advised, the times have changed and we're moving up. Just swipe the card I sent you freely, cut back on that belt-tightening nonsense for me. Now if you want to add more armor and boost the destructive power of the Iron Rhino, you have to stuff it with all sorts of metals. I just transferred a lump sum to you, and later I'll send over a silver-grade usnia pot. Absolutely no being stingy, got it? Chu Si's eyes widened in shock. What, a silver-grade usnia? Does our shabby little shop have such premium stock now? As soon as she checked the account balance ping, Chu Si screamed, Holy Mother, that's so much money. Did our family's life change into tycoons, bro? He patted his chest behind her and chuckled, yeah, just consider it a one-step trip to the clouds. The little girl dragged Lin Yuan away. Since we're playing this big, let's roll. Didn't you just grill me about locking in my next fay? Then I gotta drag you to sweep through this place. The destination Chu Si led the way to was none other than the rare lifeform pavilion. He knew this corner damn well. Wait, Isn't this the most notorious auction house in Zhaijing City? The little girl flipped her hair proudly, spot on. I've been drooling to peek inside for 8 lifetimes, but the sky-high price tags here make my heart pound and my legs shake every time I walk by. But now that my pockets are loaded, my walking posture should be straighter and prouder. Lin Yuan swiped his card through the gate with a beep. Makes sense. Who knows, maybe the rare lifeform pavilion is hiding the second custom-made Fey for Chu Ci by some stroke of luck. As soon as they plunged into the hall, he whispered a deal into her ear. Let's say tomorrow I snag the Creation Master title and circle back here, I'll drag you to ransack every nook and cranny. But for today, our tickets only let us crawl around the first floor. Chu Ci nodded obediently. Sweeping the first floor is fun enough, mainly just here to breathe the rich people's air anyway. The little girl glued her eyes to a glass corner. Bro, look over there, isn't that tiny albino fox stunning? He immediately poured cold water on her. That's a two-tailed snow weasel, an extremely rare pure damage ice-type Fey, completely out of sync with your lineup. The little girl pouted in regret, but its face is so cute I could die. Kong Ming stroked its whiskers and proudly patted its chest. It's missing a whole tail compared to this great meow. No wonder my beauty is still on a cosmic level that completely crushes it. Chu Ci got the itch to check the price again. Bro, see how much they're asking for this snow weasel? Lin Yuan peeked at the label and read it out. Let me see. Holy crap, 1,100 radiance dollars. The little girl could only hold back her tears and say her goodbyes. Even though we breathe the same air, fate has arranged us in 2 different worlds. Hearing that, he felt a twinge of guilt. Sorry, Chu Ci, it's my fault for awakening so late, making you suffer. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes were drawn to a dark, masked guy looming ahead. And he quickly scrutinized the dangling cocoons on the other party's back. Wait, that bunch of cocoons, don't tell me those are exclusive blue flash butterfly goods. If it successfully evolves, this monster will climb onto the throne as the only insect to make the top 10 most gorgeous Fays, crowned as the blue light goddess butterfly. Snagging that label makes it a peerless, worldly treasure. Kong Ming also sniffed the scent of money. Oh mother, is that the cocoon of the blue light goddess butterfly sitting proudly at the top 6 of the 10 most beautiful Fays? He smirked and corrected it. It's only a blue flash butterfly cocoon right now. Forcing it to morph into a blue light goddess butterfly requires grinding your face off through countless stages of procedures. The little guy proudly patted its chest. What's there to worry about? Aren't you standing right here? Planning to uproot the blue light goddess butterfly to gift it to Chu Ci, right? Lin Yuan shook his head in denial. Dead wrong. What I'm actually craving is the silent scale dust skill of the blue flash butterfly lineage. That's an extremely noble mystic-type skill. Once hit by this silenced dust, the opponent's Fey is basically muzzled, standing still to take a beating without being able to fire off a single move. It slapped its paws together. Oh, so that's the deal. He rubbed his chin, calculating. The only catch is that this Lepidoptera species was wiped out completely by 90% after the Grand Spirit Aura revival. The odds of digging one up are as rare as winning the lottery. Yet this guy managed to swipe 4 cocoons single-handedly. Could it be? Up ahead, 2 women were pouting and looking down on Liu Jai, who would have thought a fancy place like the rare lifeform pavilion would let such a scruffy peddler in to hustle. Wearing those rags, where would he get anything good to sell? He clicked his tongue, glaring at those 2 hags, just shopping on the first floor. Is it necessary to plaster yourselves in so much flashy clothing? Besides, people are buying goods, not the seller's body. Why police what people wear? So what kind of sacred deity is this guy anyway? Liu Jai didn't even bother looking up. His voice as cold as ice. Butterfly cocoons here. If you're genuinely looking to scoop them up, cough up 120 radiance dollars and take them all. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it to hell, someone swooped in. Kong Ming also jumped up in agreement, clearing out blue flash butterflies at the dirt cheap price of 120 radiance dollars is beyond broke. He calculated in his head, if it's really a blue flash butterfly, this price is a steal. But the catch is what he's tossing out are primitive cocoons. This game is no different from a lucky blind box. Even the owner is clueless about what's inside. Asking this much is already considered a sky-high price. Mother-daughter duo continued screeching their insults. Where's the treasure vibe in these torn cocoons? What gives them the right to sit in the display cases of the rare lifeform pavilion? Some trashy cocoons sold at clearance outside only cost 50,000 Federation dollars, and you dare to rip people off for 30 radiance dollars a pop in here. Are you hallucinating that a bronze-grade Fey will hatch from inside? Butterfly cocoon nests are usually hidden beneath the canopies of 30-meter-tall giant trees deep within the endless forest. looking at his torn beggar cloak outfit. How the hell did he get them? I see it plain as day, this guy is a master scammer. Maybe I should scream for security to collar him and check if he's a spy sneaking in to make a quick buck. Chu Si looked confused and turned to eavesdrop. What's the heavy drama, bro? While the world trashed it, Lin Yuan scooped it up. I'll take all 4 of these butterfly cocoons. Li Hua jumped in shock, screeching, oh my god, what the hell? She pointed her finger at him and warned, hey you little brat, are you deaf or didn't you hear my exposé? This batch is clearly counterfeit goods. He glared back firmly. Once items have passed the censorship checkpoint to sit proudly in the glass cases of the rare lifeform pavilion, I bet my life none of them are fakes. Lin Yuan stepped closer to Liu Jai. Bro, I'm a high roller who genuinely wants to trade with you. The man remained mute as a clam, not bothering to reply half a word to him. Then he abruptly turned on his heel and brushed past Lin Yuan like a breeze. The old hag laughed smugly. See, if you aren't blind, open your eyes. He was so humiliated he bolted, that's why. Trash will forever remain fake dog meat. Liu Jai suddenly stopped and turned his head to instruct, if you've really got the guts to buy them, drag yourself here at this exact golden hour tomorrow. I will personally smash the doubts, proving these cocoons were dug out from the very core of the deep, endless forest by my own hands. Chu Si hurriedly rushed over and asked, Bro, what was up with that guy just now? He gently patted her shoulder to reassure her, leave it be, it's nothing, let's pull out. The siblings dragged each other away from the drama zone, the little girl whistling happily, consider my horizons broadened today, you gotta go all out in tomorrow's exam battlefield, bro. He smiled confidently, obviously, just put all your faith in your bro. Li Hua gritted her teeth in pure hatred, so annoying, I was just a tiny bit away from lowballing and snagging the goods. That snot-nosed brat dared to jump out and put a stick in my wheels, ruining my good deed. Chen Ling stroked her mother's back to comfort her. Calm down, Mom, why care about a few ragged cocoons? Just wait till tomorrow when your precious daughter passes the Creation Master exam, then we'll go sweep the market for better stuff as a gift. The next morning, at the main gate of the Creation Master Guild. Seeing his master constantly yawning, Kong Ming nudged him gently. Lin Yuan, did you stay up all night counting sheep? He shook his head, no way, it's just that those mysterious butterfly cocoons kept hovering in my head. Li Hua rolled her eyes and instantly spotted him, mocking, who would have thought the little brat who ruined things yesterday also dragged his carcass here to take the exam. This round's test is sour as vinegar. Only well-educated aristocrats like the Creation Masters in our family can shoulder it. As for small fries like you, you aren't even fit to carry our shoes. Chen Ling puffed out her chest and tilted her chin to the sky. I've already hoarded a mountain of top-tier Fey materials here. Even if this test spawns hellish difficulty, don't even dream of blocking this young lady's path. Let's wash our eyes and see which Fey is lucky and blessed enough to have my hands guide its tribulation to level up. From the high podium, Ning Lao loudly spoke into the megaphone, you candidates prick up your ears and listen clearly, saying this for the last time, the battlefield this time is an independent closed Fey breeding room. Absolutely no one can stick a wheel in and bother you. Hope you guys flex your skills smoothly. He secretly celebrated in his heart that lessens the eyesores, but I still have to cover it up carefully lest my talent gets exposed. The old man waved his hand to signal, all candidates, line up and file into the exam rooms. Ning Lao glanced at Lin Yuan and silently evaluated, a high mountain to the blind but flat ground to a prodigy kiddo, let's see how badass your true skills really are. You better not waste the recommendation letter I went through the trouble of sending. Ling Xiao leisurely strolled over and asked softly, how is it, Ning Lao? I didn't miss the golden hour, did I? The old man sneered, wouldn't say you're late, the bottom of the barrel candidates were just shoved into the cages. If you wanted to stand outside and scream to boost their morale, you couldn't, and if you wanted to scare them, that wouldn't work either, so just dial it back and accumulate some karma for yourself. She shrugged to justify herself, why would I be so full and bored to scare those kids? Didn't Meng Lao and Du Lao secretly tip you off earlier? What kind of bomb did you plant in this year's exam anyway? Ning Lao burst into hearty laughter. Is this old man a test-setting demon that you're so pale? Just a few iron-headed weasels for funsies. Ling Xiao rolled her eyes upon hearing that. You dragged out the breed of Fey that the whole world's professionals sacrifice to, with a notoriously cranky personality and as timid as a mouse, for an exam test. Ning Lao stroked his beard and tilted his chin proudly. How about it? See how refined I am, squeezing my heart and soul dry to arrange a thorny path for these seedlings, huh? Looking over at Chen Ling's room, she was sweating bullets. wrestling. What the hell is this? I can't catch it. I tried to pry its mouth open to stuff some fey materials in, but it reacted like a leech struck by lime, refusing to swallow. Another guy was gritting his teeth, forcing his beast's mouth open and screaming, being stubborn, huh? Open your mouth and swallow it quick for me. In another corner, someone was slapping their thigh in celebration. Oh mother, I hit the jackpot. Rumors said this year's test would be brutal. Good thing I grinded all night to swallow the whole encyclopedia on these hard-to-level-up fays. Lin Yuan was closing his eyes, launching his skill, thinking this pest would squeak and run for its life. Kong Ming nodded. Looks like reality derailed from the textbooks. This little brat is pretty well behaved. Ning Shuang scratched his head and curiously asked his grandpa, is grinding levels for that iron-headed weasel really that brutal? Ling Xiao calmly explained the basics. Being stubborn and obstinate is nothing. The fatal blow when leveling up an iron-headed weasel is their eating habits. 10 of them have 10 different tastes. No two are alike. If you don't scatter the exact fey material they crave to bait them, then you can forget about borrowing the power of the fey materials to force their evolution. Compared to previous seasons, this exam is literal hell on earth. Ning Lao snorted to justify himself. I have my own bitter reasons. If I didn't drop this trump card, how could I shut Meng and do up? She stammered, well, then wouldn't that mean this year? Sequentially, many candidates started crying out to the heavens and earth, what possessed this thing? I clearly squeezed out the exact pile of fey materials the textbook taught. Why is it still as stubborn as a rock? Looking at his beast obediently hugging the cup, Lin Yuan smiled and encouraged it. Good boy, pretty smart. At this rate we'll clear the battlefield early. Kong Ming jumped up gleefully, spot on. Its true love is exactly this weird fruit. Now just stir-fry it with sharp pine needles and heavy iron ore, shove it straight down its throat and we're golden. Barely half an hour had passed, and Ning Lao already turned to tease Ling Xiao. What's up, Lord City Lord? Getting antsy after waiting just a bit. This old man is full of confidence right now. She let out a long sigh. Even if you're brimming with confidence, those kids won't pop out immediately, yet my pile of city paperwork is drowning me up to my neck. An exam room door creaked open, emitting a soft squeak. Ling Xiao's sharp ears caught the rhythm and immediately snapped her head to look. Ning Lao's eyes widened into saucers. Wait, that kid, coming out dead after not even an incense stick's worth of time, don't tell me his concoction misfired and he flipped his car. Lin Yuan smiled broadly and waved his hand. Nothing of the sort, Ning Lao, how would I dare? My exam is already wrapped up. Now I want to ride the momentum and go straight for the 2-star creation master certificate. Ling Xiao stared in disbelief. This kid spent less than an incense stick's time and successfully helped the iron-headed weasel advance. He burst into joyful laughter. What do you think, Lord City Lord? This old man's eye for people is pretty sharp, isn't it? The Fey's info panel flashed. Fey name, iron-headed weasel. Level, bronze grade level 1. She stroked her chin in deep thought. This kid's scores in the 3 lifestyle subjects were already sky-high. Now it seems his knack for being a creation master is just as badass. The only catch is. Ling Xiao cleared her throat to break the silence. In short, according to standard procedure, you're officially a genuine creation master now. But I gotta confirm one last time to be absolutely sure. You really want to ride the tiger and go straight for the 2-star creation master exam. Lin Yuan's sweat dropped. I'm obviously being praised, so why does a chill keep running down my spine? Ning Lao quickly smoothed things over to comfort him. Don't panic. This is the Lord City Lord. Just speak your truth and you'll pass. He felt like cheering inside. So this is the great city lord Ling Xiao, the powerhouse who once parted clouds, rode the wind, and sealed spatial rifts. And the 2-star exam will be personally overseen by the city lord herself. Despite the butterflies in his stomach, on the outside Lin Yuan kept a poker face, patted his chest and guaranteed, City Lord, put your heart back in your chest. I'll bust out the 2-star exam immediately, a piece of cake. Ling Xiao tilted her chin to signal her subordinate. Approved, just use the old independent rearing room. I'll have someone clear the path for you right away. Seeing how he was escorted away, Ning Shuang was itching with curiosity. Vice President, is the 2-star creation master certificate really that brutal? The old man clicked his tongue to enlighten him. 9 times out of 10, the 1-star exam is just a walk in the park. Just bumping up the phase level is enough. A few years ago, they even left the gates wide open with no time limits. As long as the evolution succeeded, you bagged the cert. A lot of folks relying on their rich families and powerful dads just smashed massive resources onto their phase to pass. Makes sense though, since deep pockets are also a form of hidden strength for a creation master. Cough, also, call me grandpa right now. Ling Xiao cut in sarcastically, but those types will just wander around with the 1-star label for the rest of their lives. If you want to drag yourself up to 2-star, you have to mess with the phase quality and origin source. The masses always mistake quality for a decorative tag. No one really grasps that it's the actual ceiling limit for phase. Ning Lao jogged his memory. He imagined this batch's test would probably just chew on the same old script. Before an incense stick burns out, about 4 hours, they have to push an elite-grade Fey with garbage quality up to the epic-grade fading scent mark, plus run an emergency room rescue for a dying bronze-grade Fey. Ling Xiao's eyes bugged out. What exactly the same as previous years? A test this brutal would. Ning Lao chuckled darkly and chimed in. It's damage straight to the core origin source, mind you. A silence so deep you could hear a fly pass by enveloped the entire room. Ling Xiao was furious, grabbing the old man's collar and roaring, "You crazy old geezer, why don't you just toss him a knife and force him to resurrect the dead while you're at it?" He waved his hands to explain, "My hands are tied. If the test isn't this harsh, how could it pass Meng and Du's critical eyes? Besides, the stricter our side grades the test, the wider his path to victory in front of Lord Yue who will be, makes perfect sense, right?" Ning Shuang knew damn well how brutal origin source damage was. This was the jinx that made seasoned creation masters grab their sandals and run at first sight. Stubbornly forcing a treatment could cause the Fae to ascend to heaven right there on the operating table. Despite the crowd outside twisting their guts in anxiety, Lin Yuan on this side was shaking his leg in smug satisfaction. "This is too sweet. I thought the test would be incredibly profound. Turns out the Fae that needs a quality upgrade is just a lily. I can clear this hurdle with my eyes closed." Kong Ming meowed a subtle reminder, "Lin Yuan, don't forget you still gotta play ER doctor for that half-dead one over there." The data panel popped up. Fae name, Arrow Pincer Crab, level Bronze Grade Level 1. He swept his eyes over it once. "Tusk, looks like this case is about to go belly up. Since the day I was born, aside from the Iron Rhino, I've never played Quack Doctor for any Fae. Well, first things first, gotta dig out the root of the illness. Oh hey, I barely grazed its shell, and it's already convulsing in pain." Kong Ming loudly reported, "Lin Yuan, I've done a rough scan. Take a look, see those crow's feet cracks inside." He jumped in fright. "What the hell, the shell only has one scratch but the inside is mashed like paste. If I don't act fast, I'll literally be collecting its corpse. Dragging this out is bad. At this sluggish pace, 4 hours might not even be enough to patch it up. Plus having to upgrade the Lily's quality on the side, it's a guaranteed timeout. In this situation, I absolutely have to pull out the combo card between the spirit-drawing goldfish and Lily to buff its health at Godspeed." After struggling endlessly, the Fae finally stopped hovering near death and looked much more vibrant. Lin Yuan happily rubbed his hands. Awesome, instant results. However, the Fae suddenly started bubbling profusely. Seeing its entire body shrivel up, Kong Ming frantically sounded the alarm. "Lin Yuan, its spine is dropping off a cliff." He racked his brain. "Crap. This can't be happening. Gotta scheme up a way to extinguish this agitated state right now, or all this effort goes up in smoke." Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in Lin Yuan's head. "I got a brilliant idea." He gritted his teeth and deployed the Pure Land of Bliss. At the very least, it should stall enough time to save its life. Once the patient stopped thrashing, Lin Yuan slapped his forehead, realizing the truth. So that's it, the outer shell healing too fast crushed its already mashed internal organs. Its origin source was fragile to begin with. How could it bear a second fatal blow? Now I have to reverse the process, heal its internal organs first. Even though it's more time-consuming, wearing the title of Creation Master means the Fae's life must be placed at priority number 1. Failed candidates dragged their feet outside, muttering and complaining as they walked. "Told you so, this year's test is sour as hell. I'm begging you guys, there's no such thing as a one-step jump to the clouds from 1-star to 2-star unless a miracle drops from the sky. We failed the 1-star test left and right over here." Ning Lao turned to tease, "What's wrong, Lord City Lord? Need this old man to call his granddaughter to lug out a chair for you to meditate?" Ling Xiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, muttering, "The 4 hours are almost completely drained." The old man calmly waved his hand, "Don't twist your panties. This old man personally did a test run. If the talent is solid enough, it takes about 2 hours to easily seal the deal." She raised an eyebrow and shot back, "And what if he doesn't hand in his paper on time?" Ning Lao said flatly, then that's that, it just proves his talent isn't ripe enough. Ling Zio's blood boiled looking at his cold face, this thick-skinned old geezer. He recommended the guy himself, but acts like an indifferent bystander. The old man then stroked his beard and preached, anyway, since this ties into Yue recruiting a true disciple, tasting a bit of bruised hardship is also a good psychological test for a creation master. The guard stared blankly at the clock and timidly reported, Lord City Lord, the 4 hours have run out. Ling Zio let out a long, heavy sigh. Understood, let's disperse. Just then Lin Yuan's voice echoed out to interrupt, Ning Lao, I've wrapped up here. He peeked out from the doorframe, hesitating as he asked, I didn't run out of time, did I? In his heart he told himself, even though this method was slow and dragged out the time, the trade-off is the Fae won't be left with any lingering disabilities. Ning Shuang carefully picked up the flower pot to scrutinize it, then loudly delivered the verdict, Lily has officially broken its cocoon and advanced to epic quality. Ling Zio was overjoyed, praising him non-stop, truly a talent that crushes age, smoothly chewing through this brutal test right within the 4-hour limit. Later, I'll absolutely have Ning Lao personally pin the Creation Master badge on this kid to make it worth it. Lin Yuan embarrassedly scratched his head, you're flattering me too much, really not at all. Only he knew he was sweating bullets, almost eating dirt for going off script. A huge blessing was that the pure land of bliss buffed the spirit aura infusion speed. Even Ning Lao had to nod in admiration, praising you is not a waste of breath. Look, here's a thank you gift straight from the Fey Crab Stone, is a treasure that the arrow pincer crab would rather die than spit out. In this situation, it voluntarily offered the stone up to you. Lin Yuan grabbed the stone and stuffed it right into his pocket, ignoring the jaw-dropping crowd around him. Forcing a molt, this kid is something else. How the hell did he come up with the crazy idea of draining the Fae's growth energy to relieve the pressure on its battered internal organs? The old man solemnly pinned the medal onto Lin Yuan's chest and declared loudly, today, I bestow the 2-star Creation Master crest upon Lin Yuan. I hope you uphold this title and work together with us to maintain the peace of the Radiance Federation. From now on, just flash this medal as your pass, and you'll get a whole bunch of privileges. Ling Zio excitedly raised his glass, toasting to the new 2-star Creation Master. Never in my wildest dreams did I think our Zai Jing City could produce such a brilliant, young talent. He was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, this is the main hall, where did the Lord City Governor pull that wine from? And chugging it so refreshingly too. The lady waved her hand to a servant, quick, bring the stuff up here. A fancy card was slipped neatly into Lin Yuan's hand. Ling Zio warmly introduced, this is the Star Web version 2 exclusive privilege card for a 2-star Creation Master. He was thrilled inwardly. Perfect timing, I already wasted my first card registering to open a shop. Shiny key was shoved into his hand next. This is a real estate property that Zai Jing City is handing to you on a silver platter. Whether you want to use it as a home or a shop is entirely up to you. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up like headlights. Oh my god, they're giving me a whole house. The welfare is this good. Ning Lao cleared his throat. These trivial things are just an appetizer from Zai Jing City for a 2-star. It's nothing major yet. Ling Zio chimed in, there's also the retainer quota. Turning to Ning Lao, she teased, did you forget? Looks like you're losing your touch. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Guards, quickly escort the Lord City Governor to the back to take a nap. She's dead drunk. Or you could just close your eyes and randomly pick 2 bodyguards from these grunts. Ning Lao pressed 2 retainer badges into his hand. Hold on tight to these. Stroked his beard and gave a history lesson. This retainer role traces back to the ancient times of the pioneering era. Back then, venturing out to reclaim land meant risking your life with no guarantee of return, so Creation Masters would throw money around to recruit experts to follow them and handle the phase. In return, the experts would use their fists and battle scars to protect the Creation Master's life, just like family retainers. Over time, this exchange was set in stone as the retainer system. Holding these 2 pieces of scrap metal in your hand means the Radiance Federation has officially stamped and certified your right to own 2 retainers as your subordinates. He calculated in his head, so it turns out that expert from the other day was just acting as a retainer for some random Creation Master. Just as he stepped out of the testing area, Lin Yuan had his phone pressed to his ear. He brushed it off. All right, no need to make a fuss about celebrating. I've got my hands full preparing for the 100-sequence battle. Getting a good result is enough to make me happy. I'm wrapping this up. I've dragged myself to the rare Fey Pavilion hanging up now. Kong Ming asked dejectedly, you're so cold, aren't you even going to call Chu Ci out for a party? He sighed, I don't want to get in her way. She's just a 10th grader diving headfirst into the 100 sequence selection. Her time is worth more than gold. We absolutely shouldn't be a stumbling block. The cat pouted and argued, but I bet she's itching to throw a celebration party for you right now. Right at that moment, an enthusiastic staff member approached to flatter him. Greetings, Lord Creation Master. Do you need me to be your guide? Lin Yuan waved his hand to refuse instantly. No need, I already have a deal finalized with a seller. Inwardly, he sighed, this 2-star badge makes people change their attitude faster than flipping a pancake. A whole crowd was gathering around to watch the drama. What's with the tension? My master gave you face by asking to see your certificate. How the hell do you have the nerve to yell that you're busy with another appointment? Have you signed a contract yet, or have you already pocketed the deposit? Chen Zhai raised his chin to pick a fight. This seat sits comfortably on the throne of a 1-star creation master. Lowering myself to buy your bunch of bug cocoons is a blessing from 7 generations of your ancestors. From behind, that woman Li Hua chimed in coyly, spot on, you're absolutely right. Hai Hao was furious and grabbed Liu Jai by the collar. I've talked until my throat hurts. There are still 2 whole hours until the appointment. What if that random guy flakes and doesn't show his face, then what? He readied his fist, waiting to strike. What kind of rusty nail are you to force my master to stand here waiting for 2 whole hours? I see your face screaming for a beating right now. Lin Yuan suddenly rushed over, tightly gripping the thug's wrist with his hand. He threw a cold glance. Cool it, he's waiting for me. Seeing the badge on his chest, Hai Hao stuttered like a tangled mess. A 2-star creation master. The crowd behind whispered with pure jealousy, a 2-star creation master, good heavens, with a face that young. This is truly a step to heaven. I've lived this long, and it's my first time seeing such a youthful 2-star. Lin Yuan puffed up with pride. Oh my, this 2-star label is so satisfying for flexing on the world. Chen Zhai bowed obsequiously like a boiled shrimp, so it's a 2-star creation master lord in charge. This lowly one has eyes but couldn't see, hence the insolent words. I beg your lordship to show mercy, go easy on us and overlook the hooligan behavior of my retainer. He replied coldly, it's fine, it didn't really reach the point of a major disruption. His child Chen Ling tugged at his shirt and whined, Dad, what about the consolation prize for me failing the exam? Chen Zhai dragged his son away. You hit rock bottom in the exam and you still open your mouth asking for gifts, get lost. Liu Jai cleared his throat, out of respect for you arriving right on time, I'll strip these 4 butterfly cocoons bare to show you they're all top-tier goods with no filler. He waved his hand to stop him, no need for the hassle, to be honest. He turned and gestured to the female staff member, please lead the way to the 3rd floor and arrange a private room for us. Seeing the staff nod immediately, he caught on right away, aha, this guy's background must be pretty terrifying too. Bring it on, let me test the waters and see how deep this river goes. The staff member politely led them into the room. Please feel free to chat comfortably, you too. Lin Yuan glanced sideways at a decorative potted plant and his jaw dropped. This is unreal. Even the decorative weeds in the room are all silver-tier goods. Right at this moment, Liu Jai laid the phase out on the table. Take a look for yourself. Lin Yuan's eyes practically shot sparks. Incredible, is this a source-type lifeform? Kong Ming pouted its mouth and analyzed. This source-type lifeform is 90% likely to be a mother of insects, exactly like a mobile surrogate factory. Every time it levels up, it opens its mouth to swallow a type of insect to use as a mold, then spits out a whole battalion of baby bugs carrying that species' genes. Nodded in agreement, exactly. That explains how he managed to gather a whole basket of all sorts of insect cocoons at the same time like this. But the tricky part is that the core of this mother of insects has been brutally battered, gasping its last breaths, and about to kick the bucket. A source-type lifeform shattered to this extent can't be saved even if you stuff its mouth full of ordinary blood-pumping elixirs. This must be why this brother Henry is in such a miserable state. Liu Jai tapped his hand on the table. Just press your hand against the cocoon layer, then you'll witness firsthand the scene when I fished these 4 cocoons from the bottom of the endless forest. He curiously did exactly that. Wow, turns out it's a spiritual-type trick. Lin Yuan frowned in thought. The endless forest is basically a death trap. How the hell did he casually camp in there like it was no man's land? And then there's that mysterious masked guy too. He yelled out as the spiritual wave crashed straight into his brain. The mother of insects is taking its very last breath. Seeing the other party sweating profusely in pain, it dawned on him he's sharing the damage to bear the pain together. At this rate, even the owner himself is sitting helplessly waiting for the end. Well, where there's life, there's hope. The urgent matter right now is to suppress the mother of insects' rampage to let it keep half its life first. Seeing the energy flow cool down, Lin Yuan rubbed his chest and let out a sigh. It's calmed down now, looks like there's a sliver of hope. Liu Jai stared in utter shock. This wet behind-the-ears kid who just passed the Creation Master exam actually has what it takes to patch up his mother of insects. In the past, a supreme expert had bluntly stated that his mother of insects' origin was mashed into paste. If only it were an ordinary fae, it could still be kept alive with injections. The catch was, to heal this origin back to its full state, it absolutely had to be fed with spirit chi, so pure it was completely sterile, without showing even a half measure of medicinal properties. Unless he broke his back carrying a palanquin to invite those fairy-like deities down the mountain, he might as well grab a shovel and dig a hole. Lin Yuan mumbled a guess. Weird. Don't tell me this kid actually has a cheat code to concoct that 100% pure spirit chi. While he was rubbing his chest in satisfaction, Few finally managed to pull it back from Hell's Gate. The young man standing in the back suddenly spoke up. I have a few things I want to get off my chest. Liu Jai tore off his mask. My name is Liu Jai, 27 years old. Originally a B-rank combat spirit chi professional, holding a platinum tier 3 mother of insects fae, genuine epic quality goods. Lin Yuan turned to stone, 27 years old, and he's already climbed to the level of a B-rank combat spirit chi professional. He smirked and confessed, 2 years ago the world still hailed me as part of the Radiance 100 sequence, sitting comfortably at the 39th seat, bearing the title Heart of the Swarm. He slammed the table and remembered, so it's the Radiance 100 sequence member who single-handedly carried the team and defended Hanyang City. Rumors in the underworld said he vanished without a trace for 2 years, even his name was crossed off the Hall of Fame. Without saying a word, Liu Jai dropped to one knee. I swear a blood oath by drawing out my willpower rune, volunteering to lower myself to become a retainer for the 2-star creation Master Lin Yuan. Living and dying by my duty, if I ever dare to break this promise, may heaven strike me down and my spirit chi be permanently crippled. Seeing the aura flaring up wildly around him, Lin Yuan panicked and couldn't stop him in time. Hey the rune, you're really playing hardball, hit the brakes right now. A streak of energy tore through the wind and slammed straight into his chest with a thud. Liu Jai played the act first, report later card. The rice has already been cooked into a meal. The binding thread of master and servant has officially been sealed. He was speechless. I don't want to hurl profanities at you, man, but are you sacrificing your willpower rune to the gods? Breaking the oath means your spirit chi sensory system is done for. In his mind, he was itching with curiosity. Why does this guy love playing this all-or-nothing game so much? He explained with a serious face, I have to be thick-skinned enough to beg you to save the mother of insects' life, but the catch is I'm dead broke without a dime, so I have no choice but to use this body as a meat shield to block knives for you to pay off the debt. Lin Yuan waved his hands to explain, honestly, even if you didn't act as my human shield, I would still. He cut him off with a firm voice. I, Liu Jai, have struggled through life and never begged anyone. Everything must be a fair trade. He smacked his lips. Wow, this guy's ego must be as high as a mountain. Lin Yuan was still conflicted. But you don't even know my background. Just blindly betting the rest of your life like that, honestly, is it worth it? Liu Jai locked his eyes on the young boy in front of him. In his head echoed Hao Ji's advice, even if Lord Zhu Jun raised the white flag, this federation is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What if you dig up some eccentric genius who is an expert in this field? Even supreme experts from all over made a U-turn, and Lord Zhu Jun shook his head, so who am I to even dare touch it? One person took a glance and shivered, that kind of pure spirit chi without a single speck of impurity. It sounds as fantastical as a fairy tale, complete nonsense. Yet another person smacked their lips and advised, young man, only heaven can save this dead weight. Getting those big shots to snap their fingers comes with a steep price. You're still young and green, why cling to this mother of insects corpse? Besides, recently even sequence member Zai Li also. Therefore, when the whole world washed their hands and turned their backs on Liu Jai's massive mess, you were the only one who reached out to take it. That alone was more than enough for him to see this gamble was worth it. Liu Jai declared boldly, from this moment on, my life is the sharp blade in the young master's hand, the bronze wall shielding you from the storm. He rubbed his forehead awkwardly, being called like this gives me the creeps, is this really okay? The staff in the lobby gathered in small groups gossiping, hey, who were those 2 big shots that rushed in earlier? One is a newly certified creation master, drowning in money. And the other guy is super weird. Rumor has it the big boss specifically gave him the green light to camp out here for free. A girl stuck out her lip and judged, I bet 10 to 1 he's a fallen noble from some wealthy family. The higher-ups found him too annoying, so they tossed him in here and threw him a scrap just to shut him up. Liu Jai pushed the door and stepped outside, bowing respectfully, young master, this way please. He smiled awkwardly, oh for heaven's sake, you could have just opened your mouth and asked me to treat the mother of insects like a normal person. I'm not so petty as to chase you away. The serious young man immediately brushed it off, rules are rules. I hope the young master stops joking around. Got absolute goosebumps at this title, oh well about that. He interrupted, does the young master have any orders? He quickly scratched his head, could you please change that grating young master pronoun for me? Unexpectedly, he smoothly replied, understood, young master. Before disappearing from sight, Liu Jai still tried to turn his head back and instruct, I have to run and deal with the remaining mess, so I can't shadow you back to Xia County for now. But you still owe me 120 radiance dollars for buying the butterfly cocoons. His jaw dropped, good lord, you're already acting as my guard and you're still splitting hairs, not giving me a single cent discount. He stated plainly, debts of gratitude and grudges are clear-cut, and money must be kept strictly separate. Lin Yuan completely gave up. This old Liu Jai already volunteered to tag along as a minion, but still charges a premium without missing a beat. Kong Ming whined and urged, since you have a whole bodyguard protecting you, stop sweating those few spare coins, hurry up and drag yourself home to share the good news with Yin Yin. As soon as they threw the front door wide open, they shouted loudly, Yin Yin, the Vips have finally arrived home. It flew straight into their arms like a shot arrow, save me, Lin Yuan saved my life. He frowned, what's wrong Yin Yin, is there a huge disaster? The bird frantically urged, go to the backyard and look at that Hong Xiai throwing a crazy fit. The very first thing to enter his line of sight was Hong Xiai's domineeringly muscular appearance. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is surreal. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Seeing a bristling tentacle reaching straight toward them, Kong Ming yelled in panic, Lin Yuan, watch out for the slap. He calmly raised his hand to pet that tentacle. You're worrying over nothing, Kong Ming. Our boy Hong Xiai is just acting spoiled and asking to be carried. Being curled up and lifted high into the air by it, he laughed and comforted, good boy, I know you're happy. Kong Ming stuck its lip out in judgment. From any angle it looks more like it's about to open its mouth and eat you alive. Yin Yin suddenly remembered and eagerly reported, oh right Lin Yuan, earlier a delivery guy dropped off a few packages at the front door. Me and the scaredy cat didn't dare crack the door open. He was stunned. What kind of packages at this time? I haven't ordered a single damn thing lately. Scanning the order code, Lin Yuan finally let out an ah. Turns out Jia Xin packed 3 half-paralyzed fays from her dead stock and sent them over as a celebratory gift for him, snagging the 2-star creation master certificate. This big sister is really showing off. Spot on, the moment I signed off to finalize my creation master status, the data immediately linked straight to my original star web account. Even that rundown shop got slapped with a label showing it has a 2-star backing it. From now on, if I want to pull any reckless moves, I'll have to bust out the 2nd star web card to hide my identity. Jia Xin even stuck a sticky note on it, let's see. A dying, crippled sword horn speed antelope, clearing out inventory on sale for exactly 100 radiance dollars. Sweet deal, this sword horn speed antelope actually grinded all the way up to silver tier. Scanned the beast's condition, the outside was smooth and glossy, but the internal injuries were on red alert. There's a high chance its organs are completely scrambled. At best, it can hold on for another 5 hours before kicking the bucket. By then, even stuffing immortal pills into its mouth would be useless. For now, I'll just feed it the pure land of bliss so it can keep gasping for air. Lin Yuan waved his hand to direct, Yin Yin, while you're at it, crack open those other 2 chests and see what kind of extra flavor is inside. The moment it pried off the lid and looked inside, the bird's beak dropped wide open. Good lord, what the heck is this stinky pile of rotten firewood? Peeled off the 2nd sticky note to read, oh this one has a message too. Rotting gold tier plant fay on death's door, got it from a blind box, please don't laugh. Selling it dirt cheap for 300 radiance dollars. Yin Yin shrieked a warning, watch your hands Kong Ming or you'll crush the damn thing. The cat was pressing its eye against a magnifying glass to inspect it. It's as black as a honeycomb coal briquette now. This isn't split firewood. Even though its plant heart was hollowed out, there's still a flicker of sap life left. Looks exactly like a species of osmanthus tree. Lin Yuan curiously poked his head in to dig around. Move aside and let me take a look. Data unfurled. Fey name, Cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Lineage, osmanthus genus olive family tier gold tier 4 out of 10. Wood type flawless quality. Honed skills, osmanthus fragrance. The scent of osmanthus clears the mind and washes away fatigue. Falling flowers shed all year round. Touching them completely strips away toxins on the body. Pure flower buds, sucking nectar from unopened buds patches up all spiritual damage. Spirit of osmanthus, the hidden blessing aura of the precious flower, helps block and obliterate hexes and curses. Money-making exclusive trait, ward off poison and dispel evil, vacuums up the absolute worst deadly poisons, and blasts away both curses and spiritual-type hexes. Jumped up in absolute ecstasy, good heavens, hit the jackpot. Not only is it a highly auspicious osmanthus tree, but it's a cinnabar sweet osmanthus packed with top-tier skills and traits. This is exactly the granddaddy of all banes against evil poisons. It cleans up even those spiritual-type poisons without missing a beat. Even those dark hexes and curses that stick like starving leeches won't even scratch it. Kangming meowed and called out, Lin Yuan, I can't pry open this final chest. The note says that when scanning the goods, the machine picked up a gold-tier phase frequency, but couldn't dig up its origin, so they just tossed it in as a promotional freebie. He turned on his heel. Okay, hold a sec, let this young master handle it. The moment the item inside popped out, Lin Yuan was startled all over again. The lump at the bottom of this chest is actually. The data panel reported, Fey name, Cinnabar osmanthus jade dew. Subspecies, Howorthia ionium tribe, tier gold tier 8 out of 10, plant type flawless quality. He recognized it immediately as an extremely high-end spiritual piercing treasure. Although it needs to grind up to platinum tier to bear fruit, right now it's only a few steps away from the finish line. Right at that moment at Jia Zin's place, the young staff girl was anxiously asking, oh boss, he just snagged the 2-star creation master title and is rising like a kite. Yet our store boxed up that unsellable dead stock garbage to send over. Will he throw cold water in our faces? She glared and corrected her, garbage my foot, those are exclusive goods I had to bite the bullet to hide away. The staff girl pouted and argued, even the boss is clueless about what those last 2 lumps are. As for the first one, people sneered saying taking it home would only mean throwing it on the chopping block for meat. The machine just vibrated with a beep, and Jia Zin excitedly yelled, the fish took the bait, that kid has showed up. Hearing that Lin Yuan had arrived, Jia Zin immediately smoothed her skirt and personally rushed out to welcome him. The moment they met face to face, she broke into a wide, welcoming smile. Oh my, what rare wind blew our brand new 2-star creation master here. Hurry up and take a seat. I happen to have a pot of premium spirit tea I just brought back from the imperial capital. Take a sip and see how it clears your nose and soothes your throat. Oh, that reminds me, did you open that batch of gifts I sent over? Hearing her sweet talk, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and through his move, Jia Zin's gifts were absolutely fantastic. I'm extremely satisfied, the only catch is. Since we're straightforward people, there's no need to beat around the bush. Whatever deal Jia Zin has, just spit it out, no need to be secretive. Seeing him catch on so quickly, Jia Zin didn't bother tossing smoke bombs anymore and laid it all out. I know perfectly well that your place always has top-tier phase hitting the shelves. I wonder if you'd give me face and let me use you as my sourcing supply. Receiving the bait, Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows and calculated in his head, sure enough, she wants to secure a smuggling connection. Without even bothering to haggle, Lin Yuan sealed the deal in a snap, approved. Jia Zin froze for 5 seconds because of his miraculously fast nod, and she screamed out, you're that straightforward. Lin Yuan chuckled, shooting her a glance full of goodwill. Since Jia Zin has treated me with such sincerity, how could this little brother bear to let you take a loss? However, the goods trickle in slowly. Every month I can only squeeze out about 200 elite-tier spirit-sucking goldfish. Bronze-tier usnea is even rarer and harder to find. If I try really hard, I can only put about 50 pots on the market a month. Hearing his quote up to here, Jia Zin's eyes flashed brightly, her fighting spirit ignited. Deal. I'll scoop up the whole batch at your shop's retail price, plus a 3% kickback fee. You are literally my lifesaver. This rundown shop can't even scrounge up a single creation master. Dragging ourselves up to a 3-star label already broke our backs. This time, I definitely have a shot at hitting the jackpot and upgrading to a 4-star. Hearing Jia Zin thirsting for the 4-star label, Lin Yuan threw her a lifeline right away. If you're itching to unbox that 4-star right this year, The next month, I'll work myself to death to stuff 20 elite tier, 5 fortune ranches, and 20 pots of silver tier usnia your way. In his stomach, however, he was typing away on a calculator to settle his accounts. The higher I grind, the more that meat grinder Mobius sucks blood like a demon. If I don't scrape together more money to open up revenue streams now, I'll be eating dirt. Catching the news that the kid would wholesale a whopping 20 of them, Jia Zin's eyes bulged and her mouth hung open like it was hooked, gasping brokenly, 20 of them. The moment the word "them" popped out of her mouth, she went limp and tilted backward. Luckily, a servant standing by caught her in time. "Boss, hold yourself together." Jia Zin raised a hand to massage her temples, her head buzzing with calculations. "I'd bet the creation master pulling the strings behind this kid is no measly 3-star. They must be at least sitting at a 4-star table or higher to play this big." Cutting to scene 3 days later. Lin Yuan was currently working like a dog, carrying a shovel in one hand and tiredly wiping sweat from his forehead with the other, muttering bitterly. Tossing this whole pile of spirit stones into the furnace probably made the spirit chi thick enough to be syrupy. But unfortunately, who knows how long it'll take for this dead-weight Mobius to wake up and keep grinding. Tossing the shovel onto his shoulder, he glared at the wind-speed swift antelope lying flat out on the other side, smirking smugly. Nourishing it with spirit chi plus a combo of herbs forced into the sword horn-speed antelope's body, its fur looks noticeably smoother now. This deal should be solvable using some ordinary quack therapy tricks. Saying that, Lin Yuan pressed his hand forward, pumping a surging stream of power straight into the wind-speed swift antelope's spine. While channeling his power, he muttered to himself, "Clearly the healing method of cleaning up the internal trash first before applying plaster on the outside is the sharpest ultimate move for nourishing vitality. The healing speed is basically tearing through the wind." Now comes the real juicy main event. The moment the words left his mouth, the wind-speed swift antelope shuddered and exploded, a savage stream of power bursting from its body. He blinked and used his inspection ability, and the data panel immediately popped up. Fey name wind-speed swift antelope. Lineage, beast category, even-toed ungulate order, antelope subfamily. Tier, gold tier 1 out of 10. Alignment, wind type. Molted quality, elite. Hardcore skill set, horn strike, ramming its horns straight into the opponent's face. Horn blade, using the sharpness of its horns to tear through the air, slashing out wind blades to chip away health from afar. Shield of wind, summoning the power of wind to wrap a protective armor around its body. Sword strike windstorm, conjuring a massively giant tornado mixed with sword chi easily capable of cleaving steel plates in half, wiping the map clean. Money-making exclusive trait, swift wind, both manipulating wind trajectories and maximizing the speed of all wind-type skills. Right when a blinding azure halo wrapped up and concealed the wind-speed swift antelope's figure, he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. This is surreal. Who would have thought it would swerve into such a uniquely bizarre evolutionary branch? Jia Zin's goods are too solid. Just a few rare accompanying materials, and with a single clap, she gathered the whole set. This Fae basically threw its melee habits out the window, pivoting completely to become a violent wide-area damage dealer. Just with the promotion skyrocketing to gold tier and condensing spirit into liquid, it carried itself to kick down the boundary wall of a C-rank spirit chi professional. He reeled in the excess power, chuckling smugly. Who would believe that just half a year ago, I couldn't even squeeze out a tiny bit of spirit chi to feed a Fae? After wrapping up the grinding phase, Lin Yuan pulled out a sprig of usnia and shoved it straight into the wind-speed swift antelope's mouth, patting its head coaxingly. "Good boy. You've been grinding yourself to exhaustion these past few days. Here's your well-deserved reward. Just be good and lay low in this corner for a few more days." After stuffing the Fae's throat full, he turned and walked away, his mind clicking with calculations. Once the spirit chi concentration is pumped up, coupled with the effects of the pure land of bliss, the cleanup surgery for the Cinnabar Osmanthus Jade dew will be a piece of cake. Cutting to him dragging himself back home, the very first sight hitting his eyes made Lin Yuan furrow his brows in a frown, muttering, "Hold on, but..." Turns out it was Liu Jai dressed sharply, hair slicked back with gel, diligently holding a comb and brushing Yin Yin's feathers. His mouth kept muttering, 99 and 100. "Approved, today's brushing session ends here. Starting tomorrow we'll upgrade to an ointment application treatment. Just take your time and look forward to it." This blinding scene punched straight into his retinas, leaving Lin Yuan speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he complained to the heavens. Has this old Liu Jai gone crazy from discipline? Making me hide in my own nest, yet feel even more stressed than being out in the underworld. The moment Liu Jai caught Lin Yuan's eye, he broke into a blooming smile and gave a textbook bow. "Young master, is your closed-door grinding session done?" Being slapped with that title out of nowhere made him jump like a cat on hot bricks, scratching his head and laughing sheepishly. "Ah yeah, it's done." Old Liu Jai continued his report. "Young master, the lineup of pets in our manor is insanely adorable. Their intelligence completely crushes their peers out there. You truly have a magic touch for training." Kong Ming was currently curled up in its sand bath, every single strand of fur groomed to a polished shine. Hearing his golden words, the cat froze entirely, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, the pressure is so crushing I can't even squeeze one out." Liu Jai then pointed his finger at Hong Xiai, which had taken root and was fiercely glaring at Lin Yuan until its eyes practically tore, and smacked his lips in complaint. "But with that being said, this tree branch hasn't exactly been disciplined into being very obedient yet. According to my ledger of income and expenses, this measly grinding scale is completely out of sync with your pocketed profits. If you want this pot of gold to swell up healthily, we have to go all out and expand our production area right away." Getting stuffed with a bunch of business philosophies, Lin Yuan could only mumble to cover his embarrassment. "Old Liu, honestly, you don't need to break your back flattering me this much. A deal is a deal. I will restore your mother of insects to the very end." Ignoring his explanation entirely, Liu Jai put his hands on his hips and shook his head vigorously in refusal. "Spare me the long explanations, young master. I live and work by an ironclad system of discipline." Seeing this guy as stubborn as an ox, he ran out of moves and clicked his tongue. All right, drag that damn mother of insects out here. Let me cast a reading to calculate the recovery time and see how long it takes to patch up." The moment he nodded, Liu Jai waved his hand and summoned the mother of insects with a bang to present it. Glaring at the battered body of the mother of insects in front of him, Lin Yuan smacked his lips to mock him. "Because of this dead weight you gritted your teeth and threw away the rank tournament for 2 whole years, falling from grace and getting your name crossed off the ranking list. Swallowing such bitter pills, you must feel pretty resentful inside, huh?" Hearing him say that, Liu Jai immediately dropped his head, clenching his teeth to clearly reveal his frustration, and muttered back, "Of course I can't swallow this anger." Seeing that, Lin Yuan stepped forward and threw an arm around his bro's shoulder, flashing a wide grin and saying, "If you're not resigned to it, then drag yourself up and start over from scratch." Leaving his words there, Lin Yuan walked straight toward the mother of insects, reached out his hand, and channeled his spiritual power to begin the healing process for this creature. The moment Lin Yuan's energy flowed into its body to mend the injuries, the mother of insects immediately shrieked as it couldn't endure the bone-deep pain. While engrossed in healing, Lin Yuan looked back at Liu Jai and consoled him. "The situation is actually pretty good. This little guy's origin has kickstarted, so the chance of recovery is very high. Just dump it at my place for a few months and it'll be perfectly fine." Deep down, he was calculating, "With the pure land of bliss backing me up, this is a sure bet." Hearing the promise that his precious Faye could be saved, Liu Jai spoke up decisively, "Thank you. From now on, even if I have to climb mountains, wade through streams, or jump into a cauldron of fire, I am willing." Before the other guy could even finish swearing his oath, Lin Yuan raised a hand to make a zip-it motion, waving him off and saying, "Please spare me, don't overdo it. Oh, by the way, do you know the ins and outs of the royal capital?" Seeing this, Liu Jai immediately asked back, "Is the young master planning to head straight for the royal capital?" Lin Yuan chuckled, "Well, about that expanding production scale I was joking about earlier, I'm actually seriously considering it now. Absolutely, the royal capital is the true hub of the Radiance Federation. The land is 4 times the size of Zhaijing City, and the wealth and opportunities here can't even hold a candle to it." Seeing Lin Yuan bursting with entrepreneurial spirit, Liu Jai widened his eyes to poke fun. "Oh really? But what about the real estate prices?" Lin Yuan scratched his head to make an excuse. "Wait, didn't they give me a stall in Zhaijing City when I got my Creation Master Certificate? I was planning to sell it for some capital to buy a storefront in the royal capital. Could you go up there first and scout the situation for me?" Liu Jai nodded immediately upon hearing this. "Piece of cake. I've been hustling in the royal capital for 7 or 8 years. I could navigate it with my eyes closed." "Does young master have any special requirements for the storefront?" Lin Yuan shrugged and replied, "I'm easy to please, as long as it's spacious, it's a go. It wouldn't kill anyone if the location is a bit remote." After fully grasping the blueprint of Lin Yuan's dream of buying a house in the royal capital, Liu Jai decisively turned around and took a step. Before leaving, he didn't forget to toss a parting sentence. "Understood, young master. I'm packing my bags and leaving right now. Let's meet up in the royal capital." Lin Yuan also enthusiastically waved goodbye. It's a deal, see you in the royal capital. Soon as Liu Jai's figure disappeared, Yin Yin flew over, perching comfortably on top of Lin Yuan's head and asked curiously, is our family moving the nest? Kang Ming also chimed in eagerly, Lin Yuan, are you really packing up and moving to the royal capital? Seeing the two making a fuss, Lin Yuan nodded nonchalantly. Well, we have to go to the bustling city to broaden our horizons, and at the same time pave the way for Xiao Zai's future. Right in the middle of their lively chatter, Lin Yuan's phone rang loudly, interrupting them. He pulled out the device and glanced at it, a completely unfamiliar number. He thought to himself, is a random customer calling to place an order. Put the phone to his ear and spoke up, hello, yes, who is calling? The person on the other end, seeing that someone picked up, went straight to the point. It's Ling Xiao here. In a few hours, a car will come to pick you up for a long business trip, so hurry up and pack your bags. Lin Yuan nodded in confusion after hearing that. Yes, all right. But inside, his heart was pounding. Well, why the tension? Is there some kind of drama? The camera shifts to another room. Ling Xiao, having just hung up with Lin Yuan, frowned and sighed. Wow, who would have thought that Lord Yue Hu's side would reply to the message at lightning speed? What's crazier is that she even demanded a face-to-face meeting. Ning Lao, who was sitting in the opposite chair, heard this and slowly replied, I figured that out a long time ago. For something as massive as selecting a personal disciple, who would dare to make a decision without her personally inspecting them? Hearing that, Ling Xiao waved her hand to dismiss it. No, revamping the Creation Master examination process and using Zai Jing City as a guinea pig was entirely my idea. I want to personally escort Lin Yuan all the way to the top of Mount Feiyue, sticking with him until the final lap. The scene shifts to the Creation Master Guild in the royal capital. Whispered discussions echoed around, announcing the awarding of the Feng Yang title to Creation Master Cheng Rui, the figure hyped up as having the most terrifying talent among the youth. In the corner of the room, Chen Hai was bowing obsequiously to a young man and flattering him. Congratulations, young master, for easily claiming the 2-star title. The apprenticeship matter at the end of this month will be a piece of cake for you. The purple-haired youth felt pleased hearing this, lifting his chin and patting his chest. Nonsense, I, Cheng Rui, boldly claim to be the #1 creation master of this generation. Just as Du Lao walked in through the door, Cheng Rui immediately spun around to ask, Old Du, has Mount Feiyue dropped any hints yet? My grandfather is getting totally anxious over here. Du Lao nodded and replied, last time they eyed a few individuals but gave them the cold shoulder. However, this time, with the title attached, I bet they won't have the heart to chase away their guests. The young man standing there with his hands on his hips was the 2-star creation master Cheng Rui, bearing the title Feng Yang. Upon hearing this, he smirked wickedly and declared, then that's perfect. I'm also dying of impatience here and don't have the time to wait any longer. In another development, Yin Yin and Kang Ming were rolling on the floor, screaming and throwing a tantrum. Let us go with you, let us go with you. Who wants to stay home and guard the door? We don't care, we demand to tag along. Lin Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment, but the city lord suddenly whisked me away to Zai Jing City and said I have to go on a long business trip. The duo immediately used their puppy dog eyes, blinking and pleading, please take us with you, we swear we'll be good and won't tear the roof down. He had no choice but to wave the white flag and surrender. All right, I get it, put away that cheesy look, you're giving me goosebumps. Then he muttered to himself, well, might as well let them tag along, because if I leave these two at home with Hong Ci, they might actually end up burning the house down. Ihin Yin jumped up for joy and cheered, oh my god, absolutely top tier. Kang Ming sprawled out on the floor and made demands. Lin Yuan, don't you think this place is missing a scratching post for a high-class cat like me? He glared at the two of them as a warning, stop being delusional. You two just quietly hide in this spirit-locked spatial zone and remember to play peacefully with the others, no fighting allowed. Kang Ming's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O as he scrutinized the items inside. Wow, measuring it up, this insect mother is pretty chubby. Is this cocoon about to crack? Is the blue flash butterfly about to pop out? He nodded, saying it was probably about to burst out, but honestly, compared to the blue flash butterfly, I feel like the dust butterfly would be a better match for Xiao Zai. Yin Yin perked up its ears curiously. Why is that? Lin Yuan calmly analyzed, because if the dust butterfly overcomes its tribulation and reaches bronze rank, it will evolve into a star steel butterfly. At that point, the shield formation I cast for Xiao Zai will be airtight, not even a fly could slip through. Kang Ming stroked its whiskers and deduced, if that's the case, then Xiao Zai's nickname will definitely be changed from Iron Bull to Iron Cocoon, basically a walking tin can. Right at that moment, he picked up the phone, and the other end roared, reporting to Lord Lin Yuan, "This humble one is Lord Ling Xiao's errand boy, just call me Ling Wu. I am currently camping here waiting for you at the Xia Prefecture Governor's mansion." He leisurely replied, "Be right there." But inside he was throwing a parade. "Wow, even the city lord's trusted aide has to call me lord." Lin Yuan hurriedly smoothed his hair and clothes, telling himself, "The person I'm about to meet this time is definitely a big shot. I can't afford to look sloppy." Kong Ming stood beside him making sarcastic remarks. "I've told you so many times, you need to put some effort into maintaining your looks on a daily basis." When he dragged himself to the gate of the Xia Prefecture Governor's mansion and saw a whole battalion lined up, he couldn't help but go wide-eyed and exclaim, "Going all out, huh?" A staff member hurriedly ran over and urged him frantically, "Time is running out, Lord Lin Yuan, please kindly lift your feet and get in the car quickly." He asked in bewilderment, "Aren't we going in to say a quick hello to the prefecture governor?" An old man trotted over, smiling shyly and waved his hands. "Oh dear, if Lord Creation Master does that, it will shorten my lifespan. How would this lowly one dare to accept the title Lord?" The young staff member impatiently pushed him along. "The house is on fire. Let's leave these tedious formalities for when Lord Lin Yuan returns." Lin Yuan's eyes were as round as saucers, wondering to himself, "Is this for real? Has my status actually crushed the position of a prefecture governor now?" Just as the giant bird flapped its wings and shot into the sky, the staff member shouted after him, "Lord Lin Yuan, please hold on tight." The camera angle swiftly switches to the royal capital, the most luxurious place in the Radiance Federation, where skyscrapers sprout densely like mushrooms after the rain. In the deep palace of Yue Hu, she was absent-mindedly flicking the surface of the water with her fingertips. Right beside her, a stunningly beautiful lotus flower was blooming brightly. The envoy Shang Yue quickly flattered, "Congratulations, Lord Yue Hu. It's barely been 2 years and this twin gold osmanthus jade lotus has already leapfrogged to the diamond rank." Yue Hu frowned and criticized, "Boring. Its diamond rank skill is specialized in support, not primary damage." Shang Yue hurriedly consoled her, "That makes it incredibly rare and hard to find, my lord. I will transplant it to the lotus pond in the backyard later." Yue Hu nodded immediately, approved. It would be a waste of nature's gift to leave such a fragrant and exquisite flower neglected in the front garden. Xuan Yue suddenly rushed in to report, "Lord Yue Hu, the Creation Master recruitment exam drafted by Ling Xiao has fished out a premium candidate. I've carefully checked it myself. He maxed out all 3 subjects in the Lifestyle Spirit Qi professional test, and since the questions were crafted by Ning Lao himself, the difficulty level is unquestionable." She picked up the stack of exam papers and scrutinized them. Wow, treating the origin source, old Ning really went hard with the questions this time. For an 18-year-old brat to snatch a perfect score and breeze through this 2-star hurdle, he can definitely be seated at the genius table. Shang Yue pouted and played it down. "Put him on the scale with Lord Yue Hu and he's just a mosquito." Xuan Yue quickly chimed in with more praise. "Of course, how could he compare to the radiant glory of Yue Hu? But ranking at the top of the new generation is pretty badass. I've already sent a secret message to Ling Xiao to pack the kid up and escort him here immediately." Yue Hu rolled the young man's exam paper between her fingers. "He even carries the label of a martyr's child from the spirit guards who sacrificed for the country. A spotless background. You did quite well, Xuan Yue." The girl bashfully lowered her head. "Thank you for your praise, my lord, as a servant. It's only my duty." Xuan Yue then pulled out another piece of paper. "The thing is, the Royal Capital Creation Master Guild caught wind that you are about to select a beloved disciple, so they urgently pushed forward the name Feng Yang, the guy hyping himself up as the #1 prodigy among the youth, to act as bait." She took it, smoothed it out, and read, "Feng Yang, a greenhorn brat bearing this title. Could it be that this little pipsqueak has already climbed to the 4-star Creation Master rank?" The girl immediately waved her hands to clarify, "In his dreams. Even if a monster descended to Earth, there's no way these kids could touch the 4-star rank. He calls himself Cheng Rui, currently just lagging at 2 stars, though at 24 he's edging close to the 3-star threshold. This Feng Yang title was self-indulgently slapped on him by 3 vice presidents of their guild just to pump him up with some motivation." Shang Yue clicked her tongue. "Feng Yang, receiving heaven's mandate and radiating brilliant sunlight. This bestowed title sounds ridiculously arrogant. Does this creation master brat dream of dominating the entire Radiance world or something? Xuan Yue smirked. That whole mess is just a cheap trick to buy each other off and stroke their own egos. Yue Hu smacked her lips to soothe them. Your brains are overthinking it, Shang Yue. They're just adding a bit of spice for entertainment. This Feng Yang title is clearly a canned product manufactured by the guild. Shang Yue still argued indignantly. Lord Yue Hu, please let me vent. The news of you picking a disciple has spread like wildfire. There's no way that guild wouldn't want to plant someone. This time they even wrapped him in a title cloak. It's blatantly throwing a smokescreen to fool everyone. Yue Hu slowly nodded. Absolutely right. But since they're being so persistent, it would be awkward for this palace to keep shunning them forever. Tomorrow, when Ling Zio's party arrives, just tell them to drag that Feng Yang brat up here to play the clown while we're at it. Xuan Yue hesitantly reported further. About that. Honestly, Principal Wang of the most elite Spirit Qi Academy in the royal capital also wants to shove a foot in the door. This guy isn't just a big shot in the creation master profession, but he also sits comfortably in the top 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence god tier ranking, bearing the title Fu Hai. She immediately waved her hand to finalize the decision. Heard them all up here for me. Taking the chance to rip off their masks and see what these self-proclaimed heroes of this generation are really made of will be quite fun. Xuan Yue glanced at her and caught the vibe. Seeing Lord Yue Hu so pleased, she figured, could it be that my lord has already locked in her choice? Yue Hu winked and replied, whether the deal is sealed or not, we have to test them in the fire to see the real gold. Hearing that, the girl instantly realized, oh wow, so she has set her sights on someone. Xuan Yue hurriedly asked, then do you need me to rack my brains and draft a capability test right this second? Yue Hu shook her head vigorously. Drop it. The urgent matter right now is. She burst into a radiant laugh and urged, hurry up and go wrap the gifts, girls. Shang Yue, get your butt down to the crafting room with me. The welcoming gift for this palace's beloved disciple cannot be done half-heartedly. Hearing this, the two maids froze, mouths shaped like an O and eyes wide. Wait, what? Back in Zijing City, the guide pulled him into a manor. Reporting to Lord Lin Yuan, the city lord is sitting casually in the hall. In a moment, just head straight in. He mumbled and nodded, okay. But inside, he felt conflicted. Something feels weird. Even the city lord's trusted aide is keeping his mouth shut and not leaking a word. Wow, things are getting intense. Ling Zio patted his shoulder and instructed, tired from the walk here, huh? But time is more precious than gold. I'll treat you to a boxed lunch this noon, and this afternoon I'm carrying you straight to the royal capital. His jaw dropped as he repeated, the royal capital. She nodded in confirmation. Absolutely correct. Wait, didn't Ning Lao whisper this in your ear? Lin Yuan scratched his head. That old man just vaguely hinted at something that even he was drooling over. Suddenly he startled. Hold on, wait. The royal capital? Don't tell me it involves the 3 terrifying figures sitting on the thrones up there. Ling Zio snapped her fingers. Exactly. Lord Yue Hu wants to see your face. Lin Yuan was so shocked his jaw practically fell off, and he muttered quietly, Yue, one of the 3 5-star titans in the history books. Yue Hu wants to meet a nobody like me just because I got lucky and passed the 2-star exam. She shrugged, well, more or less. Ling Zio decided to keep her mouth shut about Lord Yue Hu's hidden intentions. Revealing too much would ruin everything. Yue Hu herself, the absolute peak of 5-star creation masters, the national idol of this entire federation. Who would have thought that one day I'd be summoned by her? I definitely have to brag about this to Zio Zai when I get back. As for whether I can grab this huge opportunity, we'll have to see how good my karma is. The camera pans again to the Royal Capital Spirit Qi Academy. Meng Lao rushed frantically into the room and called out Long Dao's name. It's 0 hour. This trip is to have an audience with Lord Yue Hu. If you miss a beat, you're dead meat. Why are you still grinding so hard today? Aren't you afraid you'll run out of steam when you get on stage later? The brothers smirked. I'm all loaded up. On the contrary, I'm bursting with so much energy right now I'm practically sweating it out. Turning to Lin Yuan, he was squirming uncomfortably in his new suit. Do I really have to wear this outfit? It looks way too flashy. Wearing the slick, dapper clothes, Lin Yuan complained inwardly, I just stuffed a bunch of spirit items for nourishment, and now I get a new outfit. Burning money is too easy. Ling Zio clicked her tongue and ignored it. What a hassle, that's just a spirit Qi armor following standard regulations. Bottom line is, you're going to meet Lord Yue Hu. Looking decent is just basic courtesy. She looked at her watch and rushed him. It's late, let's lift our feet and hit the road. As soon as she opened her palm, a dazzling white Pegasus descended. Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, we barely moved and you pull out a fantasy breed right away. He blinked and asked foolishly, so we're hopping on this thing's back to go. Ling Xiao patted the horse's neck and explained, this Blue Jade Pegasus is the fastest meat-powered supercar available right now. For a trip this far, it would normally be faster to go through a spatial teleportation gate, but the tragic thing is, the fragile bodies of you mortals would be torn to shreds if you went in, so stop dreaming. Before taking off, she turned around and entrusted, in my absence, I'm relying on all of you to look after Zhaijing City. The crowd shouted in unison, farewell, City Lord. The Pegasus trampled the wind and tore through the clouds, making him dizzy because it was speeding too fiercely, but at least it was a smooth ride. Lin Yuan poked his head out and asked, Lord City Lord, is the royal capital very far away? She answered, out of the 32 cities in the Radiance Federation, Zhaijing City is located in the central south, so dragging ourselves to the royal capital isn't that far. Riding this thing will take just over a day. If you wanted to go to the cities on the outer edges, even the Blue Jade Pegasus would have to flap its wings for half a month straight. Lin Yuan's jaw dropped. That crazy, huh? I'm stuck in the corner of Zhaijing City all year round. I'm completely clueless about these concepts. He twisted his brain and asked further, wait, Lord City Lord, the royal capital is in the central south, so if we just cut across land in an arc, aren't we taking the long way? Why not just take the sea route to be faster? She shook her head vigorously. Don't be stupid. Once you buy a flying mount, the unwritten beginner's rule is absolutely no cruising over the sea. He pried further, wait, why? Ling Xiao was too tired to explain, drop it, hearing it 100 times isn't as good as seeing it once. Lucky for you, we're right next to it, so I'll let you taste it yourself and open your eyes. Right when the Pegasus spread its wings over the ocean boundary. From the deep abyss, surging columns of water shot up and surrounded them from all sides. She pointed down and said, this is the reason, the black-tailed whale, and they even travel in packs. He stroked his chin and deduced, don't tell me the water routes have been completely blockaded by them lately. Ling Xiao nodded, spot on. Ever since the spirit Qi awakened, the ocean has become a graveyard. If you're just cruising along and take a direct hit from these whales' waterspouts, at best you're crippled, at worst you log out of life. Lin Yuan's brain started working again. Then what if we maneuver around and just rush straight into the deep waters far offshore? She slammed the table in opposition. Then you're even more screwed. The deep sea out there is swarming with mythic breed monsters. He got goosebumps in his stomach. Damn, just hearing about mythic breed sea monsters makes me shudder. Ling Xiao began to educate the young rookie. Once a spirit creature climbs to the legend quality and then swallows a will rune molded from the essence of the sun and moon, it will shed its skin and become a fantasy breed. The fantasy breed itself is already an earth-shattering existence, but the mythic breed steps on their heads and sits there. Every time a new one pops out, the martial world gets a new epic saga. Only then did Lin Yuan realize his ignorance, thinking to himself that he assumed the fantasy breed was the final boss, who knew there was always a bigger fish, with something even more terrifying riding on top of them. No wonder even a fierce beast like a diamond-rank fantasy breed had to tuck its tail and dodge the bullets. Ling Xiao secretly observed, this kid took one look and instantly recognized the Blue Jade Pegasus's rank. This kind of sharpness doesn't look like the narrow vision of a two-star creation master at all. It's highly likely he might actually win the prize. If this kid manages to fall into the honeypot and become Lord Yue Hu's disciple, then the mythic breed abyss will just be within his reach, no matter what anyone says. Lord Yue Hu is intrinsically a living mythic monument herself. She warned him word by word, the matter of the mythic breed is top secret in the Federation. You are absolutely forbidden from blabbing about it outside. By the way, how much do you know about the fantasy breed's hierarchy tower? This lowly one is clueless. Please enlighten me, Lord City Lord. The ladder of the fantasy breed is divided into 5 transformations. One transformation is one step toward heaven. The Blue Jade Pegasus carrying us has only managed to squeeze out the first transformation. Lin Yuan went cross-eyed, a whole 5 transformations, and this badass divine horse is only at the bottom of the food chain. She gave a subtle reminder, even if you hold the title of Creation Master, don't be lazy and neglect your combat training. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Got it, this one deeply acknowledges it. She added, Lin Yuan, aside from that, there's still more. Along the way, the two of them kept chattering and shooting the breeze until their mouths were tired. It wasn't until the next morning that they landed in a sprawling, endlessly green mountain range. Ling Xiao revealed, all that theory from last night is my blood, sweat, and tears experience, but if you manage to comprehend some will rune, then your foundation will be solid. He patted his chest confidently. Lord City Lord, put your heart at ease, I'm confident I can handle it smoothly. Ling Xiao suppressed a sigh. Swallowing a will rune isn't as easy as chewing candy. This thing relies entirely on innate talent, there are no shortcuts. She went dead silent, her jaw dropping to the ground when she saw the thing materializing right in front of Lin Yuan. What the heck, a will rune? She secretly clutched her heart in horror. Holy crap, just riding a horse and watching the dawn, and he actually manages to pull out a will rune. This kid is a total freak. Her emotions were quite a mess right now. Although she knew having a genius for Zai Jing City was a good omen, if this kind of explosive showing off got out on the streets, he'd easily get jumped by a mob. If Ling Xiao had been able to see that Lin Yuan was actually packing a whole stash of will runes right now, instead of just one, she would definitely have kicked the kid off the cliff without an ounce of mercy. Ling Xiao cleared her throat and instructed, picking up a will rune means you've edged close to the gateway of the fantasy breed. If you want to climb to the milestone of the third transformation, you must absolutely avoid forcing the spirit creature to transform into a fantasy breed after it has surpassed the platinum rank. He tentatively asked, then what if I spawn the ambition to climb to the peak of the fifth transformation? She pouted and replied, I've only heard that the optimal way is to forge the spirit creature and push it to legend quality right when it's at the gold rank, and then let it transform into a fantasy breed immediately. Otherwise, if you miss the beat, unless you hit the jackpot with insane luck in your next life, you'll only ever be able to cling to the threshold of the third transformation for your entire life. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. So, for example, if I boost a trash bronze rank spirit creature straight to legend quality and then mold it into a fantasy breed right away, wouldn't I be holding a guaranteed ticket to the fifth transformation? She shot him a sharp glare. You think it's as easy as eating a bowl of pho? Dragging a bronze rank spirit creature to legend quality would make even a 4-star creation master cry out in despair after grinding their face into the dirt. Not to mention that will rune lump is insanely difficult. Even among those privileged brats of the Radiance 100 sequence bathing in the Federation's mountain of resources, not many can nab a fantasy breed. Most of them fall off their horses and drown at this will rune obstacle. Lin Yuan muttered in his head, wow, looks like in this world, I'm the only one holding this cheat code to aggressively farm spirit creature levels and wildly hack comprehension. The Pegasus flapped its wings and dove toward the capital below, and he roared, We've touched down, brothers. He glued his eyes to the bustling metropolis, sparks of excitement flashing in his pupils. The bustling royal capital your brother Lin Yuan has locked in. The magnificent and towering radiant moon palace loomed into view. Long Dao swallowed hard and exclaimed, Damn, is this the legendary radiant moon palace? This aesthetic is definitely on another level. Just breathing the air here makes my heart pound. Just as the young man sitting comfortably in the top 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence was grinning from ear to ear, Meng Lao's face darkened as he knocked him on the head. Long Dao, stop acting like a fool. Suddenly, a shadow cut across and threw a sarcastic jab. Who is this if not Lord Fu Hai? At this hour, shouldn't the Radiance 100 sequence crowd be out grinding trial instances? Why would Lord Fu Hai drag himself up Mount Fei Yue to catch the breeze? Cheng Rui secretly plotted. This old man in the top 3 from the Spirit Chi Academy hits harder than me. I have to watch out for him picking fights on purpose. But when it comes to creation master skills, I'm not scared of him either. Long Dao bared his teeth and laughed heartily. Gross, calling me Lord Fu Hai sounds so sour. Just shut your mouth, I've always hated that kind of fake flattery. He nudged his shoulder, brushed past the guy and mocked, Oh, Du Lao. Since when did a 2-star small fry get to hold a title? We're around the same age, why haven't I seen your guild squeeze out a title for this Long Dao to look cool? The old man awkwardly stuttered, about that. Du Lao's face turned black as he tested the waters. Long brat, your mouth is going a bit too far. Our Cheng Rui is perfectly capable of carrying this title properly. Long Dao snapped his fingers and shouted loudly, speaking of which Du Lao, I casually tossed my flip-flops and passed the 3-star creation master exam down in Dang Long City the other day. I wonder if your guild will bestow upon me the favor of molding another title just to make me look badass. The old man stammered, wait this. Cheng Rui, boiling with anger and grinding his teeth, roared, Long Dao. Meng Lao had to play the peacemaker to leave the other party some face. All right, tone it down, Long Dao. His grandfather is currently rooted as the vice president of the guild. If you don't respect Du Lao, you should at least save some face for his umbrella. Long Dao clicked his tongue in realization. Oh, so it's a setup. But to put it bluntly, even if the guild begged to shove a title into my hands right now, I'd pass. Wait until I climb all the way to 4-star creation master, then I'll scoop up a worthy title myself. No need for anyone to stuff it in. Cheng Rui harbored deep hatred. Damn Fu Hai. This time it's a competition of creation master talent, and the power of life and death is entirely in Yue Hu's hands. Does he delusionally think I'll be overshadowed? Whoever gets in my way, I'll make sure their lights go out. Meng Lao chimed in. Long Dao hit the nail on the head. Old Du, your guild is probably pulling some clown behavior. He turned to poke fun at Du Lao. It seems the throne for the top creation master of this generation is about to change owners. The old man jolted. Huh, what do you mean, old Meng? On paper, Long Dao holds a 3-star certificate stamped by the dang Long City Guild, so all in all, he's still a descendant within our guild. Meng Lao pouted and mocked. You truly are the king of claiming things as your own. Why don't you drag your face over and ask dang Long City if they even care to share a table with you royal capital folks? Using that logic, then all the students in the entire federation are probably all students of my school. Du Lao shamelessly argued back. So what? The offerings from dang Long City, our royal capital, can't reach, so you academy folks should also tone it down and stop taking cheap shots. Cheng Rui stood on the sidelines, grimacing and criticizing. Two prominent figures of the royal capital's creation master circle, standing in the middle of the market having a verbal brawl like this. Aren't you afraid the whole world will spit on you when word gets out? Long Dao immediately slapped back with a sentence. No matter how ridiculous it gets, how could it be more ridiculous than your face? He pulled out his phone, turned on an interview clip, and shoved it in the guy's face. Your attitude of tricking people on the star web doesn't match your current appearance at all. You played the role of a young leader so smoothly. In the blurry video, Cheng Rui was patting his chest and declaring loudly, as a 2-star creation master holding an exclusive title, this young master will steer the new era of radiance to blast through the roof. That brat's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Biting his lip so hard it almost bled, swallowing his anger and foaming at the mouth, he hissed, Long Dao, stop pushing your luck. Cheng Rui's tone suddenly became sour. Your creation master talent doesn't stand a chance against me anyway. You only lucked out by living 1 year longer than me. Next year, I'll also turn the tables and pocket a 3-star certificate, just you wait. Long Dao put his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered, and smirked. Bullshit. A person who doesn't even dare to look straight at their own scandals is pathetic. Or are you planning to spit out that line about grinding for 10 years waiting to turn the tables? Don't be too quick to mock a poor youth in rags. Taking a metaphorical brick straight to the mouth, Cheng Rui was left speechless and dead silent. Right at that moment, an echoing voice cut in. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, I am following Lord Yue Hu's orders to welcome Du Lao and Meng Lao. Long Dao was startled and examined the area. This voice sounds clear as day right in my ear, yet there's no trace of anyone. It feels like it's floating in every corner. Turning his head, he lost his footing when he came face to face with a king-class monster, a support-type spirit chi professional. The 2 toothless old men beside him had long since dropped to their knees and bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Envoy Xuan Yue. Du Lao cautiously opened his mouth. May I boldly ask, does Lord Yue Hu have any idea when? Xuan Yue immediately waved her hand to cut him off. Stay calm, everyone is an honored guest. It's just that there's one more person who hasn't checked in yet. Meng Lao's eyes widened. Huh, who else is missing? Don't tell me it's. The lady shot a glare at Long Dao and spoke up. Hey, little friend. An icy killing intent surged out from Xuan Yue. Having sharp eyes is good, but for a top-tier creation master, patience is an indispensable asset besides. She raised her head and squinted toward the Pegasus piercing through the clouds and charging over. The final guest has landed. Ling Xiao escorted the person in front of Xuan Yue. I've grabbed the candidate Lin Yuan from Zhaijing City and brought him up here. There was a little traffic jam on the way. I hope everyone can overlook it. Xuan Yue nodded politely. City Lord Ling is too polite. Since the lineup is complete and the matter is as urgent as a house on fire, let's climb the mountain. The other 2 secretly mocked. Zhaijing City is really too free, dragging out a filthy brat to be a meat shield. Old Meng's test was tough this year, yet this kid still managed to squeeze through, so he probably has some capital. However, he's still way too green. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, staring at the wild spirit herbs growing around the garden, and drooled, holy shit, diamond drank stuff growing like weeds here. Cheng Rui sneered in disdain. HMPH, this country bumpkin just moved to the city. Ultimately, he's just a brat who got lucky and scavenged a trash 2-star certificate. Long Dao threw another indirect insult. Huh, why aren't you pulling out that script about him being born a few years later than you to show off this time? The guy was silenced, holding a grudge and secretly cursing. Long Dao better watch his back. Wait until I take Yue as my master. The first thing I'll do is stitch that mouth of yours shut. Xuan Yue clapped her hands to bring everyone back to order. Okay, my part ends here. For the next act, I'll hand the stage over to Shang Yue. He was still glued to the spot, completely mesmerized by the ancient tree in front of him as the stats panel scrolled rapidly. Identified name, Twin Gold Osmanthus. Quality, Legend Rank. Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "Gotta admit, this is truly shocking. I was already amazed just walking on the path, and now at the door, I see they dragged an entire diamond rank Twin Gold Osmanthus out here to use as a pillar, and what's crazier is it was cast from a legend rank embryo." Xuan Yue, noticing this with her sharp eyes, patted his shoulder and praised, "Little friend, you have sharp eyes. This pair of Osmanthus trees are premium goods. The only tragic thing is the scent is a bit bland. Later, when Shang Yue shows her face, I'll egg her on to squeeze out a little Osmanthus nectar for you brothers to taste." Shang Yue walked out from inside, her face sulky as she snapped back. "Xuan Yue, did you eat a bear's gall? The nectar I spent a whole year infusing, and you want to bring it out to hand out to everyone." The other girl laughed it off to save face. "If I didn't brag like that, were you planning to just ignore us and leave this group out here in the dew until tonight? I've got a pile of work screaming for me right now." Shang Yue turned on her heel and said coldly, "Tail behind me into the hall and please stop nagging." Xuan Yue hurriedly broadcasted, "Lord Yue whose directive is to have you kids climb up that platform and grab a brocade box. Whatever jackpot you hit, take that prize home and feed it to your piggy bank." Long Dao frowned and calculated in his head, so this is the entrance exam. As for Cheng Rui, his eyes shone brightly like headlights. "I'm taking all the good stuff." Lin Yuan, however, smelled something sour. "There are only 2 pieces of bait, but they're throwing them to 3 mouths. This is totally the trick of killing 3 warriors with 2 peaches." Seeing those 2 guys blasting off like rockets, he turned pale and stammered, "Huh, are your brakes broken?" Ling Xiao stood there, annoyed, and snapped, "Are you turning into stone? Drag your ass over there and grab one." Lin Yuan said yes, but felt a bit hesitant inside. Is he crazy, traveling thousands of miles and wearing out his shoes just to fight over some snacks from Lord Yuehu? Long Dao's fingers brushed against the edge of the yellow box. "This is mine." Cheng Rui lunged forward to block him fiercely. "In your dreams, kid." A blast of fierce wind tore through the air straight at him, and he roared, "Get lost." Long Dao flicked his finger and swept the gloomy palm strike aside, "Just a mosquito." The other guy saw stars at this display of skill. Holy crap, is this guy really that overpowered? When Long Dao blinked and looked back, the pedestal was completely empty. Unbelievable, the box vanished. Yin Cha held the box in her hand and smirked. "You young masters are way too hasty. If you want to take the brocade box, you have to pass a few trials first." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan casually strolled over and hugged the most basic-looking box. "While they tear each other apart for the gold one, I'll just safely grab this gray one." Yin Cha also smoothly snatched that very box right from under his nose. The young lady named her price. These boxes are tied to specific tests. If you pass the trial, you're naturally allowed to secure better goods. Long Dao furrowed his brow and asked, "I have no objections, but what exactly are the rules?" She slowly replied, "The trial tied to the gold box is to test combat firepower. Young Master Long and Young Master Cheng, just buff yourselves to your peak state and go all out." Yin Cha added, "As for the trial attached to the gray box, it's to measure a creator's skill level. Little brother Lin, you're lucky as hell. Among the 4 of us T-sisters, my spiritual energy is the weakest." Lin Yuan spoke up, "I also feel extremely lucky." Yin Cha squinted, smiled brightly, and replied, "Then let's see whose creator foundation is more solid. The Fae inside the brocade box hasn't fully matured yet. It requires continuous infusion of spiritual energy to open. The rule is to see who can channel spiritual energy longer to pop this box open." Ling Xiao thought to herself, the 4 T-sisters from the center of the T-pavilion were all raised single-handedly by Lord Yue, who since many years ago. Although no one has ever witnessed their true capabilities, following Lord Yue, who for all these years means they are definitely not to be trifled with. The 2 girls guessed among themselves, Although Yin Cha has the weakest combat strength, her spiritual energy reserves are the most abundant. Meanwhile, that esteemed guest probably only stores spiritual energy at the C-class level. They were absolutely certain they'd know who the winner was in just a moment. Half an hour passed, Yin Cha began to observe closely and notice something bizarre. The records clearly stated that little brother Lin was only a C-class spirit chi professional, so how on earth were his spiritual energy reserves this massive? Reached out to touch the dark-colored box with curiosity, clearly feeling the boiling spiritual energy. It seemed the spiritual energy wasn't actively infused by him, but rather fiercely sucked toward it, just like hundreds of rivers pouring into the ocean. He was genuinely curious to see how long this all rivers flow to the sea spectacle could actually last. Long Dao raised his hand and boldly declared, "I'm all prepped and ready. Among all of you, you're probably the most formidable one, right? Do I have the privilege to choose you directly for a match?" The girl gently replied, "Of course you can." Cheng Rui pursed his lips and thought to himself, what a fool with absolutely no patience, plus that guy named Lin too. Whatever, let them go first and act as meat shields to help me gauge exactly how capable these people are. Meng Lao, carrying a look of curiosity, asked, "Envoy Shang Yue, what if they fight here and accidentally smash the treasures in the hall?" Spiritual energy faintly flickered on Shang Yue's fingertips. "You have a point. This grand hall has been thoroughly reinforced using the hardening ultimate skill of the Fantasy 5 transformation Kin Spirit Light Ghost. If a bunch of brats could easily demolish this place, Radiant Moon Palace would have gone bankrupt 8 lifetimes ago." The old man was still hesitant. Then what if they accidentally injure the T-sisters? She brushed it off. Meng Lao doesn't need to worry about that. This sparring match was personally decided by Lord Yuehu. Lin Yuan heard Meng Lao's tone and whispered to himself, "It seems he's certain Long Dao will suffer defeat. He carries the title of the top 3 in the Radiance 100 sequence, calling himself the #1 among the younger generation. Those T-sisters look even younger than me. Who knows how high their combat strategies really are?" Right then, Yin Cha seized the moment to interject. He flinched in surprise upon detecting a strange surge of spiritual energy creeping in. The girl gently reminded him, "Young man, I advise you to stop being so nosy about other people's business." Lin Yuan pulled back his focus. "True, I'm turning my body into a funnel to pour in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, she's only using her innate spiritual energy to compete. Clearly, I'm at a complete disadvantage." Back to Long Dao, he summoned his insect fae to lay his cards on the table. "If that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore." The girl opposite him happily replied, "No need to beat around the bush, just bring it on." The insect fae's information panel clearly displayed its actual stats. The fae's name is the flesh-eating desert dragon, reaching the platinum grade at level 6, and its quality is genuinely epic. He waved his hand and ordered a blitz attack. Yin Cha immediately plucked her zither, unleashing the skilled dream-talking fragrant tea, which turned into streams of qi as the clear sound of the zither began to echo everywhere. Lin Yuan stared in astonishment, a fae reaching platinum grade and Fantasy 2 transformation. It seems the level of these T-sisters even surpasses City Lord Ling Zio. The streams of qi generated from the zither's sound were like razor-sharp blades, slashing across the flesh-eating desert dragon, making it bleed profusely. Long Dao hurriedly placed his hand on his pet to heal it. "It looks like this after just one hit. It seems I slightly underestimated my opponent. I feel so guilty." Kai Cha kindly reminded him, "Young Master Long here must pay attention to safety." Countless sharp streams of qi hurtled toward him. Long Dao quickly activated the water wave ripple shield and replied, "Rest assured, if this game lacked any challenge, wouldn't my trip here be a total waste of time?" As scattered raindrops began to fall, Lin Yuan blankly exclaimed, "Look, it's raining." Shang Yue immediately erected a barrier to block the rain. "This is a rain created by Long Dao's domain, carrying the terrifying power of the deep sea. I will set up a spiritual energy shield for you too to prevent the rain from disturbing the match." Yin Cha spoke, "Thank you so much, Lord Shang Yue." The young man secretly admired them. Even raindrops can conceal killing intent inside. The Radiance 100 sequence really is full of schemes and tricks. Long Dao revealed his trump card. "This vast cold sea domain is the signature move that made my name. Let's see how you counter it. Don't kill my buzz." The newly updated data showed. Actual stats: the fae's name is the Abyssal Blue Mother Dragon. Current level is at the Platinum grade. Lin Yuan was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. This guy actually owns 2 Fantasy 1 transformation faes. Kai-Cha still maintained a calm demeanor, strumming her zither as she spoke. "Young master, you joke too much. Absolutely do not hold back, because I'm about to throw all my cards on the table too." The sound from the zither transformed into a jade-green mist that enveloped the two mother dragons, cutting into their flesh and causing blood to gush heavily from their bodies. Lin Yuan glued his eyes to the match without blinking. Absolutely peak, the domain got smashed to pieces. Yin Cha was also secretly amazed. He's distracted, yet he still maintains such a smooth pace of spiritual energy infusion. Long Dao spoke up, truly a worthy rival. Kai-Cha gently reminded him, the third seat of the Radiance 100 sequence may hold the title of Sea Blessing, but if you keep hiding your trump cards during a fight, beware of capsizing your boat in a shallow ditch right here. The young man said while putting all his effort into healing the abyssal blue mother dragons. "Rest easy. If this is all the meager skill you have, then the gold box reward definitely belongs to me, Long Dao." The top 3 position was naturally more than enough to protect his halo. Right behind his back, a majestic white subdragon suddenly appeared. Its profile instantly popped up. "This is the Sea King White Subdragon ultimate skill, Maelstrom." Actual stats. The phase name is the Sea King White Subdragon, belonging to the Mosasaur branch of the Emperor Dragon lineage. Its level has reached Platinum 10, Water Element. Current quality is Fantasy 3 Transformation. The Maelstrom skill can churn the waters, creating currents with terrifying pulling force against any object caught inside. 8 dragon shadows will turn drifting water into 8 massive currents, each carrying 60% of the original's power. Sea Worm helps control the ocean currents to create a bite with power equal to its actual bite. Sea Emperor Dragon Breath releases the unique devastating breath of the Emperor Dragon lineage. Ocean's Wrath will activate all the hidden power deep within the sea to create a brutal shockwave. The maximum underwater shockwave power is more than enough to crush all obstacles in the area. The exclusive trait, Master of Water, allows it to finally manipulate the power of water, fully grasping control over the currents. Finally, Sea's Extreme will gather water elements, accumulating streams into a flow, hundreds of rivers pouring into one sea to form an entire ocean held right in the palm of its hand. Ling Xiao couldn't help but gasp in awe. The third seat truly lives up to his reputation. Meng Lao only realized now, this brat Long Dao normally dares to pull the wool over even my eyes. Cheng Rui was furious witnessing that scene. Damn it. Did he nurture this thing all by himself? This guy must definitely be uprooted, otherwise, he will surely bring disaster upon us in the future. The only bitter thing is that I can't find a single opportunity to strike right now. The white subdragon continuously spewed water tornadoes toward Kai-Cha, forcing her to shrink into a tiny defensive sphere. Controlling water to this realm is definitely the Sea King White Subdragon possessing an exclusive skill. Young Master Long is indeed highly skilled, but... She quickly summoned the Night Dream Beast onto the field. Right after that, Kai-Cha continued to summon the silver vase shattering heron to reveal itself. Long Dao immediately shouted loudly, "Use Sea Worm for me right now." Thousands of water pillars violently bombarded the defense layer. Lin Yuan cried out, "Oh no, it's over, the spiritual energy shield." Shang Yue immediately spoke up to reassure them, "You two focus, pay no attention to other things. It's only a shockwave and the power is already this terrifying. That Sea King White Subdragon truly is somewhat abnormal." Countless cracks began to splinter across the surface of the spiritual energy shield. Long Dao warned, "Let's end this here. Your domain is shattered to pieces, and I have this flaw of not knowing how to hold back my strength to yield to anyone." The girl slightly smirked. "If the bet ends in such a lame way, it would be too boring. You lack the knack for controlling your power, but in this aspect, I am very confident." Kai-Cha's hands strummed the zither nimbly, unleashing a continuous wave of sound attacks named Zither Sound Iron Rain. All the water was forcefully repelled back towards Long Dao. Wherever the sound waves swept through, the water element had to step aside. Although the abyssal blue mother dragons hadn't fully recovered yet, this was enough to buy a little more time. The young man immediately mobilized the 2 abyssal blues to defend and maintain the water wall. The piercing sounds from the zither were penetrating that water-based defense layer. Long Dao still kept his calm demeanor. The water wall is busted, but... He had anticipated the move by unleash the 8 dragon shadows. Several blurry shadows zipped toward Kai-Cha, and Long Dao smugly said, "Let's see how you block this move." She immediately switched to a monochord zither, swinging her arm forcefully to slice that blurry shadow in half. Witnessing the fragments of the phantom falling apart, the young man dropped his jaw. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It truly wasn't a wasted effort trekking up Radiant Moon Mountain to encounter a master like you. Kai Cha humbly replied, "Your praise flatters me beyond words." Du Lao's heart skipped a beat. He never expected Radiant Moon Palace's T-sisters to possess such terrifying combat strength. At this rate, little Cheng definitely won't be able to handle it. Cheng Rui quickly plotted his escape. From what I see, the result is obvious. There's no need to fight anymore. Inwardly, he secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, I pushed Long Dao out as bait first. Looking at this situation, it would be foolish to clash head-on with those T-sisters. Meng Lao instantly dismissed it. Not at all, the chess game isn't over yet. With that kid Long Dao's personality, he would absolutely never let this match end halfway in such a lame manner. Sure enough, the old man was right. He was condensing his true chi and grumbling, "This is really troublesome. I was planning to hide this move until the Radiant's 100 sequence rank race to use it. But your skills are more than enough to make me go all out right here." The aura surrounding him radiated much more violently. The fun has only just begun. Meng Lao gasped in awe. It's really over. A move of this caliber is something even my old bones couldn't bear. I'm afraid that T-sister will. Shang Yue still stood calmly observing. What's the rush? These T-sisters of Radiant Moon Palace aren't that fragile. A colossal water sphere floated buoyantly in midair. Lin Yuan was absorbed in the spectacle. This is way too overpowered. Master of Water and Seas Extreme have been executed to absolute perfection. Kai Cha decided to go all in. In that case, I won't be polite anymore either. An ancient tree stump suddenly sprouted right behind her. Dream-talking fragrant tea, dream incarnation. A flock of spirit beasts frolicked in the dreamy space. Right on the horn of one of the spirit beasts, a brilliant camellia flower even bloomed. Long Dao calculated in his head, she's playing the trick of using plant vitality to suppress the deep-sea aura that Bai just exhausted its strength to activate. But if I were to turn tail and run away right now, wouldn't the title of 100 sequence be thrown to the dogs? He decided to fight to the bitter end, then take this batch of my spiritual energy too. Bai hit her with Ocean's Wrath Sea Emperor Dragon Breath. The white sub-dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing out that tightly compressed stream of water. Kai Cha hastily ordered the Night Dream Beast to step up and block the attack. The Dream Beast immediately brandished its horn, charging in to withstand the water sphere carrying that horrifying destructive power. Cracks had already begun to appear on its horn. Meng Lao was startled and panicked. This is bad, the Night Dream Beast is about to give out. I'm afraid the T-sister won't be able to bear this stormy attack. Right at the moment the water poured down fiercely, the old man managed to wave his hand, creating a shield to protect Kai Cha. She sighed in relief and said, extremely grateful for Meng Lao's favor. On this side the boy also managed to put up a shield in time. Yin Cha hurriedly said, many thanks to young Master Lin for lending a hand. Lin Yuan smiled easily. It's just a small matter. You focus on fortifying your spiritual energy shield first. The girl secretly admired him. This is truly the peak demeanor of the younger generation, attractive beyond imagination. She cast a glance at Long Dao's battered and exhausted state at this moment. This trick of draining spiritual energy to the point of running completely dry is way too reckless. One wrong slip and he'd be crippled for life. Is it really worth it just to fight over a box? Kai Cha cheerfully admitted defeat. I yield. I'm known to be a decade older than you, yet I couldn't even block your full power strike. The third rank truly lives up to its name. How is your condition? Do you need me to heal you? After all, I was the one who forced you to use that trump card. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Long Dao replied reasonably, you exaggerate. If I hadn't pulled out that ultimate move, I wouldn't have had any chance to beat you. Meng Lao cried out in panic. This is bad because Kid Long Dao drained his spiritual energy. He's being crushed backward by the external aura. Envoy Shang Yue, please intervene quickly. Lin Yuan swiftly stepped up. Leave it to me. After being healed by the boy, Long Dao spoke. You're Lin Yuan, right? Thanks a lot. The boy waved his hand. No need to be polite. I just conveniently helped out. He quietly checked his own body. Surprisingly, more than half of his spiritual energy had been pulled back in the blink of an eye. This guy's spiritual energy is truly bottomless. I accidentally underestimated him before. Meng Lao stood on the sidelines, curiously wondering to himself, the ability to restore spiritual energy at lightning speed like this belongs to the support class, but why didn't the kid summon a fae? What's even weirder is that Long Dao's body shows absolutely no signs of resisting the spiritual energy. Could it be a super rare non-attribute type of power? Du Lao praised him to the skies. Long Dao is truly unparalleled in bravery. Ling Zio, the newly sprouted young talents in your Bohemia city are equally formidable. She replied humbly, Du Lao praises too much. The old man continued to flatter, little Lin's spiritual energy healing skill here is something anyone in the combat class would turn red with envy over. Even researchers like us drool just looking at it. Shang Yue approached the boy and praised, this spiritual energy replenishment ultimate skill terrifyingly improves field combat capabilities, while simultaneously making the survival rate significantly higher. Lin Yuan scratched his head and smiled shyly. This junior wouldn't dare accept such praise. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed on the boy, Cheng Rui thought resentfully, what a busybody. Long Dao was already exhausted of spiritual energy. If I had struck then, it would have been a sure win. This brat from Bohemia just loves sticking his nose into other people's business. Shang Yue's cold gaze slightly glanced to the side. She spoke clearly, based on this situation, Kai Cha has accepted defeat. Regarding Yin Cha's match, she voluntarily withdrew because she was too busy guarding against the aftershocks of the tsunami and completely forgot about the competition. It seems your focus still hasn't matched up to your sister's. Meanwhile, little brother Lin here has more than enough capacity to multitask, and on top of that, he maintained a stable output of spiritual energy, truly making others bow down in admiration. Of course, only the boy himself knew best that this power wasn't inherently his own. He just had to issue a command and it was done. Shang Yue loudly announced, since that's the case, Long Dao, originally the brocade box contained some expensive spiritual materials, but considering your phase all suffered injuries in this battle, I've decided to change the reward to 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Meng Lao replied courteously, deeply grateful for envoy Shang Yue's favor. Long Dao immediately followed, thank you very much. This junior has truly had his eyes open today, but to be fair, this intense match can only be considered a draw. Because if you say Kai Cha had to rely on Meng Lao throwing a shield at the last minute to escape safely, then I myself also only avoided the bitter end of draining my spiritual energy thanks to someone else coming to the rescue. Kai Cha replied shyly, young master Long exaggerates. Shang Yue shoved the remaining box into the boy's hands. If that's the case, then the reward inside this gold brocade box will belong to Lin Yuan. Cheng Rui immediately jumped in. Hold on a minute. Long Dao voluntarily accepted a draw, yet still bagged another prize. As for that guy Lin Yuan, his match had nothing to do with actual combat ability, nor did it show off the skills of a top-tier creator. It all boiled down to a mere spiritual energy infusion trick. On what grounds does he get to take home the best gold brocade box? She replied indifferently, oh, so does this young man have any brilliant ideas? He puffed out his chest and declared, I, Cheng Rui, possess the title of Feng Yang after all, carrying the heavy responsibility of being the #1 creator of the younger generation. I also desire to spar with the T sisters for a round. She narrowed her eyes, smiled faintly, you've got ambition. Zai Cha, the girl immediately stepped up, your subordinate is here. She walked straight to face him and said, my name is Zai Cha. Let me personally experience just how formidable your label as the #1 creator of the younger generation is. Outwardly, he pretended to be humble, I wouldn't dare, I am Cheng Rui, very honored to seek your guidance. Lin Yuan was overjoyed inwardly. It really wasn't a wasted trip coming here. I luckily got the chance to witness a sparring match between the top creators of the younger generation, a perfect opportunity to weigh and measure where my own skills stand. Zai Cha freely let him set the conditions. How do you want to compete? Raising a phase level, upgrading its quality, or prescribing medicine to heal a phase root injuries? Whatever you want to play, just say the word. Cheng Rui finalized his choice without a second thought, then let's choose the healing of root injuries for a fey. Inwardly, he snickered, piece of cake, everything is still on the right track. Zai Cha nodded, excellent. Then I will raise the stakes for you. If you happen to win this round, both of these precious items will drop right into your pocket. Cheng Rui beamed with joy, thank you very much, envoy Shang Yue. In her heart, the girl secretly etched it in stone, thumping your chest and claiming the name Feng Yang, huh. It's time to let this arrogant brat taste what the true caliber of a creator is. Kai Cha whispered in his ear, this time Lord Shang Yue is genuinely furious, which is why she deliberately assigned Zai Cha to the field. When it comes to innate talent in the creator field, she's the ultimate boss among our group. Lin Yuan let out an ah, so there's a hidden story behind this. Zai-Cha clapped her hands to signal, then let's jump right in. The objective is to treat a Fae with a damaged origin. Two people grunted while carrying a fox in and grumbled, "What the hell is this? Why do I have to do manual labor too? I just finished fighting and I'm completely exhausted." "Didn't you just lose a match? You play, you pay." In her heart, Jin-Cha felt unspeakably wronged. Going round and round, she was the only one who hadn't gotten a turn on the chopping block. The boy's eyes lit up. This is definitely a cub of the violent blood dread wolf species in its infant stage. The violent blood dread wolf is famously known as a top-tier ferocious beast at the platinum grade. The brats of this species sit comfortably at the silver grade right from birth. The injury is located right on the head, and brain injuries for beast-type Faes are considered extremely tough and incurable cases. Previously, before breaking through to become a C-class spirit chi professional, even using the pure land of bliss inside the spirit lock spatial zone would take at least 2 full days and nights at the fastest. With my current abilities, the time will definitely be shortened quite a bit, but... Kai-Cha shouted loudly, "It's 0 hour now." Lin Yuan was extremely excited. Who would have thought I'd have the fortune to watch a fierce battle between the most prominent creators of the younger generation? I really hit the jackpot. Cheng Rui was burying his head in concocting a potion. The boy still assumed the speed of the two sides would be neck and neck, but when he glanced over at Zai-Cha, Lin Yuan was stunned to realize not at all. Although at first glance the gap seemed negligible, in reality, Zai-Cha's speed was already a considerable distance ahead. It wasn't until dusk fell and gradually faded behind the mountain peaks. Zai-Cha successfully concocted a flask of dark emerald green solution. Meanwhile, Cheng Rui's flask contained a scorpion soaking in a deeply purple liquid. Lin Yuan looked on, utterly confused. "Are you kidding me? Their methods of formulating prescriptions are worlds apart. Not to mention, the medicinal formulas of orthodox creators are dreadfully complicated, with a difficulty level far exceeding my unorthodox method." Finally, Cheng Rui also laboriously brought out a basin of medicine. He smirked and thought to himself, "This tea-sister brat seems to have some decent skills after all." Suddenly, a sharp, twisting pain shot straight from Cheng Rui's chest. Right in the center of his palm, it seemed as if some strange object was wriggling to pierce its way out. Lin Yuan peeked over curiously. "What the hell is that bizarre thing?" Shang Yue already knew it inside out. "That is a source-type lifeform, the marrow insect." Du Lao nodded slightly. "You didn't see it wrong. The kid's grandfather is exactly Cheng Wu. This thing is actually a split fragment from the golden ring marrow insect of Grandmaster Cheng Wu himself." The boy froze. Could this be one of the dozen or so 4-star creators who are just a hair away from reaching the 5-star threshold? This guy turns out to be a genuine 3rd-generation Nepa baby. Shang Yue began to lay out the accusations, an earth-shattering matter like the 4-star creator Cheng Wu taking the seat of the vice president of the Royal Capital Guild. Yet you lot dared to keep it under wraps, not breathing a single word to the public. Du Lao hastily explained, "Frankly speaking, recently Elder Cheng hasn't been too keen on the vice president seat. Our faction intended to wait until he officially took office before announcing it widely. She immediately exposed them, saying that means you use Cheng Rui's selection quota as a bargaining chip to get him to sit in that chair, right?" Shang Yue's gaze was as sharp as a knife. It's highly likely that knowing he has no chance of ever advancing to a 5-star creator, he poured all the effort he cultivated for so long into paving a smooth path for his descendants. Du Lao sweated bullets, his face turning pale. "Envoy Shang Yue, please forgive me. It's a given that not every creator in this world possesses peerless innate talent like Lord Yuehu." She pointed straight at Lin Yuan. "Kid, do you know what kind of breed the source-type lifeform marrow insect is?" He replied subserviently, reporting, "This junior has meager talents and little knowledge. I have heard the name source-type lifeform, but as for this marrow insect thing, I'm completely clueless." Shang Yue began to enlighten him. "If we break it down from the most glaring difference, when contracting with this marrow insect, you won't be able to toss it into your spiritual spatial zone like normal. Instead, it will take root right inside the contractor's spine, hollowing out a space in the bone to build a marrow nest." Lin Yuan shivered after hearing this, burrowing deep into the spine. She explained in further detail, "Contracting with this species means draining one's own vitality. Therefore, any creator involved with the marrow insect is doomed to a fate of never rising above the 5-star threshold." This was the first time the boy absorbed such a horrifying piece of knowledge. To think that such a demonic source-type lifeform actually exists in this world. Lin Yuan secretly waited in his mind. My Hong Ci is also bizarre, but its weirdness lies in the fact that it requires fresh blood to connect, inherently has no specific form, and how it evolves depends entirely on the master's decision. Even knowing fully well that it will gnaw away at the master's vitality to some extent, in the eyes of creators, this thing is still considered an absolute treasure. Its function is to chew, swallow, and mold a mountain of spiritual ingredients into highly concentrated spiritual energy liquid right inside its body. Whenever stuffed with more spiritual materials, it will devour them ravenously to create a reaction, thereby extracting 100% of the efficacy from that pile of herbs. Shang Yue concluded with a chilling sentence, but playing with fire will get you burned. After the job is done, the creator is forced to fatten it up with a massive haul of spiritual materials. If this marrow insect is starved and has no spiritual liquid to slurp, then it will devour the spinal cord of its own master. The vision of that guy foaming at the mouth and falling unconscious instantly flashed through his mind. The boy's eyes were finally opened, so that's how it is, but this kind of abuse is incredibly offensive to the eyes. Can a fae forced by such a cruel contract even be worthy of being called a comrade in arms? Cheng Rui wore an arrogant look at this moment, time to start the process of catalyzing the spiritual materials. I definitely have the win in the bag with this one. Zai Cha knitted her brows tightly and grumbled in annoyance. It's deafeningly loud. Doesn't this little brat know the rule against making noise while preparing spiritual materials in a creator tournament? I personally never cared for the trick of summoning a fae to show off, but if you like being flashy, then I have no reason to hold back either. She decisively emptied all 5 test tubes into the large pot. Lin Yuan kept his eyes peeled, not missing a single beat. Wow, I didn't expect this trick. That solution is continuously blending into the beast's body, resonating with the flow of spiritual energy poured in from Miss Zai Cha's hands. The reaction speed is skyrocketing. Cheng Rui quickly decanted a bottle of clear liquid like plain water and gleefully reported, finished. He tilted his chin up to the sky, absolutely fantastic. If we're competing on speed, I've obviously left her far behind. Zai Cha calmly interrupted, what a coincidence, I just wrapped up on this side too. While prying the injured fae's mouth open to force the medicine down, Cheng Rui secretly gloated, it's a blessing that I still kept one final ultimate move hidden. As soon as the medicine slid down its throat, the fae suddenly writhed and thrashed around like crazy. Its eyes were streaked with blood-red veins. Lin Yuan frowned anxiously. This method of prescribing medicine is too torturous. Can it really cure the injury completely? Waiting until the murderous aura subsided, the beast looked like it had recovered its vitality. Zai Cha nodded in satisfaction looking at her handiwork. Perfect. It's alive and kicking just like before, and it even comes with an extra surprise gift. I've definitely secured the win this time. Cheng Rui sneered, you think you can win? He smugly showed off his work. Open your eyes wide and admire it. The violent blood direwolf on this side has leaped from Silver Tier 3 straight to Silver Tier 4. Lord Shang Yue, the result is obvious. Those 2 brocade boxes should obviously belong to me, Cheng Rui. The 2 girls dropped their jaws in shock. It skipped a tier. Does that mean our sister Zai Cha really lost? Shang Yue coldly poured cold water on him. The outcome is indeed as clear as day, but the one to decide the result is not me, and especially not someone like you. Cheng Rui's expression changed, his face darkening. What did you say? She pointed at Lin Yuan and Long Dao. You 2 will act as the judges for this round. Lin Yuan was stunned. Me again. He strolled over to inspect the 2 beasts. How strict are normal creation masters when scoring? If we only looked at the displayed numbers, the result would have been settled ages ago. Long Dao had already made up his mind. Lin Yuan, there's no need to inspect further. The victory leans towards this Zai Cha. Even I couldn't catch up to her level of concocting spirit fluids. Hearing this, Cheng Rui jumped up and cursed Long Dao. What the hell do you mean by that? Don't you dare twist the truth here. His stomach boiled with anger. Surely this guy surnamed Long is salty because I easily took the cup and snatched all the advantages right under the candidates' noses. What a cheap hypocrite. The girl tilted her chin expectantly. Lin Yuan, what is your opinion? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, pretending to ponder, the way I see it. The winner is Zai Cha. A complete contrast to her ecstatic look right now. Cheng Rui was in total shock. What, is this nameless nobody from Zai Jing City blind, or does he just not know how to evaluate things? Shang Yue demanded a clear explanation of the details. He clearly laid out each point. The task here is to cure the root cause of the injured spiritual creature. If both leveling up and enhancing quality are converted into bonus points, then upgrading the quality obviously takes the top spot. The reason is very simple. At the same level, the higher the quality, the further the beast's absolute limit can reach. The violent blood direwolf on Cheng Rui's side only inched up to silver tier 4 at best, but Zai Cha's wolf completely transformed, leaping from elite quality to the flawless threshold. Cheng Rui roared in protest, absolute nonsense. Even if she magically raised its quality, it would be a tie at most. On what grounds do you dare judge me as the loser? Du Lao hurriedly covered his mouth. Cheng Rui, watch your mouth. Long Dao clapped loudly, laughing sarcastically. What a great show. What a waste of the title, #1 creation master of the younger generation. Turns out you don't even grasp the most basic grading criteria. Didn't anyone teach you that development potential is the ultimate guiding principle? You really are just an empty vessel making the loudest noise. He choked on his words, unable to speak. You, Long Dao, I will definitely make you pay for this grudge. That's not all. If I, Cheng Rui, have to suffer defeat today just because of a few arrogant words from some broke loser, then I'm afraid everyone in this Hui Yue palace is blind, only good on the outside. I don't need this. Shang Yue flared up with murderous intent. Open your mouth and repeat what you just said for me to hear. Lin Yuan shivered from the cold radiating around them. Just unleashing her aura was enough to chill him to the bone. Long Dao quickly grabbed the arm of the person standing frozen. Lin Yuan, stop marveling, quickly activate your spirit qi to protect your little life. Du Lao cowered and bowed his head to apologize on his behalf. The boy is young and speaks without thinking. He absolutely had no intention of causing trouble in this Hui Yue palace. I beg Lord Shang Yue to be magnanimous and let this go. She coldly condemned him. He didn't do it on purpose, yet he still dared to bark nonsense. Du Lao defends him to this extent. Could it be that it was your own mouth pulling the strings behind his back? Du Lao was speechless, his mouth shut tight like a clam, unable to force out even half a word of explanation. Kai Cha and Jin Cha whispered to each other. It's been a very long time since Lord Shang Yue got this furious. If I remember correctly, the last victim was Jing Shihu. Lin Yuan quickly perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Jing Shihu. The same Jing Shihu who was praised by the public as the #1 young talent governing the Grand Desert's Lion Pride 18 years ago. The girl nodded in agreement. Exactly. Rewinding to 15 years ago, Jing Shihu majestically held the seat of a marquis in the royal capital. His temperament was extremely overbearing. Not a single peer dared to stand up and provoke him. But unfortunately, due to his excessive arrogance, he actually dared to play tricks and tease Lord Shang Yue. The result was that in just one night, the entire Jing Shihu manor was frozen solid, and his magnificent palace was cleaved into 2 pieces. Lin Yuan listened, his face draining of color. You're making this up. Jin Cha added, even Jing Shihu's body suffered a miserable fate. The bones in his legs were frozen to the point of turning into dust, forcing him to be bound to a wheelchair for 15 long years. He was shocked to the core. 15 years have passed and he's still crippled. Jin Cha smiled, revealing the truth. Of course he was scared out of his wits by Lord Shang Yue to the point that even if you paid him, he wouldn't dare crawl out of that wheelchair. Lin Yuan bitterly imagined the tragic fate of those two. Lord Shang Yue only moved a finger, and Jing Shihu's empire completely collapsed. Could it be that today the Du of Cheng Rui and Du Lao are going down the same disastrous path? Du Lao prostrated himself, pleading pitifully, Lord Shang Yue, it's because Cheng Rui is foolish and hasn't fully grasped the rules of the Hui Yue Palace. I beg you to show mercy and let me take him back. I swear I will skin him as a warning and teach him a severe lesson. Jin Cha and Kai Cha pouted, declaring crying to the heavens is useless now. Exactly Lord Shang Yue is famously known as. Lin Yuan blurted out the iron triathlete. The girl replied that's precisely her working style. Iron wrists, iron fists, and an iron heart. He hesitated and asked, is there really no way to beg for a reduced sentence? She immediately extinguished his hope. Dream on. Don't tell me you're planning to stand up and beg for that guy Cheng Rui. Lin Yuan internally understood Cheng Rui's overbearing and arrogant nature well enough. Youth is impulsive, making mistakes, and taking a beating is only natural. But Du Lao will definitely exhaust all his strength to protect him. Otherwise, how could he have the face to report back to his grandfather? I just feel bad for the elderly Du Lao having to miserably bow and scrape to beg for Cheng Rui's pardon. Lord Shang Yue, please raise your hand in mercy. Considering the boy is still young and ignorant, grant him a way out. That idiot was still barking at the top of his lungs. What trick are you lot trying to pull? My grandfather is Cheng Wu, a peak 4-star creation master respected by tens of thousands. Long Dao held his stomach, laughing inwardly, still bringing out his grandfather's name to scare people at a time like this. What if Lord Shang Yue finds him an eyesore and takes away his grandfather too? That would be hilarious. Meng Lao was utterly fed up. Being a coward yourself is bad enough. Now you want to drag your grandfather into the fire pit too. Who had the free time to recommend this brainless trash up here? As for Du Lao, he only wished for a rag to stuff down this unfilial bastard's throat. What kind of garbage is this pig-brained idiot screaming about? In this sacred Hui Yue palace, let alone his grandfather. Even if the two 5-star creation masters, Zhu Jun and Chu Zun, personally lowered themselves to come, they probably couldn't stop Yue Hu's wrath at this moment. Shang Yue laughed out of extreme anger. Good, very good. She immediately pushed the hot potato to Lin Yuan. Little guy, tell me what you think. How should this pair of old and young who provoked the tiger be punished? Lin Yuan looked dumbfounded me. Shang Yue's voice hardened. Exactly, I'm asking you. He bit his lip tightly, his stomach in knots. Why drag me into this out of nowhere? Logically, this question should have been thrown to big shots like City Lord Ling Xiao or Meng Lao. Catching the old man's pleading gaze, Lin Yuan knew perfectly well that if he went along with Lord Shang Yue's wishes, a veteran creation master who had exhausted his life, dedicating himself to the Hu Yao Federation like Du Lao, would definitely be doomed for eternity. He carefully chose his words. Insolent speech naturally deserves the whip. But at the end of the day, Du Lao's actions also stemmed from a reluctance to lose talent, not from a deliberate intention to offend his superiors. She summarized the issue. So you're saying we should just pin it all on Cheng Rui and punish him alone to end this matter? Lin Yuan tried to de-escalate the situation, assuming that Cheng Rui ultimately just had a competitive nature. Now, just because of a few slips of the tongue, he brought trouble upon himself and the seniors in his family. When he returns, he surely won't escape punishment from the guild and his clan. Shang Yue quickly retorted, do you think I'm some petty person who likes to make a mountain out of a molehill? He continued to persuade her anyway. Creation masters in the Hu Yao Federation have always been rare talents that are hard to find. If you truly want to reprimand them, why not change the method, for example, by assigning them extra quotas for healing spiritual creatures? The girl looked thoughtful and replied, oh, that's a good idea, isn't it? According to the records, although he holds the title of a descendant of the Chen Ling Si martyrs, for all these years, the Hu Yao Federation didn't seem to give him any special treatment. Despite bearing a lot of pressure, he still prioritizes the interests of Hu Yao above all else. Truly a rare loyal heart. Fine then, I will turn a blind eye this time. Shang Yue nodded in agreement. All right, for your sake, I will show mercy regarding this arrogant offense. However, within the next 10 days, I demand that the Royal Capital Creation Master Guild pour all their efforts into receiving spiritual creatures for treatment. Du Lao quickly wrapped his arm around Cheng Rui's back, forcing him to bow deeply. Yes, I am extremely grateful for Lord Shang Yue's leniency. She coldly stated, the person you need to thank is not me. Du Lao immediately turned towards him and bowed. Yes, I am extremely grateful to my little friend for speaking up for us. Seeing this, Lin Yuan awkwardly declined. Please don't be so polite, I just spoke my mind. Du Lao doing this will shorten my lifespan. He turned and snapped at the stubborn young master, Cheng Rui. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and thank your benefactor. Although he superficially bowed to apologize, deep down he was filled with resentment. Damn it, how does some random brat from Zhaijing City have the right to make me bow? He firmly believed that this Lord Shang Yue was intimidated by his grandfather's reputation, and merely used this as an excuse to find a way out, accidentally giving this guy surnamed Lin an inch to take a mile. Shang Yue ordered someone to present the gifts. Today I have made Meng Lao laugh at us. Please accept these 2 brocade boxes as a small token of apology. In 3 days, I will send someone to deliver 20 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar directly to your hands. Meng Lao laughed heartily. Oh no, you are too polite. We have already gained a lot from this trip. How dare we make Lord Shang Yue trouble yourself further? Long Dao standing nearby also chimed in. I, Long Dao, have truly broadened my horizons, thanks to Lord Shang Yue for helping me escape the fate of a frog at the bottom of a well. Kai Cha stepped forward to report. Reporting to Lord Shang Yue, through 3 rounds of matches, Cheng Rui suffered a crushing defeat, Long Dao withdrew, only Lin Yuan claimed victory. Meng Lao clasped his hands, reporting, "The results are clear, so this old man asks for permission to take Long Dao and take our leave first." Before leaving, Long Dao didn't forget to leave a promise. "Lin Yuan, I will engrave this favor in my heart. Whenever you stroll over to the royal capital, just drop by the Spirit Chi Academy to find me. I will definitely treat you to a drunk-out-of-your-mind feast." He happily replied, "You flatter me. It was just a small matter until we meet again." Du Lao continued to bow, reporting, "Today we have been too abrupt. Some other day this old man will definitely come to the door personally to pay respects to Lord Yue Hu and accept punishment. I beg Lord Shang Yue." She cut him off with an icy voice, "Realizing your mistakes is a good thing. Remember to straighten out your descendants properly when you get home." He gritted his teeth tightly, his heart full of resentment. "You dare snatch my Cheng Rui's things? You brat surnamed Lin, just you wait and see." Lin Yuan looked around in bewilderment. Why am I suddenly the only one left stranded here? Didn't the city lord say earlier that Lord Yue Hu wanted to meet me? Could it be that she plans to grant me a private audience? Shang Yue sternly instructed Lin Yuan, "I won't forbid you from having a forgiving heart, but remember this well. The honor of the Hui Yue Palace absolutely does not allow any random nobody to trample upon it." He nodded profusely. Yes, I remember." Inwardly he sighed, "Large factions really do have suffocatingly strict rules. From now on I absolutely must roll my tongue 7 times before speaking." Shang Yue turned to lead the way. "Let's go. I will take you to pay respects to Lord Yue Hu." Ling Xiao added, "Hurry up, follow closely." Meanwhile, Shang Yue muttered to herself, with such a gentle temperament, he might easily get led by the nose. That light tap on the head from me just now should be enough to make him more alert. On the way, she continued her analysis. Long Dao has surpassed the age limit and is too immersed in the path of combat. As for Cheng Rui, he has already hit his absolute limit. The purpose of today's competition was primarily for you to witness the highest caliber of the younger generation in both creation master and combat fields. This was entirely Lord Yue Hu's idea. Only then did he realize, turns out it was just a field trip for me. No wonder my part of the competition went so suspiciously smooth. Shang Yue pointed her hand into the distance. "Past this place is the rear palace. Lord Yue Hu is waiting for you inside." He turned to the city lord in confusion. "What exactly is the hidden agenda here, sir?" She just smiled and urged, "Just boldly step forward. You should have vaguely realized it by now." Lin Yuan tiptoed forward, thinking to himself, "What exactly am I supposed to have vaguely realized? Isn't it just a trip to meet Yue Hu? Scaring people to death? Please just spell it out plainly. Can you not be so cryptic?" Shang Yue walked behind, praising, "The city lord of Zhaijing is pretty good. He held it in well to not blab about Lord Yue Hu wanting to take in a disciple." Ling Xiao replied, "How could I dare breathe a word about such a massive matter? But if he passes the first trial, my effort in bringing him here won't be in vain." Shang Yue chimed in, "Lord Yue Hu's evaluation was never a joke like those 3 warm-up matches. The next trial will determine whether he is blessed with enough fortune or not." Inside, Yue Hu anxiously urged, "Why are you still dawdling and not done setting up yet?" She constantly directed Chuan Yue on arranging the items. Wrong. It's best to take everything down from the shelves and stack them into a pile." The other girl protested helplessly, "Lord Yue Hu, please sit still and rest. Precisely because you demanded to stack them into a tower and it collapsed earlier, I have to put them back on the shelves now." Yue Hu fretted, clicking her tongue, "Is preparing a mere 100 meeting gifts like this enough? As a master, isn't giving this much a bit stingy?" Xuan Yue had to firmly assure her, "It's enough, more than enough, guaranteed to bury him in it." She thought to herself, if Shang Yue witnessed this frantic state of Lord Yue Hu, she'd probably faint on the spot. Xuan Yue couldn't hold back and asked, "Is Lord Yue Hu really that eager to take in a disciple?" She hurriedly denied it. "No way, I am merely reminiscing about the old days when I still served beside my master. The time when, aside from the hours of cramming theoretical nonsense about creation masters, that old man only waited to throw me into deadly, desolate wastelands to survive. And then that eccentric old man dropped dead just when I had struggled to reach the 3-star creation master mark. Because of that, I swore to myself, once I sit in the master's seat, I will definitely pour my heart and soul into giving the absolute best things to my precious disciple." Xuan Yue hurriedly stopped her. "Lord Yue Hu, you must absolutely maintain some dignity. If you spoil and indulge them like this, the disciple will end up climbing all over you." She widened her eyes. "Really?" Xuan Yue nodded firmly. "Spot on. Teaching a disciple requires martial law, absolutely no leniency. This quote was coined by Shang Yue. Just then, a report echoed from outside, reporting to Lord Yue Hu, the person has been brought here. Lin Yuan stared in astonishment. This woman is Yue Hu. She slowly spoke, you are Lin Yuan, right? Lin Yuan respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, two-star creation master from Zhaijing City, Lin Yuan, honored to meet Lord Yue Hu. She got straight to the point without beating around the bush. To become my disciple, what desires do you have? Just name them. Lin Yuan was startled. Wait, taking a disciple, what desires? Yue Hu felt guilty and told herself, good heavens, what am I blabbering about? Who in the world is so desperate that they ask their disciple what they want right upon meeting? She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. What I meant to ask is, do you currently have any lingering worldly attachments? Lin Yuan honestly replied, I still run a small spirit beast shop, and I also have a younger sister of school age in Zhaijing City. Yue Hu immediately waved her hand, decreeing, bring the girl over here. As for that shop, leave it to Xuan Yue to manage, and the matter is settled. Lin Yuan turned to stone on the spot. Wait a minute, what kind of script is this? Yue Hu wants to take me as her disciple. How can such an absurd blessing fall on my head? And who takes a disciple by forcing them like this nowadays? No matter how you look at it, it seems more like she's cutting off my escape route, or did she already peek into the secret of my abilities? Is she planning to use me as a lab rat? Seeing him stand dead silent, Yue Hu started getting anxious. Why is he suddenly mute as a clam? The conditions I offered weren't unreasonable at all. It's obvious, once you acknowledge me as your master, where would you find the time to take care of a sister and run a business? Furthermore, how could the educational environment in that Zhaijing City compare to Jin Cha School? A spirit beast shop backed by Xuan Yue would instantly skyrocket to 5 stars. Lin Yuan finally spoke up, reporting to Lord Yue Hu, if I am honored to be accepted by you, I truly dare not demand anything, but I want to rely on my own strength, steadily taking one step at a time to move forward. She was stunned. What did you say? Yue Hu started to panic. What the hell is self-reliance? If he likes to do things himself, wouldn't the 100 gifts I painstakingly prepared go down the drain? And what will happen to the 16 disciple training plans I've secretly plotted? Seeing this, Xuan Yue panicked and nudged her gently. Lord Yue Hu, the spirit qi is rioting. She snapped, no way, call me master right now. Lin Yuan's face turned pale, so aggressive. This means she's going to force my submission no matter what. He hurriedly bowed deeply, extremely meek. Lord Yue Hu, please understand, truly my mind still has many unresolved attachments. She frowned and questioned, what other excuses do you have? Let's hear them. Lin Yuan tried to sound her out. May I boldly ask Lord Yue Hu, in your opinion, where does the core of the master-disciple bond lie? She casually replied, naturally, it lies in the inheritance of legacy. Lin Yuan quickly countered, but from my perspective, the most fundamental value between master and disciple is emotional connection. Yue Hu blanked out, what did you just utter? Lin Yuan presented his case clearly. You are the most revered 5-star creation master in the Hu Yao Federation. Catching your eye is naturally a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. But if there is no emotional bond connecting us, I truly cannot bring myself to voice the word, master. He gritted his teeth and muttered in his head, what kind of preachy delirium am I having right now? Will spitting out these lines salvage the situation? If she uses force to keep me here, I'll just have to stick my neck out and take it. Yue Hu could only sigh and yield, if you are that resolute. A night fell, she clicked her tongue, full of regret, 100 precious gifts, and he didn't even spare a glance, insisting on treating them as rewards after completing the assessment. Shang Yue stopped by and asked, Lord Yue Hu, rumor has it you arranged for Lin Yuan to stay in the attic. Yue Hu sighed dejectedly. Shang Yue, think about it. Is it true that standing at the pinnacle of fame for too long requires one to learn how to lower themselves and examine situations through the lens of ordinary mortals? She was astonished. Lord Yue Hu, what do you mean? In her head, she was completely clueless about the mortal philosophy she just mentioned. Shang Yue timidly offered advice. Lord Yue Hu, please forgive my intrusion if I misspeak. But I humbly think that sitting in the position of the strong, one should use the mindset of the strong to solve problems. Yue Hu pondered, you are not wrong, to step onto the pinnacle, even with peerless innate talent. One must trample over thorns, endure hardships, brave the wind and frost, such that ordinary worldly ambitions have long been worn away, no longer resembling normal people. Yet the disciple I just set my eyes on can actually discard the arrogant label, using the mindset of an ordinary person to thoroughly understand life. It is truly a rare find. Shang Yue stammered, But my lord, when the strong solve troubles, they should strike straight at the core of the issue. She shook her head in disagreement. Shang Yue, your logic makes sense in a way, but to call it illogical is also accurate. Shang Yue completely misunderstood, calculating inwardly, oh my, it turns out my guess was way off. Lord Yue Hu clearly finds this disciple an eyesore. Fine then, I will act on behalf of Lord Yue Hu and teach that brat an unforgettable lesson. Yue Hu raised her voice to call, very well, Shang Yue. She waited respectfully for the order, Lord Yue Hu, please give your command. Yue Hu seemed to have just reached enlightenment. Go find me the encyclopedia of spiritual ingredient recipes. Since I've decided to take in a disciple, I must cultivate our bond, so I might as well start with the most simple, everyday cooking. Shang Yue heard this and stood rooted to the spot. Oh my, Lord Yue Hu plans to personally roll up her sleeves and enter the kitchen. Since the day she was born, she's never touched a pot, right? And this is what she calls not being satisfied. She clearly treasures him like fragile glass. The scene shifted to the bathroom. He relaxed, soaking his feet, silently thanking the heavens and Buddhas. It's a blessing of 70 generations that I wasn't forced to bow down to take a master, and then collared with some weird restriction. It seems Lord Yue Hu is much more easygoing than I imagined. Right at that moment, 2 maids entered, reporting to Lord Lin Yuan, we follow Lord Yue Hu's orders to bring clean clothes and serve you. Another girl hurriedly stopped her, wait a minute, scrubbing like this is too rough. Lin Yuan panicked, grabbing something to cover himself. Whoa there, why are you guys barging in so suddenly? What if I was bathing naked? Jin Qi smiled faintly and replied, then that would be even more convenient. She stepped forward with a mischievous smile. If Lord Lin Yuan doesn't mind, let this servant serve you by undressing and scrubbing you. It would be my fortune. He dodged quickly, making her trip and fall. Haha, the water is very warm, I can handle it myself. Jin Qi pouted and clicked her tongue loudly. She turned away sharply. If you can take care of yourself, we shall take our leave. When you bowed respectfully, reporting to Lord Lin Yuan, your guest room has been cleaned immaculately, wishing you a relaxing bath. He silently evaluated, the auras of these 2 maids are truly worlds apart. Lin Yuan moved towards the window, gazing out, could this be another hidden trial? As for Jin Qi walking in front, she suddenly spun around and pushed Wen Yu to the ground. Wen Yu's eyes revealed sheer terror. In the center of Jin Qi's palm, a blinding surge of spirit qi began to gather. Wen Yu became even more terrified. Right then, Lin Yuan dashed over and grabbed her wrist tightly. Stop right there. Whatever conflict you have, there's no need to resort to such vicious means. Let's just pretend nothing happened and step back. Jin Qi sneered mockingly. HMPH, Lord Lin Yuan is playing the hero, saving the beauty now. At that exact moment, Shang Yue walked over and shouted, do you people have nothing better to do? Gathering here like eyesores in front of the attic, where is your decency? He hurriedly spoke up to defuse the situation. Nothing is wrong, Lord Shang Yue. These 2 ladies went out of their way to bring me clothes, so I just stepped out to see them off a bit. The 2 girls bowed deeply, reporting, Lord Shang Yue, then we shall take our leave. She handed him a few items. These 2 bottles of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar are gifts specially prepared for you by Lord Yue Hu. Using 1 bottle is enough for you. You are free to handle the extra one as you please. Lin Yuan hurriedly accepted them. Many thanks to Lord Yue Hu's grace. He returned to the bathtub, soaking in the water while pondering, according to the data, these items are harmless, and their grade is sky-high, whatever, why worry so much? Being gifted 2 whole bottles, I can save one for the little girl at home. Recalling Shang Yue's instructions earlier, oh right, this type of nectar is specifically used to cleanse the marrow. It is most effective when drunk while soaking in a bath. He tipped the bottle back and gulped it down. I have no idea what weird logic dictates that you have to drink while soaking, but whatever, let's just drink it and get it over with. Round Lin Yuan's neck, a layer of pitch-black slime began to ooze out. As his body purified and excreted the waste, he yelped, this is disgusting. No wonder they made me soak in the tub while drinking it. A few days passed, and he finally had the chance to ride his spiritual beast for a stroll outside. Lin Yuan stretched comfortably, finally got to cruise down to the royal capital to breathe some fresh air. Liu Jai works lightning fast. In just a few days he's already secured a few prime plots of land. The title of former Hui Yao 100 Sons is truly no joke. However, earlier Yue Hu had praised, I didn't expect your foundation to be this solid. Both your spiritual creatures and source-type lifeforms are cultivated in a highly unconventional manner. Consider this diamond-grade spiritual creature containment box a reward of encouragement. Inside it contains exclusively the remains of alien dimensional creatures from Tier 1 all the way to Tier 4, just right to serve as a lucrative food source for your source-type lifeforms. I'll make an exception and let you relax for a few days. Besides, I also need to draft a proper training schedule. Lin Yuan gradually dropped his guard against her attentiveness. I truly never expected Yue Hu to expend so much mental and physical effort for my sake. Could it be that she genuinely just wanted to take in a disciple from the bottom of her heart? Kong Ming poked its head out and sighed. Few finally escaped that mountain. These past few days up there, the spirit chi pressure all around was suffocating. Lin Yuan chimed in, it's not entirely Lord Yue Hu's doing either. Even the garbage vine fruit we had for breakfast belonged to the extreme platinum-grade items. Yin Yin moaned dejectedly, please don't mention food anymore. Being locked in that space these past few days, I thought I was about to become Hong Xi's snack. He pulled out the necklace, put that worry to rest now. Hong Xi already has other delicacies to gorge on. Yin Yin asked eagerly, so coming down to the mortal realm of the royal capital, do we get to fly around freely? I need to seize the chance to do a few live streams. I've been ghosting for days. My fans might protest and crash the channel. Lin Yuan corrected, we came to the royal capital to handle proper business. He scrolled through his phone, reading a barrage of messages. Master, I have the revived soil ready. Master, save us. I don't know when you will spare some of your precious time to examine my daughter. Master, I am currently in the royal capital. Where are you located? I will bring the girl rushing over immediately. Lin Yuan typed a response. I just arrived in the royal capital too. Let's meet at the Creation Master Guild tomorrow. I will begin treating the little girl. Explain to the beasts, that's the situation, so in a bit, we'll head straight to the Creation Master Guild to work. Kong Ming perked up its whiskers and asked, Meow, why didn't you just summon them straight up the mountain to show off? Lin Yuan revealed, who was just complaining about the pressure earlier. Besides, I also want to tour the royal capital, which is why I arranged to meet at the Creation Master Guild. I checked, they're hosting a charity medical event there right now. I'll take this chance to tag along and stealthily learn some skills from the royal capital's creation masters. The scene shifted to the royal capital Creation Master Guild. The daughter asked timidly, Mom, are we really allowed to step in here? Yue Ling smiled reassuringly, of course, my dear. The master told Mom to come to this place. A guard tilted his chin disdainfully. HMPH, you commoners consider yourselves lucky. The creation masters felt a pang of pity and are holding free consultations. Crawl your way inside. She bowed profusely, many thanks, deeply grateful to you, brother. Switching over to young Master Cheng's corner, he was downing alcohol, completely wasted. His lackey frantically tried to stop him. Young master, please stop drinking. You haven't managed to cure a single decent case during this charity event these past few days. If word reaches Du Lao. He flew into a rage and threw the wine glass straight at the guy's face. Get the hell out of my sight. Cheng Rui roared in resentment. What can that old fart do to this young master even if he finds out? My grandfather is Cheng Ming, a peak 4-star creation master whose name shakes the world, and I am the most outstanding creation master of the younger generation. Yet how did he treat me? His mouth kept blabbering that Yue Hu's disciple seat was already in my pocket, but in the end he dragged me up to Quan Yue Peak to act like a clown for the whole world to mock. Remembering the old days when those peasants wanted to see me, didn't every single one of them carry piles of spirit pearls and luxurious tributes, kneeling flat on their faces at the gates of the Cheng Manor waiting for orders? And now, free consultations. The Royal Capital Creation Master Guild might not need dignity, but my Cheng family does. After venting his frustration, Cheng Rui let out a huff. But your nagging makes sense, it's about time to put on a bit of a show. Clean up this pile of trash so I can switch consultation rooms. The lackey replied fearfully, yes, your orders. In the outer room, Yue Ling was frantically pleading, why give up? Didn't I already bring the revived soil? The staff member shook his head in refusal. I am truly sorry, this case is beyond my capabilities. How about you try finding the creation master you made an appointment with? She replied dejectedly, the problem is he still hasn't shown up. Cheng Rui swaggered over and asked, what kind of tough case made you trash give up? The clerk was overjoyed as if he found gold. Master Cheng Rui, you've finally arrived. He peeked inside to observe, let this young master diagnose it. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out to be just a useless sharpleaf chrysanthemum. Yue Ling hurriedly held out the box, sir. I brought a pack of recovery soil. Please see if it can still be saved." He flew into a rage and shouted, "Did this old hag come here to cause trouble? This trash pot of grass has already had its origin shattered completely, and you still have the nerve to come here with just a handful of recovery soil. Which ignorant fool put you up to this?" She panicked and explained, "No, it wasn't a fool. It was a true master who looks about your age from the outside." Cheng Rui raised his chin arrogantly. "About my age? What kind of random nobody do you take me for? I am Cheng Rui, the most outstanding young generation creation master of the Radiance Federation. If I say it's incurable, it means it's incurable." She hurriedly explained, "Master, you misunderstood. It's not that I doubt your skills, but this Fae is truly my daughter's life." Xiao Rong huddled in fear, "Mom." Cheng Rui turned to interrogate the clerk. "Who let these two hags in here? Has the Creation Master Guild become a circus where any random type can hang around the lobby? Kick these two out for daring to cause a scene in the guild, ban them from stepping foot in here for a year." The lackey bowed deeply to apologize. "Please calm your anger. Because they insisted they had booked an appointment with a Creation Master, we decided to be lenient." The guy turned to shoo them away. "Sorry, madam, please leave." She still tried to cling on. "We really do have an appointment." Lin Yuan just happened to appear and intervene. "Hold on, the Creation Master, this lady made an appointment with me." Yue Ling exclaimed in joy, "Master." He apologetically explained, "I'm so sorry. I was held up a bit booking the nurturing room. Let's proceed right now." Meanwhile, the other guy's face darkened. "It's this thorn in the eye again." Cheng Rui's eyes suddenly scrutinized the badge on his chest. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. The badge has absolutely no mark of Yue Hu. What a piece of cake. Cheng Rui mocked in a sarcastic tone, "I was wondering what kind of expert it was. You stubbornly stayed on that mountain. I even thought you snagged a grand prize. Turns out you just swallowed your bitter pill and came back empty-handed." His inner self burned with arrogance. "You broke loser. I might not be able to mess with Long Dao, but do you think I'd lose to a lone, orphaned brat crawling up from Xia Prefecture?" Cheng Rui flicked his own shiny badge. "Hey, old lady, open your eyes wide and look. A badge of a creation master with true strength and class must have the backing mark of a powerful faction. Take mine, for example. As for that brat, did you just open your mouth to call him a master? Is he even qualified? At the end of the day, he's just a lucky fluke." She anxiously turned to look at him. "Master." Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Please rest assured. You two please wait outside the nurturing room. I promise to cure it." Lackey warned nervously, "Young Master Cheng, this matter." He rudely interrupted, "Let him be. The guild is running a charity after all. If he wants to show off, let's pave the way for his performance." In his heart he sneered, "HMPH, what can he achieve with just a few pathetic materials in the nurturing room? Once he messes it up completely, I will ask my grandfather to step forward and strip him of his Creation Master title." The moment Lin Yuan released his spiritual power, he realized that the spirit cheese stimulation speed for germination had skyrocketed several times compared to before. As the Fey plant's new roots sprouted, Lin Yuan cheered excitedly. "New roots are growing. The effect is instantaneous, way faster than during the promotion exam. The recovery process is only missing the final watering step. However, this sharpleaf chrysanthemum has already reached the normal grade 10-star threshold. It just needs a little push to evolve. If I add a bit more like this." Outside, Xiao Rong anxiously clung to her mother's shirt. "Mom, can the master save it?" She comforted her with firm belief. "Rest assured, dear, the master definitely has remarkable skills." Cheng Rui stood nearby pouting disdainfully. "Stop dreaming. Even if a god descended to earth for that shredded pot of sharpleaf chrysanthemum, they would have to kneel in defeat." Right after he finished his sentence, the door to the nurturing room slid open. Lin Yuan's voice echoed indifferently, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." In his hand was a pot of brilliantly blooming Fey plant. The item data panel popped up. Sharpleaf chrysanthemum, belongs to the chrysanthemum grass genus, Asteraceae family, bronze grade 1 out of 10, plant type normal quality. Skill leaf blade shoots leaves from the stem to deal long-range physical damage. Explosive cannon condenses energy into a flower, firing a poisonous energy attack. Corrosive petal scatters petals for a wide-range attack. The petals have splitting and corrosive properties. Exclusive trait, toxicity enhancement, enhances its own toxicity, deepening the toxin effect. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Lin Yuan mocked, "What's wrong? Can't even recognize your own Fey." The mother and daughter were in tears. "It's cured. It's truly alive again. This is exactly the aura fluctuation from my Fey. Thank goodness, it's a miracle." Cheng Rui was struck like lightning. Did he secretly swap it with another sharp-leaf chrysanthemum? Impossible. How could a creation master's contract signature be forged? Could his talent actually surpass mine? This threat must absolutely be eradicated. I am the most domineering creation master of the younger generation, the one who bears the title Feng Yang. Things I cannot handle, no one else is allowed to touch. This brat must die. Yue Ling and her daughter bowed repeatedly. Thank you for your grace. We are deeply indebted to you, master. He smiled and waved his hand. It's no big deal, just a small matter. Behind Cheng Rui, whispers began to erupt. Such a tragic injury, and he cured it in a snap. It's true that the new waves push the old. We are obsolete now. Tusk, didn't our old guild leader go blind? He kept praising him to the skies as the #1 young creation master, even breaking the rules to grant a title. Look how humiliating it is now. Let's see how he plans to clean up this mess. His face turned crimson with rage as he roared his orders. Where have all you deadbeats gone? Throw these 2 hags out immediately. Are you all blind? Can't you see they're ganging up to cause trouble? What are you all still standing there for? Kick all of them out right now. The lackeys grimaced this. Lord Cheng Rui, this master is a 2-star creation master after all, sir. Cheng Rui kicked the lackey away. 2-star my ass, you dare compare him to me. He aggressively charged straight at Lin Yuan. Let me crush you with my own hands. He hurriedly shielded Yue Ling with his body. Danger, watch out. A vicious punch slammed right into Lin Yuan's back. Cheng Rui smirked savagely. Still want to play the hero saving the beauty in the wind? What a hypocrite. Do you think you can protect that lowly trash? With lightning-fast reflexes, he spun around and kicked the guy away. You lunatic. What exactly are you going crazy about? Holding his stomach in terror, he stuttered, You dare strike back at me. Do you know who my grandfather is? Lin Yuan was secretly surprised. My body automatically counterattacked. I didn't expect my physical agility to upgrade so fast. It must be the effect of the silver stamen gold luster kasha, along with those nourishing precious materials the other day. Seeing him collapse holding his stomach, his subordinates turned pale and rushed over to support him. Master Cheng Rui, are you all right? He yelled loudly, Are all you bastards dead on your feet? Daring to just stare blankly while someone assaults me right in the headquarters of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Guild. Hurry up and drag your corpses to call the law enforcement squad here. No one is stepping out of this door today. Du Lao walked out from inside, glaring in shock. Cheng Rui, have you lost your mind? Cheng Rui stubbornly played the victim. Du Lao, please judge this. This bastard dared to blatantly get physical right here in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Guild. We must give him a heavy sentence, otherwise the guild's prestige will be thrown to the dogs. He waved his hand in annoyance. Disperse, all of you, blowing a tiny issue out of proportion, making such a scene in broad daylight. What kind of system is this? Du Lao awkwardly apologized to Yue Ling to defuse the situation. To show our goodwill, our guild would like to compensate your daughter with a mid-grade spiritual material. Would that be acceptable, madam? She hurriedly waved her hands. Yes, that's fine. Du Lao marched straight to him and scolded, Prestige my foot. Can you even count the number of times you've started fights and beaten people up in the guild? If we are to catch and punish anyone, you'd be the first to be executed. And he put his arm around his shoulder and laughed falsely. Aya, Lin Yuan, you visited the Royal Capital's Creation Master Guild without even saying a word. Next time you come, remember to let me know in advance. Whatever you need, this old man will personally arrange it for you. He humbly returned the courtesy. Du Lao, you're too polite. I just dropped by to treat a friend's fay. Witnessing that scene, Cheng Rui clenched his fists until they bled, harboring sky-high resentment. How dare that damn old geezer? I am supposed to be the #1 powerhouse of the younger generation. All the glory, honor, and offerings should be entirely dedicated to me. He just tagged along to stay at the Radiant Moon Palace for a few more days, yet that damn old do rushed to bootlick him and put him on a pedestal. What is so outstanding about him? Fearing he would go crazy and do something reckless, the lackey whispered, Young master, please calm your anger. Cheng Rui glared and insulted. Shut your mouth. Do even you want to watch my joke? The guy trembled and denied, No, it's not that, it's... The old master is preparing to come out of seclusion. So Cheng Rui sprinted back to pay his respects. Congratulations, grandfather, on your successful exit from seclusion. Cheng Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Successful? How did you guess? He flattered, reporting, Because I saw that grandfather's hair has turned pitch black again, your cultivation base must have advanced by leaps and bounds. The old man stroked his beard proudly. Well, you could say that. During this seclusion, my golden ring Sting Gu has completely transformed from fantasy 4 changes to 5 changes. 10 years of honing was indeed not wasted. Cheng Rui groveled and brown-nosed. Congratulations, grandfather, on your unmatched divine skills. Deep down, he was blooming with joy, ha ha ha. Let's see who dares to act high and mighty with this young master from now on. That brat surnamed Lin, you're a dead man this time. Presented the badge with both hands, grandfather, your useless grandson lost the chance to take Yue Hu as a master. The old man frowned in annoyance. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Guild paved the way for you, granting you a title since you were a 2-star, and even hyped up your title as the #1 young creation master, yet you still failed completely. Cheng Rui grimaced and complained, yes, the boat had already sailed, even in the first few matches. Even that guy named Long Dao who goes by the title Fu Hai had to run away. But when it was my turn, the organizers went back on their word and changed the rules to healing phase, and then they even sent a country bumpkin brat from Xia Prefecture to sit in the judge's seat, so they colluded to rule me an absolute loser. Cheng Wu narrowed his eyes and speculated, Xia Prefecture, Bohemia City, is it the brat that Ling Xiao recommended to Leaning Moon Mountain? He hurriedly confirmed that's exactly him. At the end of the day, he's just a petty fey merchant. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to meet Yue Hu in person. Otherwise, with my talent, she would definitely have chosen me on the spot. The old man pondered and probed, so he has caught Yue Hu's eye, right? Cheng Rui shook his head vigorously. No, on his creation master badge, there isn't even half a mark of Yue Hu. Cheng Wu felt something was off. HMPH, didn't old Du step forward to suppress this matter and save face for you? He immediately tore his clothes and cried out to throw a tantrum. He didn't even care. Earlier in the lobby downstairs, that guy relied on his strength to kick me really hard, yet old Du still covered up for him. Grandfather, look at my wound here. Cheng Wu snorted in dissatisfaction, dealing with a brat of a 2-star creation master, and you still have to cry for help. I think it's a waste of resources for you to raise that Sting Gu. Cheng Rui continued to lie and twist the truth. Originally, I had more than enough power to crush him, but unfortunately, old Du kept interrupting and defending him to the death, so I had to back down. Hearing this, the blood rushed to Cheng Wu's head, and he threw a punch that shattered the stone floor beneath his feet. His voice was as cold as ice. That old bastard Du took the trouble to invite me to sit in the big seat at the Royal Capital's Creation Master Guild, yet he dares to play both sides. He really doesn't take this Cheng Wu seriously at all. He sneered coldly in his heart, hee, just adding a little spice and he's done for. Cheng Rui pretended to sigh heavily. In the end, it's hard to blame Du Lao for this. That brat's talent is indeed. Cheng Wu's face darkened as he interrupted. Talent? Can soaring talent be ground up and eaten? You only have true capability if you survive until you mature. Since you were young, I've drilled the principles of life into your head. First is to endure, second is to be ruthless. Have you forgotten everything completely? Gritted his teeth and swore, grandfather, rest assured, it's engraved in my bones. This time I will lock the guild's doors tight, not letting him strut outside. I will trample him under my heels, glaring as the Sting Gu gnaws through his spine bit by bit. The old man roared, idiot, Yue Hu clearly hasn't accepted him as a disciple yet. Why has he still been lingering casually on Leaning Moon Mountain these past few days? Do you understand the hidden meaning behind this? Cheng Rui looked dumbfounded. I am foolish and don't understand. The old man stroked his beard and analyzed. It proves that Yue Hu is making moves to find a successor, but hasn't finalized anyone yet. I will just have to lend her a hand and eliminate an obstacle then. A tragic murder case in the outskirts of the royal capital caused by a scuffle leading to the death of a creation master. This script sounds pretty catchy. Scene shifts to the northern outskirts of the royal capital. He is riding a flying fey, tusk. Du Lao is really overly thoughtful, only drinking a bland cup of tea, yet he kept me for over an hour, and even favored me by sending a top-tier gale pigeon to carry me back. The scenery from above is truly exquisite. Kong Ming squirmed and begged, meow, let me fly around for a bit. He ruthlessly brushed it off. Keep dreaming, cutie, Kong Ming. It's best you obediently stay inside the spirit lock spatial zone. It sulked with a long face, you stingy miser. The gale pigeon hasn't even complained yet, and you're already forbidding it. Just as it finished speaking, the flying fey suddenly lost its balance and wobbled violently. He had to shout, don't make a fuss, it's shaking too much. Right at that moment, a murderous intent grazed past, causing Lin Yuan's heart to skip a beat, wondering to himself who would have the free time to sneak attack from which direction. A spray of blood from the fey's body made him panic. It's really over, plummeting at this dizzying speed. Even if I summon Yin Yin to take the hit, it would be beyond saving. Standing far away admiring the freefall spectacle, Cheng Rui pouted and complained to his grandfather that his aim was a bit off. Why not just vaporize that brat to be done with it? Old Cheng snorted, justifying that it was because the bird was flying erratically. You can go clean up the mess yourself. The giant bird's massive body smashed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand preparing to heal, speaking bitterly, I didn't expect you to use your own body as a cushion for us and take all the damage like this. Just stay calm, I'll pump your blood back right here and now. Kong Ming tearfully announced the bad news, Lin Yuan, our comrade has already gone to heaven. Cheng Rui swaggered with both hands in his pockets as he strolled over, mockingly saying, Oh, isn't this Yue Hu's beloved disciple, the petty merchant with a bright future from Xia Prefecture? How do you travel to end up eating dirt so tragically? Just riding a gale pigeon and it dragged you down too. The compensation fee for this is quite steep. Do you have enough in your wallet to cover it? Cheng Wu followed right behind, his hands slowly gathering a sphere of energy, speaking hypocritically. The young generation practicing riding flying phase for the first time, even horses stumble sometimes. This matter is completely understandable. The moment a barrier sealed all three of them in, he immediately raised his guard, asking in a low voice, What exactly is your scheme? He shrugged and replied vaguely, Nothing major. It's just that seeing your creation master skills are quite decent. I got the itch to spar a bit. Choosing a good day is not as good as hitting the right day. Let's settle it today. Cheng Wu chimed in, This old man goes by the name Cheng Wu. I heard rumors in the Radiance Federation that a young prodigy has recently emerged, so I also want to wash my eyes and admire the moves of the younger generation. I hope you will grant this wish. He was startled as he calculated in his head, Cheng Wu, could it be that notorious 4-star creation master? Looks like someone came to pick a fight today. Kong Ming urged frantically, Lin Yuan, let's get down to business. Cheng Rui summoned his pet onto the field, smiling sinisterly as he warned, You better dodge well. Don't resent me for not warning you that its fangs and claws contain poison. Carelessly touch it, and you'll be lying in one spot enjoying your old age permanently. System scanning data reported, Fey name poison-piercing lizard, belongs to the dragon-blooded lizard species. Silver 10 out of 10 grade, poison type, normal quality. Skills include Poison Fang, uses poison-laced claws and teeth to pin straight into the enemy's flesh. Giant Poison Cannon, gathers energy right at the snout and fires poison bullets. Poison Scales, rains down scales like a storm for wide area bombardment. These scale layers carry corrosive and paralyzing properties. If one accidentally grazes them, they'll suffer the same fate. Exclusive skill Paralyzing Suppression transforms the accumulated toxin into a full-body paralysis seal, sending the opponent to join the vegetative state club. He immediately sent Yin Yin into battle, giving careful instructions, stay far away from its claws and scales to avoid disaster, absolutely no close combat. The little bird chirped loudly, orders received boss. Cheng Rui smiled slyly, HMPH, enjoy watching the rain cutie. A barrage of poison scales suddenly poured out, sharp as razors slicing through the wind. He shouted ordering Yin Yin to use turbulent flow to sweep away the swarm of poison scales, then immediately directed the firepower straight down at the ground below. Seeing his damage spread easily neutralized, the guy clicked his tongue in annoyance, Tusk, nothing but a bunch of cowardly and dirty tricks. A thought flashed in Lin Yuan's mind, so he ordered Yin Yin to fire its sound stab ultimate straight at the barrier wall. Unfortunately, the attack ray just touched the boundary and evaporated into smoke without a trace. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell, it didn't even leave a scratch. Cheng Wu stroked his beard and sneered. If the young man plans to bail on the sparring session with my grandson, then he really isn't giving face to the Cheng family. This old man took the trouble to set up a barrier just for fear that those nameless carriage drivers out there would ruin the fun. Cheng Rui took the chance to instigate exactly. Could Yue Hu's student possibly be cowardly enough to shrink into his shell like a turtle to that extent? He replied calmly, That's not exactly true. This junior did indeed get trained by Yue Hu for a few days, but hasn't had the honor of receiving the disciple title. Even so, if I take a beating here, I'm afraid Yue Hu would laugh her head off. He calculated in his head, I'll just have to risk it all in a life-or-death struggle. That guy nudged his Fei forward to provoke. Is your attitude trying to refuse? Butcher him for me. Lin Yuan yelled loudly instructing Yin Yin to use sound stab aiming straight at the beast's eyes. Glaring at the monster charging in like a freight train, he panicked realizing the previous strike was like a mere scratch. The level gap is too outrageous. Is it planning to ram me away completely? Lin Yuan instantly threw a lightning-fast kick, slamming into the monster's leg, smiling as he growled, "If that's how it is, then I won't bother holding back anymore." Saying that, he gathered his strength and sprinted forward. Seeing himself turn into a target, Cheng Rui got pissed off and scolded, "The space behind is wide open, yet you don't run, planning to rush over here and throw your life away? Poison-piercing lizard, bombard him with the giant poison cannon for me." Lin Yuan smirked. My patience all this time was just waiting for this golden moment. He immediately shouted for Yin Yin to throw interrupted flow towards him. An aura shield instantly appeared wrapping around his body. Witnessing his poison bomb shatter to pieces, Cheng Rui's jaw dropped in horror. What in the world is this? Right at that moment, a magical barrier saved his pathetic life in the nick of time. Turns out Cheng Wu had waved his hand to protect him, reminding blandly little Lin Yuan, "This sparring match is strictly for this old man to see how far your true strength goes. Cut it out with those slippery tricks. Making things difficult like this makes my eyes itch too." Lin Yuan nodded immediately. "Deal. This junior will show his full hand for the 4-star senior to admire." Internally, he sneered again. It's clear as day that this old geezer has decided to blindly protect his family. Thankfully, he still fears Yue Hu's prestige, so he dares not blatantly send me to the King of Hell, just as I predicted. Anyway, I still have to wait for an opportunity to trick the old man into breaking this barrier shell himself. Otherwise, just constantly hitting the Fae won't amount to anything. It seems the only path is still to turn back and punch that Cheng Rui guy straight in the face, or perhaps. Noticing he was still rushing headlong towards him, Cheng Rui grimaced in disgust. Planning to flash that glowing blue palm to scare me again? I won't be led by the nose a second time. Poison-piercing lizard, launch poison fang for me. Let's see if your legs are faster or my pet is faster." The monster behind bared its fangs and brandished its claws, chasing close on his heels, and that was exactly the fatal flaw he had patiently been waiting for all along. Lin Yuan immediately signaled to summon Hong Xiai to the scene. Quick as lightning, the tough vines tightly choked that chubby beast. He smiled proudly, interrogating, "Now has Senior washed his eyes and felt satisfied with my skills? Although it's showing off in front of an expert, the outcome of this match is considered settled, right?" Cheng Wu still kept a straight face, answering leisurely, "Your secret to raising a source-type lifeform is indeed somewhat interesting, but it's true that it's not enough to be arrogant. If crowing early means game over, I'm afraid you're being a bit too optimistic." Before the words even hit the ground, Hong Xiai staggered and collapsed. Lin Yuan panicked and cried out frantically, "Hong Xiai, what's wrong with you?" Cheng Rui laughed and revealed, "Nothing major. It's just the top-tier combo attack sequence of the poison-piercing lizard." Hearing that, he glanced over at the lizard. So that was a chain reaction from poison fang, poison scale combined with paralyzing suppression. Just a slight graze from the venom, and they would silently invade the entire body. Cheng Rui opened his palm, which contained a goo insect, clicking his tongue in praise. Who would have thought a petty merchant like you would be flush with enough cash to carry around a source-type lifeform? When the goo insect flapped its wings and darted off, he ruthlessly gave the order to strip the opponent of its life. Lin Yuan immediately called out Yin Yin's name, used sound stab to whip it back. In the blink of an eye, the sting goo was beaten until it fell in pieces to the ground. He scratched his head in disbelief. "This is surreal, my awesome sting goo is even at the gold grade." Lin Yuan continued to release the spirit-gathering goldfish onto the field, maximizing the spirit chi output to pump more energy into Yin Yin. Seeing the bird infused with more power, Cheng Rui was stunned and cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? Where did he dig up a spirit chi supplement pet to? He furiously summoned his own poison scorpion to the field, growling, "HMPH. So it turns out I've been underestimating you all along." The analysis panel immediately reported, "The Fae's name is Spirit King Scorpion. Scorpion species, rank silver grade 8 out of 10, poison type, common quality. Skills include poison pincers, uses poison claws to crush the enemy. Corrosive liquid squeezes deadly fluid from its mouth and spits it out to attack. Poison devour swallows other Faes whole, turning them into energy to heal itself. If there's a surplus, it can transfer it to its allies. Exclusive trait named Toxicity Diffusion. The longer the brawl, the wider the coverage of the poison mist, directly wearing down the enemy's stamina." Cheng Wu nodded in enlightenment. The grade of that bunch of pets is beyond debate, but a foundation as solid as a rock, along with such smooth combat thinking at this wet behind-the-ears age, is truly rare. No wonder Yue picked this guy. Sadly, even if your innate talent pierces the sky, if your arms and legs are broken into a cripple, what capital do you have left to act arrogant with the world? Camera angle panned to the radiant moon palace. Yue was miserably complaining. I went through thick and thin to gather a beloved disciple, and before I could even embrace and impart knowledge for a few days, he disappeared without a trace. If only I had dispatched Shang Yue and Xuan Yue to follow him as secret bodyguards, everything would be fine by now. She took out the dish she had just prepared to taste it, her face wrinkling up in confusion. Obviously, I followed the cookbook exactly. So why is this thing even more of a disaster than the field barbecue I made myself back in the day? Yue sighed and tossed the plate of food straight into the trash. Sigh, it seems the path of a chef is still very thorny. The lens shifted back to Lin Yuan's battlefield. The moment the beast was passionately devouring its meal. Cheng Rui lifted his chin triumphantly. Wait for the Spirit King Scorpion to finish enjoying this lunch, and you'll be put on the chopping block as its dessert. Lin Yuan resolutely sabotaged him. Absolutely do not let it finish executing poison devour. Yin Yin, fire sound stab to block its throat right now. Witnessing Yin Yin just flap its wings and unleash a move that blew everything away, he panicked and yelled, "Impossible, how could it all be repelled completely?" Cheng Rui vaguely saw through the trick. HMPH, looks like the duration of the power buff you charged into your pet is about to run out, right? Now it's my turn. The scorpion loomed closer into close combat, planning to eat Yin Yin alive. He sweated profusely, analyzing. Every time I draw spiritual energy, I only get one chance for an attack boost. What do I do now? Should I drag another pet out to bear the burden? It's a blessing on earth that scorpion is clueless about long-range attacks. Kong Ming screamed a warning. Lin Yuan, watch out behind you. A barrage of poison-laced spikes sliced through the wind, grazing past him and sending chills down his spine as he told himself he was doomed. The number of his fighters is one higher than mine. I guess I have to place my hopes on Hong Xi then. Lin Yuan hurriedly pumped it up mentally. Hang in there. Hong Xi, fly in and smash straight into his face for me. Two spectacular slashes were instantly carved deep into the scorpion's body. Cheng Rui clutched his stomach, laughing his guts out. Are you crazy? With this mosquito bite level of attack, it probably hasn't even crossed the bronze threshold yet. Take a look at your own weird plan over there. The little sting goo has already pierced through the shell and successfully latched onto it. Not to mention the poison-piercing lizard is also about to break all the sealing chains. Just stand there obediently and admire your pet being gnawed away until it closes its eyes and dies. The ticket to death will be delivered right to your hands shortly. Lin Yuan still salvaged the burning spark of hope. My Hong Xi doesn't have the luxury of being fragile and easily broken like that. He immediately unleashed a healing move. Keep it up, Hong Xi. Kick that lich-like bug out immediately. Cheng Rui nudged his pet to charge forward and attack, still have free time to worry about healing. HMPH, let's see what you pull out to block the hit from the Spirit King Scorpion. Lin Yuan had already planned out the whole chessboard, smirking and thinking to himself, I knew he would repeat the old trick. He shouted loudly, calling Yin Yin to also summon Sun Cast to protect them. Cheng Rui flared up. What the hell, where did you even pull out a weather-changing move from? Just a bunch of petty show-offs. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was overjoyed inside. Easy peasy. Hong Xi has successfully dispelled the toxicity on its own and recovered. That sting goo sticking like chewing gum was sent flying away in a flash by Hong Xi. Cheng Rui snorted a scoff, thought it was something big. Turns out it's just emergency first aid. Pushing to the limit just to kick the sting goo away is already your limit, right? Poison-piercing lizard, send it off for me. From the snout of the poison-piercing lizard, a mass of pitch-black energy was brewing again. Hong Xi seized the golden opportunity, launching a preemptive strike and pouring a blast of power right over its head. Cheng Rui froze completely. What is that? Seeing the scorpion fall into the pit and collapse, he frantically yelled, What kind of cat trick are you playing, you useless trash? Hurry up and scramble to your feet. He casually revealed his hand. Wearing out your jaw is useless. Hong Xi's saliva has already automatically mixed with the paralyzing effect your pet threw out earlier. Now even if it goes stiff, it won't be able to unleash any moves anymore. Cheng Rui sneered and dropped a threat. I plan to leave you a way out, but looking around, don't you see something missing from the battlefield? While you racked your brains to deal with my poison-piercing lizard, the Spirit King Scorpion has silently replenished and fully charged energy for the sting goo already. Wait until it finishes shortly, you will taste what the end of the world is like. Lin Yuan smelled something burning. The level gap is too terrifying. Even if Yin Yin focuses all its firepower to hit that Cheng Rui guy head-on, it would just be like scratching an itch through his armor. He clearly wants to force me into death's door. However, looking at how this guy handles things, it's obvious his actual close combat experience is as blank as a sheet of paper. Throw a bait and he gets hooked immediately. Since that's the case. He quickly whispered instructions, Yin Yin later, aim for an angle that gets as close to that Cheng Rui guy as possible for me. Hong Xiai, you warm up your joints too. As soon as you see my signal, unleash your power. Yin Yin flapped its wings, tearing through the wind and darting straight towards the enemy. Cheng Rui pulled the lizard out as a meat shield again, laughing hysterically, idiot. My poison-piercing lizard only had its skills temporarily locked, it's not fully paralyzed. Holding this mediocre bird, what kind of trick do you hope to pull off? Lin Yuan held a firm grasp on victory, shouting loudly, Yin Yin, unleash a second sun cast. This is the final blow for this match. Blinding yellow streaks of light instantly burst forth around its body, igniting the final exhausted flame of energy. Blinded, Cheng Rui hastily raised his hand to cover his face, gritting his teeth and cursing, bastard, how do you still have energy to unleash this move? Lin Yuan ordered with a cold face, using himself as a filter to channel all the spiritual energy in his body, forcing it to grow wildly into Hong Xiai. He poured every last drop of spiritual energy into Hong Xiai, instructing, the perfect opportunity only comes once. Don't waste the time Yin Yin bought for us. Put everything into this strike. Success or failure depends on this. Facing the soaring killing intent rushing toward them, Cheng Rui stumbled and stammered. What the hell is that? Spirit King Scorpion and poison-infused lizard, fly out and use your bodies to block them right now. At that exact moment, Cheng Wu lightly waved his hand, unleashing a bone-chilling aura of dark energy. That vicious dark energy crashed directly onto the position where all three of them were. He collapsed to the ground, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the invisible necklace on Lin Yuan's neck immediately sent an emergency signal back to the headquarters. Far away, Yue Hu jolted in surprise as she intercepted the emergency distress signal. She shot a gaze as sharp as a carving knife, staring intently out the balcony. Cheng Rui still stubbornly tried to save face, making excuses, Grandpa, why did you have to interfere? I was just a second away from wiping them all out. Cheng Wu scolded angrily, you almost got sent to the graveyard, you useless trash. You struggled to clean up a wet behind-the-ears two-star brat. Originally, this could have been smoothly brushed off as a minor squabble among the younger generation, but if anything went wrong and I had to step in personally, do you know how many connections it takes to wipe this mess clean? The old man strolled over and looked down at him, evaluating, you're Lin Yuan, right? I have to admit you have a solid foundation. If I had found you earlier, I definitely would have taken you in as a disciple and spent a fortune training you. However, today isn't just about some trivial personal grudge. All obstacles must be swept aside to make way for the grand scheme of my Cheng family. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smirk. Why would I care about your family's grand scheme? I've already made all the necessary moves I needed to make. Suddenly, from outside the barrier, something razor-sharp tore through the protective shield. Cheng Wu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing that direction, muttering in panic, what the hell is that? Don't tell me it's from earlier. This little brat has exhausted all his strength. He knew full well this wasn't an innocent competition, so he deliberately distracted me to protect Cheng Rui, causing me to loosen my control over the barrier. What a sharp mind, you cunning little brat. A vicious thought of silencing him sprouted in the old man's mind. With a threat this dangerous, he absolutely couldn't leave any roots behind. Yue Hu's voice boomed like thunder from the void, how dare you? The old man froze in shock, craning his neck to look up at the sky in sheer terror. What is that? The camera pans to another gathering spot, where two figures were leisurely playing chess. Seeing his opponent freeze mid-game, the chess partner curiously poked fun. Lord Zhu Jun, are you buffering? He muttered an explanation. I just picked up the power of the cold moon lone wheel. It's definitely Yue Hu making her presence known. Both pairs of eyes focused on the blinding light in the distance, marveling that the pressure of the cold moon lone wheel this time has far surpassed the old days by countless folds. Could she have already climbed to the mythic rank? It seems the martial world is going to be engulfed in storms. Switching the angle to the front hall of the chief of the Zhen Lingxi headquarters, a subordinate groaned and complained, a moment ago the whole pot was almost ruined. Could you stop being so dramatic and overacting and just do your job properly? The other cut him off, pointing at the sky. Hey look old Sue, that sky looks exactly like that one time years ago. The whole group craned their necks to gaze up. Look at the red moon, what the hell is that halo? From amidst the flashing emerald green aura, it dawned on them, oh so it's Lord Yi Si Shu. Returning to the young boy whose wounds were being soothed by her, he whispered weakly in gratitude, Thank you, Yue. She quickly covered his mouth, affectionately scolding, no talking, focus on absorbing the spiritual energy to regulate your body. If the wound gets infected, it will be troublesome. Cheng Rui's entire body curled up in terror. Oh God, did Yue really descend to the mortal realm? Deep down, he cursed with resentment, this bastard Lin Yuan has been setting me up this whole time. That badge was definitely an epic scam to lure me into a trap. Now I have to take a desperate gamble and push Grandpa out to mediate, salvaging whatever slim ray of survival is left. He made the most idiotic decision in the world, which was to release yet another pet. Before it could even yawn, it was obliterated into nothingness by a blast of power in an instant. Yue frowned in annoyance, snapping, still got the nerve to fight back, huh? He burst into tears, throwing a tantrum, Grandpa save me. Old Cheng hastily dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly, Yue, Lord Yue, this entire mess is purely because my brain-dead grandson didn't know his limits and delusionally hoped to take you as his master, which is why he foolishly offended your prestige. I beg Lord Yue to show mercy and leave my grandson an intact set of bones, so our family at least has something to bring back and bury in the Cheng family mausoleum. Hearing this, Cheng Rui fell backward, planting his butt on the floor and screaming, what corpse? All of this is because that Lin Yuan set a trap to deceive everyone. How could a mediocre nobody like him be qualified? I am the true precious gem worthy of being your student, Lord Yue. I am undeniably the most talented young creation master. Before the arrogant words could fully leave his mouth, a bolt of power slashed right across the top of his head. She turned her spearhead toward the old man, and now it's your turn, you wretched old geezer. Cheng Wu took the full brunt of the oppressive aura, scrambling up while groaning, please quell your anger, Lord Yue. It was my blind eyes that foolishly spoiled my descendant, resulting in this disastrous mess. I beg Lord Yue to generously spare this old man's worthless life. On the other side, Lin Yuan saw a fluffy rabbit scurrying over and exclaimed, oh, it's Yue's pet rabbit. Seeing the little bunny break off a tiny piece of carrot and hold it up to his face, he guessed curiously, are you trying to stuff this into my mouth? It nodded firmly, ma'am. As soon as Lin Yuan swallowed it, he immediately felt dumbfounded and amazed. A premium pet really is something else. I just swallowed it, and my body already feels refreshingly light, as if I had never been injured. Next, the little bunny took the remaining piece of carrot and patched it back onto the missing part. He stared wide-eyed, so surreal, you can bite it off and still stick it back together as good as new. Cheng Wu kept begging and pleading, begging Lord Yue to leave a path of survival, spare this old life. For the rest of my days, I, Cheng Wu, am willing to be led by the nose, working as a beast of burden for you to command. Yue frowned in disdain, you want to be a servant for this palace. Someone of your caliber isn't qualified yet. Just go face the wall and confess your sins under the clear moon. Deep in the old man's heart, a boiling resentment surged, making him want to cough up blood. How infuriating, I was just one step away from smoothly completing the massive project. Zhu Jun, one of the 3 5-star creation masters of the Hui Yao Federation, jumped in to play the mediator, advising Yue to show mercy where possible. The main culprit has already been beaten to a pulp, so as for the lingering accomplices, just turn a blind eye and let it go. She crushed the air in her hand, letting out a freezing cold HMPH. He hastily summoned a shield to block the attack, then waved his hand to toss old Cheng Wu tumbling backwards. Yue, radiating killing intent, demanded, Zhu Jun, are you trying to stand in my way? Coaxed softly, no matter what, Cheng Wu is still a peak 4-star creation master. It's unfortunate that he let greed blind him and offended you, but please look at my face and show some mercy. Yue yelled in outrage, settling the score for merely offending me. He clearly intended to directly murder my beloved disciple right there. And you want me to give you face? Since the day I was born, has this Yue ever bothered to give face to anyone? Do you want to invite the stars and moon into your purple bamboo forest to wreak havoc for a solid month? Or do you also want to taste the pain of sending your own disciple to the underworld? He awkwardly cleared his throat a few times. Cough, cough, well, truth be told, A peak 4-star creation master is also considered a precious gem in the treasure trove of our Hui Yao Federation, so. Yuehu ruthlessly fired back, "Gem my foot. This asset is already rotten to the core. It's time for this palace to personally clean up the trash." Zhu Jun had no choice but to try and reason with the young boy, "Little brother, Cheng Wu acting thoughtlessly towards you is entirely his fault. But looking back, his grandson is now pushing up daisies, and he himself has lost an arm. Can we just wipe the slate clean and close the case here? I'll make him spit out a mountain of gold and an ocean of silver to compensate you, enough for a lifetime, along with an oath never to come near and offend you again." Lin Yuan frowned in confusion. Is this old guy begging me or throwing his weight around to threaten me? Yuehu stepped up to act as his guarantor, shouting directly, "Zhu Jun, are you trying to make things difficult for my precious treasure, or do you think this palace's treasury isn't vast enough? Rotten meat breeds maggots, decaying wood grows termites, broken things belong in the trash. Do you still want to nurture that pile of rotten wood to grow a tree?" He sighed. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then permit me to congratulate Yuehu on acquiring an outstanding seedling." After saying that, Zhu Jun immediately opened his hand and shot out a sharp streak of energy. Cheng Wu instantly writhed in gut-wrenching agony. Yi Shu suddenly popped her head in to join the fun. What ruthless methods! The golden ring ancient lizard has been completely eradicated, and half a lifetime of Cheng Wu's hard-earned capital has practically vanished into the wind. I wonder if Yuehu's fury has cooled down now. She glared annoyedly and snapped back. Is the head of Zhen Lingxi really this interested in being nosy? I retreated to this remote corner just to avoid being bothered. Why aren't you guarding Zhen Lingxi at home? Whether this palace's anger has subsided or not is none of your business. The woman put on an act of lecturing Yuehu. You're a grown adult, yet you still act on impulse, not knowing what patience is. As a dignified 5-star creation master and a pillar supporting the sky for the Hui Yao Federation, you need to follow the rules and reward and punish clearly. Delivering a punishing blow like that is painful enough. The young boy stared with wide eyes and a dropped jaw, muttering to himself, "How shocking, this person is actually the Yi Shu of Zhen Lingxi." This group directly ignited Yuehu's fuse. "You two didn't even bother to investigate the whole story and just ganged up to put a hat on me, acting as if that old bandit Cheng Wu was suffering a wrongful injustice. Whatever, this palace is too lazy to waste words on you people." Suddenly, 2 razor-sharp fangs burst forth from the ground. Zhu Jun just took a quick glance and immediately caught a familiar wavelength, recognizing it was Tai Yu. Yi Shu cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? Why is it this guy? Has Wang Ting run out of usable people that they'd send out a blockhead who doesn't know how to be flexible to this battlefield? Tai Yu hauled Cheng Wu's battered body up by the collar and declared loudly, "Lord Yi Shu hit the nail on the head. Lord Yuehu has scolded him enough. You play, you pay, but things must be settled fairly and squarely." The old man weakly clung onto him like a lifeline, Lord Tai Yu. The screen quickly shifted to the central headquarters, Hui Yao Wang Ting. Chan Ming turned to ask the figure opposite him, was it really a good idea to send Tai Yu out as a shield to block Yuehu? What if he drives her crazy? The person on the other end calmly replied, "Chan Ming, if we don't throw Tai Yu out to take the bullets, anyone else who shows their face to provoke Yuehu will be wiped out without a chance of survival." Chan Ming reported urgently, "The cold moon lone wheel has appeared. Yuehu is showing murderous intent. No matter how tough Tai Yu is, daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers means he'll definitely have to pay the price. I have to personally go put out the fire of this conflict to settle things." The partner nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that plan is for the best." The old man knelt and begged, "Lord Tai Yu, please extend your hand to save me. I Cheng Wu have foolishly made a mistake. I promise to offer my entire life's fortune to you, just hoping you'll grant me a path of survival." He put on a stern face and lectured, "What is this old geezer blabbering about? I Tai Yu stepped up to shield you in obedience to orders from Wang Ting, not for the pile of benefits you're painting for me, so stop hallucinating." Yuehu's hot blood had already rushed to her head, giving her final verdict, "Today I absolutely have no intention of making peace. No matter what lofty reasons you guys have to back him up, anyone who dares to cross the line and touch this palace's disciple only has one path: death." The cute bunny firmly bit down on the boy's lapel and hoisted him up, letting him float midair. Yu negotiated vigorously on this side. "Wang Ting has issued a decree. I am forced to escort Cheng Wu away. As Lord Yuehu can see, the power he cultivated for half his life has already been blown to bits. I hope you can judge and mete out rewards and punishments clearly." She cut him off sharply. "How ridiculous. I bear the title of Yue Hu. If you want to blatantly take Cheng Wu away, let's see if a brat like you, Tai Yu, has the capability to crawl past me first. He patted his dragon beast, ordering it to advance, while smugly calculating in his heart, she isn't crazy enough to outright kill me and send me to the afterlife. But if I have to stop her, and yet I'm not allowed to strike back, this mission is truly hopeless. Taking a reckless gamble, I bet you'll back down and let me pass. But the slap of reality shattered his illusion. Yue Hu waved her hand, molding an energy orb that radiated bone-piercing frost, growling, trying to escape. She swung her hand, bringing down a direct attack on the dragon beast wriggling below. Countless sharp attack streaks mercilessly rained down on its back. Zhu Jun and Yi Si Shu watched while sweating bullets, telling themselves that after barely 10 years of absence, Yue Hu's true strength has already far surpassed the old days to this extent. At this rate, Tai Yu getting battered black and blue really won't end well. Yue Hu exhausted her tiny bit of patience. This palace asks you one last time, will you leave Cheng Wu here or not? The protective shield forged by Tai Yu showed cracks, as if it were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Apologies, it's hard to obey. The dragon beast groaned as it was crushed into the ground by the pressure. It struggled to open its jaw and spit out a blast of flames, but it was immediately intercepted and sliced apart by Yue Hu's beam of light. The two spectators watching the show both broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "This is bad." The two had no choice but to rush in and join forces to help Tai Yu block the attack. Drenched in sweat, he expressed his gratitude, 1,000 thanks to Lord Yi Si Shu and Zhu Jun for stepping in to support and share the burden. Witnessing this eyesore of a scene, Yue Hu questioned, "Great, planning to gang up, huh? You really give this palace too much face. Are you planning to throw a sack over my head and cart this palace away too?" Yi Si Shu softly tried to soothe her. "Lord Yue Hu, could you temper your anger and be reasonable?" Tai Yu roared, delegating tasks. "Lord Zhu Jun, Lord Yi Si Shu, please cover me." Yue Hu's pupils immediately radiated a bone-chilling frost as she let out a piercing hiss. From high above, a spiritual creature that had transformed into a human form plummeted down like a shooting star. The lineup of transformed spiritual creatures simultaneously unleashed their power, smashing the three's defensive wall until it was cracked and torn to shreds. Zhu Jun yelled in a daze, "Yue Hu, has your cold moon lone wheel already reached the second realm of the mythic rank?" Yue Hu exposed his sly trick. "You old geezer Zhu Jun, don't play dumb with me. Your ink-dotted emperor bamboo climbed into the mythic category a decade ago. This palace doesn't believe that the ink-dotted emperor bamboo hasn't advanced to the second realm of the mythic rank yet. No wonder recently, these familiar old faces. Out of sight, out of mind for a decade, you lot haven't even bothered to place this palace in your eyes anymore. Since you guys enjoy the game of making a move and fighting me. Then apologies, this palace won't hold back and will toss politeness out the window as well." That exact moment, Chan Ming's voice echoed, shouting for them to stop. She glared at him and asked directly, "Chan Ming, even you want to throw your weight around and block my path?" He hastily brought up an old page of history. "Yue Hu, have you forgotten about the incident 10 years ago? For the past decade, you've lived in seclusion and refused to show your face outside. Isn't it because you still hold a grudge over what happened that year? Not to mention your disciple's constitution is incredibly frail. He won't be able to withstand the shockwaves from this mythic-level combat. Your Highness Yue Hu, for the sake of your little disciple, how about we take a step back and reconcile?" Upon hearing those words of persuasion, Yue Hu finally let out a long breath, releasing her resentment. She clicked her tongue and reluctantly accepted, "Fine then. If you all are going to dig up the old matters from a decade ago, what avenue do I have left to argue?" Cheng Wu conspired to harm a 2-star creation master of the Hui Yao Federation, a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. But since you all are wholeheartedly shielding and protecting him, I will reduce the sentence to imprisonment in the sin-cleansing pool. Let his bones rot in there until he dies. He is strictly forbidden from ever showing his face outside. As little Lin Yuan's figure glided past Yi Si Shu's face, Yue Hu tapped her head, suddenly recalling a heartbreaking detail. "Ah, that's right. The parents of this 2-star creation master Lin Yuan were the very martyrs who sacrificed themselves during the spatial rift outbreak 10 years ago. For 10 whole years, have any of you ever cast a glance or paid attention to the orphan descendants of the Zhen Ling Si veterans?" Upon returning to Hui Yue Palace, Xuan Yue hurriedly knelt down to admit his faults. "Long live Lord Yue Hu. This matter was due to my narrow-mindedness and lack of thorough planning, which caused the young highness to face such a tremendous crisis. She shook her head in denial. No, Xuan Yue, I am the one at fault. I delusionally thought that once I took in a disciple, life would be calm and unbothered, and none of those pests would dare have bad intentions. It was me who severely underestimated their insatiable, greedy nature. Lin Yuan, wrapped in a cast, sat on the hospital bed and gasped out, "It's entirely my fault. I was too weak and incompetent, causing Master to lose face and suffer humiliation." Yue Hu whipped her head around, asking in disbelief, "Wait, what did the little guy just call me?" He bashfully lowered his head in compliance, "Yes, Master." Yue Hu spoke with radiant joy, "In the past, every time I shoved a gift into your hands, you'd reject it. Now that you're officially my disciple, you should at least swap to a premium badge. Also, hurry up and keep this Hu Yuan token safe. If you're planning to roam the martial world and develop on your own, it'll at least make hunting for spiritual materials much more convenient and save you some sweat. Carrying this token gives you the exclusive privilege to freely stroll in and out of the Hu Yue Palace's spiritual material treasury. Oh, right, I also sent someone to scoop up your spirit trapping box that was dropped on the road. As for this bottle of super premium 1,000 leaves lotus nectar, you'd better gulp every last drop down for me. It supplements and enhances the physique to prevent hidden injuries." She jerked her chin, giving orders to Shang Yue, "Hurry up and get to work for me. Within the next 24 hours, I want to broadcast to the entire Federation that this Yue Hu has just secured a top-tier disciple. The maid bowed, subordinate understands clearly." Lin Yuan reflected on it and silently understood. Yue Hu took on a crowd all by herself just to vent anger for my sake. She's clearly treating me with absolute sincerity. It's just that this older sister's temperament is fickle and perhaps even weirder than a kid's. However, crashing here means the process of pushing Yin Yin and the others to evolve to legendary quality can happen at rocket speed. Once it's time to fuse the rune, my strength will undoubtedly soar drastically. The screen jumped over to the Royal Capital Spirit Chi Academy, where the masses were buzzing with gossip. This time, it's truly broadcasting through a megaphone to announce it to the whole world. Long Dao, who was grinding hard in his training, replied, "Oh, you're still bothered about this stuff. I assumed everything had settled down smoothly ever since I was at Hu Yue." The other guy nodded in agreement. Well, of course it did. The big boss Yue Hu intervened after all. Even though it said that Brat Cheng Rui sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind, bringing disaster upon himself, he ended up dragging an entire notorious noble family down to bite the dust with him. It's the blessing of 7 lifetimes that you didn't pick a fight and harbor a grudge against Lin Yuan back then, or you'd be pushing up daisies by now. Long Dao pouted his lips in disdain. Little brother Lin Yuan and I click like chicks from the same mother. How could I be put on the same level as a guy with his eyes fixed on the sky like that Brat Cheng Rui? Right now, I'm counting the days, eagerly looking forward to reuniting with him in the upcoming Hui Yao 100 Suns selection. The camera panned back to Yue Hu's room, where Kong Ming was gluing his eyes to 3 eggs rolling on the table, squealing in delight, "Oh my God, it finally hatched, meow." He shushed him, "Keep your voice down and whisper." Kong Ming scrutinized the wrinkly butterfly. "Oh my goodness, it's so incredibly ugly, its wings are all droopy and crumpled." He gently reminded him, "The first hurdle for a butterfly is drying out and spreading its wings, you just have to be patient." The moment the little creature spread its magnificent wings and took flight, Lin Yuan jumped for joy to celebrate, successfully hit the jackpot. He peered closely at the reflective colors radiating from it. "Wait a minute, why is it patched with a little bit of dreamy purple?" Kong Ming stroked his chin, posing as a detective making deductions. "Maybe it's a blue-purple flash butterfly. I once eavesdropped on some ancient documents. That's an ultra-rare mutant atavism version of the blue flash butterfly species." The system interface popped up before his eyes, displaying a notification, confirming the spiritual creature profile, blue-purple flash butterfly. Its pocket ultimate skill is silencing scale powder with an extremely persistent adhesive effect. Kong Ming praised profusely. "Lin Yuan, the perfect model of its scaly wings has awakened and bloomed 100%. The special trait of this pile of scale powder is that it's stubborn and won't easily be washed away by wind or rain. Maybe if you ignite a raging fire to burn it down, it would peel off. Otherwise, it will continuously cling to the target until they die." A stream of spiritual energy surged out from the palm of his hand. "This dark magic effect is seriously overpowered. What are we waiting for? Just scoop up the contract right now and get ready to climb the slope and level up." The entire space sparkled with golden light. Lin Yuan howled in pure joy. "Oh my gosh, it's as magical as daydreaming. The detailed stats panel started jumping numbers non-stop again. Spiritual creature name, blue-purple flash butterfly. Classified as bronze rank, epic quality. Exclusive traits currently in selection mode. One is sturdy scale powder, turning the patches of powder on its wings into tiny, sharp metal-like shards. If an unlucky enemy gets hit, the jagged edges will tear their flesh to shreds. 2 is flash wings, buffing its speed to break the ceiling for extreme flight, utilizing optical illusions reflected from its wings to scatter into a lightning-fast gliding state, making the enemy visually confused and hard-pressed to pinpoint its real location. 3 is scale powder halo, using a blinding effect from highly reflective powder to create severe light pollution, directly causing the opponent to go temporarily blind or dazzled in an instant. Lin Yuan locked his choice in a flash, deciding to immediately snag the exclusive trait Scale Powder Halo. This ultimate skill, Scale Powder Halo, will add hard crowd control power to the original silencing Scale Powder skill. Unleashing this combo directly into the enemy's face will give birth to an invincible dual crowd control dominance. Ming and Yin chimed in with flattery, spot on boss. Using this Scale Powder Halo to blind the opponent ensures we seize the vanguard advantage. The moment they blink and recover, they'll definitely get hit by the silencing mute strike. Wait, isn't that exactly like the time I pulled out the daylight illumination to firmly lock down that poisonous lizard and spirit king scorpion? Suddenly Yin slumped down, pouting and blaming himself with tears welling up. It was exactly like that day. I'm so useless and incompetent. Ming also had a mental breakdown and burst into tears. I'm the real useless one here, a piece of trash that can't do anything right and has zero combat capability. He hurriedly comforted them, pointing down at the school of fish swimming freely in the spirit spring. Come on now, you little darlings, look closely. Our legion is also expanding, and our true strength is growing day by day. The profile of each member was continuously updated by the system. Lily-colored glaze, locked at normal rank spirit lock, bronze grade 10, epic quality, with a healing and recovery skill, and an exclusive trait ultimate skill, revival mark. The spirit gathering goldfish is locked at elite rank spirit lock. Staying put at the bronze grade 10 epic tier, with the ultimate skill spirit transmission for energy recharge, and an exclusive innate trait, spirit energy mark. Plus the blue-purple flash butterfly, using the bronze rank spirit lock, also sitting comfortably at bronze grade 10 epic quality, pocketing the silencing skill silencing scale powder, along with the exclusive trait blinding scale powder halo. His chest puffed out with pride as he stated confidently, healing recovery, spirit energy transmission, and then the blinding silence effect. I'm afraid even if you wore out the soles of your shoes walking across the mortal realm, you'd hardly find a healing or support-type spiritual creature lineup stronger than Baby Mobius. Ming scratched his ear in curiosity. Hey Lin Yuan, why is the whole gang lying flat, stuck at bronze grade 10? Is their leveling fate tied to Mobius's progression? He nodded, enlightening him, that's right. This whole pack of beasts must collectively upgrade to the silver rank before Mobius can break through and enter the silver rank along with them. However, the difference between evolving to a fantasy breed at the bronze rank versus just reaching the fantasy breed at the silver rank is gigantic. Therefore, my firm goal is to force them to complete the conditions of transforming into a fantasy breed right in the bronze stage. Big Boss, City Lord Ling Zio, once whispered to me that the unalterable rule of the Fantasy 5 transformations is that one absolutely must touch the legendary quality threshold before entering the gold rank. Meaning, even if you are incredibly sluggish, you must finalize legendary at the silver rank at the latest, so before accumulating and upgrading the quality. It is an absolute taboo to recklessly rush the leveling process. Ming stared with wide eyes, marveling in admiration. Good heavens, that's an enormous basket of academic evolutionary knowledge, boss. Lin Yuan originally intended to go find her. The reviving soil, the red wood core, and the runes were all fully prepared. Currently, they were only stuck on the spring water aspect. He told himself he might have to boldly ask his master, because rummaging through the treasury yielded no records of any spring water. From the opposite side, Shu Yue respectfully clasped her hands and bowed in greeting. Reporting to the young highness, Lord Yue who is summoning you to quickly step over to the rear palace for a moment. Lin Yuan looked flustered. Oh senior, how could I dare accept this formal bow from you? She firmly maintained proper etiquette. You're worrying too much, young highness. As the high disciple of Lord Yue Hu, and simultaneously bearing the title of Young Master of Hu Yue Palace located on Hu Yue Mountain, you absolutely deserve this respect. She walked beside him and whispered this time, Lord Yue who intends to dispatch a Dao protector to follow and protect the young highness. He hastily interrupted, "Senior, I remember telling you to drop the title of Young Highness. Please change the way you address me." Shu Yue hurriedly complied, "Yes, young master." He grimaced and waved his hand, calling me that is even worse. She proceeded to test out another alternative, "Yes, young lord." Lin Yuan let out a long sigh. "Well, I guess I'll just have to close my eyes and bear with it." He silently pondered, "A Tao protector. Rumors in the martial world say they utilize rune will to attain enlightenment, standing from the perspective of an outsider to observe the cultivation path of the protected one, thereby witnessing the metamorphosis of the younger generation. But can I truly get used to being shadowed by a powerhouse who won't leave my side for even half a step?" As soon as he came face to face with Zhu Yu Zhaimyu, she immediately hit him with a harsh preemptive statement, "Let's make an agreement in advance. I will only extend a hand to save your little life when the Grim Reaper's blade is at your neck. As for minor trivial matters, you handle them yourself." Yue began to reveal, "Let me introduce you, this is your newly appointed Tao protector, Zhu Yu Zhaimyu, a super-spiritual creature that has reached the Lord class of the first mythic realm." He stared in shock, "Oh my god, the Lord class." Zhu Yu Zhaimyu immediately pouted her lips, mocking him, "Have you really been so clueless that the name, Lord class, has never even reached your ears? The boundary that surpasses the Diamond class is precisely the Lord class. What else could it be?" Yue suddenly appeared behind her, giving her a light tap as a reprimand. "Hey now, why are you throwing sarcastic remarks at my precious disciple?" Zhu Yu Zhaimyu hastily lowered her tone, becoming gentler, "Well, just let your master slowly enlighten you on the remaining points of confusion." Yue smiled radiantly and earnestly untangled his doubts. "The Diamond class isn't the final finish line. Reigning above it is the Lord class. Spiritual creatures that reach this realm will borrow their exclusive traits to mold a distinct domain of their own. Remember the scene of my moon overshadowing the sky the other day? That was exactly the might of the cold moon lone wheel domain. Zhao Yuan, are you familiar with the method of making a spiritual creature undergo metamorphosis to become a fantasy breed?" He answered honestly, "A while back, I eavesdropped on City Lord Ling Zio. He said you have to push the spiritual creature's quality to the legendary threshold and then fuse it with the contractor's rune will." She nodded in acknowledgement, accurate. However, that is not exactly the only path for a spiritual creature to reincarnate into a fantasy breed. Normally, if they lack a contractor, a spiritual creature reaching the Diamond class is considered hitting the ceiling. But hypothetically, if their quality touches the legendary realm while at the Diamond milestone, they will hold onto a glimmer of hope to spontaneously awaken to a rune will from the essence of heaven and earth, self-fusing to ascend into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan frowned in confusion, self-upgrading. What does this mechanism actually mean? She emphasized with a stern voice, the quality must reach the threshold of the Fantasy 5 transformations before a chance to directly ascend from Diamond class to the ranks of a lord sparks up. He looked doubtful, grinding all the way up to the Fantasy 5 transformations by oneself. Doing that would probably consume a mountain of one's youth. It's no joke. Zhu Zhaimyu eagerly jumped in to join the fun. Of course it is. The gap between a lord and a diamond is as vast as the sky and the abyss. You can't even measure it. The only catch is that at the moment of stepping onto the Lord's throne, that individual must brace themselves to endure a baptism from heaven and earth. It was also because of getting a taste of heaven and earth's baptism that I unluckily owed Yue a debt of gratitude, which is why I now have to break my back acting as a Tao protector for a little brat like you. Otherwise, this lady would have already spread her wings and soared high as a mythic breed 8 lifetimes ago." He curiously turned to ask his master if she had ever lent her a helping hand. Yue waved her hand and replied, "Oh please, that girl just loves being dramatic and exaggerating everything." A mist of bright red suddenly wafted from the gaps between Zhu Yu Zhaimyu's fingers. "Enough of this endless rambling, let me open your eyes, you little brat, and let you witness it firsthand." The moment the surrounding space was swallowed by an eerie, dark crimson hue. He felt overwhelmed by how incredibly real it felt, as if his body were slowly sinking into a reeking quagmire of blood. She raised her voice, echoing loudly, "I, Zhu Yu Zhaimyu, borrow the rune rules to engrave this oath in my heart, officially forming a Path Protector contract, swearing to be a sturdy shield to protect Lin Yuan." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yu Zhaimyu transformed into a tiny spider, perching comfortably on his shoulder. "In the past, thanks to Lord Yue's grace of recreation, this time I will dedicate myself to fully repaying that debt of gratitude." Yue quickly corrected her upon hearing this, What nonsense are you sprouting? Taking the trouble to act as a path protector for my disciple, it should be me who owes you a favor. Meanwhile, he quickly stroked the spider. Hey, senior, from now on I'll have to dump all my troubles on you. Please don't take offense. Zuyu Zhaimyu jumped up and set the record straight. Knock it off. We already have a deal. Unless your life is hanging by a thread, I won't show up. Otherwise, don't even think about calling for me. She dangled from his pendant and whispered in his ear, listen up, kid. Whenever you have too much free time on your hands, just feast your eyes on and study my runes. I guarantee it'll bring you a whole basket of benefits. A streak of spiritual power suddenly wafted and drifted through the space. Lin Yuan secretly deduced, could this be the true form of the rune rules? The sensation is so real it's suffocating, as if all mysteries are separated by merely a thin layer of window paper. Yuehu smiled and explained, exactly, that is the rune rule comprehended by Zuyu Zhaimyu. This windfall will be a great help on your future path to comprehending willpower runes. Young folks usually get battered and bruised just trying to comprehend a willpower rune, yet the chief of the Radiance 100 sequence has already pocketed 3 willpower runes. Lin Yuan secretly rejoiced in his heart, wow, come to think of it, I've also pocketed 3 of them. With this, I have more than enough capital to show my face and compete for the top ranks. The camera smoothly shifted to the warehouse area, where Jin Qi's grumbling echoed from within, oh dear, when will this life of sweeping and serving ever end? If I had known earlier, that night in the attic I would have risked it all to ambush that young master to save myself this misery. And you hurriedly urged her, if you keep stalling like that, we won't finish cleaning even if we fumble around until late at night. She pouted in frustration, HMPH, even if we work our fingers to the bone, this pile of trashy chores won't decrease one bit. Right now, getting an audience with that young master is harder than reaching the sky. We might not even change our fate by this time next year. Lin Yuan strolled in leisurely and greeted them politely. Hello everyone, I dropped by the warehouse to sort out some spiritual materials. When you hastily voiced her welcome, greetings, Lord Lin Yuan. Jin Qi immediately dashed over to attend to him upon hearing the commotion. What spiritual materials does Lord Lin Yuan have his eyes on? I'll go arrange them right this instant. He began listing them out. I'm short of 1 liter of premium herbal spring water, and please get me 1 more piece of the red wood core collected from the previous batch. Besides that, Jin Qi had already bolted away at lightning speed. That entire babbling brook on the mountainside is filled to the brim with herbal spring water. I'll grab a bucket and scoop some up right now. Lin Yuan stared in shock. Oh my god, a whole giant brook filled with such premium water. When you carried an entire chest of goods and delivered it right into his hands, Lord Lin Yuan, all the spiritual materials you ordered are neatly packed inside here. He excitedly took it, thanks a lot. With this, I can freely push Kong Ming and Yin Yin to ascend to the legend quality. Suddenly she coughed violently a few times, and he considerately asked, hey, are you okay? When you bowed her head in embarrassment, my sincere apologies to Lord Lin Yuan, my behavior was too discourteous. He observantly saw right through the root cause. This injury is the aftermath of you rushing out to save someone, right? To think it damaged your very origin. She replied shyly, honestly, it was just an unconditional reflex based on instinct. My brain didn't have time to think that deeply. Lin Yuan hurriedly shoved an item into the palm of her hand. The quantity is a bit meager, but it's potent enough for you to excrete those impurities and spruce up your deteriorating origin roots. Please do me a favor and carry that herbal spring water up to the attic later. I'm going to slip away first. She prostrated herself in profound gratitude. I thank you 1,000 times for this grace. When you truly doesn't know where to find anything to fully repay you. Zuyu Zhaimyu mockingly probed, how interesting, is the kid suddenly playing the saint and bestowing mercy to heal her? Lin Yuan calmly replied, the path is chosen by oneself. Even if you bleed, you must crawl your way to the finish line. She nodded in praise, quite profound. The law of the jungle is brutal. Whoever has the biggest fist lives the longest. That is the immortal truth. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile. Regardless, there are still treasures in this world far more valuable than any rules. I just want to give her extra motivation to understand that her initial change of course was absolutely the right path. As soon as he showed his face back in his room and saw the lavish feast laid out, he let out a long sigh. Phew, my master pampers her disciple way past the permitted limit. Cramming my head with knowledge is one thing I can close my eyes and let slide, but why the heck does she interrogate me every single day about my favorite dishes? Who could bear this? Thank goodness it's also time to lock myself in closed-door cultivation to grind for level-ups. Mobius upgrades based on spirit lock synchronization. Hong Ci leeches off devouring flesh and blood, leaving only the gang of Kong Ming, Yin Yin, Glass Lily, Spirit Gathering Goldfish, and Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. I'll take advantage of this secluded training period to help them transcend their tribulations and upgrade their qualities all in one go for good measure. Right after molding the clay pot, he grinned broadly and beckoned. Come here, Glass Lily, let's pop the cherry on your brand new pot and test it out. Mixing a 100-year-old red wood core with premium recovery soil, it's guaranteed to blow your mind. The Glass Lily gleefully jumped into its new home, caressing the exterior to find it as glossy and smooth as jadeite. Loitering around for a few hours later, Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, yawning incessantly while glaring at it. Oh man, it's so sluggish and consumes a terrifying amount of time. Kong Ming, who was busy playing cards with Yin Yin, immediately popped its head up to eavesdrop. Lin Yuan, didn't you promise at first to ignite the level up for the Glass Lily first, while the rest of us wait in line? He replied sluggishly, it's moving as slow as a turtle out there, so I ducked in here to keep watch in comfort. Tossing and turning for a few days, he shouted in pure joy, the deal is successfully sealed. 5 days of warming the bench really bore sweet fruit. Yin Yin and Kong Ming put their heads together and whispered, I'm staring my eyes out, but I don't see a single change. It's an exact replica of the original without a single chipped corner. He ignored them and exposed the truth. It has already hit the peak of legend quality, pure and genuine with no impurities. Right after this comes the most agonizingly difficult hurdle. Lin Yuan bombarded the Glass Lily with spiritual power. As wildfires burn everything down, the spring breeze rushes in to resurrect it again. This is precisely the hymn exalting life. The green mountains stand firm and immortal for a myriad of eons, the verdant hues sprout to shatter the barrenness. Lift your head up and reincarnate into a fantasy breed now. Kong Ming stared wide-eyed at the creature swelling up out of proportion and panicked, shouting, oh my god, it's mutating. He examined it carefully and concluded, so it's a colony type. Lin Yuan silently assessed, sacrificing a chunk of upgrade potential to patch up the foundational genetics to absolute perfection. With this setup, it turns out every single flower can bear the function of firing off healing energy bullets. It has morphed from single-target healing into area-of-effect healing. The Glass Lily had split into 3 lush branches. Stat panel immediately updated its text. Normal grade spirit-locking Glass Lily, Bronze tier, level 10, Fantasy 1 change. Skills: Recover, Mend Wounds, Pump full of Vitality. Exclusive characteristics: Recovery mark gathers the healing energy discharged by the Glass Lily during idle times. The contracted person can activate the mark at will to release the accumulated energy station. Severin Continue comprehends the survival truth of flora. Even if its branches and leaves are plucked bare, its vigorous life force is more than enough to stimulate it to crawl back up and grow all over again. Lin Yuan was as elated as if he had hit the jackpot. Fantastic, philosophized. This is an amorphous anomalous mutation that is super rare and hard to find. What kind of ultimate masterpiece did my golden hands just mold? Equipped with this move, even if someone is missing an arm or a crippled leg, growing it back would be a piece of cake. Kong Ming knew all too well, typically, succulents only trigger this ability right at the moment they transcend their tribulation into a fantasy breed. It and Yin Yin started squabbling over the prey again. You have to give up the seat for me in the next round. Knock it off, I should go first. He was physically exhausted, yes, but please hit the brakes for a second. My spiritual energy tank is bone dry, and now my eyes are glued together. I'm dead tired. By the 10th day, the whole gang was sitting around waiting for the blue flash purple butterfly and its peers to undergo their tribulation. The two of them patted each other's shoulders to console themselves. Whoa, it's fine, just hold it in a bit longer. It's almost our turn to get a taste of it. Dragging on to the 23rd day, right at the moment of upgrading, Kong Ming whined and complained, hello, what's going on here? Why is our side's transformation process so invisibly faint and obscure? Turns out this legend tier upgrade is just a wild goose chase. Lin Yuan had been drained dry, as scrawny as a cicada shell. Spare me and stop twisting my words. I'm completely wiped clean of spiritual energy. Outer appearance is fleeting. Set beauty aside, we still need to save strength to grind more for the Glass Lily. Exactly 1 month passed. Yue, who watched him trudge over to pay his respects and praised him, you've been holed up in closed-door cultivation for nearly 2 months, haven't you? Such profound grinding time applied to the jumpy youths of today is considered quite a rarity. He clasped his hands and reported, it must be so, master. For my next plan, I intend to pack my bags and take a spin around the endless forest to temper myself, and conveniently gather a few crucial spiritual materials along the way. When Lin Yuan disappeared from sight, Chuan Yue nosily probed, "Lord Yue Hu, are you still anxious?" She shook her head in denial. "Not really. It's just that seeing my core disciple insisting on rolling around in the outside world with my own eyes, my heart suddenly swells with pride mixed with a bit of heartache and reluctance. Oh, come to think of it, if Yuaner is ever short on cash, remember to express transfer that compensation money from the Cheng family straight into his account." She bowed to obey. "Yes, understood." Kong Ming took a deep breath of fresh air and wagged its tail in joy. "Oh my, finally off the leash and out of the cage. Which direction are we heading this time, Lin Yuan?" Yin Yin was nervously anxious. "I've gone completely off the radar and stopped live streaming for quite a while. My fans probably haven't reached the point of boycotting me, right?" He explained. Master dropped a hint to swing by the Star Web Guild Alliance. Hop on there, randomly assemble a temporary party, and we can freely accept quests to roam around and grind. Yin Yin pouted in confusion. "Wait, isn't the rule to play hide-and-seek and keep our background completely under wraps?" Kong Ming lifted its chin and smugly enlightened it. "To get away with this, we just have to rely on the second form gaseous state technique that I just mastered after grinding through all those books." As soon as the gang landed at the Star Web Guild Alliance, the counter staff was already bowing and scraping. "My Lord Two-Star Creation Master, your registration process went smoothly. May I humbly ask for your title?" Lin Yuan immediately applied a mask to completely conceal his face, wiped his personal information clean, and went by Black. "Just call me by that alias." The staff member nodded. "Yes, understood, Mr. Black." He secretly deduced in his heart, good heavens, a two-star creation master who also carries the label of a healing-type spirit chi professional. This skill set is basically throwing bait to make the whole world vomit blood out of sheer jealousy. Lin Yuan skimmed through the notice board and grasped the situation. A casual group scavenging for low-tier damp moss spiritual materials was recruiting, already equipped with 2 offense-type spirit chi professionals, 1 defense-type, and 1 support-type, currently just desperately waiting for a healing-type divine doctor. Over at the Sanhee Club, a 3-team alliance was marching out to capture newborn swift shadow bobcats. 14-slot team missing just 1 soul, thirsty to the bone for a healing-type spirit chi professional. Anyone who steps up will instantly be treated like a king. Meanwhile, the Bai Cow Club was bringing their machetes into the endless forest to hunt 10 black-backed boars. Basically, they were riding the wave, while pork prices were dancing on the market to rake in a massive fortune. A party of 4 missing 1, desperately longing for a healing-type spirit chi professional. Begging any healing-type bodhisattvas to show some mercy and bless them. A final 5-man squad splitting the loot. Out of 10 parts, you get to pocket the 3 largest portions. Endless forest, prepare to welcome my arrival. Kong Ming, hiding in the space, nudged him gently. Us bros are itching in all our limbs, dying to get out there and flex our muscles for a warm-up. The camera shifted to another corner, where a figure was whining and complaining. The landing zone was found nearly 2 months ago. Why did the young master suddenly throw a fit and go into closed-door cultivation? How much longer do we have to loiter around waiting, for God's sake? Kong Ming brainstormed and suggested, "Hey Lin Yuan, how about we grab our gear and go hunt black-backed boars? This run promises a super gigantic batch of braised pork." He scratched his head in hesitation, but just wandering around catching 3 random black-backed boars, how would we find an excuse to slip deep into the endless forest? Guy hanging around nearby sidled over and whispered. I perked up my ears and heard everything. This little brother here is truly a sharp-eyed eagle, locking onto our group's boar ambushing gig in the blink of an eye. You already know too, the dimensional rifts have been splitting open nonstop lately, completely swallowing the Federation's most prosperous pig farm, sending pork prices rocketing straight through the roof. Lin Yuan frantically waved his hands in denial. Hey, I didn't have any intention to. The guy scanned him from top to bottom and commented, "Oh my, a quick glance and I've caught you red-handed. This is your first time showing your face to look for a party to grind quests, isn't it?" He jolted and flatly denied it. "What the heck, who said so? How did you even figure that out?" Guy nodded in agreement. Who in the world would be stupid enough to wear a full set of insanely expensive, kingly gear just to go risk their neck out there? Even grinding your ass off for a few trash quests wouldn't earn enough to patch a single hole in that coat. Being exposed like that, Lin Yuan finally fell backward in realization. Damn it, turns out the outfit the city lord tossed me is this suffocatingly expensive. Suddenly, a commotion from the back choked off the attention of the entire crowd. He jerked his chin toward that figure. Wait, Isn't there another guy standing over there flaunting a luxurious, gold-plated designer outfit? The guy brushed it off and replied, "Oh boy, what right do you have to compare yourself to a healing-type grandmaster? That's a cash cow, the ancestor of the entire party. They have to treat him like fragile glass, worshipping and serving him properly." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and questioned, "On what grounds do you dare rule me out as a healing type?" He chuckled and explained, "Simple. If you were sitting on that healing-type throne, the Star Web Guild Alliance staff would have already sent a palanquin to fetch you and escort you ages ago. Why would you have the free time to stand around looking lost in this corner? Listen here, rookie. For your first time coming down the mountain, it's safer to tag along with us to catch boars. Getting guided by seasoned veterans is as good as it gets. It's absolutely safe, and you won't have to worry about getting crippled." Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Those kinds of tasks, picking up trivial spiritual materials like damp moss, rounding up black-backed boars, or scruffing newborn swift shadow bobcats, will definitely restrict me from venturing deep into the endless forest. Maybe for the first couple of rounds, I should just vaguely tag along with the boar hunting team to smoothly rack up some pocket experience first." Right at that exact moment, Ziobai screamed until his throat was hoarse. Hear ye, the express bus plunging straight into the endless forest is about to hit the gas. A super pro driver is personally leading the crew, urgently hunting for a healing-type spirit chi professional to fill the void. Just step right up, and you'll automatically become the apple of my eye, an all-inclusive VIP ticket for the smoothest backpacking trip on Earth. The guys around stared wide-eyed and whispered, "Doesn't this dude look kinda sketchy and erratic?" Oh, whatever, his nature has always been completely crazy like that. Xin Ying found it an eyesore and marched over, delivering a fiery punch to put a stop to this cheap monkey business. "Zhang Zio Bai, rein in your attitude. Please switch into a decent mode for my sake." She cleared her throat, stood straight, and loudly announced, "The reserve squad of the extreme team preparing to cling onto the S-tier tournament is gearing up to plunge deep into the endless forest to extract the venom of a gold-tier jade-scaled ice snake, and we're short one slot for a healing-type spirit chi professional." Xin Ying laid down the final requirement. "We are only recruiting healing-type spirit chi professionals who have hit C rank or higher, and your pocket spirit must be at least silver tier." Lin Yuan calculated in his head, rejoicing inside, "Oh wow, C rank and silver tier, I perfectly devour all those standards without missing a single inch, and I even caught the right ship aiming straight for the heart of the endless forest too." The frenzied crowd competed to roar out, "Oh wow, it's the extreme team in the flesh, guys. Oh sweet little sister Xin Ying, I'm willing to put you on a pedestal and support you all the way. Your beauty is truly blossoming more and more." Lin Yuan's jaw dropped in utter bewilderment. "Wait, what? What kind of joke is this?" He stroked his chin and asked nosily, "Is this group a bunch of idol stars or something? Why are they showing off with such deafening fanfare?" The young man next to him bulged his eyes in surprise. "What? Did you just crawl out of a bunker onto the Star Web this morning, to be so clueless about the illustrious reputation of the B-League Extreme Team Club?" His eyes shone as bright as headlights. "I only know clearly that the S-tier tournament houses exactly 16 A-League Guild clubs, spot on with no correction needed. But every year, the rankings of those 16 teams go through a cycle of changing thrones and get shuffled into a chaotic mess. Whichever faction borders the line threatening to claim the right of promotion gets thrown into the B-League basket, and that extreme team is the ultimate trump card. A squad holding the brightest chance of winning to propel the club into jumping up to the league by this year's milestone." Xin Ying smiled shyly and waved her hands. "You guys are bragging way too much. Bottom line is, right now we still haven't reached that level yet." A jumpy young kid ran over, parting the crowd. "I'll take this recruitment ticket." She stepped back and scrutinized him. "Can you tease your spirit out so we can wash our eyes and see what its specs look like?" Lin Yuan muttered, torn with regret. "Damn it, I was too busy eating melons and gossiping that someone else snatched it right from under my nose." The spirit stat panel updated its numbers. Spirit name, spitting turtledove. Species, columbidity family, turtledove branch. Level, bronze tier 10 out of 10. Spirit type, flying type. Quality, elite. Gills, sticky spit, spits out a puddle of ultra-sticky saliva that has the effect of sealing wounds and stopping bleeding, alongside slowly mending external trauma. Pungent spit, spits out a stream of saliva reeking of dark soy sauce. This scent both soothes pain and jolts the mind back to clarity. Exclusive characteristic, over secretion, this bird's salivary glands have evolved to the extreme, capable of massively discharging a colossal volume of saliva in just the blink of an eye. The kid eagerly flapped his lips to advertise, "Roll up. Take your pick, folks. Don't be quick to judge its incredibly lame exterior. Pull it out to test its healing efficiency, and I guarantee it's top of the top. Lin Yuan muttered his calculations. Merely carrying the clear bronze tier label means he already failed the standard check. But whatever, might as well use this case as a litmus test to gauge the eyesight of that party. Xiao Bai clapped his hands loudly in praise. Bravo, brother, for daring to break the ice and be the first to step up and bid. Your courage is highly commendable. Oh wow, this actually looks pretty legit. Lin Yuan blurted out a shout. What the hell is pretty legit? Why does this catchphrase ring so deafeningly familiar to my ears? Kong Ming blinked and analyzed. Oh my god, could this guy also be an undercover diehard fan of Yin Yin? Guy nearby sneered and scrutinized it. Tusk, look at those disjointed streaky orange spots on the back of that turtle dove. It's blatantly obvious that it's not silver tier, basically failing the requirements. If little sister Xin Ying were to close her eyes and scoop this brat into the team, he'd definitely drag the whole group down for sure. He gasped in admiration. Wow, it's true that in life you can't judge a book by its cover. Your eagle eyes are quite spot on, bro. Xin Ying smacked her lips and announced, this time we're a step behind. Even though he's only hovering around the bronze tier mark, scanning the area, he has naturally claimed the title of the most overpowered freelance spirit chi professional around here. Dan Ran, Lu Pinru, what do you two make of this case? Lu Pinru cleared her throat and analyzed, if we're pointing our guns at the jade-scaled ice snake, even though it merely claims kingship among gold-tier spirits, there are more than enough platinum-tier monsters lurking and roaming around its nest. Dragging him along is no different from carrying an extra dumbbell. He would be completely powerless in supplying us with healing buffs. Dan Ran coldly dissected the opinion. The very second this kid tossed his spirit into the ring, I tuned into the frequency of his spiritual power amplitude, which is merely lingering at the D-rank peak threshold, still struggling to scrape the C-rank mark. Bottom line is, I refuse to take him into the party. Xin Ying abruptly turned around and delivered the final verdict to the youth. Tusk, you clearly understand the situation now. Sincerely sorry, but this deal won't fly. The kid scratched his head. I completely understand, I do. But actually. Salvage a bit of the sentiment of almost being teammates, would you gracefully grant me an autograph? The surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. Aha, so this brat was plotting this trick all along. Get lost quickly, even if you're queuing up for an autograph, you have to line up behind us. Little sister Xin Ying, press your autograph onto my bare chest. Can non-healing types catch a ride? I swear I'll stay in the background and won't get in anyone's way. Guy standing nearby let out a depressing sigh. Damn it, if he ran into some lame team starved for members, they would have recklessly scooped him up eons ago. Only a top cloud tier like the extreme team has the luxury of exercising the right to be picky with the healing type crowd. Therefore, brother, don't be foolish enough to pull a U-turn and abandon me. Watching him step forward with poised composure, his jaw dropped in sheer amazement. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Could this brat actually be strapped with a genuine healing-type spirit chi professional label? Xin Ying caught a glimpse of him stepping out and instantly crushed it in the egg. Oh sorry bro. I just set the boundary earlier. Except for the time grinding in the S-tier tournament, we absolutely do not hand out autographs on normal days. Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head. Drop it. I am a bona fide healing-type spirit chi professional, spirit chi locked at C-rank, and my spirit sits proudly at silver tier. I'm submitting my application for a spot in the team. The other two members stared in dumbfounded shock. Oh my, all the way at C-rank. Xiao Bai rubbed his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the life of agonizing waiting is finally over. She ruthlessly cut him off, then turned to interrogate Lin Yuan fiercely. Shut your mouth, please. This tour requires us to dive deep into the bottom of the endless forest to extract the venom of the jade-scaled ice snake. Even though the spoils will be split 3 ways, they can only be converted into cash, and siphoning the pure venom is strictly prohibited. Do you nod to this condition? Didn't even bother to think and nodded instantly. Small matter. However, if we stumble across any rare spirits along the way, I will have the exclusive right to hoard and harvest them freely. If you guys don't have any objections, I'm in. The quartet stood dumbfounded and stunned. What do you mean by harvesting freely? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and calculated in his head. Could it be this bunch is afraid that my tinkering and scavenging will erode the team's movement progress bar? Maybe that's really it. Xin Ying blinked and probed, brother, could your hidden identity also be a creation master? He shyly admitted, yeah, spot on. Was it so crystal clear that you tuned into it that easily? She nodded and enlightened him. Oh please, you bunch of idle creation masters just love playing the game of nitpicking and scouring for rare spiritual herbs, don't you? We've clashed with these kinds of things until our faces are smooth. Since you've bagged the Creation Master label, we are willing to pad an extra 5% to your compensation. But setting that boundary aside, we still need to pass the hurdle of testing your healing proficiency first. Bai swung his hand, intending to knock her on the head. Drop it, don't even dream of dragging me out as a guinea pig again. She sank her body to dodge gracefully, then snapped back. Who else are we going to drag out then? In this moldy team, you're the only one carrying the defense type. If you bail on the deal, who else can we drag out to sacrifice? The guy strained his neck and argued stubbornly. I strongly object to this toxic mindset targeting defense-type spirit chi professionals. This is blatant discrimination and trampling on our faction. Anran shyly volunteered. How about yielding that spot to me? I can act as the sacrificial lamb. It's originally just a test for healing capabilities anyway. Bai waved his hand and brushed it off completely. Enough, old man, drop it. Your physique is as scrawny and frail as it is. Let me step up and take the bullets. My skin is as tough as an ox. A few mosquito bites won't even leave a scratch. The guy puffed out his chest, closed his eyes, and spread his arms, ready to become a martyr for the cause. Show some mercy and go easy on me, ladies. He stealthily marveled to himself. Dear heavens, is this martial arts stance planning for a life-and-death battle to the bitter end, or what? The 1,000-pound dumbbell of a punch from Xin Ying shot upward. Danran shrank his neck and squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to peek, while Pinru calmly commented, wow, Xin Ying really threw that punch seriously. Right after eating the full punch and flying far off into the horizon, Bai howled miserably. I'm done for, I already set the boundary earlier. Xin Ying, with your violent nature, you'll be left on the shelf until you're old and no ghost will even want to marry you. Lin Yuan swept his eyes over and instantly read the situation. This is a move from a metal-type spirit. She had compressed all the energy from her metal-type spirit into her fist. This method of breaking the force is not only super precise, but also comes with absolutely foolproof safety insurance. Danran panicked and rushed out to support him, asking in rapid succession, Brother Bai, are you all right? Bai's face was as pale as a floating corpse. Danran, I'm about to log out for good. Xin Ying pressed her face dangerously close and threatened, there's no freaking way I'll be left on the shelf. I served you a punch, so you better clean up the aftermath and take responsibility for me. Are you dead or alive? The guy's face flushed red as he dodged her gaze. Cough, just a bit of ruptured intestines and internal bleeding. I can still tank it fine. Bai pushed the burden onto Lin Yuan with his dying breath. Brother, I'm leaving this crippled body in your hands. If you can't pump my health back up, then this beating will be completely washed down the drain. He nodded instantly, stepping forward, coming right up. A soothing stream of healing spiritual power shot out from the center of Lin Yuan's palm, and before one could even finish smoking a cigarette, it was a done deal, all good now. Xin Ying's jaw dropped as she stared with wide eyes. What the heck, done in a flash, are you kidding me? Bai gleefully hopped around, casually squeezing and groping all over his body to check. Oh my god, this is really sweet, fully recovered. You're top-notch, bro. This health buffing proficiency has more or less torn through the barrier and hit the silver tier mark, right? Pinru and Danran put their heads together and gasped in awe. Are there any lingering sequelae left in other body parts? This is far too god tier. Xin Ying pouted and jutted her chin out. HMPH, that's thanks to me reining in my output and executing the move by the book, isn't it? I deliberately squeezed the force to perfectly match the line that a silver tier is capable of patching up, you know. The gaze Bai swept toward him was already tinged with respect, just a light flick of a finger to restore health against damage that had already exceeded the ceiling of mid-silver tier. If he were to whip out his spirit this time, his healing capability would hit the ceiling of peak silver tier at the very least. This guy is definitely no pushover. After sealing the deal to form the team, the group's opening act was raising their wine glasses in celebration, the sharp clinking of glass chiming, cheers, bottoms up. Catching a glimpse of Bai chugging down a glass, Xin Ying patted his shoulder to warn him, just sip it slowly, old man. You grabbed a glass of grape juice and guzzled it down as if it were premium wine. The guy wiped his mouth and defended himself. Gulp, gulp, well, people are just over the moon, you know. Circling around the drinking table, Bai clinked his glass with the new recruit and blabbered endlessly. Brother, your healing skills are truly out of this world. After this gig, whenever the martial world gossips about our team's trump card, it might not even be Xin Ying but… what should I call you to sound cool? Lin Yuan shrugged leisurely, just call me Black. His stomach beat a retreating drum echoing with anxiety. This is bad, I wonder if this bunch will swallow this patchwork of a stage name. Kong Ming clicked its tongue, acting like a prophet. I knew this day would come to bite you. I already nagged you to rack your brains and give birth to a proper, fancy nickname, didn't I? Xiao Bai steered the conversation to the crucial, bloody issue. Xiao Hai, you must be fully aware that the cunning spirits deep inside the endless forest are no easy pickings. If you want to dive headfirst in there, you have to gear up to the teeth. Therefore, stuffing your pockets with an abundance of radiance coins is of the utmost importance. He frowned and silently cursed. What's the meaning of beating around the bush like this? Planning to replay the old trick and open his mouth to milk money out of me. The guy presented his brilliant idea. How about us brothers group up and swing by the Ma Ban town area, setting up camp right next to the endless forest to grind and scrounge up some spare change to line our pockets for self-defense. Lin Yuan fell into a deep pit of bewildering depression. Oh my God, could this bunch actually be a gang of Greenwood outlaws hiding behind the facade of a battle team? Xin Ying smacked him right on the back of the neck. Zhang Xiao Bai, when are you going to shave your head and repent for this nonsensical behavior? He hastily defended himself. Wow, why are you guys overthinking this? What I meant was that we could land at Zhen Mo Ban, push a food cart, and make a fortune selling breakfast. Do you think my skewer grilling skills are just for show? Xiao Bai tried to turn around and find an ally to save face. What wasn't that funny at all? If you don't believe me, drag Dan Ran out and interrogate him. Just a moment ago The girl didn't hesitate to stuff a huge bun right into his gaping mouth. Stuff this bun in your mouth to stop your bad karma. Let's see if this lump of dough can seal that blabbering mouth of yours. Witnessing that scene, Dan Ran happily clapped his hands. Exactly, Xiao Bai bro is still the invincible handsome guy when dressed up. Hinru, who was busy wiping the large wardrobe at the back, also raised her chin to offer some advice. You should try to gradually get used to the cat and dog habits of this childish couple. Normally, Xiao Bai bro always acts crazy and comical like that. Only Xin Ying sis is tough enough to punish him. He gave a wry smile and casually threw out a flattering remark. Haha, truly a case of the wife following the husband's lead. What a deep and passionate romance. Seeing Pinru burying her nose in scrubbing the wardrobe, Lin Yuan blinked in confusion, wondering why this girl was going on an adventure, but brought along a whole giant wardrobe just to show off. Xiao Bai squatted oppositely, twisting around curiously. Hey Xiao Hai, how do you eat rice when you're wearing that tightly sealed mask? He immediately took off the mask and tossed it aside. Come to think of it, since we're all in the same boat now, there's no point in hiding this ugly face forever. Kong Ming popped out and revealed itself. I also want to grab a bite of food. He raised an eyebrow and teased it. Did you eat the wrong bait today? Why are you suddenly acting all spoiled and cheesy? Xiao Bai's face went completely dumbfounded. The bun in his mouth dropped to the ground with a thud. Catching sight of their frozen postures, Lin Yuan asked blankly, what's with this reaction? Did taking off my mask make you go blind and not recognize an acquaintance? Xin Ying narrowed her eyes and smiled with sincere flattery. Oh my God, I didn't expect that taking off Xiao Hai's disguise would reveal such a handsome pretty boy. No wonder he packed himself so carefully with a mask. Xiao Bai slammed the table and yelled, all right, deal. I concede and acknowledge Xiao Hai as the #1 beauty, but I'll take the runner-up title. Dan Ran can scrape the bottom for top 3. Ru interrupted with a bright smile. Hey, I still have some super cool premium outfits stashed in my inventory. I'll throw them to you as a gift when I have free time. Xiao Bai jumped up and down protesting. Hello, Pinru, why are you so unfair? How can you ignore me and give me absolutely nothing? A burst of joyful laughter echoed loudly across the 4 walls. The camera cut and shifted the tone to a dark, obscure corner reeking of death, the baptismal pool. At the bottom of the prison, the guards patrolled thickly, but suddenly a black shadow darted across the empty space overhead. The figure disguised in a bird-like hybrid shape heavily landed right in front of the pool's edge. At the bullseye of the pool, a man was submerging himself, soaking wet in the freezing water. The face of that strange, disguised intruder was completely hidden by a mask. Cheng Wu, who was tightly locked in shackles, immediately panicked and screamed, "Holy crap, you finally showed up, hurry up and fish me out. I am the only one who knows the underground outpost network on the outer edge of the dimensional rift. I guarantee this broken body of mine still has plenty of value for you guys to squeeze dry." The person casually strolled closer to him. Well, it seems your old brain is suffering from delusions and misunderstanding the situation. At this moment, you have completely lost the right to be exploited by the Dark Federation. The only tiny piece of information I desire to pry from your stinking mouth is, why did Yue suddenly ambush you? In short, did your big mouth accidentally ruin the secret plan? The old man trembled and shook his head, denying it to death. No way, 1,000,000 times no, that scenario would never happen. I swear on my life, I'll even dig out my own rune will to bear witness. The other person ruthlessly pressed his head down, submerging it under the water. HMPH, keep that garbage excuse in your stomach and hypnotize yourself with it. With the Lord's iron rule, your head should have engraved it deeply into your bones. Useless bugs are ultimately crushed into mud by the iron heel of war. Cheng Wu roared in despair, no, spare me. After passing the death sentence and sending the old man off, the figure flapped its wings and flew straight into the sky. Kicking you to the curb, I still have more than enough power to pierce through the rift. The little play I just performed was simply a minor baiting trick. On Chuan Yue's side, he hurriedly ran over to report the news. Reporting to Lady Yue, secret intel just arrived that Cheng Wu has met King Yama at the baptismal pool. Lord Sishu of the Spirit Guard, who also holds the title of Patrol Envoy Taiyu, is anxiously asking for your order to clean up the mess. Chuan Yue pouted and thought to himself, lingering on death's door for a whole 2 months before dying means God was already too kind to him. Yue, who was still glued to grinding her cooking manual, exclaiming, what's there left to handle, just throw it to them so they can direct their own play. Having been hit by my Yue Hua move, how could his measly life bear the punishment? In the blink of an eye before Xiao Yuan finishes grinding and returns home, I still have to bust my ass to cram and produce 10 more course lesson plans. From now on, put all these trivial rumors aside, you are forbidden from bringing them here to trash my ears. The camera panned to the area where Lin Yuan was walking shoulder to shoulder with the whole team, crossing mountains and streams over a rolling hilly terrain. He gasped in admiration, wow, this forest is truly vast and boundless. Xiao Bai blabbered revealingly, it's obvious bro. The entire chain of 13 giant cities of the Radiance Federation is connected like flesh and blood to this endless forest. Xin Ying took the chance to act as a guide. The location we are about to land at is called Zhenmo Ban, situated right on the border of Denglong City, and it is also the place closest to the royal capital. And the aircraft touched down at Denglong City, night had just fallen. The whole group dragged themselves for a walk around the bustling streets. He opened his eyes wide to examine the surroundings. Wow, beautiful scenery. The prosperous worldly smoke and fire are so pleasing to the eye. Who would have thought this remote town could harbor such a dazzling and lively atmosphere? Xiao Bai took the opportunity to stuff knowledge into the rookie's head. That's just natural, after all. It grabbed the advantage of embracing the endless forest, so it attracted swarms of merchants rushing to Zhenmo Ban to trade and restock goods. Every little bit adds up. Over time, this place blossomed and developed into this level of prosperity. Seeing that naive demeanor, Pinru pouted her lips and wondered, looking at this posture, perhaps our holy healer has never packed a backpack and wandered out of his bamboo village before. Dan Ran quickly nudged her to drop a hint, don't expose and mock him like that, after all, the kid is still wet behind the ears. Xin Ying arranged for the team to stay at Zhenmo Ban tonight. She said she and Pinru would buy essential supplies, Dan Ran would handle renting the rooms, and Xiao Hai could freely sightsee. Exactly 1 hour later, everyone would gather here, sleep at the inn tonight to regain strength, and officially set off tomorrow morning. Everyone obeyed in unison. Just as she turned around, she caught the bright, expectant gaze of Xiao Bai staring intently at her. So she had to change her mind. Zhang Xiao Bai, you go. Actually never mind, Zhang Xiao Bai, do whatever you like. The grumpy guy questioned Xin Ying, are you looking down on me? Why are you leaving me idle? The girl immediately pushed Xiao Bai's face away and exposed his glorious past achievements. Do you still have the nerve to wonder? Last time you were assigned to buy supplies, you ended up bringing back exactly 50 roast chickens and casually showed your face back here. Pinru was also speechless at the guy. She advised that on this trip, Xiao Bai should just stay put and enjoy his grilled meat as long as he doesn't cause trouble. Xin Ying pulled everyone away, telling Pinru to just ignore him, let's go. Leaving behind Xiao Bai holding his face, whining and crying, I haven't even wrecked anything on this trip yet. Lin Yuan stood dazed in thought, maybe I should go over and comfort him a bit. Unexpectedly, he flipped his attitude as fast as lightning, his face filled with extreme joy as he cheered. The scheme worked perfectly, let's go, let me treat you to a skewer meal. Only then did he realize he was too inexperienced. It turned out Xiao Bai's tragic act earlier was all just deep acting. Stepping into the shop, he loudly shouted, boss, bring out 30 grilled kidney skewers with the most terrifying spicy level. Lin Yuan asked dizzily, 30 skewers, can we even finish all that? Suddenly an innocent child's voice rang out, Mom, look, why is there a hole torn open in the sky? Catching that sentence, he immediately jerked his head up to look at the sky, a tear. Could it be? A spatial rift slowly materialized, emitting a blinding red light exactly like fresh blood. His heart seemed to skip a beat. This thing is. He hurriedly rushed to his side. Zhang Xiaobai was still busy showing off his grill-flipping skills. Look at my level, 30 kidney skewers done in the blink of an eye. Why are you calling me? Lin Yuan pointed his finger straight up to the 9th cloud. Look up there. The spatial rift tore wider and wider, with faint silhouettes of monsters slithering out. He exclaimed loudly, it's an alien insect rift. Across all streets, the crowd scrambled for their lives in panic. Run everyone, hurry into the defense zone to take shelter. Xiaobai called out to Lin Yuan, hurry up, Xin Ying's team must surely be at the meeting point by now. Lin Yuan resolutely refused, this is bad, the rift is so close to the town, someone definitely has to block the monster's advance. He forcefully pulled his shoulder, are you crazy? You can't handle it. If the first wave of alien insects drops, you'll lose your life easily. We still have some time, let's run to the meeting point first and figure it out later. The crack in the sky continued to tear apart, and the first alien insect creature began to drop down. One by one, they slammed their feet onto the ground. He retorted, right now they pose no danger, but what about later? Xiaobai explained, even if they don't die from the drop, they still need time to gather into a swarm. That amount of time is more than enough for the suburban citizens to evacuate safely. Our job right now is to go regroup with Xin Ying's team. The two of them quickly returned. Xin Ying complained impatiently, why are you two so late? This rift is really weird. From the buzzing sounds of the insects, it's a sure bet that it connects to the alien insect dimension. He immediately inquired, what's the actual situation out there? Has the level of this rift been evaluated yet? Lin Yuan was certain that it definitely hadn't reached Class 2, otherwise with this close proximity, just the sound of the bug swarm alone would be enough to make people dizzy. It is estimated to hover around Class 1 or peak Class 1 at most. Xin Ying nervously cast a glance at him. We must be ready to fight, however, Xiaobai. It's truly unlucky to encounter an active dimensional rift on this trip. The mission to hunt the jade-scaled ice snake has to be cancelled halfway. You just go back to the Union Guild in the royal capital to reclaim the deposit as compensation. He was slightly startled. It turns out these people planned to fight to the death at Zhen Moban to stop the bug's swarm. Xiaobai was about to speak, hey Xin Ying, what about Xiaobai? She immediately cut him off and dragged him away, absolutely not. Xiaobai has zero responsibility to get involved in this death match. What right do we have to force him to stay? The kind hearts of the group made Lin Yuan's heart swell with emotion. In his mind rushed back the childhood image of when his parents walked away. The young Lin Yuan back then could only stand rooted behind, straining his eyes to watch his parents' silhouettes, calling out after them, Dad, Mom. He spoke in a dignified voice, I'm afraid those good intentions won't work. I believe this temporary team of ours can't be disbanded before that insect tide is extinguished. What now? Do only the four of you plan to stay in this place? Xiaobai was visibly thrilled, no need for long explanations. From this second on, you are truly a life-and-death brother of mine, Zhang Xiaobai. He smiled soothingly, rest assured, when we rush into the brawl later, I will put all my effort into healing you specifically. Xin Ying urged the team, if we only rely on this thin handful of people, we definitely won't be able to withstand that bug swarm. No more dawdling, everyone must immediately rush to the branch of the Union Guild to recruit more manpower, only then will there be a chance. They all shouted in unison, understood. In another development, Zhu Zhaimyu warned Lin Yuan, I know perfectly well what scheme you are brewing in your stomach, but stop daydreaming, this lord will absolutely not lend a hand to help. Lin Yuan replied while running hastily, even if you plan to stay out of it, I would never fold my arms and watch. She clicked her tongue in praise, tusk, very brave little kid. However, this is exactly a peak class 1-dimensional rift. Lin Yuan replied firmly, I know, but to sum it up, it's just a class 3 alien insect with power equivalent to a gold tier fae, right? If so, then I have even more reason to stay. Zhu Zhaimyu was speechless at the boy's stubbornness. Are you trying to use your measly life to threaten me? This lord only committed to keeping you alive. I don't have the free time to care about the life and death of strangers. Lin Yuan immediately retorted, suppose we fall to this bug swarm, and I am truly about to die, would you be willing to show up and protect this Zhen Moban? She ruthlessly brushed it off. Stop hallucinating, this lord is a spider-type fae, not you humans. Even though I am known as your path protector, at most I will only protect you at the critical moment of life and death. He clenched his fists with a face full of pride. Just believe in me, this life won't fade so easily. Moreover, tonight's battle will be a perfect test to hone my abilities. Zuyu Zhaimu spoke with amusement. Makes sense, your aura is quite pleasing to my eyes. How about we make a deal? If you happen to stop this bug wave, I will take the source-type item lying deep inside that peak class 1-dimensional rift to reward you immediately. He quickly chimed in that case, I must give it my all even more. Right in the middle of the crowded plaza, a resounding voice reporting to the branch president, out of a total of 325 members, minus 215 individuals who are absent, the remaining 110 people are all present. In addition, there are 113 combat class spirit chi professionals from elsewhere. Specifically, 87 people use bronze tier phase, 25 people command silver tier phase, and uniquely one person possesses a gold tier fae, awaiting the branch president's orders. He breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there is a silver lining in the misfortune, pooling all the power of 1,000 people in Zhen Moban, we can still fight to the death. The subordinate hesitated, even so. Excluding the 5 healing class professionals staying in the town, the healing phase arriving from elsewhere amount to only this single bronze tier spit-spewing cuckoo. It's not that I'm criticizing its ugly appearance, I just fear it will hardly be able to bear the number of casualties caused by the alien insect's bites. The young boy named Chang Sheng heard that sentence and glared back. Wait a minute, who did you just call ugly? BKO let out a heavy sigh. There are 5 healers in total, but there are only 4 bronze tier phase. Facing such a terrifying alien insect rift, I wish we had a silver tier healing fae, then casualties would definitely be significantly reduced. Lin Yuan immediately cut in, don't worry. The old man turned his face toward the source of the voice, catching sight of the 5-person team striding closer, and asked, who is standing over there? Xiao Bai acted like he was coolly brushing his hair, since you sincerely wish to know. Xin Ying conveniently smacked the guy. We are in deep water and burning fire right now, cut the comedy crap. She walked straight up to Li Ko and reported clearly, reserve team of the Extreme Club, including 2 offense class spirit chi professionals, 1 defense class spirit chi professional, 1 support class spirit chi professional, plus 1 healing class spirit chi professional just added to the lineup. We request permission to join the battle. Lin Yuan reminded Xin Ying, sis, read out our strengths too, to boost everyone's morale a bit. She immediately pointed out each person in the team. Dan Ran, offense class spirit chi professional holding a gold tier fae. Zhang Xiao Bai, defense class spirit chi professional also carrying a gold tier fae. Lu Pin Ru, support class spirit chi professional possessing a silver tier fae. I am Xin Ying, offense class spirit chi professional possessing a gold tier fae. The crowd around them cheered wildly in excitement. So awesome, it's a lineup from the S-tier tournament, idols, you guys also visited Zhen Moban. We are truly so fated, this is great, this time the reinforcements are incredibly strong. Lin Yuan also smiled and introduced himself. I am Hai, healing class spirit chi professional, possessing a silver tier fae. The whole plaza burst into joy. Wow, finally our side has a silver tier healer, our lives are completely entrusted to you. The old man stepped close and grabbed Xiao Bai's hand with an eager face. This is wonderful. Everyone is an elite of the younger generation, and since you go through life and death in the same team, your coordination must be extremely perfect. Well then, let me pass the command duty during this bug defense to you all. The guy scratched his head shyly. That doesn't seem very appropriate. It should be the guard commander who steps up. Xiao Bai's eyes caught sight of the badge pinned right on the old man's chest, clearly engraved with the words Guard Commander of Zhen Moban. His face darkened, so that's how it is. Xin Ying nodded in agreement, no problem, then we accept the command rights for this battle. She immediately issued an order. Is there anyone in the crowd who brought a small flying fae to go scout the size of the dimensional rift? Also take a look at what species the alpha alien insect leading this bug wave belongs to. Only then can we prepare in advance to deal with it more effectively. The crowd looked at each other blankly. Xiao Bai whispered in her ear, this first order of yours doesn't seem right. Most flying faes are only used for carrying people. From bronze tier and up their sizes are already massive, while those below bronze tier have tiny intellects. Even if you send them to scout, they won't be able to relay the information back. She clicked her tongue in frustration. It's a pity that Pinru doesn't have a flying fae. Lin Yuan calmly raised his hand. I can probably handle this. Kong Ming anxiously asked, can Yin Yin bear this responsibility? He immediately summoned Yin Yin out of the space. Then he strictly instructed, Yin Yin, listen up. On this scouting trip, you are absolutely forbidden from risking your life with the alien insects. Remember to dodge that bug swarm. If you spot a Class 3 alien insect, just take one glance and fly straight back, understood? Kong Ming added, the spatial magnetic field is being disrupted, so only short-distance voice transmission devices are usable. Try to remember a bit more about the alien insect encyclopedia I told you about earlier. If you forget everything, just directly describe the monster's appearance and it'll be fine. Xiao Bai rubbed his chin in admiration. Hai is definitely no ordinary healing professional. That flying fae exudes top-tier spiritual intelligence. It must have climbed to at least silver tier. Pinru pulled out a wooden wardrobe and corrected him. Xiao Bai, now is not the time to stand there admiring. Her hand gently brushed across the surface of the wardrobe door, and a burst of spiritual energy instantly appeared. The door swung open, and inside hung countless woven cloth strips glowing in emerald green. Item information immediately displayed. Fae name, cocoon-slaying silkworm species, silkworm family, cocoon breed, Fae level, silver tier 8 out of 10, Fae type, wood, Fae quality, flawless. Gills include silk spit, rapidly spewing a large amount of messy silk to defend itself, light body silk armor, channeling spirit chi to weave silk into a garment. Wearing it helps reduce body weight and increase speed, sturdy silk armor, weaving energy silk into a set of armor that highly effectively blocks physical damage. Exclusive trait, resilient silk. The silk strands possess superior elasticity, increasing the lifespan and durability when using products made from the silk. The plump silkworms continuously spewed out countless silk strands, shining in emerald green. Pinru waved her hand to summon the spiritual elements to converge right in front of her, making Xiao Bai and Lin Yuan widen their eyes in awe. Truly amazing. She handed the item directly to him and instructed, Hai, temporarily put on this silk armor, it can help you block some physical damage. Xiao Bai immediately chimed in to advertise more. Wearing Pinru's stuff feels so damn good. The healer is basically the heart-maintaining power for the front line. Lin Yuan happily took it and nodded, I understand. As soon as he put it on, he immediately felt it, just like the rumors. It instantly condensed into a protective membrane made of spirit chi wrapped around his body. Barely 10 minutes passed, everyone was clad in a silkworm cocoon coat, even that little cuckoo bird got one. Noticing her pale face, Xin Ying hurriedly supported her and asked with concern, Pinru, maybe we should stop here for now. The girl still gritted her teeth and persevered, it's fine, after chewing on this first-grade snow ginseng. I just need to rest for exactly 5 minutes and I'll be fine. Lin Yuan immediately cast a healing spell to replenish her stamina, spirit injection. Pinru felt her body become significantly healthier when enveloped by that flow of spiritual energy. Hi, this move of yours is really formidable. I instantly recovered quite a bit of strength. Xiao Bai was stunned with his jaw dropping. Oh my god, dragon bug bloodline, and it even comes with the ultimate skill spirit injection. You're really hiding some terrifying cards. Pinru hurriedly reminded, our time is running out. In the upcoming defense wave, anyone possessing a fae from silver tier and up will hold the front line. Below bronze tier, try to use long-range attacks for cover. Defense class line up horizontally to block the front, offense class take care of clearing the 2 flanks, and healing class retreat to the rear to provide timely heals. That little cuckoo bird was being forced to drink itself full of water. People continued to pour another whole bottle of water straight into its mouth. Chang Sheng brought out an even bigger bottle and warned, you truly have it hard. But later in battle, if you don't spit enough saliva, don't ever dream of tasting your favorite gray bugs again. Yin Yin reported, Lin Yuan, I've sneaked right next to the bug swarm now. He immediately coordinated, great, get a bit closer, remember to tiptoe and don't let the bugs notice. It assessed the situation. The dimensional rift has almost completely torn open. The bugs are swarming densely below. He ignored them, pushed those little fries aside, directly observed the Class 3 alien insect lying on the top. Yin Yin described its features. This one is covered in a transparent skin, and inside it emits a green light. It's definitely an acid pouch bug. Down on the ground, another one popped up. It's a pitch-black giant rhinoceros beetle covered in sharp spikes. He immediately broadcasted the info to the whole team. The targets are the acid pouch bug and the spiked rhinoceros beetle. Xiao Bai slapped his thigh in delight. Fantastic, our side's gold-tier phase are more than enough to boil them beautifully. Lin Yuan ordered it. Well done, Yin Yin. Now that the reconnaissance is over, hurry back here. Yin Yin just glanced over one more time and froze. Wait a minute. It panicked and briefly described, it seems there's still one left. Its shape looks exactly like a black blur. Lin Yuan felt a chill and yelled, a black blur? This is bad. Yin Yin, fly back immediately. Yin Yin flapped its wings frantically, darting back like an arrow. He opened his arms to fully embrace it to his chest and stroked it. You worked hard, Yin Yin. It hissed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost thought I couldn't make it back. Kong Ming quickly reassured, it's nothing, your wings aren't cramping yet anyway. Xiao Bai pouted his lips disdainfully, acting all serious. In the end, it's just 3 Class 3 alien insects. We bros didn't grow up being scared. Who gives a damn whether it's Class 1 or peak Class 1? Our squad will just hold the front line and endure until reinforcements arrive. Xin Ying glanced at the guy and secretly nodded in praise. This guy, always surprisingly reliable when it comes to crucial moments. The surrounding crowd excitedly raised their weapons high. Makes total sense. Fight, fight, fight. Just as they marched close to the battlefield, those 2 fighters asked nervously, do we really have to fight here? A sense of danger is lingering everywhere, and the smell is truly nauseating. He raised his voice to announce to everyone, the civilians in the town are as numerous as ants. We absolutely cannot use guerrilla tactics in the alleys. We must intercept them right outside the town. Luckily, Zhenmo Ban is built against a cliff. The only way in and out is this town wall right here. Bro Xiao Bai, the first defense line is entrusted to you. He patted his chest loudly and assured, understood, just open your eyes wide and witness my skills. As the foul stench from the thick toxic fog ahead engulfed them, Xiao Bai shivered and told himself, luckily, I didn't eat any grilled kidney skewers earlier, otherwise smelling this stinking odor would probably make me throw up my guts. He immediately summoned his Fae. Xiao Haiwa, hurry up and apply a few more layers of strong wind shield on Zhu Xing Ma Huang. Xiao Hong Hong, Sister Pin Ru's armor is all for you to wear. Now is not the time to save strength, just charge in. Xin Ying also quickly summoned a spirit cat over. An aura of spiritual energy exploded around her body after her shout, cat transformation. On Xin Ying's 2 fists, razor-sharp claws instantly sprouted. The men around there looked at her smoking hot appearance and were mesmerized. Goddess Xin Ying is so beautiful. We'll rush out to support you right away. She coldly dismissed them, thanks for the sentiment, but our combat strength is very thin. Later, those with gold-tier phase will block the outermost perimeter. The group using silver and bronze-tier phase will interleave, forming a trapezoidal defense line. Her hand sliced through the wind, drawing a bright line straight onto the ground. Use this spot as the boundary. Utilize the alien insect corpses to build up the defense wall. The crowd responded unitedly, understood. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. That's right, this is the most effective way to fight against alien insects. The actions of the alien insects only follow their instincts. Even high-level alien insects cannot resist the temptation of a large amount of flesh and blood. After all, devouring is the entire meaning of their existence. As long as we make them stop, we can effectively stall their advance. If that's the case, then. He turned to coordinate the small group. All healing class retreat to the rear. I will handle the frontline healing sector alone. My Fae can cast mass healing. The rest of you just focus on giving first aid to the wounded retreating from the front line, and that'll be fine. Chang Sheng widened his eyes in astonishment. You're kidding, impossible. A Fae that can perform mass healing, how much spirit chi must be drained to cast this move? Another person blurted out, mass healing, that's absolutely fantastic. Looking at the densely packed swarm of alien insects approaching, Xiao Bai swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, the distance has shortened to less than 100 meters. He immediately drew blood for the Fae Xiao Hong Hong, using the fishy smell of blood plasma to lure the alien insects into taking the bait. The red-eyed alien insects viciously lunged straight toward them. Xiao Hong unleashed a few powerful moves, slashing away the alien insects. Xiao Bai hastily reported, the first defense line here has been set up. Everyone just proceed with the defense according to the planned strategy. Dan Ran clapped his hands together and shouted loudly, understood. Surging spiritual energy radiated from his palms. He immediately summoned Rong Yan He Ma, Bao Shi He Ma, let's go. Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Dan Rand's affinity is actually a hippopotamus. The style is poles apart. He shouted loudly, ordering the Fae to charge. Rong Yen He Ma cast smelting earth net. Blazing fire erupted from the hippopotamus, incinerating the alien insect swarm. Seeing the other Fae open its mouth wide to devour the alien insects, Kong Ming panicked and cried out, "It's eating the alien insects too." The blood of the alien insects has a very strong acid toxicity. You have to heal it right away. He calmly patted it, no need to worry. Its information immediately displayed: Fae name, Baoshi Ma. Species, hippopotamus family, hairless horse breed level, tier 3 7 out of 10, type, water, quality, perfect. Skills include fang pierce, using 5-inch long sharp fangs to stab continuously, starving digestion. Baoshi Ma is always in a state of starvation. It will crush and swallow the target at an extremely fast speed. Forbidden food bomb, Baoshi Ma stops eating, spewing out all the energy accumulated during the eating process at once to create an energy explosion. Exclusive trait, vile digestion purification. Baoshi Ma automatically purifies all toxic components swallowed through a special gland in the lower jaw and then excretes them out of the body. He had already anticipated its exclusive trait of being able to purify all toxic substances through its lower jaw gland and excrete them, so it wouldn't be poisoned. Kong Ming was truly worrying for nothing. Kong Ming patted its chest and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, you scared me to death. Xin Ying dashed to the front lines. Leave those alien insects trying to climb over the defense line to me. The tier 3 alien insect hasn't shown up yet, so everyone brace yourselves. The sharp spikes tore through the air toward her. Xiao Bai nervously warned, Xin Ying, watch out for the flying spikes from those alien insects. She swung her claws straight at the swarm of sharp spikes, instantly shattering them to pieces. A cold ray of light grazed Xin Ying's shoulder. She winced and exclaimed, "This isn't good. We keep killing them, but their numbers aren't decreasing at all." Dan Rand's flank also ran into trouble. "This is bad, brother Xiao Bai. The alien insects are swarming in massive numbers, and quite a few have slipped past the lava hippo's defense line and are heading your way." Xiao Bai was covered in wounds but still gritted his teeth to reassure them, "Don't worry. Your brother Xiao Bai can still hold the line." Inwardly, he was crying in despair. "I'm so dead. Their attacks are way fiercer than I imagined, and Xiao Hong's baiting effect is working a bit too well. If I had known, I would have layered on another set of silkworm armor just to be safe." Suddenly, Lily appeared, spitting out a barrage of green spherical orbs. The two of them were completely astonished, seeing those miraculous orbs directly mend their unhealed wounds. What is going on? Lily, behind Lin Yuan, was operating at maximum capacity. Everyone is getting healed, the wounds are closing up smoothly. This is definitely an AoE heal, how incredible. Xin Ying gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Brother Hai, well done." Xiao Bai felt his vitality surging. "Now your granddaddy here has more than enough strength to smash 100 more of their snouts." As the grueling battle dragged on, some people were heavily injured. They panted and talked among themselves, "Just how much longer do we have to defend to the death? Our spiritual energy is almost entirely depleted. Why hasn't the reinforcement from Denglong City shown up yet?" Suddenly, a gentle wave of spiritual energy enveloped their bodies, making them feel significantly revitalized. Is this spiritual energy recovering on its own? Everyone was reinvigorated. "That feels amazing. Stop complaining, stand up quickly and let's keep fighting." Xin Ying teared up a little with emotion. Brother Little Hai actually pulled it off. Xiao Bai felt as if he was floating, bathing in the glorious light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. "Oh my God, is this what happiness feels like? If getting beaten up feels this good, why don't I feel it every time Xin Ying beats me to a pulp? Is getting thrashed by alien insects really this blissful? Could it be that Xin Ying is worse than these alien insects?" She stood behind him, frowning and scolding. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about in that head of yours? If you have the strength, get your shield out and hold the defense line for me." Right behind the defense line, two girls were supporting each other as they retreated. "Where did all the healers go? The casualty rate is getting higher and higher." The injured girl groaned miserably. "Ah, it hurts so much. I think I'm bleeding too much." That girl was healed by a little cuckoo bird spitting saliva onto the gash on her chest. Chang Sheng shouted loudly, "Good, the bleeding has stopped, next person please." Seeing the slimy puddle of spit clinging to her chest, the girl grimaced in disgust. "This is just too gross." A young man reached out and pointed forward. "It might be a bit disgusting, but it's extremely effective. Just look at that corner over there." A massive crowd of people was lined up, and Chang Sheng was holding the cuckoo bird, frantically spitting on them. The crowd was even pushing and shoving each other. Hurry up, spit on me quickly, no cutting in line, I still have to go back to the front, I clearly came to line up first. Lu Pinru was also giving it her all. The silkworm clothes are wearing out faster than expected. If this keeps up, when the next wave hits, the number of casualties will definitely double. I have to work even faster. Yin Yin flapped its wings until its armpits were sore, unleashing a barrage of severing flow attacks to wipe out the alien insects. He quickly praised, "Great job, Yin Yin." Lin Yuan raised his hand high, spiritual energy billowing out. "Very good. The most massive wave of the insect tide has definitely been held off. The next hurdle is..." The ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Bai exclaimed in shock, "An earthquake." From deep beneath the soil, a mysterious creature began to emerge. A gigantic alien insect appeared. Its snout exhaled an incredibly foul, toxic breath. Xin Ying and Bai exclaimed in unison. It finally showed its face. The first Tier 3 alien insect has finally revealed itself. Xin Ying activated her feline ability. "Let's use the old tactic. You guys buy me some time." Bai nodded immediately. Dan ran, quickly draw its attention. He responded with coordinated timing, understood Lava Hippo advance. The Lava Hippo gathered momentum and rammed straight into the alien insect. Witnessing his spiritual pet faint, Dan ran panicked and reported the bad news. "This is bad. The Lava Hippo can't halt the advance of a Tier 3 alien insect." Bai quickly mobilized his spiritual pet to fill the gap. Hong Hong, jump in and lend a hand, use Hai Wa's Gale Shield to hold it down. Hong's ramming attack caused a crack to appear on the alien insect. He stared in astonishment. The Gale Shield is so powerful, yet it only managed to crack its armor a little bit. Bai turned his head and urged, "Xin Ying, are you done gathering your energy yet?" The girl nodded as she had accumulated enough energy. "It's done." Xin Ying slipped through the alien insect's encirclement like a shuttle, skillfully dodging the blasts of venom they shot at her. In just a blink of an eye, Xin Ying closed in on the opponent. A slimy fluid sprayed wildly from its body. Xin Ying successfully completed the mission. Dan Ran and Bai cheered in excitement. The tactic was a brilliant success, though the spot that got hit looked a bit sensitive. Bai rubbed his hands in praise. "Very good. Not only did we patch up the defense line, but the blood of the spicy thorn armor bug can also restore Hong Hong's health." Xin Ying's face darkened. "Don't let your guard down. This is only the first one." The guy curiously asked, "I still have plenty of stamina left." "Xin Ying, how much of your power did you use for that strike?" Exhausted to the point of barely being able to stand, she replied, "Around 7 to 9/10. I feel like my body only has about 3/10 of its strength left." Dan Ran also chimed in, "I'm probably at less than half of my peak condition." Bai tried to act cool. "Seems like everyone is worn out. Guess we'll have to rely on your granddaddy here now." But deep down, he had a moment of weakness, talking big, "But I'm actually falling apart too." Xin Ying nervously reminded them, "Careful. The next wave is here. Time to put our lives on the line." Kong Ming astutely noticed, "Lin Yuan, everyone is reaching their limits. The wounded who just received basic first aid are being forced back to the front lines. Dragging this out is not a solution." He reassured it, "Don't worry, we still have a trump card left to play." "Hong Ci, your evolution process is complete. Awaken." Hong Ci, as if waiting for this exact moment, instantly revealed itself with an unusually colossal size. Everyone gasped in awe. "What the hell is that massive thing?" Lin Yuan announced commandingly, "All frontline combat professionals immediately fall back and protect the rear." Bai's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Is this really Hai's trump card? The burden on our shoulders has significantly decreased." He commanded Hong Ci to release spores, swallowing up the entire swarm of alien insects. Crimson-red dark spores shot outward like a fine mist of dust. They stubbornly clung to the bodies of those alien insects. Right after, numerous miniature versions of Hong Ci bloomed from the dark spores, whipping countless tentacles to firmly wrap around the alien insects flying in the sky. Dan Ran's eyes lit up. The scene is a bit chaotic, but the effectiveness is truly top tier. Bai held his head, lamenting the wasted effort. "If you had such an awesome strategy, why didn't you bring it out earlier?" Xin Ying, after getting treated, took the clothes Lu Pinru handed her and warned, Don't let your guard down, there are still 2 Tier 3 alien insects out there. Lu Pin Ru has sent new silkworm clothes, quickly put them on. He smiled brightly and replied, orders received. She pondered to herself, this little plant's strategy is actually quite ordinary. This must be a specialized evolutionary form meant to sweep through insect swarms. The main body is probably only hovering around bronze rank. I don't even dare to imagine how terrifyingly powerful it will be once it breaks through to the diamond rank. Lin Yuan spoke up. Dawn is breaking. The insect swarm is about to counterattack again. Where are those 2 remaining Tier 3 alien insects hiding? Letting Hong Ci scatter spores indefinitely like this consumes too much spiritual energy. Little Hai, lend me some spiritual energy. After touching that horn, the energy was fully charged, and Lin Yuan happily exclaimed, all right. Gazing into the distance where something was poking its head out, Xiao Bai's mind began to wander as he mumbled, Dan Ran, the sun didn't turn green today, did it? Lin Yuan frowned in confusion and asked, it's pitch black right now, where is your brain going? The guy immediately snapped out of it, so the second alien insect has appeared. An alien insect, enveloped in a green membrane, loomed into view. It spewed a puddle of slime from its body, making the alien insect next to it sizzle and smoke. The unfortunate alien insect's body was thus slowly corroded away. Witnessing that scene, Dan Ran and Xiao Bai became even more vigilant. How hateful, use long-range attacks to suppress it. Absolutely no one is allowed to get close. Watch out, even a gold-rank spiritual pet wouldn't be able to withstand its acid. Xin Ying called out, anyone who can still fight and has long-range capabilities, follow me and charge. Everyone volunteered, I can still do it. Countless vines aggressively intertwined to form a solid wall blocking their path. Xin Ying exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is going on? Why did this mess of vines suddenly block our way? Xiao Bai anxiously worried, did Brother Hai's spiritual pet lose control? Lin Yuan immediately stroked it and asked, what's wrong with you, Hong Ci? Seeing it affectionately wrapping around his wrist, he exclaimed in surprise, oh, you spotted some delicious food. You've got your eyes on this acid sac bug. Approved, Hong Ci. He granted it a special privilege. Today I'll allow you to feast on a grand meal, go get 'em. The squirming alien insects in front were precisely a dinner made just for it. Hong Ci shot out countless dense tentacles, its massive mouth gaping wide open right at the front lines. It aimed straight for the plump alien insect ahead. The alien insect immediately raised its head, presenting the sturdy armor on its head, ready to block. A fierce collision erupted, and the green slime sprayed everywhere. Kong Ming cried out to warn Lin Yuan, that thing's spiritual energy suddenly spiked. Hong Ci won't be able to pierce through its defense. He widened his eyes in surprise, suddenly spiked. Where did this move come from? Lin Yuan immediately ordered Hong Ci to attack again. I will cover you, and then he sent out Shan Dai straight away. Sharp spikes aimed directly at it, while from high above, Shan Dai fluttered and dove down. From its body, countless grains of silencing scale dust showered down. Kong Ming saw that it wasn't having much effect. Lin Yuan, the silencing scale dust will probably be useless. Its acid-spitting skill doesn't require spiritual energy, it's just releasing the acid accumulated in its body. He smiled and replied, I know, but did you forget the special trait of the blue-purple flash butterfly? A halo of light from the scale dust enveloped the alien insect, causing its body to instantly freeze. Seizing that opportunity, the vines immediately wrapped tightly around its body. His plan had succeeded, he just needed to make it freeze for a moment, creating an opening for Hong Ci to bind it tightly. Its body was torn in half by the mess of vines. Piece by piece, the corpse was thrown straight into Hong Ci's greedy mouth. Everyone was utterly astounded, this Brother Hai, could he be a heaven-blessed genius who only revealed himself after countless rounds of selection in the legends? Revealed after countless rounds of selection. Wouldn't that make him the bottom of the barrel? Xin Ying roared, Zhang Xiao Bai, you're itching for a beating again, aren't you? From within the thick black smoke, a figure slowly stepped out, you've got some skills. It turned out to be the Birdman who had killed Cheng Wu, dark energy condensed at the tip of his fingers. But let's see how you handle this next hurdle. Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief and summoned another spiritual pet. We're in the clear this time. Xiao Hai Bang, come out and help me clean up the battlefield. Then let's start the execution with this one first. Seeing it land a strike, yet the alien insect remained as unyielding as a rock, he stared blankly in surprise. Xiao Hai Bang, are you putting your back into it? Why can't you even cut through a Tier 1 alien insect? From the corpse of that alien insect, a black ribbon suddenly shot out. Lin Yuan immediately shouted, "Careful." Those black ribbons pierced straight through the bodies of Hong Xi's spores. It zoomed forward, aiming directly at Xiao Bai. Xin Ying threw a tremendously heavy punch. "Get out of my way." Although he dodged the fatal slash, one of the guy's arms was completely severed. He roared in agony, "No." Xiao Bai gritted his teeth, tightly clutching his shoulder as blood poured out my arm. That black aura ribbon had dashed right up to the city gate. Xiao Bai panicked and yelled, "This is bad. This monster's speed is too fast. It's heading straight for the town." Even with only one arm left, the guy gritted his teeth and desperately charged forward, trying to run. In your dreams. That earth-shattering smash forced the black aura off its trajectory. It immediately changed direction and darted toward the roadside bushes. Xiao Bai cried out, "Oh crap," it slipped right into the grass. To think it still managed to get away, seeing his body stagger in exhaustion and fall backward, she panicked and rushed over, Zhang Xiao Bai. Lin Yuan immediately ordered Yin Yin to intercept it. "Absolutely do not let it enter the town." Xin Ying held onto him tightly and sobbed, "Xiao Bai, it's really over, it's all gone." He struggled to force an optimistic smile. "Who says so? Don't I still have you to provide for me for the rest of my life?" Xin Ying frowned and grumbled, "We're in a life-and-death situation, and you still have the mood to joke around." Yin Yin had just knocked the aura ribbon down, when Dan Ran's team dashed over as fast as their legs could carry them and pinned it down. He immediately commanded the lava hippo to spit a lava bomb, let the raging fire burn that eyesore to ashes. Watching the fire swallow the target, Dan Ran shed tears of sorrow when he remembered brother Xiao Bai's arm. Guy hurriedly comforted him. "What's there to cry about? Even missing an arm, I can still run a barbecue stall with lightning speed." Hearing that, Xin Ying sobbed even louder. "Stop saying unlucky things, you'll definitely be fine. Once we get back, we'll beg Dai Si for help. She will definitely have a way to reattach your arm." He shook his head with a bitter smile. "Silly girl, even if the white devil descended to earth, she couldn't just snap her fingers and conjure up a new arm for me." Lin Yuan had been quietly observing all this time. An incredibly formidable spiritual energy began to condense in the palm of his hand. A radiant lily suddenly materialized right in his hand. Xiao Bai let out a long sigh. "Little Hai, thanks to you my little life was spared. But I'm afraid in this lifetime our destiny to fight side by side is over." Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy, I absolutely won't allow you to take early retirement like that." He pushed the revival mark to its maximum. Instantly a brilliant green halo enveloped Lin Yuan, dragging countless orbs of light to burst outward in all directions. The crowd gaped in astonishment as they saw their bodies gradually healing. "What kind of magic is this? The wounds have vanished and don't even hurt anymore. This is truly miraculous." Specifically for Xiao Bai, he directly channeled Lily to unleash the severed limb skill. A beam of emerald light shot straight into the middle of his forehead. The spot where the arm was severed suddenly wriggled, gradually sprouting new flesh and bones. Looking at the fully formed arm, Xiao Bai stood rooted to the spot. Am I dreaming, or did my dizziness create hallucinations? Xin Ying lunged at the arm and inspected it closely. Oh my god, it grew back exactly like the real thing. Being twisted and examined by her, he grimaced and yelped. My arm was just reattached. Can't you be just a little bit gentle, miss? Ignoring him, the girl was overjoyed and pulled Xiao Bai into a tight embrace. Dan Ran came back and saw the scene, his jaw dropping in shock. Brother Xiao Bai, does your arm have magical powers? The guy immediately boasted smugly, it's all thanks to Brother Hai, your big bro's arm is as perfect as before. Hearing that, the boy immediately hung onto his body in a tight hug, the entire atmosphere bursting into joyous laughter. Lin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The effort put in was truly well worth it. Right at that moment, a brilliant streak of light shone down from the sky, radiating from the majestic figure of a giant dragon. He snapped his head up, muttering, what on earth is this? The group erupted in cheers. Oh my god, the saviors are here. That awe-inspiring flight path is definitely the Danglong guards from Danglong City. The group happily threw their arms around each other's necks and danced. This is fantastic. We actually pulled off a miracle and survived the disaster. The reinforcements grinded for hours just to get here. What a torture. I have to carve this incident into my memory to brag about it to my wife and kids until I'm old. Zuyu Zhaimyu clicked her tongue in praise. Well done, kid. You didn't disgrace the name of Yue Hu's disciple. Having stopped an entire insect tide, just stand there, let me go scavenge the spoils for you. Xiaobai and Dan ran over and patted him on the back heartily. That's amazing, brother. Hi. The burden is finally lifted. Let's just dump the mess for the dang long guards to break their backs cleaning up. It's time for us brothers to rest easy. The rescue squad captain ran over and bowed. Sincere apologies, Branch Guild Master. The journey was long, so we arrived late. Please leave the cleanup to us. But whose handiwork is that gigantic pile of plants sitting right in the middle of the battlefield? The old man pointed straight at Lin Yuan. It's that young man's spiritual pet. He exhausted himself to help us a great deal. He wiped his sweat and thought to himself, I didn't expect this battle to be so arduous. It'd drain all my strength. The monster Liu Jai had to carry at that time was a tier 3, how terrifying. Kong Ming blinked at Lin Yuan and asked softly, so how are we going to clean up Hong Xi's giant flower garden? We can't just ignore it and leave it lying around like this, right? He scratched his chin and looked at his spiritual pet, right? Can Hong Xi retract all those branches and leaves by itself? The little girl happily nodded her head. Immediately after, a mysterious energy sparked through the air and slipped right into little Hong Xi, who was lying sprawled on the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Wow, a one-step leap to heaven. It was just normal quality a moment ago, and now it's skyrocketed straight to the flawless level. How convenient. The captain pressed his walkie-talkie and cleared his throat. This is a bit hard to explain, but basically, the insect swarm has been extinguished. The 3 Tier 3 alien insects have met their maker, and as for the dimensional rift. He looked up at the sky and continued, it's slowly sealing itself. Zuyuzhai Mu landed with a thud, HMPH. You brat are incredibly lucky, casually stumbling upon a source-type item that matches you this perfectly. She shoved the spoils straight into Lin Yuan's chest, brought the source insect back for you. Take it home, close the door and slowly study it. This thing is worth 10,000 times more than your silly flower. He pouted and retorted, my Hong Xi is a good girl, she's not silly at all. Xin Ying hastily waved her hands. Let's slip away, folks. If those reporters from Deng Long City catch wind of this, they'll hound us for interviews for 3 days and 3 nights. Our lives will be over. The whole gang nodded in agreement. Truer words have never been spoken. And so the entire group sneaked away as stealthily as cats. Let's make a quiet exit. When Chang Sheng went on television, he waved his hands and feet, recounting, he was so majestic, he's the idol in my heart, dressed in black, wearing a mysterious mask, controlling demonic plants to tear apart the insect swarm's formation. I have to go back and immediately start a fan club for him. I swear, he is the faith of my life. Meanwhile, the group that had just fled was groping their way into the endless forest. Xiaobai marched aggressively at the front, leading the entire team as they tiptoed deep into the forest. Lin Yuan darted his eyes around, muttering, the deeper we go, the narrower the path under the canopy becomes, yet the weeds here haven't increased in value at all. No wonder back then Liu Jai had to climb until his arms were sore just to harvest some insect cocoons. While that grass patch over there looks very suspicious, could it be a trap? He quickly spoke up to warn, brothers, watch your step carefully. Suddenly the ground trembled violently, rocks and dirt fell apart. Xiaobai jumped up. Oh mother, what kind of weird thing is emerging? Catching their eyes was a fierce earth armor spiked rat bursting out. Xiaobai sneered in disdain. Just 3 wet behind the ears little mice dare to ambush and sneak attack me. Xiaobai bang to the chopping block. A massive shield popped out to block the attack perfectly. The guy brushed his hair and patted his chest proudly. Do you wet behind the ears mice understand the greatness of your big bro here yet? The earth armor took the full brunt of the rebound, flying far away and falling flat on its back. Xin Ying glared intensely. Stop flapping your lips, Mr. God, quickly block their path. Lin Yuan only needed to sweep his eyes over the monster's body to instantly see through its fatal weak point. Lin Yuan shouted loudly to remind Xin Ying, the shells on these things are as hard as rock, don't hit their backs, just aim accurately for their bellies and cartilage joints and smash. The moment it reached her ears, the girl dashed forward as fast as a tornado. Xin Ying delivered an earth-shattering punch straight into the belly of the earth armor. Seeing the 3 animals panicking and digging a hole to hide, Xiaobai chuckled coldly. This kind of insignificant spiritual pet, apart from running away fast, is nothing but trash when standing in front of an alien insect. Lu Pinru blinked at Lin Yuan, who was busily picking up fragments. Are these things also part of the scavenging and collecting program? Lin Yuan nodded. Exactly, even though these guys are kept in captivity a lot, the wild goods are always vastly superior and sturdier. Process and polish them a bit, and they can easily be forged into low-level shields or arrowheads. Selling them for money is a decent way to earn some side income. Xiao Bai eagerly approached. Hey brother, hi, what do you think of my handling of the situation just now? Did it give off the vibe of a handsome war god descending? He shrugged and compared. I didn't see any war god, you just looked more like a super hard meat shield. The guy whined, brother hi, you're corrupted. In the past you didn't have the passion for roasting and rubbing salt into people's hearts like this. You definitely caught these bad habits from hanging out with Dan Ran. Dan Ran jumped up. Why the hell are you dragging me into this? In another development, on a high branch, a bug was secretly spying on the team. Lin Yuan suddenly glanced down at the base of a tree in the distance and called out, hold on a second. Dan Ran and Lu Pinru gasped in unison. Oh mother, is that shiny thing the clear-crested spirit mushroom? Indeed, the title of Creation Master is no joke. This sharp eye for spotting items is truly superhuman. Kong Ming nodded as if knowledgeable. That's right. If we're lucky today, this mushroom will be a huge help in collecting venom later. Suddenly, a bundle of vines whipped fiercely against the ground. The whole group hastily retreated. Watch out. There is a vine-type spiritual pet ambushing around here. Xiao Bai sweated profusely as he erected a shield. Oh mother, the whipping force of this thing is nothing to scoff at. Xin Ying charged in aggressively, throwing a punch that snapped a wriggling vine right in half. Seeing the severed vine still dancing around, the group was surprised. It's chopped into pieces, but it can still wriggle. Lin Yuan frowned. The main body is not in the branches. We have to dig out its roots. The entire team immediately fell into an encirclement. Xiao Bai looked around frantically, sweating bullets. We're doomed. More and more vines are sprouting out. Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp as knives, scanning all directions for a search. Finally, he managed to spot it. Over there in that corner, it's camouflaged as a piece of dry, rotting wood. Dan Ran shouted loudly, calling the lava hippo to prepare to breathe fire. Leave this spot to me. The flames roared, painting an entire corner red. He urged, this lava bomb won't burn for long. Seize the moment and scatter quickly, guys. Running headlong to a safer spot, Xin Ying then patted her chest and checked the head count. Everyone is present, right? Did anyone drop their belongings behind? Xiao Bai panted and replied, probably nothing. Lin Yuan leisurely pulled that thing out to show off, taking advantage of the thick smoke and fire. I conveniently picked the clear-crested spirit mushroom and also plucked some roots from that vine-type plant to keep. A tone full of praise echoed, well done. Xiao Bai's entire body curled up, hugging his shoulders and shivering violently. What kind of hellish place is this? Just a moment ago it was a sweltering jungle, and now it feels like we walked straight into an ice cellar. Lu Pinru buried her nose in the map to analyze. According to these directions, we've stepped into the cold pool area. This place is the lair of the gold-rank green-scaled ice snake. He spread out a layer of scales frosted with ice crystals. Look at these scales. It's highly likely it's soaking right under the pool. Xin Ying frowned alertly and warned, don't underestimate the enemy, it's a gold-rank. Dan Ran, your sensory abilities are sharp, go check out the situation. The young man immediately gathered spiritual energy in his palm and nodded, understood, boss. Just as he dipped his hand into the water to gauge, he jolted in shock. There's a massive commotion underwater, it caught our scent. Xiao Bai swallowed his saliva and offered a plan. How about we use sweet words to negotiate with it a bit? Tell it to be a good boy and spit out its venom for us, all right. Xin Ying pouted, feel free to charge up and try it yourself. The water surface exploded, and a ferocious flood dragon shot straight into the sky. It's emerging. Xin Ying shouted a command, everyone scatter now. The stream of frost it exhaled carried a bone-chilling cold. Xiao Bai's shield emitted a crisp cracking sound. He rolled his eyes back in astonishment. This venom can even corrode the Gale shield. Lu Pinru hurriedly threw him a piece of clothing. Brother Xiao Bai, put this on. It will help you hold out longer. Lin Yuan beside them reminded, the venom of the green-scaled ice snake will paralyze the flow of spiritual power. Don't just stand there and tank it blindly. Just surround it and prevent it from retreating back into the pool, and the mission is accomplished. Lin Yuan took direct command. Dan Ran guard the rear and cut off its retreat. Xin Ying force it to raise its head high for me. Right at the pool's surface, this eel is much more agile than us, and it's even cunning enough to release a blinding mist of ice shards to cause interference. The whole gang continued to grit their teeth and suppress it. Lin Yuan called out, "Lu Pin Ru, is the modified poison-collecting bottle ready?" The girl nodded and reported, "All done. I did exactly as you instructed, pre-coated the rim of the bottle with a spirit membrane. As soon as it opens its mouth to bite down, the venom will be collected automatically." He decided, "Excellent, sprinkle a bit of spiritual energy in to bait its appetite." Lin Yuan threw the bottle straight at the flood dragon. "Bite this." The moment its sharp fangs sank into the bottle, Lin Yuan announced, "That's a wrap. The venom is in the bag." He followed up by throwing the mushroom at its face. "I'll use the clear-crested spirit mushroom to lure this green-scaled ice snake away. Zio Bai, keep your eyes peeled and catch the bottle." The guy cleanly caught the bottle in his hand, grinning from ear to ear, a flawless success. But barely 3 seconds later, Zio Bai's mouth was foaming with white froth. "This is bad, save me quickly, I've been poisoned." News about him blanketed the giant screen. Up until this very moment, we still haven't grasped the true identity of the mysterious healer who protected the demon-quelling plate that night. Based on the blurry visual materials left by the participants, experts concluded that this professional codenamed Hai possesses a silver-rank fantasy breed recovery spiritual pet, and their true strength is indeed earth-shattering. The reporter held the microphone and asked, "Mr. Hai, you've become a nationwide celebrity in a single bound. Those search topics about you on the star web are breaking straight into the top 10 ranking." Xin Ying covered her mouth and whispered, "The ancestors carried so hard just to leak out the single name Hai." The reporter probed further, "Did you prepare a script to build up your reputation just waiting for this day?" Lin Yuan was caught between laughing and crying as he instructed, "It was just pure dumb luck. I hope you big brothers can keep this secret from me. I have no interest in stepping out of my house and immediately being surrounded and stared at." The reporter thumped his chest and promised, "Brother, you are as humble and modest as ever, rest assured. Our mouths are sealed tight." He tossed the ice cream stick he just finished gnawing clean into the trash can. "This spiritual material collection trip went so smoothly, all thanks to the help of you brothers." Then he waved goodbye to them. "Take care, brothers, if fate allows. I hope we can reunite in the royal capital." The whole gang waved back in unison. "See you later, Mr. Hai. Remember to show up and cheer for us in the upcoming tournament season." Kang Ming squirmed and grumbled about the seat on the bird's back, complaining that it made his butt sore. Did all its flesh go to its wings or something? Why was its back so bony and poking into him like this? Lin Yuan chuckled and reminded him that this was the signature trait of a platinum-grade divine black swallow. It was just a rental. If you wanted to travel at high speed, you had to pay the price of a bumpy ride. Told himself that if he ever got the chance in the future, he absolutely had to train a top-tier flying mount of his own. Kang Ming leaped into his lap, deciding that his human's fleshy cushion was still the most comfortable. "Oh, by the way, Lin Yuan, have you opened that newly looted source-type item to see what it is yet?" He pulled out a bizarre-looking egg. This is the thing, who would have thought it was an insect egg. The status panel displayed the spirit beast's name, Omnivorous Wasp Queen. Kang Ming gathered around to inspect it. "Let me see. Oh wow, this one is quite picky. It demands to be parasitized inside another creature's body to hatch, and it even requires a super-concentrated acid bath environment. The conditions are extremely harsh." Lin Yuan slapped his thigh in realization. "Oh, so that's how it is. But no worries, we have our little Hong Ci here, so there's nothing to fear. That landing pad is definitely a perfect match." The cat nodded in agreement. "True. However, Hong Ci is quite the glutton. If it mistakes this for food and swallows the egg whole, we'll be crying tears of despair." Sure enough, the moment Hong Ci saw it, it opened its mouth and swallowed the egg whole. Kang Ming jumped up, stroking his whiskers, and scolded. "Ah, I knew it. It actually chewed and swallowed it." Lin Yuan chuckled and patted him to calm him down. "Relax, Hong Ci has evolved many digestive cavities now. It just so happens to have more than enough space for the insect egg to absorb nutrients and hatch. The only catch is that when it comes out, it will belong to Hong Ci. Well, I guess that indirectly means it'll obediently listen to my orders anyway." Kang Ming blinked and analyzed. "That makes sense, since it's parasitizing Hong Ci's body, not yours." Lin Yuan rubbed his head and smiled. "Exactly. We don't have a direct contract, so while I can upgrade its quality in the future, I won't be able to fuse a willpower rune with it. As for whether it can evolve into a fantasy breed, that will depend entirely on its own luck." He thought to himself, its presence will cause Hong Ci's combat flexibility to skyrocket to a terrifying level. It's a perfectly flawless combination. We really hit the jackpot this time. It even managed to comprehend the Dawn Light rune. Currently, Yin Yin has touched the bronze-grade legend quality and pocketed this Dawn Light rune as well. It is perfectly suited to evolve into a fantasy breed. This attempt will definitely be a success. Kong Ming peeked down, noticed they were heading the wrong way, and asked, this isn't the direction to the royal capital. Where are we detouring to now? Lin Yuan smiled and replied, we're going to visit Zia OCI. It's been over 2 months. If I don't show my face now, she'll probably finish her semester exams and head straight back to our hometown. Before long, Lin Yuan was standing right in front of the gates of Zai Jing Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. Kong Ming clung to his shoulder and asked curiously, has Zai OCI replied to the letter yet? Lin Yuan smacked his lips and reported, she's busy charging into the practical combat class for spirit beasts. Perfect timing, let's go scout how her iron rhino is performing. As soon as he reached the training ground, the sight of a massive crowd ganging up and beating the iron rhino to pulp greeted his eyes. Lin Yuan's jaw dropped. This one versus many game again? Kong Ming grumbled indignantly. Are these guys relying on numbers to bully the weak? Why are so many people ganging up on our Zia OCI alone? Jungle law is so unfair. A female classmate standing nearby chimed in to spill the tea. It's not like we want to, bro. Sending just a few people is barely enough to tickle that crazy big iron rhino. Lin Yuan stared in shock. That's surreal. Is it really that aggressive? In the middle of the field, the spirit beasts were in a chaotic free-for-all. The yellow-spotted dog was using its bite skill. The ivory pig wasn't holding back either with its tusk charge, while the axe halberd unleashed a flaming cleave strike. Kong Ming's whiskers curled in panic. Oh my god, how did it come to this? Is it okay for them to surround and beat Chu Ci like this? Lin Yuan patted the cat's head to comfort him. Calm down, no need to worry. The iron rhino's defensive armor is more than enough to withstand these ticklish attacks. In the eye of the storm, the girl coldly commanded her iron rhino to use Horn Rush. Lin Yuan froze in stunned silence. Holy crap, using a defensive spirit beast to initiate an active attack. Seeing the crazy bull use its massive body to send opponents flying like birds. Both Lin Yuan and Kong Ming were so shocked their jaws dropped. What the heck is with that brutality? Why is Chu Ci fighting so recklessly nowadays? Did she play so hard that she completely forgot about the iron rhino's defensive typing? The surrounding students clasped their hands in awe. Our queen's big iron rhino always fights this flamboyantly in every match. That iron rhino is absurdly strong, like a total freak. A senior girl from the 3rd year was shivering, gritting her teeth, and muttering to encourage herself. I'm a 3rd-year student, after all. I absolutely cannot let the dignity of the 3rd year be thrown into the river. She immediately activated her predatory flower, firing off bug missiles. A barrage of missiles flew straight toward Chu Ci's position. He smacked his lips and cursed inwardly. Playing this cowardly long-range attack game. Even if the kid pulls her bull back to defend and shield her now, she's going to be a beat too late. A missile grazed right past her arm. Chu Ci gritted her teeth through the pain and grunted, "Ugh." The iron rhino ignored it and continued charging forward to attack. Seeing blood drawn, the teacher immediately blew the whistle and announced, "Stop, a student is bleeding, the practice session is temporarily halted." Lin Yuan anxiously pushed through the crowd and rushed over in a panic. Zia OCI. He touched her arm and scolded her in frustration. "Your bone is fractured. What kind of crazy game are you playing?" The teacher hurried over, frowned, and asked, "This young man is?" The girl hastily cleared things up and explained, "Sir, this is my biological older brother." Then she turned to Lin Yuan with wide eyes and asked, "Did you pop out from the ground? Showing up out of nowhere like that almost gave me a heart attack." He flicked her forehead and scolded, "You're the one giving me a heart attack, taking a guardian spirit beast and fighting like an attacker." The girl rubbed her wound and grinned goofily. "Wow, it's so magical. My arm healed up so fast, it doesn't hurt at all anymore." Just as he was about to continue lecturing her, he felt Kong Ming tugging at the hem of his shirt. He looked down and asked, "What's up?" The cat jutted his chin and replied, "Take a look at the battlefield over there." Looking at a pile of pets lying scattered and dying from severe injuries, Lin Yuan felt a pang of guilt, scratched his head, and decided, this is really embarrassing. Let me channel my energy to heal and compensate these little guys." Witnessing Lin Yuan sprinkle restorative spirit chi, the whole crowd of students gasped in awe. "Oh my god, it's a healing type. So majestic and cool. This rare gem is probably even more formidable than the teachers down in our school's infirmary." The kids pushed and shoved each other. "Handsome bro, please give me your autograph." Seeing the situation escalating, Chu Si grabbed her brother's shirt and dragged him away. "Let's bounce, bro. Wait for me to get a leave of absence and then we'll leave the school. I have a huge secret to tell you." Upon hearing his little sister whisper the news, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes back. "Rank C? Did you really climb up to become a Rank C Spirit Chi professional?" The girl beamed and replied, "Brother, that's exactly why I dragged you out here to give you the news face to face." He secretly smiled in triumph. The timing is truly impeccable. The highest grade of Spirit Beast a Rank C professional can contract is Gold grade. It just so happens I've been grinding to upgrade the Star Steel Butterfly as a gift for Zio Ci lately. Chu Ci dragged Lin Yuan into a secluded, empty corner. "Brother, come over here." He frowned in confusion. "Why are you dragging me out to the middle of nowhere? Are you trying to scare me, or do you have some surprise to show me?" The girl nodded in confirmation. "Yep, ever since I ranked up to C, my body has gone through some really weird changes." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her hand, revealing a dull gray rune. "I have no idea where to throw this annoying thing." Lin Yuan's jaw dropped in absolute astonishment. "Holy crap, this is a willpower rune, and Zio Ci is barely 15 years old." Chu Ci winked and reported, "I've kept it a total secret and haven't dared to breathe a word about it to anyone." Lin Yuan swallowed hard, clearly feeling the sharp, metallic murderous aura it emitted. Mother of God, this willpower rune was born to be slapped onto the iron rhino and nowhere else. Zuyuzhai Mu poked her head out from his hair to eavesdrop. Tusk Lin Yuan, your sister's talent is genuinely terrifying. Give her some more time, and her future prospects will definitely be limitless." Lin Yuan lifted his chin, bursting with infinite pride, and replied, "Of course." He tipped his chin and ordered, "Hurry up and go write your leave application. Your big brother is taking you out on the town to broaden your horizons." After hearing this, Chu Si stood frozen in bewilderment. He clasped his hands and told Ning Lao, "I'm troubling you again, sir. I'm in need of an advanced independent nurturing room along with a modest batch of materials. I'd appreciate it if you could prepare them." The old man waved his hand and laughed heartily in agreement. "A piece of cake, a trivial matter. I'll have Zhu Jun fetch the items for you right away." Chu Si stared in admiration and asked, "Oh my God, brother, you show your face at the association and the big boss vice president personally rolls out the red carpet to welcome you?" Lin Yuan suddenly turned serious. "Drop the gossip, Zio Ci, before we get to the grind. I need to hold a trial to criticize you a bit." He unleashed a barrage of scolding. "Who brainwashed you into using such a brutal fighting style with the Iron Rhino, bringing a defensive spirit beast to sweep the field and actively attack people? Is its defensive label just for show?" Chu Si scratched her head in distress. "It's not like I want to be a thug, but the problem is, because my Iron Rhino's defensive armor is too thick, every time we have practical class, they gang up and focus their firepower on blasting my Iron Rhino's head first. One day it got beaten up so badly by the mob that it couldn't take it anymore. It went berserk and charged forward, sending the entire enemy formation's brains flying. Who knew its attack power was so ferocious? From then on, it got used to the thrill and started chasing people until they scattered like dirt. But every cloud has a silver lining. Thanks to that bullish behavior, I accidentally comprehended this willpower rune." He marveled inwardly, "Oh my God, other people meditate to gain enlightenment, but in this family, a bull's charge casually produces a martial arts manual." Lin Yuan peeled a fruit for his sister while smiling subtly. "What a coincidence, your big brother also just picked up a second spirit beast for you." Chu Si's eyes widened in curiosity. A second spirit beast. The spirit beast's status panel automatically displayed. Name: Star Steel Butterfly. Species: Carbon Butterfly from the Enamel Butterfly family. Level: peaking at Bronze Tier 10 out of 10. Element: Standard Metal type. Quality: labeled Epic. Skill: Wing Shield, condenses hard alloy over its wings to engage in hand-to-hand combat and block attacks. Steel Pattern Shield, latches onto a target and deploys an all-encompassing transparent metal tempered glass cage for defense. It is both sturdy and can bounce around following the target. Exclusive premium trait: Countershock. Whenever hit, it automatically reflects a portion of the damage as a shockwave energy blast, taking on all kinds of physical punches or magic spells. Oh wow, the Star Steel Butterfly flapped its wings, fluttered around, and then perched regally on Chu Si's hand. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and revealed, "The sacrifice trait, while a precious skill, only takes effect on you personally. But if you bring this butterfly into a team, it is more than capable of solo carrying the tank position of a defensive spirit chi professional." The girl gleefully summoned her iron rhino. "Hey, big metal buddy, come out and say hi to your new coworker." He inspected it and gasped. It leveled up to bronze tier 4 already. Being able to fatten it up to this extent shows that Chu Ci's caretaking skills are definitely top-notch. Lin Yuan stroked his chin and demanded, "Zio Ci, bring that willpower rune out here so I can take another look at it." Looking at the glowing rune in his sister's hand, he nodded in confirmation. "Just as I expected, this troublesome thing can resonate and connect with both of your minions. Zio Ci, the time has come to push the button and make a choice." The girl looked confused. "Huh, choose what?" Lin Yuan started his lecture. "Both the Star Steel Butterfly and the Iron Rhino are compatible with your willpower rune. The catch is, this rare item is one of a kind. You're only allowed to stuff it into one of them to evolve it into a fantasy breed first." Chu Ci jumped in shock, utterly amazed. A fantasy breed? But doesn't that require grinding the quality all the way to the legend threshold to pull off? He lightly flicked her forehead and smirked. "Are you looking down on your big brother's skills? The button you press today will determine your long-term combat path in the future, so use your brain and think it through carefully." Chu Ci furrowed her brow in thought. "If I choose the Star Steel Butterfly, my little life will be protected to the teeth and much safer, but the cruel reality is, if I want to squeeze into the Zai Jing 100 sequence top 10 leaderboard, or dream of competing for a seat in the 100 Radiance sequence." She slammed the table and finalized, "I'll take the Iron Rhino." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you absolutely sure?" Chu Ci tilted her chin firmly. "Deal, I'm not changing my mind." He smacked his lips in secret regret. "Damn it, I was dead certain she'd pick the butterfly because it fits the purely defensive specialization. Whatever, Chu Ci is grown up now. She has the right to freely choose her own unique path." He let out a long, helpless sigh. Carrying the title of a defensive professional, yet lugging around a giant iron bull to deal explosive damage. Who exactly corrupted her into this? Kong Ming pouted and sarcastically retorted, "Why don't you take a look at our Hong Ci? Claiming to be a healer, yet its soul burns with a fiery passion for dealing damage. Who are you to judge?" The sound of the door creaking open and then slamming shut echoed. Ning Lao struggled to carry a pile of items inside. "Here's the batch of talismans you begged for. This old man isn't interrupting you siblings heart-to-heart, is he?" He hastily replied, No, not at all. You arrived right when I needed you. I just finished preparing everything." The old man stroked his beard and examined the Iron Rhino. "Your sister's pet is very well nurtured. Its color and physique are extremely outstanding." Lin Yuan scratched his head modestly. "It's just decent, sir." He pushed his sister toward the door. "Take a walk, let your brother enter seclusion and work his magic. I've entrusted you to Ning Lao for a tour around the Creation Master Association. If you're free, go check out his complete tooth spiral shark to broaden your horizons." The girl pouted curiously. "Huh, I don't get to stay and watch the upgrade process." Lin Yuan gave her a side-eye and replied, "You'd be stuck sitting here for days, young lady. It's incredibly rare to wander into the association. Follow Ning Lao and expand your mind. It's all benefits and no loss." Ning Lao laughed heartily in agreement. "Very true, very true. I'll assign Zhu Jun to be your tour guide so you two girls can gossip and have a lively chat." He pushed the pile of food toward the Iron Rhino. "This entire feast is on the house for you. Just open your mouth and stuff it all in. You need a full stomach to survive the tribulation of upgrading, my child." Watching the bull happily munch away, he knew full well that the evolution process of this metal attribute was extremely complex. Aside from the quality of the ore, the mixing ratio was the key to success or failure. Let's get down to business and see if your second tribulation under the hands of this creation master shows any improvement. 5 grueling days passed. Chu Ci's voice screamed in utter astonishment. "Oh my God, brother, is this really my clumsy lump of iron?" The beast's entire body was clad in a chillingly cold gray armor. He clasped his hands behind his back and reminded her, "It's 0 hour. Toss your willpower rune in and merge it with him." Upgrading it to fantasy breed means breaking down and completely restructuring the Iron Rhino's body. Bone-deep agonizing pain is inevitable, but even if the house catches fire, you absolutely cannot cut off the spirit chi flow. Chu Ci nodded, memorizing the instruction. "I know the rules." As she channeled her spirit power into the beast, she gritted her teeth and offered encouraging words. "Flex your muscles and endure it, little cutie. You're more than capable of passing this trial." Finally, the light converged. The upgrade was a flawless success, and the status panel automatically displayed. Name: Radiant Iron Crazy Bull. Origin: domestic bull of the giant horn lineage, still capped at bronze tier 10 out of 10. Standard metal type. Quality has touched the ceiling of Fantasy 1 transformation. Skill, Iron Horn, reinforces the metal clinging to its horns, executing a suicidal piercing charge regardless of torn tendons or shattered veins. Sacrifice, when the contractor is injured, it automatically rushes out to shoulder the damage. If the master bleeds, it drains its own life force to provide a one-way healing buff. Exclusive super special trait, Pain Siphon. Whenever struck, it automatically absorbs a portion of the damage and converts it into a self-healing health potion. Ruined Stare. When pushed to a dead end, its arrogant combat consciousness awakens. The thirst for war fuels its violent instincts. The Radiant Iron Crazy Bull will gather all the damage it has endured so far, convert it into a proportional mental blast, and reflect it back to retaliate against the opponent in the blink of an eye. Chu Ci rubbed her eyes in sheer shock. Holy crap, at this point, just scrap the purely defensive label altogether. The horns can pierce through armor, and the sacrifice skill even pumps healing back to the master. Her eyes lit up like headlights. This is too awesome. He stroked his chin and evaluated it. Well, our little lump of iron has become a true powerhouse now. Lin Yuan secretly sweated bullets. Damn it, its power got buffed by 5 times. That Ruined Stare skill is pure black magic. A tank firing mental magic blasts? Who could even defend against that? He cried inwardly. This type of beast has no right to be called a pure defender anymore. Driven by its aggressive passion, it took on both physical attack and healing roles. Chu Ci's recent brutality is definitely because she inhaled too much of this crazy bull's corrupting murderous aura. However, a devious plan flashed through his mind. If the Radiant Iron Crazy Bull's sacrifice trait is combined with the Star Steel Butterfly, she'd be absolutely invincible. The project to train my sister into an unstoppable armored tank officially begins. Lin Yuan smirked with immense arrogance. HMPH, let's see if any punk is capable of breaking your defense in the next practical class. Chu Ci rubbed her hands together with a sly, eager grin. This is gonna be so sick. I'm going to make those third-year senior girls open their eyes and get a taste of how formidable the upgraded Radiant Iron Crazy Bull really is. Shoved an unfamiliar potion bottle into her hands. Chug this bottle of Silver Vein Gold Radiance honey. It will flush all the impurities and toxins out of your body and magically aid your leveling. When it takes effect, your body might smell a bit like pungent beau, but just jump into the bathtub and scrub yourself, and you'll be squeaky clean again. Chu Ci gleefully grabbed it. Where did you dig up such high-end offerings? My big brother is truly a boss. Lin Yuan scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly as he replied, just got lucky and met a noble benefactor who helped me out. Thinking back, he suddenly realized, oh crap, I've been so busy grinding lately that I completely forgot to contact and pay respects to my master. But his master wasn't the only victim banished to oblivion. Cutting the scene to another corner, a certain young man frowned in annoyance the moment he saw 2 figures dragging themselves over. What ill wind blew you 2 all the way here? Haoji rolled his eyes and pointed in astonishment. You play your cards well, huh? I was dead certain you vanished into the mountains to cultivate immortality, but who would have thought you were lying low right under the royal capital's nose? What the heck is this? A mediocre 2-star escort badge. You playing some reverse-aging game and regressing your skills, taking the widely adored 100 Radiance title just to act as someone's escort. If you humbled yourself to serve those 5-star creation masters, I wouldn't say a word, but burying your head in this 2-star dump, you might as well pack your bags and work for me. It'd be classier. Liu Jai dryly tossed back a reply. I crossed my own name off that list. A friend walking beside him hurriedly smoothed things over. Liu Jai let it go. Haoji's mouth is just foul like that. When you fell ill and quietly disappeared, he frantically scoured this entire map trying to dig you up. Liu Jai laughed comfortably. It's fine, I know how he is. The young man shrugged and revealed, I didn't take up this bodyguard escort job based on whether they were strong or weak. The other person squinted, making wild guesses. Hold on, don't tell me he has the secret recipe to cure your insect queen. Haoji's jaw dropped in surprise. What the hell? He anxiously pressed for answers. So has your insect queen recovered yet? He shook his head and replied, hasn't improved at all. Haoji gave him a sarcastic thumbs up. Brilliant, you haven't even recovered and you're selling your life for someone else. You're truly hopeless. He reached into his pocket and tossed Liu Jai a card. Over the past 2 years, I've been grinding, starving, and saving up to accumulate 32 million, and I even extorted another 20 million from Wang Fan. Take it and see if you get lucky treating the insect queen. Maybe a blind dog catches a fly. Long Ci froze in shock. Holy Spirit, when did you snatch my card? The friend patted Liu Jai's shoulder and advised, "Just accept it to make him happy. This guy has a toxic mouth, but his heart is as fragile as glass. He's been worried sick about you more than anyone else here." Hao Ji blushed and yelled angrily, "Who has a fragile glass heart, huh? You silently vanished without leaving even a single letter to wipe your mouth. What kind of brother is that?" Long Xi found it amusing, patted his shoulder and coaxed him. "All right, stop putting on a show. As long as our brother's bones are intact and he's safe and sound, that's all that matters." After the cheesy moment, he turned to ask Liu Jai, "So what's your next move? Have you found any clues regarding the Insect Queen's treatment?" He replied calmly, completely clueless, "But this plot of land has pretty good feng shui, so I want to reserve it for the young master and wait for his orders. This free money is just perfect to throw into the land deposit." Hearing this, Hao Ji jumped up, tried to snatch the card back and demanded, "Spit the money back out. I still have to go throw it at tips. Because of this donation to you, I'm about to drop out of the top 1 rank for Lady Yin Luo, you know?" Liu Jai asked in confusion. "What Lady Yin Luo?" Long Xi smirked and exposed the truth. "She's a female singer that Hao Ji has been obsessively simping over lately. He even abused his sequence privileges to remove the top-up limit on the forum." Upon hearing this, Liu Jai cast a judgmental gaze full of pure disdain toward his delusional friend. Returning to Lin Yuan, who was admiring the Insect Queen's cocoon, he smacked his forehead. "Oh my god, I almost dropped my brain and completely forgot about brother Liu Jai. What perfect timing. Once this Insect Queen gets a makeover and recovers, I'll carry it up to the royal capital and surprise him with the good news." This type of Insect Queen drains mental power entirely when making a contract, making the master swear off contracting any other spirit beast ever again. Therefore, if the Insect Queen gets even a slight scratch or sneeze, Liu Jai automatically becomes a cripple who loses all combat capability. He poured another massive gulp of pure spirit qi into the mother insect. If you want to mend its roots, you have to pour pure spirit qi into it. This pure land of bliss is the best root-restoring pumping station. Just steadily pump spirit qi in waves, and I guarantee it will come back to life. Witnessing the mother insect brimming with vitality once more, Lin Yuan was incredibly thrilled. Not only had it fully recovered, but its quality had also achieved a massive breakthrough. Right after, the detailed status panel appeared. Spirit beast name, Insect Queen, species, silkworm moth of the mother bug genus, level, platinum tier 4 out of 10, element, elemental and mental, quality level, legend. Gill set includes tearblade beetle, a tiny beetle species that possesses an absolutely indestructible shiny black shell and 6 razor-sharp legs. Shildarmer ladybug, a giant ladybug lineage equipped with a superior carapace, more than capable of withstanding both physical and energy attacks. Plasma electric caterpillar, a mid-sized caterpillar carrying a massive amount of electrically charged plasma, specializing in unleashing electrical shocks that cause paralysis and immense damage. Capacitor moth, a small moth capable of gathering lightning elements in a flash, and when enough gather, they merge into a devastating lightning cannon strike. Exclusive trait, self-destruct retrieval, the Insect Queen can detonate the baby insects it spawned itself, and then absorb a portion of energy from their remains. Now Lin Yuan had found a satisfactory answer. He thought to himself, no wonder Liu Jai was hailed by the world with the title Heart of the Swarm. Just this single Insect Queen entity alone is more than enough to sweep the battlefield like an actual army. Although 2 years had been wasted, the Insect Queen had now reached the legend tier. Just waiting for Liu Jai to comprehend a willpower rune, and this creature would immediately transform into a fantasy Insect Queen. All things considered, that period of stagnation was totally worth it. After inspecting the situation of the tree stump, he cheered in triumph. Fantastic, the dew entrusted by Sister Jia Xin is finally overflowing with life again. That's another burden lifted off my chest. When it comes to the skill of nurturing low-level spirit beasts to peak quality, I'm probably unrivaled in this entire Radiance Federation. Now it's time to set sail for the royal capital to pay respects to my master and chat with Liu Jai while I'm at it. A more perfect plan couldn't exist. The scene shifted to Yue, where the lotus flower she had personally tended to was undergoing a transformation. She softly spoke, "It's a success." Shang Yue immediately stepped forward to share the joy. This lotus bud has successfully broken through from Diamond Epic to Diamond Legend. Congratulations, Lord Yue. Yue rested her chin on her hand and muttered thoughtfully, "Shang Yue, what kind of disciple did I exactly end up with?" The maid skillfully offered comforting words. "Please do not worry, Lord Yue. The little highness possesses outstanding talent and has Zhu Yuzhai by his side. He will definitely make it through safe and sound." The powerful woman pulled out her phone, stared at it, and grumbled, Then why hasn't it rung even once up to this moment? He's been gone for so many days, yet he's too lazy to send even a single message saying he's safe. Si Yue offered her assessment, reporting to Lord Yue who, this situation only makes one thing clearer. The Little Highness has absolutely not gotten into any trouble. Yue Hu's face darkened, and she took her anger out on the device in her hand. Or is this brick broken? Damn it, how am I supposed to use a decade-old antique like this? She shoved the screen for her subordinate to see and complained. And these random pieces of advice online have no basis at all. On the screen was a post asking, isn't the spirit web supposed to be omnipotent? Does anyone know how to deal with a disciple who is too independent and never asks their master for help? Below was a VIP comment sharing, you've found the right person. My disciple is also highly capable and tends to bottle everything up. Core Sister gave me this brilliant idea. First, coax him until he bursts into tears, then wrap your arms around him tightly and whisper softly. It works like a charm. Now he tells me absolutely everything, but the catch is, the way he looks at me lately is kinda weird. Another comment chimed in, if they're stubborn, just beat the crap out of them and they'll behave. Do you have too much free time to worry about such trivial matters? Si Yue was speechless and boldly suggested, Lord Yue Hu, why don't you just hand that phone over and let your servant crush it to save you the headache? Suddenly the phone rang. Shang Yue hurriedly advised, Lord Yue Hu, take a deep breath and remember to wait until it rings 3 full times before picking up. But she tossed the advice to the back of her mind and lunged for the phone. Lin Yuan, what do you need me for? From the other end of the line, his voice came through. Master, pardon the interruption, but I'm facing a little trouble and need your helping hand. Yue Hu's heart soared with joy. Thank the heavens and earth, the kid finally asked for a favor. She nodded vigorously. Just speak your mind, kid. No matter how huge the matter is, your master will settle it perfectly for you. Lin Yuan calmly explained the situation. The issue involves my little sister. Right now her situation is, so I really hope. She instantly finalized the deal. Small fry, your master will dispatch Shang Yue to handle it right away. So is there anything else you want to talk to your master about? The disciple innocently replied. Thank you, master, that's all I had. Yue Hu's hand gripped the phone so tightly that it trembled. That's it? Lin Yuan, do you really not plan on telling your master anything else? The young man maintained his naive tone and answered, No, ma'am. I can handle trivial matters on my own. I wouldn't dare bother you and tire your mind. Upon hearing this, Yue Hu wished she could just drop dead on the spot. Shang Yue quickly caught the phone and spoke up. Little Highness, considering you've been off the grid for quite a while now, you should hurry back to Qing Yue Mountain and pay your respects to your master. Lin Yuan replied aloud, I'm gearing up to head back to the royal capital right now. Deep down, he secretly sighed. It looked like he'd have to make Liu Jai wait a little longer. Upon arriving, he bumped into a familiar face and waved frantically. Well, Senior Xuan Yue, it's been a while. The girl returned the smile. Little Highness is being too polite. In Xuan Yue's hands was a bulky jar. Come in, I have a little welcome-back gift for you. Try this silver stamen gold luster nectar I brewed myself and see if it outshines Shang Yue's craftsmanship, will you? The young man's eyes widened, a whole massive jar like this. Right at that moment, Yue Hu strode out imposingly with a wine jar, her face filled with murderous intent. Xuan Yue. The female attendant instinctively felt a chill run down her spine and mumbled, Does Lady Yue Hu have any orders? Yue Hu seethed inwardly, this girl has some nerve, daring to present her gift right under my nose. Outwardly, she coldly tossed out a task. Xuan Yue, you showed up at the perfect time. Hurry over to Zhu Zun's place right now and on my behalf, drag a spirit-eating fragrant pig back here. If that old geezer throws a fit, just use that jar of silver stamen gold luster nectar to settle the debt. Xuan Yue frantically clutched the jar and ran off as fast as her legs could carry her. Yes, ma'am, your subordinate will fly off to get it done right this instant. Then Yuan hurriedly bowed, Master. The woman immediately switched her tone to a radiant smile. It's good that you finally dragged yourself back. Come closer, your master saved a premium jar of silver stamen gold luster nectar for you, infused with a massive amount of lotus core dew. This masterpiece will easily put Xuan Yue's little beverage to shame. Lin Yuan awkwardly stared at the absurdly massive jar and smiled wryly, Master. Your definition of a little is probably a bit terrifying. Upon returning to Yue Hui Hall, through his clear recounting, Yue Hu nodded in understanding. So that's the whole story. It seems you really hit the jackpot on this expedition to the Endless Forest. Lin Yuan confidently confirmed, absolutely spot on. In the coming time, I plan to plant my roots in the royal capital to hone my skills as a creation master, while going all out to secure a ticket into the Radiant's 100 sequence. His master nodded in approval, approved. Since you're planning to open a shop, how could you possibly go without a trusty assistant to manage the place? I will immediately summon the squad of spirit attendants. Feel free to pick out a few bright faces to run errands for you. Yue Hu asked probingly, "What are your thoughts?" Zuyu Zhaimu suddenly popped out, thumping its chest and boasting loudly, "It all boils down to my tireless efforts in molding and training day and night. That's exactly why we managed to harvest such a flawless willpower rune today."